Chapter 1. Frosty leaves redder than February flowers. The vibrant greenery of summer has quietly faded, yet the midday sun remains unrelenting in its heat. Beneath the flourishing canopy of a grand tree, amidst the dappled shadows, an ancient chair, crafted from green bamboo, gently sways back and forth. Reclining upon it is a youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, his countenance radiating sheer contentment as he indulges in the leisurely afternoon. The boy possesses a strikingly handsome face and a tall, proportionate figure that does not appear corpulent, but rather exudes a sense of symmetry. He is clad in a pale, blue scholar's robe made of bamboo fibers, adorned at the waist with a white jade pendant featuring a dragon motif, while a verdant jade hairpin secures his dark locks. Such attire, combined with his captivating features, would surely elicit admiration from any passerby. What a handsome young gentleman! A gust of autumn wind sweeps through, tousling the boy's hair and brushing against his face. Awakening from his slight slumber, the youth opens his still drowsy eyes, but instead of the azure sky and fluffy clouds, he is greeted by the visage of a youthful girl, her face radiating a sweet innocence. The girl's cheeks are flushed, and her unguarded charm, paired with the perpetual smile gracing her lips, evokes nostalgic memories of youthful innocence in the hearts of men. Yet, this delightful darling, cherished by all, is currently struggling to wave an oversized fan that is comically larger than her own head. As she flutters the fan, a gentle breeze caresses the boy's face, offering him respite from the oppressive midday heat, while she remains oblivious to the beads of sweat accumulating on her brow. Should this scene be witnessed by the sycophants of his past life, they would undoubtedly scorn the boy, making him acutely aware of the envy that accompanies such devotion. Clearing his throat, he turns to the girl and states, "That will suffice." The adorable girl, upon hearing his words, promptly ceases her efforts and obediently steps aside. Simultaneously, another equally charming girl presents a cup of tea with utmost reverence, her voice dripping with sweetness as she calls out, "Young master, please have some tea." The boy does not hesitate to accept the tea. Gulp. He takes a generous sip, emitting a sound of satisfaction before casually placing the cup back on the tray held by the girl, reclining once more into the comfort of his bamboo chair. As he gazes at the lovely maidens around him, relishing their attentive service, he muses inwardly, "It is no wonder that the affluent of my previous life were perpetually joyous. Perhaps they never experienced a life like mine, truly a decadent existence." Recalling the fellow wage slaves of his former life, a knowing smile graces his lips. Who says money cannot buy happiness? I find myself quite content. The boy is not an ordinary individual, but rather a traveler from another realm, known as Chun-Li. He possesses no illustrious status, nor does he boast of any warrior's exploits, merely an average university student majoring in history. Little did he anticipate that one day he would awaken in a new world, assuming the form of a youth. After a period of adjustment, he began to grasp the nuances of this unfamiliar realm. This world bears a striking resemblance to the ancient feudal era of Chun-Li's homeland, yet it is subtly distinct. As a budding historian, he has studied various epochs, and he would wager his lifelong celibacy that this is not any dynasty he has come to know, but rather an entirely novel world. Tianyuan Kingdom, Jiangdong Province, Qingshan City. This is the territory in which Chun-Li currently resides, having replaced a youth named Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu is the second son of the Chun family, one of the three prominent clans of Qingshan City, born with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth. However, as his father was an elder parent, Feiyu was indulged and permitted to behave with impunity, ultimately fostering a tyrannical disposition. Yet, due to his status as a young master of the Qin family, he wielded authority in Qingshan City, unchallenged by anyone. However, frequent nocturnal wanderings inevitably attract misfortune. One day, within the confines of Qingshan City, Chen Feiyu encountered a woman of extraordinary grace and beauty, instantly captivated by her ethereal visage. He found himself irrationally pursuing her, much to his detriment. Instead of the anticipated scene of a villainous abduction, a twist of fate unfolded. A hidden heroine, unwilling to suffer indignity, rose to confront the brazen bully. Initially, the stunning woman maintained an air of indifference to Fei Yu's advances, until he brazenly declared, "Fair maiden, your beauty stirs my heart. Would you consent to a union of our fates?" Though it may sound courteous, in this age of rigid decorum, such words are tantamount to saying, "My lovely lady, you are quite striking. Might I be so bold as to propose myself as your husband? I shall cherish you dearly." After uttering this, he further marred his appeal with a lewd grin and an eager rubbing of his palms, revealing his lascivious nature. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of disdain crossed the woman's exquisite countenance as she retorted, "Scoundrel." Anticipating Fei Yu's retreat in shame, one would be surprised to find that he instead reveled in her scorn, becoming increasingly brazen in his pursuit, his hands now reaching out to touch her. Ultimately, after relentless harassment and almost desperate declarations of affection, the woman could no longer bear it and retaliated in anger. A beam of white light, the width of a thumb, shot forth from her hand, striking Fei Yu squarely in the chest. In an instant, he was propelled backward, crashing through nearby walls, and fell into unconsciousness. His protectors, rendered speechless by the display of her power, dared not pursue her and hastened back to their young master. The enchanting woman cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Fei Yu, offering no explanation. With a flick of her fingers, she produced a card, which she deftly sent flying to embed itself in the wall beside him before departing gracefully. Moments later, her icy voice echoed from afar. "With this spirit card, I claim one life." The inevitable outcome saw Chun Fei Yu perish in disgrace, while Chun-Li seized the opportunity to inhabit his body. Upon discovering the circumstances of his predecessor's demise, Chun-Li could not help but voice his incredulity, remarking that the previous owner had brought this misfortune upon himself. In the early days of acclimating to this world, Chun-Li had initially perceived it as a mere extension of the ancient feudal society. However, after overcoming initial discomfort, he gradually embraced this identity, relishing the so-called sinful pleasures of the feudal lifestyle. He has always been a rather carefree individual, not overly concerned with many matters, thus holding little attachment to his previous life. He believed he would lead a life of simplicity as a modest young master within this feudal decadence until one fateful night, a conversation with his surrogate father unveiled a deeper understanding of this world. Revealing its extraordinary nature, this world possesses extraordinary powers. As he toyed with a blue card in his hand, the once cynical glint in his eyes transformed into earnestness. Indeed, this card was the compensation left by the mysterious woman who had dispatched Fei Yu in a single stroke. Gazing at the card's information, even after countless readings, Chun-Li felt a renewed surge of emotion, for inscribed upon it was the age-old script he had utilized for years. Han characters. Though this world bears resemblance to the ancient society of his past, many aspects remain strikingly different. This realm employs an entirely new writing system, which, while possessing certain similarities to Han characters, diverges significantly. The card bore the inscription, "The Taiyang Rebellion." Quality, excellent. Type, Spirit Awakening. Description, continuous failures in external warfare have plunged this vast empire into twilight. Rather than resist external oppression, it has shifted the burden onto countless commoners, with corruption permeating the empire. Countless greedy officials and local tyrants exploit the populace, whose pent-up fury teeters on the brink of eruption. The empire has lost the people's trust, with the Taiyang Rebellion prove to be the final straw for its collapse. Ability, unlock the path of the sovereign. Retrieving the card, Chun-Li was lost in reminiscence. That fateful night, as his injuries began to heal, he was brought to the Chun family's ancestral hall. Before he could survey his surroundings, a deep voice commanded, "Bow down." He collapsed to the ground in a state of utter helplessness, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. There sat a middle-aged man beneath the ancestral altar, his countenance grave as he regarded him intently. Father. Indeed, the man before Chun-Li was none other than his current father, Chen Xiao. "Fei Yu, are you aware that you nearly plunged our Chun family into an abyss of despair?" "I am unaware, for since my awakening, I have lost most of my memories," Chun-Li replied. This was indeed the truth upon regaining consciousness. He discovered that he had only absorbed fragments of his past memories, with the majority having vanished entirely. Even the circumstances of his previous death were revealed to him solely through the accounts of the family servants and guards. Observing Chun-Li's bewildered expression, Chen Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. When Chun-Li had first awakened, he had conducted tests to ascertain whether his son was feigning amnesia to evade familial punishment. The outcome revealed that Chun-Li had indeed lost a significant portion of his memories. With a sigh, he gazed at his son, who bore a striking resemblance to him, and, ultimately, he could not bring himself to chastise Chun-Li harshly. His tone softened as he inquired, "Do you know the identity of that woman?" "I do not know," Chun-Li responded, still appearing dazed. He understood that he must firmly maintain his pretense of amnesia at this juncture. Though he genuinely had lost his memories, the feudal laws of ancient families were no trifling matter. If he were to face such laws, he feared he might suffer dire consequences. He had no desire to bear the blame for his predecessor's actions. From the manner in which that woman attacked and the style of her strikes, I surmise she must be a spirit card master walking the path of practitioners, Chun Xiao conjectured, half speculating, half certain. However, I am uncertain of her level. Yet, that type of luminous attack is only seen in the Tianguang sect nearby. It seems likely that she is a disciple of that sect. Listening to Chun Xiao's words, Chun-Li seized upon a key term. Spirit card master? Not comprehending, he inquired, "Father, what is a spirit card master?" Looking at his pale, frail son, Chun Xiao chastised him in a tone filled with disappointment. "I have urged you to read more, yet you squander your time listening to music in taverns. Now you have provoked a disciple of the Tianguang sect, and you remain oblivious." "I am suffering from amnesia," Chun-Li retorted, wearing an expression of indifference. Seeing Chun-Li's demeanor, the remnants of Chun Xiao's extinguished anger flared once more. However, recalling that this was his own flesh and blood, he chose to endure his irritation and refrain from further admonishments, instead tossing a book toward Chun-Li. "Take the time to read this properly," Chun Xiao said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li picked up the book from the ground and, upon glancing at its title, A History of Spirit Cards, quickly tucked it away. Observing Chun-Li's actions, Chen Xiao earnestly advised, "Since that woman spared your life and left you a Spirit Awakening card, I suspect it will not implicate our Chun family further. For now, remain obediently within the family and do not venture outside." "Yes, father," Chun-Li replied, bowing deeply, prepared to depart. Just as he was about to step through the door, Chun Xiao's voice echoed once more. "Wait, this is the Spirit Awakening card left by that woman. Since it is a compensation for you, it rightfully belongs to you." A blue card flew into Chun-Li's hands. Chun Xiao continued, "This Spirit Awakening card pertains to the path of the conduit. Though it is a Tier 3 card, unfortunately, our family lacks the relevant information and subsequent developmental paths. Otherwise, it would be a rare treasure indeed." Chun-Li, unable to interject, opted for silence. Casting a glance at Chun-Li, he imparted solemnly, "Our family also possesses Spirit Awakening cards you may examine if you do not find them satisfactory." After a moment's contemplation, Chun Xiao continued, "Your elder brother's sect, the Lianshan sect, is soon holding a disciple selection. With your brother's status as an inner disciple, it would be quite easy for you to gain entry, which is far better than remaining at home to cause trouble for others." Chun Xiao's words tumbled forth like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Chun-Li perplexed. Yet, he refrained from further discussion, securing the card and placing it alongside the book on spirit card history within his robe. He bowed once more to the seated Chun Xiao and hurriedly departed. He understood that he was about to unlock the door to a new world. Following that conversation on that fateful night, Chun-Li dedicated himself to the study of the history of spirit cards with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He immersed himself in his room day and night, neglecting all else. This newfound diligence astonished the entire Chen family, as the boy, who had previously shown little interest in books, was now so eager to learn. This even caught the attention of Chun Xiao, who visited several times, concerned that his son might have suffered a significant psychological blow. Yet, at that moment, Chun-Li had no interest in the outside world, remaining wholly engrossed in the extraordinary knowledge contained within the book. He could confidently assert that his focus now surpassed even that of his final year of high school preparations. After all, this was the path of the extraordinary who had not harbored dreams of becoming extraordinary themselves. The extraordinary powers of flight, earth traversal, and invisibility evoke a sense of anticipation. Now that there exists an opportunity to become a transcendent being, how could he possibly not cherish it? As he voraciously delved into books, absorbing knowledge like a sponge, he gradually gained a profound understanding of the extraordinary aspects of this world. No longer the naive novice he once was, the tome on the history of spirit cards sprawled across millions of words. While some might find it tedious, Chun-Li reveled in it, swiftly completing his reading and acquiring a general comprehension of the extraordinary. The most significant distinction between this world and his previous one lies in the spirit cards, which serve as the source of extraordinary power here. Spirit cards are wondrous creations, each possessing incredible abilities, and those who wield their power are known as spirit card masters. The path of a spirit card master is divided into 9 transformations, each representing a new realm. If spirit cards embody the manifestation of extraordinary power, then spirit card masters are its controllers. Thus, spirit cards and their masters are mutually dependent, each indispensable to the other. For every spirit card master, spirit cards are the wellspring of their extraordinary abilities. Only by mastering potent spirit cards can they unleash their full potential. Of course, a low-tier spirit card master wielding a high-tier spirit card will be unable to harness its true power. On the contrary, they might even suffer backlash from the card. Historically, there was a third transformation spirit card master who, by sheer luck, acquired the high-tier spirit card blood demon. However, due to his inability to fully control its formidable power, he fell victim to its influence, leading to the catastrophic blood demon chaos that wreaked havoc across the land, ultimately suppressed only by the combined efforts of several top spirit card masters. As for the essence of spirit cards, it remains an enigma. It is known that they do not arise naturally in this world, but originate from various mysterious card realms. Acquire spirit cards. One must venture into these realms. Spirit cards and card realms are inextricably linked, with each powerful spirit card deriving from formidable card realms. There are numerous ways to obtain spirit cards within these realms. But primarily, there are 2 main methods. The first method involves defeating powerful beings within the card realm. When spirit card masters enter a card realm and vanquish individuals of great power or high status, there is a significant chance of acquiring spirit cards that embody the techniques or divine weapons the fallen possessed. However, this method carries risks and may result in substantial losses, making it a strategy typically employed by powerful factions seeking specific spirit cards. The second method entails becoming a participant at critical junctures within the card realm and significantly influencing the course of events, allowing one to acquire spirit cards condensed from the realm upon exiting. This approach is favored by many spirit card masters, primarily because it provides a safeguard. Essentially, any spirit card master who enters a card realm can exert some influence, ensuring that, aside from those who merely laze about, most will acquire at least one spirit card. Spirit cards obtained through this method are colloquially referred to as safety spirit cards. Regarding the types of spirit cards, they are categorized into 3 primary classes: equipment, domination, and techniques. In addition, there exist special types of spirit cards, such as contract cards, awakening cards, and extraordinary cards, which serve unique or exceedingly rare purposes and are thus classified as special spirit cards. Spirit card masters have developed 3 distinct cultivation paths based on the mainstream spirit card types: equipment masters, domination masters, and technique masters. Equipment masters focus on enhancing equipment-type spirit cards, honing a specific item until it reaches its zenith. This category is relatively rare, with most equipment masters hailing from noble families or select sections. Generally, powerful equipment masters originate from these esteemed lineages, having inherited extensive knowledge on how to enhance, merge, and promote their equipment cards over generations. Domination masters primarily utilize living-type spirit cards, particularly servant spirit cards, allowing them to collect life forms to bolster their strength. However, this system appears somewhat lacking compared to the other 2, as it requires vast resources for nurturing spirit cards and offers little means of self-defense in the early stages, making them vulnerable to the other two systems. Technique masters, on the other hand, focus on technique-type spirit cards, continuously enhancing their techniques to strengthen themselves and channel great power. This path is the most popular among spirit card masters, as it demands less and has a plethora of realms producing technique spirit cards, significantly reducing the difficulty of acquisition. Moreover, this path allows for the most cross-training with other paths. Awakening cards represent the starting point for spirit card masters. Unlike combat spirit cards, awakening cards are exceptionally unique. That a crucial reason not everyone can become a spirit card master is the limited number of awakening cards. Transitioning from a mortal to a transcendent being often hinges on the possession of just one awakening card. Though these cards also originate from card realms, their production is limited, contributing to the scarcity of spirit card masters. However, this varies by region, in places with powerful spirit card masters and card realms. The situation is different, as stronger realms yield more awakening cards. Thus, while rare awakening cards are not exceedingly precious in such locales, naturally, not every spirit card master can access every card realm. Many possess various restrictions. Mastering a card realm equates to possessing a treasure trove of extraordinary potential. The means to lift these restrictions often lie in the hands of noble families or long-established sects, who, to maintain their positions, intentionally regulate the flow of awakening cards, thereby limiting the number of spirit card masters. The few scattered awakening cards that do emerge are typically released by these families and sects or originate from newly formed card realms. The most remarkable aspect of awakening cards is their ability to enable mortals to enter card realms and unlock their talents. Upon successfully awakening their talents and exiting the realm, they become first transformation spirit card masters. Of course, there are various types of talents, but those with subpar talents may struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Closing the weighty tome on the history of spirit cards, Chun-Li exhaled deeply. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays upon the evening sky, a brilliant spectacle reminiscent of flames. Unbeknownst to him, night was fast approaching. Awakening card, talent, path. These novel yet unfamiliar terms echoed in Chun-Li's mind. As he gazed upon the various spirit cards with wondrous abilities described in the book, his heart brimmed with yearning. The transformative card capable of moving mountains, the card that could create countless clones, and the divine armor card immune to any attack. These spirit cards and card realms filled Chun-Li with awe at the marvels of this world. In that moment, he silently vowed. In the future, he would ascend to the pinnacle of spirit card mastery, ensuring his journey in this world would not be in vain. After contemplating for a while, Chun-Li ultimately decided against hastily choosing a path. Instead, he resolved to consult Chen Xiao and explore his options further. After all, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Time flew by, and before long, night had enveloped the world. The sun replaced by a sky full of stars. Chun-Li arrived at the door of his adoptive father's room. Hesitating whether to knock or not, his father exuded a commanding presence, and given that he had previously infuriated him, approaching him now felt akin to presenting his face for a slap. Anxious about invoking his father's wrath, Chun-Li hesitated, yet his curiosity about spirit card masters compelled him to deliberate. Pacing back and forth before the door without knocking. "Come in." At that moment, a voice emanated from the room, interrupting Chun-Li's inner turmoil that it was, indeed, the unmistakable voice of his father. With a creak, the door swung open, and the luminous moonlight flooded in, harmonizing beautifully with the flickering candlelight within the chamber. "Father," in the room, Chen Xiao sat regally upon a chair, observing the somewhat timid Chun-Li. "Feiyu, do you have something to discuss?" "You've been lingering at my doorstep for quite a while," Chen Xiao inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his tone as he noted Chun-Li's hesitance. Although Chun-Li's face still bore pallor, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Since discovering the marvels of spirit cards, his desire to become a spirit card master had grown immensely urgent. Chen Xiao seemed to perceive some of his son's thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. He recalled his own youthful gaze when he first encountered the extraordinary world. Previously, Chun Feiyu had hesitated to ascend to the rank of spirit card master due to the inherent risks. But this recent setback, though it caused him to lose some memories, had catalyzed his growth, leading him to embrace the path of a spirit card master without fear of danger. After all, this world ultimately belongs to the strong. Observing his son standing before him with utmost respect, Chen Xiao could not help but internally reflect, a blessing in disguise, perhaps. With that thought, a faint smile graced Chen Xiao's lips as he reminisced about Chen Feiyu's behavior before his amnesia and compared it to now. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Though Chunli had not become notably humble and courteous, he had certainly shed much of his previous domineering demeanor. I wish to become a spirit card master. Hence my desire to learn more about them, Chunli declared earnestly, his expression resolute. Although the historical texts on spirit cards contained descriptions of spirit card masters, they were often vague and lacking in specificity. Realizing that such knowledge was likely a guarded secret among various factions, Chunli chose to directly consult Chen Xiao. "Oh, have you truly made up your mind?" Seeing Chun Li's fearless demeanor, Chen Xiao suspected that his son might not fully grasp the dangers associated with awakening a spirit card. He added, "Pursuing the path of a spirit card master through awakening carries the risk of death. You must contemplate this seriously." While Chen Xiao appeared outwardly indifferent, his heart brimmed with admiration for his son's resolve. For Chun Li, as the heir of the family, the inability to become a spirit card master had long been a source of inner conflict. Now, it seemed that an opportunity to resolve this issue had finally emerged. "I have made my decision. If I should tragically fail in awakening and perish within the card realm, it shall be my fate alone, and I shall not blame others," Chunli replied firmly. Bowing deeply, "Please, father, enlighten me." Upon hearing his son's steadfast response, Chen Xiao erupted in a hearty laughter, thumping the table. "Indeed, you are my son, possessing such courage." His boisterous laughter filled the room. "In that case, have you determined which path you wish to pursue?" Chen Zhao's laughter gradually subsided, and he smiled at Chunli. Faced with the question, Chunli did not respond immediately. Instead, he bowed once more and respectfully said, "Father, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding my choice of path and would like to seek your guidance." "Speak freely," Chen Xiao encouraged, pleased that Chunli was not hastily deciding on his own, but rather seeking information. Thus, he wore a smile, entirely shedding his earlier stern demeanor. "What is the essence of path?" Chunli asked directly. The path." Chen Xiao stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before continuing. "To discuss the path is to consider talent and the awakening card. For a mortal to become a spirit card master, one must possess an awakening card. The most significant difference between an awakening card and other spirit cards lies in its ability to enable the user to unlock their innate talents within the card realm. And this talent is closely linked to the path they choose. There are 3 categories of spirit cards: equipment, control, and techniques, and correspondingly, there are 3 types of awakening cards. Each type of awakening card allows individuals to unlock their respective exclusive talents, which correspond directly to equipment, control, and techniques. Choosing a different path essentially means utilizing different categories of awakening cards to unlock exclusive talents. Does this mean that a spirit card master of a particular path can only utilize spirit cards specific to that path? Chunli queried, puzzled. Not at all. The path is merely constrained by talent. Exclusive path spirit cards, when paired with the appropriate talent, can exert greater power. Any spirit card can be wielded by a spirit card master. But without the exclusive talent of a path, one cannot harness the same strength as a master of that path. This limitation may seem manageable in the early stages, but as the enhancement provided by talent grows, the disparity becomes pronounced. Of course, pursuing additional paths to augment one's exclusive path is also a wise choice. Many spirit card techniques are born from the synergy of different spirit cards. As he spoke, Chen Xiao extended his right hand, fingers splayed, presenting it before Chun Li for him to observe. "Iron spear of equipment cards. Manifest," Chen Xiao commanded, and a long spear shimmering with a pale blue glow appeared in his grasp. Its radiance flickering with an ethereal chill. "Floating technique card. Appear," Chen Xiao continued. Activating another spirit card, a gray spirit card materialized above the spear, flickering briefly before merging into Chun Li's astonishment. The spear detached from Chen Zhao's grip, beginning to levitate in the air. "Incredible," Chun Li exclaimed. unable to contain his astonishment at the spectacle. Chen Xiao smiled slightly. Behold, this Blood Spear card is a legacy spirit card of our Chun family. Much like the Huang family's Tiger Roar Blade card or the Li family's Iron Armor card. Observe how I wield these spirit cards. With that, Chen Xiao raised his arm, extending it fully toward a stone table placed outside the room. And with a swift motion, he clenched his fingers. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, exhibiting both steadiness and strength. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as the spear traced a pale blue arc, striking the stone table over 20 meters away. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the sturdy stone table, crafted from solid blue stone, shattered into a myriad of fragments. Chun-Li's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the display of power that rivaled that of artillery. Ignoring Chun-Li's astonishment, Chen Xiao nonchalantly beckoned, and the spear, suspended amidst the debris, soared back into his hand. Gradually, the spear faded, transforming into a pale, blue spirit card before disappearing entirely. This exemplifies the power of dual cultivation in spirit cards. The Iron Spear is my exclusive Path spirit card, while the Floating Technique is a technique card. However, the floating technique significantly enhances both the power and speed of the Iron Spear, constituting a spirit card technique known as Floating Flow Spear. Thus, pursuing additional paths can greatly enhance a spirit card master's combat capabilities. This is the origin of many spirit card techniques. Naturally, to employ such techniques, one must at least attain the second tier of mastery to possess sufficient spiritual energy. Chen Xiao imparted his knowledge through demonstration. What exactly is the card realm? Chun-Li pressed on, his curiosity insatiable. Having encountered the description of the Tai-Yang chaos previously, as a history student, he was well aware of what the Tai-Yang chaos represented. But how did it relate to the card realm? Could the awakening card from that era connect with the world of that time? When Chun-Li posed his question, Chen Xiao took a moment to reflect before responding with a hint of contemplation. What is the card realm? No one could definitively explain it. Even many powerful spirit card masters struggle to elucidate it. The card realm is a collection of wondrous worlds, each entirely distinct from our own. When a spirit card master enters these realms, they cannot acquire any information from them. Any written or visual representation is rendered indistinct to their eyes. The only means to glean information is through the indigenous inhabitants of the card realm. Though language may differ, the influence of the card realm's rules allows for seamless communication. However, when a spirit card master inquires about the history of the card realm or other information, or attempts to convey details about their own world, communication falters. Are the languages and scripts they use consistent with the inscriptions on the spirit cards? Chun-Li asked, his excitement palpable. How do you know? Chen Xiao looked at Chun-Li with a hint of confusion, yet chose not to dwell on it and continued speaking. Once, there was a defiant spirit card master who directly presented the written characters of spirit cards to several beings from the card realm. The indigenous inhabitants claimed they could comprehend these card texts. However, the joy of this spirit card master was short-lived, as he was swiftly obliterated by a divine thunder that descended from the card realm. Since then, no one dared to covet knowledge of the card realm. They could only navigate its intricacies through constant experimentation. Chen Xiao took a sip of tea and continued. Moreover, the passage of time within the card realm is utterly unpredictable. Perhaps today, as you stand before the card realm, you behold a landscape of rolling mountains and vast seas, and upon re-entering, you may find yourself in a sprawling marshland. Though certain patterns exist, the variability remains astonishing. Now, the fundamental issues of the card realm are still too distant for you to contemplate. It is more prudent to consider which path you wish to choose, upon hearing that the characters of the card realm were identical to those of the card texts. Chun-Li was engulfed in immense elation, as he was now thoroughly convinced that the card realm bore a striking resemblance to a world with a similar historical backdrop. Consequently, with his mastery of history, Chun-Li was poised to acquire insights into the card realm that countless spirit card masters had failed to grasp, positioning him as a prophet. This revelation caused his heart to race uncontrollably. In an effort to maintain composure, Chun-Li thanked him and promptly departed. He needed to remain calm. Throughout the annals of history, there have been countless formidable figures, with the likes of the conqueror Qin Shi Huang, who swept across the cosmos, or the indomitable warlord Liu Bei, who dedicated himself to his cause until death, also manifest within the card realm. In what form would they appear, and what advantages might he glean from his understanding of them? The following day, as the sun rose, Chun-Li sat before a wooden table adorned with 3 cards, 1 blue and 2 gray. These were the 3 awakening cards he could currently choose from. From right to left, he began to examine the cards one by one. The first blue card was the awakening card left behind by that woman, although it was casually discarded as compensation. As a Tier 3 spirit card, it remained a remarkably rare artifact. Gazing at the information inscribed upon the card, he noted, the Taichung Rebellion. Quality, excellent. Type, awakening. Synopsis, the series of failures faced externally has ushered this vast empire into a twilight phase. Rather than resisting the outside oppression, it has instead shifted this burden onto countless citizens, with corruption having seeped into the very fabric of the empire. Countless greedy officials and local tyrants are exploiting the populace, and the accumulated anger is on the verge of eruption. The empire has lost the hearts of its people. Will the Taichung Rebellion become the final straw that leads to its collapse? The card clearly indicated an excellent quality, yet for spirit card masters, excellent quality corresponded to a Tier 3 status. Such classifications were not arbitrary, although the card realm lacked the extraordinary powers of spirit card masters. It possessed its own unique, extraordinary abilities and systems. Therefore, individuals within the card realm were ranked by their strength. Many top-tier characters within the card realm were formidable enough that even powerful spirit card masters would hesitate to confront them. Their extraordinary abilities might differ, yet the corresponding power tiers aligned with the spirit card master system, categorizing the extraordinary forces of the card realm from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Thus, spirit cards of varying qualities were also classified into different tiers. Generally speaking, higher-tier spirit cards were deemed superior, but this was not the case for awakening cards. Awakening cards were designed to enable the user to access their innate talents within the card realm. While higher-tier awakening cards could unlock more potent talents, the adage where there is danger, there is opportunity holds true. The pursuit of superior talents inherently entails greater peril. Different tiers of awakening cards grant access to different tiers of the card realm, and the higher the tier, the greater the danger. However, if one could awaken their talent in a high-tier card realm, the rewards would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, without robust intelligence to navigate these high-tier realms, the mortality rate would be exceedingly high. Too much of a good thing can lead to loss, as the saying goes. In contrast to the Tier 3 awakening cards, Tier 2 awakening cards are the most sought after by spirit card masters, providing decent talents while ensuring a higher survival rate. As for the higher tier awakening cards, they were not only exceedingly rare, but also fraught with peril, leading to their neglect in discussions. Shifting his gaze to the second awakening card, he observed, Spear Mountain. Quality, ordinary. Type, awakening. Synopsis, the spears forged at Spear Mountain are renowned far and wide. Who among the powerful does not desire a spear from Spear Mountain? Ability, opens the path of the artisan. This awakening card was a legacy of the Chun family, which had operated a workshop known as the Spear Mountain Workshop within the card realm for centuries, allowing for a stable production of this awakening card. This card could unlock the path of the artisan, enabling the wielder to awaken a sharpness talent of the first tier. Chen Xiao had previously informed him of the relevant intelligence regarding this card. Spear Mountain would transport the user to the vicinity of a sect associated with the Spear Mountain Workshop, where, by following the provided instructions, one could seamlessly join the Spear Mountain and forge a spear to easily awaken the sharpness talent. This card was undoubtedly Chun-Li's most reliable choice. Yet, while Spear Mountain offered security, the talent it unlocked was not particularly potent. He then turned his attention to the third awakening card, Mountain Cutting Fist School. Quality, ordinary. Type, awakening. Synopsis, 1 fist shatters stone, 2 fists push mountains, 3 fists cut mountains. Ability, opens the path of the practitioner. This awakening card was sent to Chun-Li by his elder brother upon learning that his younger siblings sought to awaken his talents. It was the exclusive awakening card of their sect, the Lian Mountain sect, which his elder brother had procured through various means from one of the sect stewards, a rare find. The Mountain Cutting Fist School could enable one to access the path of the practitioner, awakening a heavy strike talent of the first tier. However, It was said that the Lian Mountain sect possessed methods to unlock a second-tier combo talent, but this would require Chun Li to join the sect to obtain the corresponding intelligence, which was one of the core inheritances of the Lian Mountain sect. As he contemplated the 3 awakening cards before him, Spear Mountain was favored for its stability, if one followed the intelligence provided. Significant mishaps were unlikely. The Taichung Rebellion, on the other hand, boasted a powerful talent yet presented the highest risk. Lastly, the mountain-cutting fist school appeared to be the most suitable option, yet joining the sect might impose certain constraints. After much deliberation, Chun-Li ultimately resolved to select the Taichung Rebellion Awakening card. While others might perceive the Taichung Rebellion as fraught with risk, for Chun-Li, this Awakening card represented his greatest opportunity. If others needed to painstakingly accumulate intelligence about the card realm to progress, Chun-Li had already discovered the shortcut. With his decision made, he hesitated no longer, stowing away the other 2 Awakening cards and focusing his attention on the Taichung Rebellion card. Biting his finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto the Taichung Rebellion card. The blood quickly faded, and the card began to emit a faint red glow, which then suddenly coalesced, causing the card to vanish and transform into a blue portal. Observing the portal before him, Chun-Li stepped forward without hesitation, entering the light. As he crossed the threshold, the portal gradually shrank and ultimately vanished from sight, in the western province of Shiguang. In Yongchang, a vast throng of refugees was slowly advancing, comprising individuals of diverse backgrounds. Among them were farmers clad in coarse linen, burdened with their belongings, gentry and landlords seated atop various ox-drawn carts, accompanied by their families, and wealthy merchants adorned in gold and silver, flanked by numerous attendants and guards. The fresh air following the rain did not provide any sense of relief to this beleaguered crowd. Instead, each individual's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, fear of war and uncertainty about their future survival. The once solid dirt road had become exceedingly muddy due to the rain and the weight of many feet, with carts frequently sinking into the muck, accompanied by the curses of their drivers. Puddles of stagnant water littered the ground, rendering the already sluggish procession of refugees even more arduous. Big brother, are you all right? Who? A youth, his eyes vacant and seemingly lost in thought, was abruptly roused from his reverie and instinctively responded. The man shaking the boy's arm, satisfied that the youth was unharmed, relinquished his grip. I thought you were ill. Seeing you suddenly freeze like that, interjected a frail woman, patting her chest. The boy's reaction seemed to pique her interest, prompting a stream of vague and incessant chatter. Enough, a sharp reprimand interrupted her incessant prattle. The woman, who had been poised to continue her complaints, was silenced by a glare from the man burdened with a package, and she retreated, muttering under her breath. This boy was none other than Chun-Li, who had just entered the card realm for the first time. Chun-Li paid little heed to the transformation from his previous fine attire to the current coarse linen garments. All of this was the influence of the Spirit Awakening card. Those who enter the card realm through the Spirit Awakening card are automatically assigned a plausible identity. It appeared he had become a member of this group of refugees. I'm quite well. Thank you, kind sir. Chun-Li expressed his gratitude to the man before him. And no need for thanks. I'm just relieved to hear you're fine. The man waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a tone that was half wistful and half resigned, he remarked, we common folk have it far worse than those affluent landlords. Any ailment we suffer is attended to by a doctor. The hint of sorrow on the man's face suggested he too had a story to tell. After concluding his brief conversation with the man, Chun-Li began to swiftly gather information. He needed to ascertain his current location and the state of the rebel forces to formulate his subsequent plans. 10 days later, Chun-Li, wielding a self-made wooden spear alongside other farmers armed with various tools like hoes and sickles, sat gathered around a campfire. This group was a security detail organized by several landlords and wealthy merchants. Compared to the farmers preoccupied with tilling the land, these landlords and merchants possessed a wealth of information. Thus, upon invitation from one of the landlord's attendants, Chun-Li seamlessly joined the security team. After joining, it became evident that he was privy to much more information this time in the dynasty, although efforts were underway to expand education among the populace, with various schools being established. The educated remained a minority among the lower classes. While mingling within the group, Chun-Li not only acquired a wealth of intelligence, but also received a wooden spear assigned to him. Initially, he paid little attention to this spear, but upon gripping it, something miraculous occurred. He exclaimed in delight as the spear began to emanate a faint gray light. After several attempts to deliberately wave the gray glowing spear in front of others, he confirmed that no one else could perceive its extraordinary nature. After much contemplation, Chun-Li arrived at a preliminary conclusion. This spear could be transformed into a spirit card and taken out of the card realm. It is well known that spirit cards originate from the card realm, typically obtained automatically upon exiting or by defeating characters within the realm. However, some spirit cards can be derived from items within the card realm, a rare occurrence often overlooked. This process is known as cardification, which directly converts special items from the card realm into spirit cards. Nevertheless, the items eligible for cardification are exceedingly rare, making his acquisition of this spear a stroke of luck. While he yearned to undergo cardification with the spear in hand, Chun-Li had yet to awaken his talent as a spirit card master. Unable to cardify the spear, he could only stow it away, anticipating the day he would become a spirit card master. Fortunately, although it could not unleash its full potential in his hands, this spear still surpassed a standard wooden spear. Setting aside thoughts of the spear, Chun-Li tended to the campfire, dispelling the chill of the night, and began analyzing the gathered intelligence to plan his future actions. Chun-Li now found himself several dozen miles outside Yongchang City in Shiguang Province. Several months had passed since the Taiyang rebels initiated their uprising. During this period, the Taiyang rebels had surged with might, achieving victory after victory against the imperial army, and were now drawing near to Yongchang City. Hearing of the impending arrival of the rebels, the landlords and merchants within the city hastily led their families to flee, seeking refuge in safer territories before the rebels could arrive for them. As long as they had wealth, they could thrive wherever they went. Observing the gentry absconding, the villagers from nearby hamlets blindly followed suit, fleeing alongside them. Although the Taiyang army was considered rebellious, they typically refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering civilians in the early stages. After all, they needed to establish a reputation for benevolence. As long as one did not resist, they would be spared after being plundered. The Taiyang army emphasized absolute egalitarianism, targeting the gentry and landlords for harsh reprisals. While showing little interest in the common folk, in fact, the Taiyang army would even provide some grain to those on the brink of starvation, seeking to win their hearts at tea present. The Taiyang rebels were still in the nascent stages of their uprising. They had just begun to grow stronger and had engaged in several significant confrontations with the imperial army, all emerging victorious. After witnessing bloodshed a few times, the once peasant militia was transforming into a proper army. The Taiyang army was now encroaching upon Yongchang City, signaling an imminent significant event for the Taiyang rebels, the establishment of Yongchang. The establishment of Yongchang would see the Taiyang rebels institute various systems and establish their own governance in Yongchang. After gathering some information about the current situation, Chun-Li made a preliminary decision to join the Taiyang army. He had contemplated this matter for quite some time, ultimately solidifying his choice after considering several key points. First, the Spirit Awakening card bore the name Taiyang Uprising, indicating that the Taiyang army was a crucial point. Joining them seemed a fitting choice. Second, compared to the Taiyang army, the imperial forces were rife with corruption. With many soldiers receiving pay for non-existent service and generally lacking combat effectiveness, many indulging in the habit of consuming fusho gao, Chun-Li felt that self-preservation would be difficult in such an army. Third, once the Taiyang army successfully infiltrated Yongchang City and began the establishment process, he would have greater opportunities. If he were to secure a position during the establishment, it could yield significant influence, greatly aiding his quest for high-quality spirit cards after leaving the card realm as a spirit card master. One could choose whether to exit the card realm immediately, with the rules of the realm rewarding one based on their conduct while within. After deciding to join the Taiyang army, Chun-Li began to ponder how to enlist. Currently, Chun-Li was not yet a spirit card master and lacked any extraordinary spirit cards. Although the wooden spear he possessed was remarkable, it could not unleash significant power, and his ability to protect himself was limited. In this card realm, he held no distinguished status, merely existing as a refugee lesser than even ordinary folk. Yes, these thoughts consumed him. Chun-Li fell into deep contemplation. His sole advantage lay in his ability to foresee future developments. Yet, even with this foresight, the current situation left him feeling powerless. Should he seek out the commander of the Taiyang army as a mere advisor? The already powerful commander would likely not pay heed to someone of his lowly stature. The commander, Hong Daoquan, was a remarkable figure, his life a tapestry of legend. Once a failed scholar, after repeated failures, he unexpectedly encountered the doctrines of foreign beliefs, which profoundly inspired him that he recompiled these teachings and established the Taiyang regime at its zenith capable of contending with the empire. Even if Hong Daoquan were inclined to recognize talent, Chun-Li had no knowledge of the legendary figure's whereabouts. Just as Chun-Li grappled with these frustrations, a sudden commotion erupted ahead in the sizable procession. Instantly, he and the members of the security detail became alert, securing their weapons as they rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, they found two factions in a standoff, one comprised of several other security teams, and the other a band of mountain bandits. These bandits were notorious in the vicinity of Yongchang City, often descending from the Daishan forest to plunder, though they primarily survived by hunting in the mountains, leading the authorities to turn a blind eye, until the uprising led by the Taiyang army. The government had become powerless to eradicate the mountain bandits. This group of brigands grew increasingly audacious, plundering the nearby populace. Today, this unfortunate caravan found itself targeted by these mountain marauders. Leave behind your money and women. The rest of you can scram. A burly man with a scarred face, evidently the leader among the bandits, stepped forward and brazenly shouted at the escorting team. Instantly, a cacophony erupted within the caravan. "To hell with you! You want my wife? Not a chance! You filthy bandits!" A chorus of curses and shouts rose from the ranks. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a figure emerged from the midst of the crowd. Clad in a long robe adorned with purple patterns and gold embroidery, this individual was bedecked with rings crafted from various gemstones. His corpulent figure and ample girth suggested a man of considerable wealth. A veritable symbol of affluence in an era when ordinary folks struggled to feed themselves, the others in the caravan parted to make way for him, recognizing that such a personage was beyond their humble station. Although foreign philosophies had permeated the empire, the entrenched feudal hierarchy remained unshaken in the hearts of the common people. Concepts of freedom and equality felt like mere fantasies from another realm to them. He first bowed respectfully to the bandits before feigning boldness, addressing the scarred man. "Good sir, we are mere refugees from Yongchang City. Might you spare us our lives? In the future, we shall host a grand banquet in your honor." With that, he produced a pouch of silver and handed it to the scarred leader. The scarred man shook the pouch, estimating it contained nearly 100 taels of silver, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. 100 taels could sustain his band of brothers for 3 months without worry. "Then you may go." Just as the scarred man prepared to let them pass, a diminutive bandit with shifty eyes hurried to his side and whispered urgently, "Brother, think twice." "What do you mean, Tong Lao-san?" The scarred man replied, somewhat irked by the interruption. "Brother, will you be satisfied with just 100 taels? Look at the value of this fat man's garments. They are worth far more than that. And those carts over there, they appear to be of great worth. If we seize them all, we could live without worry for 7 or 8 years. Tong Lao-san urged, his words clearly inciting the scarred man to contemplate a more comprehensive plunder. Hearing this, the scarred man began to waver, but as he glanced at the luxurious carts and the wealth adorning the rotund figure before him, the words of Tong Lao-san echoed in his mind, and a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. "Damn it, you think you can just leave with this paltry sum? Do you take us for beggars?" The scarred man's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, his gaze now bloodshot with rage. "With one good score, I can buy land and become a landlord, like those wealthy gentry, taking multiple wives." The thought consumed him, intensifying his murderous intent towards the group. The rotund figure, witnessing the scarred man's betrayal after accepting the bribe, felt a surge of anger. His brother was the magistrate of Yongchang County, and he was accustomed to exerting influence there, confident that no one would dare disrespect him in this territory. Thus, he had approached the bandits with an air of confidence, ready to assert his authority. However, he was taken aback when the scarred man accepted the bribe, yet remained unyielding. I am Zhao Tianfu, the brother of the magistrate of Yongchang County. You would do well to leave immediately, Zhao Tianfu declared, his tone dripping with disdain for the bandits. Upon hearing Zhao Tianfu's words, the scarred man merely chuckled darkly. The magistrate's brother, you say? The ominous laughter and increasingly inscrutable smile of the scarred man sent a chill down Zhao Tianfu's spine, and he suddenly realized that his attempt at negotiation had been a grave miscalculation. Before Zhao Tianfu could utter another word, a flash of steel appeared as the scarred man's blade came crashing down upon his neck. With a sickening thud, Zhao Tianfu's head fell to the ground. In an instant, the previously raucous caravan fell eerily silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button on reality. However, this calm did not last long. The next moment, a far louder commotion erupted. Murder! A voice cried out from within the caravan, and chaos ensued. The majority of the people were ordinary folk who had never witnessed such brutality, and panic swept through them like wildfire. The caravan consisted of 3 parts. At the forefront were the men forming the escort, followed by various carts and wagons, all belonging to the wealthy landlords of Yong'an City. Surrounding the carts were the elderly, women, and children, with the rear defended by the newly joined escort led by Chun-Li. Tasked with ensuring the safety of the group, after decapitating Zhao Tianfu, the scar man wasted no time, raising his blade high and addressing his fellow bandits with a roar. Brothers, today is our chance to prosper. Slay them all, divide the riches, and share the women. At his words, the eyes of all the bandits turned crimson with greed as they charged towards the caravan. The already chaotic scene spiraled further into turmoil, with the bandits attacking like tigers among sheep, forcing the escort to engage in combat. The clamor of battle filled the air, cries of death intermingling with the shouts of the combatants, as bodies fell and blood stained the muddy ground. The escort suffered heavy losses, with dozens cut down by the ferocious bandits. Faced with such savagery, the escort began to retreat in disarray, on the brink of being overwhelmed. Witnessing this, Chun-Li couldn't help but sigh. The caravan still held over 500 able-bodied men, while the bandits numbered just over 100. Yet, the terror instilled by the scar man's brutality left the caravan paralyzed, unable to mount any effective resistance. Reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter, the din of battle and cries for help filled the air, amplifying the chaos on the battlefield, where death and suffering reigned supreme. Suddenly, a long knife swung violently towards Chun-Li, but he remained remarkably calm in the face of danger. Although it was his first encounter with such violence, he felt no fear, as if he were born for this very moment. As the blade descended, he ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The bandit, momentarily stunned by the unexpected maneuver, hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-Li gripped a wooden spear tightly, the veins in his arms standing out as he summoned all his strength. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear forward, aiming for the bandit's throat. Caught off guard and lacking the energy to defend himself, the bandit's expression shifted to one of horror as the spear pierced his windpipe. Thud! The wooden spear found its mark, extinguishing the light in the bandit's eyes. Pulling the spear free, blood gushed forth, splattering Chun-Li's face and staining his garments. After slaying the bandit, Chun-Li felt no sense of discomfort or remorse. From the outset, he understood that this was a fight for survival. In the face of existential threats, all other emotions fade away. This was not a peculiar trait, but rather a primal instinct for survival. When life is in jeopardy, adrenaline surges, suppressing all other feelings. This is what leads to the frenzy often observed on the battlefield, where the primal instinct for bloodshed takes over, and clarity only returns once safety is assured. The adrenaline dissipating that if one were to feel queasy at the mere act of killing an enemy in battle, they would hardly survive. Thus, it is inevitable that this individual will ultimately meet his demise upon the battlefield. Observing the fall of their companion, the other nearby bandits immediately charged towards this direction. 2 bandits, wielding long knives, exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, reached a silent consensus. This is a formidable adversary. We must cooperate. They then split apart, encircling Chun-Li with a menacing aura. In the face of the assault from these 2 bandits, Chun-Li remained remarkably calm. During his earlier confrontation with one of them, He had realized that his physical prowess surpassed that of these brigands significantly. Perhaps this was due to the rigorous physical training he had undergone within his family. Although his previous incarnation was hardly a martial enthusiast, the daily provision of various spiritually infused meats by his family had undoubtedly endowed him with a physique that far exceeded that of these bandits. Reflecting on this, Chun-Li felt a twinge of regret. Before entering the card realm, he ought to have studied battle tactics more diligently within his family. While these combat techniques may appear unremarkable, they are far more crucial for an initial stage spirit card master than even aggressive spirit cards. For someone who isn't even a spirit card master, this knowledge was even more vital that in fact, elite disciples from prominent factions often undergo specialized martial training before becoming spirit card masters, enabling them to wield greater power upon entering the card realm and thus awaken more formidable talents. After traversing into this realm, although he had absorbed some memories of his predecessor's combat techniques, he had yet to employ them practically. Now, confronted with the onslaught of two bandits, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Resolving inwardly that upon his return, he must earnestly practice martial arts and combat strategies. Before Chun-Li could finish his contemplation, the two bandits simultaneously struck, their long knives, one from the left and the other from the right, nearly obstructed his escape. However, rather than opting for evasion, he boldly confronted them, thrusting his wooden spear with astonishing speed, akin to a massive black serpent, towards one of them. Thud! The wooden spear pierced through the heart of the bandit on the right. Witnessing his companion's lifeless body, the bandit on the left was seized with terror, hastening his attack with the long knife, attempting to seize the initiative. Yet his speed paled in comparison to Chun-Li's. Before the long knife could even graze Chun-Li, the wooden spear had already been withdrawn and effortlessly parried the bandit's blade. "You, die for me," the bandit bellowed, increasing the force of his strike. Attempting to cleave the wooden spear in two to his astonishment, despite exerting all his strength, the spear showed no signs of damage. "What is this thing?" Observing the bandit's ghastly expression, Chun-Li couldn't help but smirk. This was a cardable object, at the very least a first-tier spirit card. How could it be so easily severed? Although the wooden spear lacked extraordinary power, its sturdiness as a first-tier weapon was far beyond that of ordinary arms. Ignoring the bandit's astonishment and fury, Chun-Li exerted force with both hands, easily deflecting the bandit's long knife. The overwhelming strength sent the bandit staggering backward several paces, before he could regain his footing. Chun-Li swept the wooden spear across with a resounding thud. The spear, imbued with tremendous force, struck the bandit on the head, causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose as he collapsed backward. In a matter of moments, two more fell to Chun-Li's hand. The remaining bandits hesitated to advance toward Chun-Li, witnessing his extraordinary prowess in dispatching three of their comrades. The other members of the escort team began to rally around Chun-Li. The battle raged on, but with Chun-Li's sudden display of might, the previously precarious formation of the team regained its stability. Simultaneously, the escort team, having steadied their footing after being repelled by the bandits, began utilizing their numerical advantage to systematically eliminate one bandit after another. The Scarface leader, after felled one of the escort members, surveyed the dire situation and immediately set his gaze upon Chun-Li, who had subtly become the focal point of the team. Capturing the leader first would significantly diminish the resistance of these individuals. The Scarface leader resolved to disregard his current foe and charge toward Chun-Li, dispatching several escort members along the way with ruthless efficiency. No one dared to obstruct his path, allowing him to reach Chun-Li with ease. "You shall die today for killing my men," the scar-faced leader sneered, the scar on his face writhing as if alive. Chun-Li paid no heed to the Scarface leader's words and initiated the attack. Bang! The wooden spear collided with the long knife, producing a deep, resounding echo. Chun-Li's complexion paled, and he staggered, clearly shaken by the impact. However, the Scarface leader also faltered, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Chun-Li's eyes narrowed. This opponent likely possessed first-tier strength and should not be underestimated. The Scar-faced leader, likewise, regarded Chun-Li with newfound seriousness, realizing that his initial assumption of the latter merely being fortunate enough to slay his subordinates was mistaken. Chun-Li indeed possessed formidable power. Both combatants now regarded each other with a mix of astonishment and wariness. Kill. The Scarface leader tightened his grip on the long knife, lunging at Chun-Li once more. Unfazed by the charging adversary, Chun-Li thrust his wooden spear forward without hesitation. The Scarface leader, fully aware of the impending danger, parried the spear with his long knife, redirecting its thrust away from his body. The wooden spear continued its relentless assault, striking and sweeping with precision. At this moment, Chun-Li fully exploited the advantage of reach inherent in long weapons over short ones, coupled with the exquisite combat techniques gleaned from his predecessor's memories, successfully keeping the Scarface leader at bay. As the Scarface leader began to sense an ominous aura of death enveloping him, he realized he could no longer maintain this status quo, that I must break this deadlock, he thought. With that, the Scar-faced leader retreated, deftly evading the reach of Chun-Li's wooden spear. Then, he drew upon his muscular strength, leaping high into the air, akin to a great rock soaring through the heavens, and aimed a powerful downward strike at Chun-Li. This assault was swift and fierce, leaving Chun-Li with no opportunity to evade. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chun-Li braced himself, raising the wooden spear horizontally in a desperate bid to intercept the blow. Bang! The impact split the skin of his palm, forcing him to stagger back several paces before regaining his footing. Yet before he could catch his breath, the scar-faced leader pressed the attack, closing in with his long knife raised. In that moment, Chun-Li's gaze sharpened, his eyes slightly reddened with determination, as he disregarded the numbness creeping into his arm and swiftly retreated, dragging the wooden spear along the ground, leaving a long trail behind. As the scar-faced leader pursued him, his face flushed with excitement, spurred on by the thought of victory. "You can't escape now," he snarled, a twisted grin distorting his already grotesque features. Unbeknownst to him, in his eagerness, he had unwittingly lowered his guard against Chun-Li. Just then, Chun-Li leaned back, thrusting the wooden spear towards the Scar-faced leader. This counterattack was both rapid and forceful, caught off guard by the swift strike. The Scar-faced leader was unable to react in time, his expression still reflecting his earlier delight. Thud! The wooden spear pierced the throat of the Scar-faced man with a brutal precision, sending a spray of blood into the air as he fell lifeless to the ground. Chun-Li glanced at the fallen figure of the Scar-faced man before surveying the chaotic battlefield. Still rife with conflict, he retrieved the long blade from the lifeless body, severing the man's head with a single stroke, and held it aloft in his grasp. He then ascended the carriage with determined strides, his voice booming with righteous fury. "The wicked have been vanquished. If you do not surrender now, when will you?" The mountain bandits and the guard team, caught in the throes of battle, were startled by his thunderous proclamation. They paused their fighting, turning their gazes towards Chun-Li, who stood atop the carriage with the severed head raised high in his left hand for all to see, while his right hand gripped the long blade, droplets of crimson slowly dripping from its edge. Beside him, a wooden spear stood embedded in the ground, its shaft thoroughly stained with the vibrant red of fresh blood, the viscous liquid clinging to it, transforming its once unblemished appearance. The spear, now drenched in blood, evoked a sense of dread and chill, resembling a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. As the onlookers shifted their focus from the gruesome trophy in Chun-Li's hand to his blood-soaked form, it became evident that the young man was enveloped in a shroud of violence. Several gashes, inflicted by the long blade, continued to seep blood, soaking through his coarse linen garments. Yet he stood resolute atop the carriage, surveying the battlefield with an air of invincibility, reminiscent of an unparalleled deity of war. His face, marred by the splatters of blood, his once jet-black hair, now a mingling of red and black, did little to obscure his youthful features, which still bore the remnants of boyish innocence. However, the piercing gaze of his eyes, filled with lethal intent, belied the appearance of an ordinary youth. In that instant, he was perceived as a god of slaughter, a being to be feared and avoided at all costs. This realization became a shared sentiment among all present, as fear took root in the hearts of the mountain bandits, causing their hands, once steady on their weapons, to tremble. Still not surrendering, Chun-Li hurled the severed head of the scar-faced man towards the bandits, his voice resounding once more with indignation. His gaze swept over the crowd, and not a single soul dared to meet his fierce eyes. With a resounding thud, the severed head struck the ground, rolling forward slightly before coming to rest before the bandits. They stared in horror at the face of the scar-faced man. Frozen in terror, as if he were still alive, his lifeless eyes seemingly gazing directly at them, instilling a profound sense of dread. Though the dead typically held no terror for these bandits, the transformation of their once mighty leader into a mere head, coupled with the deadly demeanor of the young man, left them quaking in fear. Chun-Li's subsequent roar and the sight of the severed head jolted the bandits from their stupor. They exchanged nervous glances, recognizing the encroaching presence of the guard team, and one by one, they chose to abandon their weapons and surrender. Those who laid down their arms were swiftly bound by the guards, and the entire group began to reorganize. "You wish for me to lead you?" Chun-Li, his body adorned with various bandages, inquired with a hint of surprise. "Indeed." The men standing before him responded in unison, nodding vigorously. "We're the chosen captains of this guard team." Initially led by the affluent landlords, however, when the bandits attacked, those wealthy merchants fled in terror, expecting us to cover their retreat. One robust man, broad-shouldered and imposing, expressed his frustration. Chun-Li recalled the scene vividly. As the bandits charged, many of the carts within their ranks scattered in chaos, leading to a disarray that allowed the bandits to breach their defenses with alarming ease. "Damn them, they deserve their fate," Chun-Li muttered, his anger palpable. "After the young brothers subdued the bandits, we resolved to elect a new leader, and we all agree that you are the most suitable choice, an elderly scholar, dressed in traditional garb. Added that in these tumultuous times, we cannot proceed without a skilled warrior at the helm. You single-handedly defeated 2 bandits and subsequently beheaded their leader. Your strength surpasses all others in this group," the elder continued. "Indeed, I, Huangdo, have no doubt of your capabilities," the broad-shouldered man affirmed once more. Listening to their words, Chun-Li entered a contemplative state. However, clarity soon emerged, and he made his decision that he would accept this position, with the intention of eventually aligning with the Taiyang army. If he could consolidate this group and establish his own influence, it would greatly bolster his efforts when the time came to join the ranks of the Taiyang army. "I accept," Chun-Li declared with resolute confidence, surveying the faces around him. The men expressed their relief and joy, recognizing the rarity of having a strong leader in such chaotic times. Chun-Li's prior display of prowess had already earned their respect. "Sir, what should our next course of action be?" the elder inquired. "First, we must consolidate our forces. I need a comprehensive understanding of our current situation," Chun-Li asserted, stepping into his newfound role without hesitation. An hour later, Chun-Li had garnered the acceptance of the majority within the group, though a few landlords and merchants still voiced their dissent. Yet, in light of his ferocity and previous accomplishments, none dared to provoke him, for the image of the divine slayer lingered in their minds. Our group consists of over 2,000 individuals, with more than 1,000 being the elderly, women, and children. There are 564 able-bodied men, while the remainder comprises landlords, merchants, and their families, the elder explained. Among the group, few possessed formal education. The elder, named Sun Haichong, was a highly regarded scholar from Yongchang City, and his esteemed reputation led him to serve as Chun-Li's temporary second-in-command. Chun-Li nodded, then inquired, "What is our current status regarding food, weapons, and horses?" "We have a sufficient supply of food, enough to sustain us for another 3 months. We possess just over 300 iron weapons, with the remainder being wooden arms as for carts and transport. We have only about 100, most of which belong to the landlords and merchants, who are unwilling to share," Sun Haichong reported with a weary smile. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold determination flickered in Chun-Li's eyes. It was clear that the landlords and merchants would need to be dealt with. After Sun Haichong finished outlining their situation, Chun-Li rose and made his way toward the area where the landlords and merchants congregated. Curious onlookers followed closely behind, eager to witness the actions of their new leader. Soon, Chun-Li arrived at the designated area, where an array of carts and ox-drawn vehicles stood clustered together. Each cart was exquisitely crafted, with passengers ranging from 4 or 5 to just 1 or 2. And some even contained only tables and chairs, devoid of occupants, in stark contrast to the makeshift wooden carts utilized by the common folk, which often housed dozens in cramped conditions. The affluent landlords and merchants treated their escape as a leisurely outing, displaying no compassion for the struggling refugees. How utterly absurd. I hear you refuse to relinquish your carts. Chun-Li's voice was icy as he addressed them. Why should we hand over our possessions to you? You are nothing but a bunch of peasants. One landlord scoffed dismissively. Chun-Li, unperturbed by their derision, silently drew his long blade from his waist. The sight sent shockwaves through the gathered merchants, for in these chaotic times, being slain was merely a matter of becoming another corpse. They dared not test the metal of their own necks against his sharp blade. "Do you have any objections?" he asked, raising the gleaming weapon. At his words, the assembled landlords and merchants stirred uneasily. Before long, a middle-aged man adorned with a scholar's hat and clad in a vibrant robe emerged, his hands clasped within his sleeves, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached Chun-Li. Chun-Li remained silent, his expression stoic as he fixed his gaze upon the man. Initially, the middle-aged gentleman intended to engage in cordial conversation with Chun-Li. However, upon witnessing the coldness etched upon his face and the silence that enveloped them, he felt an icy dread seep into his heart. As their eyes locked, the man gradually averted his gaze, daunted by the presence of someone known to have single-handedly vanquished multiple foes, including the infamous Scarface Killer among them. In this tense atmosphere, beads of cold sweat began to form on the man's forehead, and ultimately he could no longer bear the pressure and spoke up, "That I represent the various gentlemen of our group and am willing to offer half of our vehicle supply for the team's unified allocation." "Not enough," Chun-Li responded, his voice as frigid as winter frost. 8/10. The middle-aged gentleman reiterated, a look of desperation now etched upon his features. "I also require all of your weapons, and your servants may be incorporated into the guard team. Furthermore, I shall take 50% of your provisions. I have no need for other valuables." Chun-Li asserted once more. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li merely confiscated their weapons and a portion of their food, making no demands for their other possessions. The remaining gentlemen unanimously acquiesced to this arrangement. To them, as long as there was money, weapons could be remade, food could be purchased anew, and servants could be recruited again. Provided they reached a place of safety, beyond money, everything else was expendable. Even if Chun-Li demanded their wives, they would begrudgingly comply. Joyful acceptance filled the air momentarily. Suddenly, Chun-Li's voice cut through again. Clear yet subdued. "Should you find yourselves fleeing during battle again and it affects the team, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Swords and blades show no mercy." With that, he deliberately shifted his long knife in hand. The previously exuberant landlords and merchants felt an involuntary shudder pass through them, instinctively distancing themselves from Chun-Li, their minds silenced by the weight of his words. After managing the affairs of these landlords and merchants, Chun-Li set about reorganizing the troop. This time, he eschewed the previous structure, opting instead for a simple gathering of the forces, completely reshuffling the personnel. He even included some women who had not bound their feet into the combat ranks. In the feudal era, women would typically undergo foot binding at a certain age, a practice that severely restricted their mobility. However, in regions like Xiguang, many women were significant contributors to the workforce, with numerous individuals unbound. Thus, these women could indeed become formidable fighters. After incorporating the retainers and guards of the landlords, Chun-Li found himself with a fighting force of 708 individuals, following the execution of several notorious bandits. And bolstered by Chun-Li's formidable strength and imposing presence, the remaining bandits also pledged allegiance to him. With their addition, Chun-Li's forces expanded to over 800. He divided this burgeoning army into 4 large squads, each led by a captain, with 2 lieutenants under each captain, managing over 100 men each. The captain of the first squad was Huang Do, a representative from the previous group, a seasoned fighter with a robust physique, easily overpowering ordinary men. The second squad was led by a butcher named Lu Sandow, who was not only tall and imposing, but also displayed remarkable ruthlessness in combat. The third squad was commanded by Wei Yiping, the patriarch of the Wei family, while the fourth was led by Zhang Hui, the patriarch of the Zhang family. Both of these leaders hailed from prominent clans outside of Yongchang City, possessing substantial influence within their families. Thus, Chun-Li successfully completed the restructuring of his forces. 3 days later, at Daishan, in the Black Wind stronghold, After discussions with the captains, he resolved to abandon their flight and instead secure a territory for recuperation. Given the prevailing chaos of war, with rampant banditry and soldiers fleeing the battlefield, this group, having already suffered considerable losses from previous attacks, could not withstand further assaults. Surprisingly, when Chun-Li proposed to ascend the mountain and establish themselves as bandits, the majority of the group expressed no dissent. This was perhaps not unexpected, as Shiguang was a region of impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, where the imperial control was notably weak and most areas were governed by local chieftains. For these refugees, survival was paramount. Allegiance to the emperor was a concern far removed from their immediate reality. The landlords and merchants, though discontented, found themselves powerless to oppose Chun-Li, resigned to await the arrival of imperial forces to restore order and reintegrate into the empire. However, had Chun-Li been privy to their thoughts, he would have likely scoffed, for the Taiyang army would not be swiftly vanquished. After establishing their regime in Yongchang, they entered a phase of rapid development, leaving the entire empire on the brink of collapse. Soon, the group's mindset unified, and under the guidance of the former bandits, Chun-Li and his men seized the original stronghold. Upon seeing the character's Black Wind stronghold, Chun-Li could not help but comment on the lack of creativity among the ancients, noting that 6 out of 10 strongholds bore the same name. The following morning, the stronghold buzzed with industrious activity. Originally small in scale, Black Wind Stronghold could hardly accommodate Chun-Li's over 2,000 men. However, despite its limited size, there was ample space for expansion, merely requiring the clearing of surrounding trees. The urgent need for housing became apparent. Consequently, Chun-Li commanded the entire troop to commence construction efforts. The women busied themselves with preparing meals, while the various squads ascended the mountain to fell trees and quarry stones, tirelessly expanding and renovating the stronghold. Each individual brimmed with enthusiasm. For these displaced souls, the prospect of a stable environment amidst the chaos of war was a rare blessing. The most vibrant scene unfolded in the square before the stronghold, where nearly all the inhabitants had gathered, save for those engaged in labor. They formed a tight circle, with Chun-Li and the 4 squad leaders at the center, their gazes fixed intently upon Chun-Li. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your trust in electing me as your leader, did I. Chun-Li, pledge to meet your expectations and guide us through these tumultuous times," Chun-Li proclaimed, bowing slightly to the assembly. In response, the assembled crowd, led by the 4 squad leaders, raised their weapons and roared in approval, their voices soaring towards the heavens, resonating above the stronghold for an extended duration. The cheers persisted for some time, and Chun-Li, not wishing to interrupt, waited for the clamor to subside before gesturing for silence, indicating he had more to convey. As the crowd settled, they fixed their eager eyes upon the youthful leader, their expressions reflecting unwavering trust. This young man had not only vanquished the bandit leader, but had also compelled the landlords to relinquish vehicles and provisions for their collective survival, actions that endeared him to those who had long suffered under corrupt officials. Observing the expectant faces before him, comprised of the elderly, women, and children, Chun-Li recognized a shared glimmer of hope for a brighter future, a stark contrast to the despair that had previously engulfed them during their flight. This vibrant energy signaled a newfound vitality, as if they were finally living in earnest. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Today, I shall establish a few guidelines for all of us. Chun-Li withdrew his gaze and solemnly addressed the crowd. Firstly, we are not bandits. Our purpose is to survive and thrive. Those among us who descend from the mountains to plunder and pillage shall face death. The declaration stirred a commotion among the listeners, with many former bandits expressing their confusion. If we are not bandits, then what are we? If we cannot rob and pillage, how shall we sustain ourselves? Those who had previously been indifferent suddenly became attentive when the issue of sustenance arose, yet none dared to openly oppose him. Chun-Li surveyed the faces of those who bore expressions of doubt, smiled faintly, and continued, "We are merely survivors in chaotic times, and our sole aim is to endure and prolong our existence. That if we, like the bandits, indiscriminately kill and burn, what distinguishes us from them? Many among you have lost loved ones to bandits, rogue soldiers, and even corrupt officials. If you were to become the very monsters who harm others, would your kin in the afterlife not grieve for your actions? His last words resonated powerfully, akin to the tolling of a bell, plunging the assembly into silence. Before long, a voice broke through the stillness. My daughter was coveted by a petty official in the city. When she refused to become his concubine, he humiliated her to death. A woman, recalling her sorrowful tale, could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her face like rain. The tea stall my family owned outside the city was smashed by those rogue soldiers. They paid us nothing, and when my wife attempted to intervene, they brutally killed her. One murder was not enough. My entire family has suffered at their hands. A burly man cried, his voice thick with grief. Upon hearing his plight, even those who had not experienced such tragedies felt a pang of empathy. The misfortunes of others served as a stark reminder that their own fate could be similarly dire. An increasing number of those oppressed by the times began to voice their grievances. The scene erupted into sorrowful cries, as if a dam of sadness had burst, enveloping the gathering in a heavy atmosphere of despair. With many women weeping openly, and even some men shedding tears. Witnessing this poignant scene, Chun-Li internally lamented the downfall of the empire, recognizing the truth in the chaos of human hearts. Without allowing the crowd time to recover, he pressed on with fervor. Do you wish for your descendants to curse your memory, branding you as a band of ruthless marauders? How will you face your loved ones and ancestors in the afterlife? With a thunderous roar, he demanded, "Now tell me, do you wish to become such people?" The assembly's eyes glistened with tears, their voices hoarse yet resolute as they shouted their discontent against the prevailing circumstances. Chun-Li nodded with satisfaction. "Let me reiterate. Our goal is to survive and thrive, not to become despised bandits. We must ensure our descendants take pride in having us as their forebears, providing them with food and shelter and shielding them from shame." His words ignited an invisible flame within the hearts of the crowd. For the moment, they faced no immediate threat to their survival, and they were grateful for a place to shelter from the storm. Yet, their minds remained shackled to a repressive feudal existence, focused solely on survival, without regard for future generations. Chun-Li, however, instilled in them a new belief. What I do is not solely for myself, but for the betterment of my descendants. I shall strive to ensure my future children enjoy a better life. The power of this conviction was immense, shattering preconceived notions within many of them. Throughout history, people have viewed their offspring as extensions of their spirit. Countless individuals have lived their lives striving for their children's future well-being. Now, as Chun-Li articulated this sentiment, it transformed into a guiding principle for the assembly, profoundly impacting them. He understood that discussions of class struggle might fall on deaf ears, but drawing from ancient traditions would yield significant results. As Chun-Li observed the crowd, their faces flushed with emotion, an unspoken sentiment passed among them. Regardless of their previous activities, they began to rise, even the elderly tremblingly standing up, but a profound silence enveloped the gathering, reminiscent of the stillness before a volcanic eruption, concealing a brewing tempest beneath its surface, a force capable of incinerating all in its path. In the midst of the crowd, Sun Haichong's wrinkled face flushed with excitement, his frail body trembling with fervor as he raised his voice, albeit softly yet powerfully, declaring, "We shall not disappoint our descendants. We shall not betray our leader." The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiments, their voices resounding throughout the region, startling the birds in the nearby Black Wind stronghold into flight. Little did they know, this declaration would shape the course of their lives henceforth. Observing the transformed spirits of the people, Chun-Li, who had maintained a stern demeanor, allowed a smile to grace his face, knowing that, from this moment forward, they had undergone a metamorphosis. Though they had not physically changed or gained strength, a significant transformation was evident in each individual. At that moment, Chun-Li felt a surge of power within himself, as if it had materialized from thin air, yet he could distinctly sense its presence. In an instant, he recognized the source of this newfound energy. It was a sign that his innate talent was on the verge of awakening, granting him the ability to ascend to the rank of a first-tier spirit cardmaster, should he choose to do so. However, Chun-Li ultimately chose to refrain. He clearly sensed that while this power was ripe for activation, it still possessed the potential for further growth. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to delay awakening his talent until the energy reached its zenith. Once the crowd had regained their composure, Chun-Li spoke again. While we shall not engage in wanton plunder, we will address our survival needs. Several elders nodded instinctively at his words. Having lived through many trials, they understood that mere ideals could not sustain life. Tangible sustenance was the most reliable. Realizing that Chun-Li was not merely a dreamer, their trust in him deepened. Even the two former clan leaders standing behind him nodded in agreement. Though we shall no longer oppress the common folk, we will not spare those who commit evil deeds. Any wrongdoer shall become our target, Chun-Li declared with a piercing gaze. Moreover, we shall welcome those similarly oppressed by this world into our fold, expanding our family. Simultaneously, we must initiate a mass production movement to resolve our food shortages. Only by controlling our own food supply can we secure our footing in these tumultuous times. What is this mass production movement? An elder inquired, puzzled, having never heard of such a concept in his 60-plus years of life. The mass production movement entails community-wide production. Everyone residing in this stronghold will participate in the effort. Myself included, Chun-Li explained directly, eschewing any pretense. I see. I understand now. The elder stroked his beard, his expression shifting to one of comprehension, as if everything had fallen into place. You old man, if you don't understand. Just admit it. Why put on such airs? A middle-aged man teased. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. The elder, now blushing from the playful jibe, felt a sense of camaraderie. And how will the food be distributed? Once again, a man spoke up, interrupting the crowd's teasing of the old man and steering the atmosphere back on course. Upon hearing the mention of grain issues, the crowd returned to a serious demeanor, with even the previously boastful old man now intently focused on Chun-Li. The farmers have historically harbored a profound emotional connection to grain. No one can afford to overlook the matter of food distribution, as such concern does not signify narrow-mindedness. Farmers possess an intrinsic yearning for sustenance, unwilling to be without provisions, nor to see the fruits of their labor appropriated by others. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li appeared to have anticipated the inquiry. Responding with a smile, all will be distributed according to need. All harvested grain will be stored in a public granary from which anyone may draw, provided they have participated in labor. Upon hearing this method of distribution, the eyes of those present sparkled with hope. The notion that hard work would ensure food security was indeed the ultimate dream of farmers. Naturally, as productivity reaches a new zenith, such a distribution method may no longer suffice. It could dampen the farmer's enthusiasm rather than invigorate it. However, in a time when merely securing enough to eat is a struggle, this system serves as a tremendous motivator. After a few more inquiries were satisfactorily addressed, this first rule was firmly established. Once everyone expressed their satisfaction, Chun-Li continued, the second rule is, every laborer shall reap rewards. Chun-Li had previously articulated the concept of equitable distribution, making this rule readily accepted by the crowd. The final rule stated, all must obey commands on the battlefield. The cacophony erupted once more, yet this time, no one dared to voice any questions. They understood that this man had imparted to them a newfound conviction. All were in unanimous agreement, with some even reaching a point of reverence. We are willing to die for our leader. The assembly proclaimed in unison. I do not require your sacrifice, Chun-Li replied. I only wish for each of you to live better lives, to ensure the elderly are cared for, the young are nurtured, and that our descendants can take pride in us. He placed his left hand over his heart and bowed deeply to the assembly. Upon hearing his words, many individuals silently vowed that as long as they drew breath, their leader would not fall before them. Only he could guide them toward their aspirations. Perhaps many modern individuals would find it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these ancients, who pledged their loyalty based on mere words. Yet, these ancients were not naive. They could discern the authenticity of Chun-Li's actions, from his initial efforts to salvage their group to the establishment of new rules. Every action revealed his character. It was evident that Chun-Li was not the type to break his promises for personal gain. They did not subscribe to the notion of dying for those who understood them, but rather held a simple belief in reciprocating kindness. This notion of gratitude was deeply rooted within each heart. The ancients had not experienced the information explosion of the future. Their psyche was straightforward. Chun-Li saved them, provided them food, ensured their safety, and instilled in them belief in life. How could they remain disloyal to such a benefactor? Time flew by, and another fortnight passed, following Chun-Li's initiative to establish rules. The community fell into a fervent state. Not only did they swiftly complete the construction of their stronghold, but they also expanded its area. Moreover, under the banner of the Great Production Movement, Chun-Li personally engaged in land cultivation and planting alongside all able-bodied individuals, greatly enhancing everyone's enthusiasm. Even the leader joined in the labor, leaving no room for complaints. This ethos permeated the hearts of every worker. All began to fervently engage in various productive activities, with not a single sluggard in sight. Perhaps due to the peculiar rules of the boundary, many crops were less affected by seasonal changes. Thus, despite the sowing season having passed, grain could still be planted and flourished remarkably well, a phenomenon that left Chun-Li in awe. The renovated Stronghold Square had undergone a complete transformation, featuring a newly constructed platform, and nearby stood a large wooden sign inscribed with the words Tianqing. This was the new name he bestowed upon their group. Derived from the phrase Tank Xingjian, Junzi Yizikiang Buxi, signifying the establishment of their own haven through self-reliance in a world that oppresses them. They aspired to create a harmonious world, a realm where the elderly are cared for. The young are educated, the poor are supported, and those in hardship receive assistance. Beneath the two characters of Tianqing, the three rules previously established by Chun-Li, along with various supplementary regulations, were prominently displayed. Under his firm insistence, every individual within the stronghold was required to study these rules. Simultaneously, he organized lectures for those who were literate to teach the illiterate men to read and write. Led by Sun Haichong, the scholars responded enthusiastically. As scholars, they were accustomed to reading but lacked practical skills in production activities, often being criticized by the women for their slow movements, even in assisting with cooking. The phrase good for nothing but reading was epitomized in their demeanor. Now presented with a rare opportunity to showcase their abilities and contribute to the entire Tianqing stronghold, they were filled with excitement, eager to engage in a relentless teaching schedule. When Chun-Li first witnessed the flames of determination ignited in the eyes of these scholars, it reminded him of the fervent teachers he had encountered in his senior year of high school, sending a shiver down his spine and prompting him to silently mourn for the students learning under such instructors for a brief moment. The academy established in the stronghold was situated on the rear mountain, very close to the residents' quarters. Each dawn, the sound of enthusiastic reading would fill the air, becoming a picturesque feature of the stronghold. For most, the act of reading was incredibly enticing. In this era, knowledge remained the privilege of the elite, making it challenging for the lower classes to access. Meanwhile, a portion of individuals dismissed the value of reading and were unwilling to invest time in learning, notably represented by Liu Sandow, the captain of the third team. An advocate of martial supremacy, Chun-Li remarked that anyone who could best them in battle was free from the obligation to study. Contemplating the leader's prowess, the martial faction promptly conceded. What else could they do? If the leader commanded them to study, then study they would. Those being groomed as future leaders received special attention from Chun-Li. Captains of the four major teams were all brought to the academy for further education. Those who did not grasp the essence of learning would receive a complimentary lesson in Chun-Li's martial arts. Consequently, the captains of the four teams ranked among the top students at Tianqing Academy, undoubtedly benefiting from Chun-Li's daily exertive guidance. The academy retained the name Tianqing Academy, without any fanciful alterations, yet the curriculum was far from merely the 4 books and 5 classics. Chun-Li had little interest in such texts, which indeed imparted moral principles and virtuous teachings. However, under the incessant solidification of ruling classes, these teachings had gradually morphed into instruments of thought control. Chun-Li composed a set of regulations resembling community guidelines, incorporating some of his modern philosophies into a textbook, aptly titled Tianqing Regulations, which resonated well with public sentiment. Once the academy was fully operational, Chun-Li occasionally took on the role of an instructor, his undergraduate knowledge proving more than sufficient to teach these illiterate individuals. Even the various scholars within the academy marveled at Chun Li's extensive knowledge, praising him as possessing the aura of a literary star. They believed that if he continued in academia, he could undoubtedly become a master in his own right. Chun Li merely smiled at such compliments, as he simply possessed a broader understanding of various subjects. Compared to those steeped in the 4 books and 5 classics for years, he would likely find it challenging to match their profound insights. After renaming the Haifeng stronghold to Tianqing, Chun Li also renamed the guard unit to Tianqing Army, prioritizing military training. The transformation from a guard unit to an army was not solely Chun Li's ambition. It reflected the unified aspirations of the people for their stronghold, aiming to establish the harmonious world they envisioned, necessitating a formidable military force. Naturally, this was also a philosophy that Chun Li had previously instilled in them. However, after being refined by them, the impact became even more profound for the configuration of the 4 battalions. Chun Li made no alterations, yet he did conduct a thorough reorganization of their assignments. The 1st Battalion was designated as the cavalry unit, with all available horses from the entire stronghold allocated to form this cavalry. Unfortunately, the supply of horses was already scarce. Thus, the 200-strong cavalry unit consisted of merely 64 mounted cavalrymen. These cavalrymen were equipped with the finest iron sabers the stronghold had to offer. The 2nd Battalion was designated as the spear unit, armed with wooden spears specially crafted under Chun Li's orders. The spear tips underwent unique treatments to enhance their hardness. The 3rd Battalion was formed as the melee unit, armed with an eclectic array of weapons. Nevertheless, they should not be underestimated. After the Reformation, the 3rd Battalion absorbed numerous scattered refugees, swelling its ranks to over 600, making it 3 times the size of the other battalions. The 4th Battalion, known as the Archers, comprised many skilled hunters, each proficient with a long wooden bow. However, due to a lack of iron resources to forge arrows, Chun Li suggested substituting some arrows with javelins, thereby providing them with a measure of long-range firepower. Thus, the 4th Battalion became the only unit capable of ranged attacks among the 4. Following the reorganization, the newly minted Tianqing Army emerged before Chun Li's eyes. Standing atop the stronghold's high platform, he gazed down at the 4 massive formations standing in perfect alignment. On the far right stood the cavalry battalion, led by Captain Huang Do, who rode a black warhorse, brandishing a banner emblazoned with Tianqing. Behind him were 63 other cavalrymen mounted on horses, along with over 100-foot soldiers of the cavalry unit wielding sabers. Although they lacked steeds, each individual was brimming with fighting spirit. From right to left were the spear unit, the most populous yet somewhat disorganized 3rd Battalion, and the 4th Battalion, armed with long bows and equipped with quivers and javelins. Under the blazing sun, the people within Tianqing stronghold continued the ongoing construction of defensive layers. Following Chun Li's occupation of the stronghold, he meticulously surveyed the entire area and its surrounding terrain. The Tianqing stronghold was flanked on 3 sides by steep cliffs, with the only exit being a winding path leading from the square, a naturally defensible valley that provided a significant strategic advantage. The sole drawback was that once the narrow path was breached, it opened into vast plains. The expanse of Tianqing stronghold was considerable, and after clearing the surrounding foliage, the flat area had increased even further, making the defense of the path a critical concern. After discussions with some craftsmen and carpenters within the stronghold, Chun Li decided to erect a sturdy wall at the entrance of the narrow path, constructed from massive logs and filled with various straw and grass-made earthen bricks. Additionally, several watchtowers were built atop the wall to observe the situation outside the stronghold. Aside from the laborers engaged in construction, the others sheltered beneath the trees, watching the Tianqing Army's training. Although the Tianqing Army had been established, its core members were still farmers, bewildered and confused about what it meant to be a soldier. Perhaps for the peasant army, merely wielding a weapon sufficed to be considered a soldier. However, for Chun Li and the entirety of Tianqing stronghold, an untrained Tianqing army was simply inadequate. Therefore, Chun Li commenced training for the entire army, with the first exercise being the stance. Many might dismiss the drill as trivial, yet maintaining a single posture for an extended period is indeed a considerable challenge. Especially in such sweltering conditions, testing one's endurance. Stand straight. Wang Ergu. Huang De shouted at a middle-aged man who was subtly shifting side to side. Despite the simplicity of the military stance, holding a single position for a prolonged duration is no easy feat, particularly under the scorching sun, which truly tests one's resilience. Upon hearing Huang Da's call, Wang Ergu immediately corrected his posture. He dared not incur Huang Da's wrath. Chunli had decreed that if even one person from any battalion misstepped in their stance, not only would the entire unit stand for an additional hour, but the captain, Huang De, would also have to stand an extra hour beyond the punishment of his own battalion. The melee battalion's captain, Wei Yiping, bore the brunt of this. His battalion was the largest, and on one occasion, he was forced to hold the stance from dawn until deep into the night due to the mistakes of his subordinates. Had it not been for the intercession of the other captains, who noted the punishment to be served at a later date, Wei Yiping would likely have collapsed from exhaustion. With Wei Yiping's experience in mind, the other captains dared not be careless, issuing stern orders to their men. Should anyone falter during the stance, they would ensure that the offender would experience the consequences of the captain's ire. Wang Ergu could not help but internally lament this reality. The four captains stood before their respective units, their eyes fixed intently on their subordinates. At the first sign of trouble, they would immediately intervene, their fierce gazes conveying a singular message. If you falter, you shall face dire consequences. Huang Dahu's expression darkened upon observing Wang Ergu's mistake. Noticing Huang Dahu's demeanor, the other captains could not suppress their amusement. Huang Dahu's cavalry unit was the most elite within the stronghold, receiving far more support from Chun Li than the others. While they recognized the cavalry's importance on the battlefield, they could not help but feel a twinge of discontent. Since the training began, Huang Dahu's unit had been subjected to the least punishment. This only fueled the envy of the other captains, and now witnessing Huang Dahu's misfortune brought them great joy. Just then, the Spear Battalion's captain, Lu Sandow, suddenly wore a grim expression. Zhang San, what the hell are you doing with your feet? Are your shoes too hot? Lu Sandow barked at a short man at the rear of his unit. It turned out that while Lu Sandow had been mocking Huang Dahu, he had neglected to monitor his own formation. The short man, Zhang San, had attempted to shift his feet, taking advantage of his height, but was caught by Lu Sandow. Upon witnessing this, Huang Dahu felt a twinge of relief. At least he had company in misfortune. The other two captains quickly refocused on their units, especially Wei Yiping, who remained exceedingly attentive. Zhao Laowu, be careful. Don't move around. Stand straight. Qian Fong, watch out or I'll deal with you tonight. In this atmosphere, the training and military stance finally concluded, amid the anticipation of the entire Tianxing army. Chun Li, who had been lounging under the shade, stood up and approached the formations. Attention! The Tianxing army tightened their legs, arms pressed against their sides, chests out, gazing up at Chun Li, observing the discipline and adherence to commands that had emerged from their training. Chun Li nodded in satisfaction and spoke. All units except those that face punishment are dismissed, leaving behind the grim-faced Huang Dahu and Lu Sandow. Wei Yiping and Zhang Hui happily led their units away from the square. They arrived at the tent specially constructed for them, where several barrels of cooled salt water and freshly made buns awaited. Since Chun Li took command, he had mandated that everyone must drink boiled water. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of their world, the physical constitution of these individuals was markedly superior to that of people from his previous life. Although the training was arduous, no one had encountered any issues. Upon noticing this phenomenon, Chun Li devised a training regimen more suited to their capabilities. Zhang Hui took a hearty bite of his bun, then filled a ladle with salt water, gulping it down in one go. Refreshing, Zhang Hui exclaimed with satisfaction, exchanging a knowing smile with Wei Yiping, their camaraderie unspoken. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. The two simultaneously raised their ladles in a slight salute toward Huang Dahu and Lu Sandow, who were still enduring the stance under the blazing sun, before downing the contents. Watching these two boastful rascals, Huang Dahu and Wei Yiping could only grit their teeth in frustration. You again, Li Dahai. If you dare to smile one more time, I'll skin you alive. Huang Dahua directed a sharp reprimand towards a tall man within the ranks. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai, who stood at the forefront, immediately transformed his countenance into one of stern seriousness. His upright posture, slightly leaning forward, was a testament to his formidable willpower. In such an environment, Not only did he maintain a standard stance, but he also exhibited unwavering composure throughout this prolonged ordeal, even managing to jest with Huang Dahua, truly a remarkable individual. Casting a glance at Li Dahai, Chunli silently etched his name in memory. Daishan, Pingnan County. The skies were thick with war clouds, and the air was rife with the cacophony of battle cries. What was once a tranquil and serene small town had morphed into a scene of bloody brutality. Countless soldiers of the Taiyang army, donned in white turbans, relentlessly assaulted the city gates upon receiving news of the Taiyang forces. The county magistrate of Pingnan, Chung Ingchun, promptly commenced reinforcing the city walls. The battlements bristled with weapons, as soldiers continuously dispatched the Taiyang soldiers attempting to scale the ladders, leaving the ground below strewn with their lifeless bodies. Observing the overwhelming enemy forces below, Chung Ingchun wiped the beads of cold sweat from his brow and turned to a burly man beside him, clad in black and blue leather armor, adorned with various silver ornaments. He spoke courteously, "Liang Tusi, we must rely on you and your kin in this battle." The man towered impressively, and even at a height of 1.70 meters, Chung Ingchun found himself looking up to him. The muscles on the man's body coiled like tree roots, and through the intricately designed openings of his attire, his powerful physique resembled that of a colossal boulder, evoking a sense of strength. "Magistrate Chung, there is no need for such formality. Since these Taiyang rabble dare to disturb the peace of Shiguang, we, the Zhuang people, shall not stand idly by." Liang Tusi waved his hand, responding with a hearty candor. "Now that self-proclaimed heavenly King Hong Daoquan has the audacity to attack the city, I relish the opportunity to seek them out. Let that pompous king witness the valor of my Zhuang warriors." Liang Tusi declared with evident disdain. "Yet, Liang Tusi, it would be wise to remain cautious. I have heard that the Taiyang army is fearless and formidable." Chung Ingchun, noting Liang Tusi's nonchalance, felt compelled to issue a warning. Liang Tusi did not engage in debate. Instead, he gestured with his right hand, and a middle-aged man, similarly adorned in a blue robe and silver ornaments, emerged from behind him. The man produced a sky-piercing arrow from his bosom and launched it into the heavens. Upon its explosion in the air, a cascade of colorful blossoms spread across the sky, as if responding to a signal. The battlefield underwent a transformation as a thick plume of smoke suddenly billowed from the rear of the Taiyang forces. The assailing troops, as if receiving a retreat order, began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, akin to the receding tide. Observing the diminishing offensive of the Taiyang army, Liang Tusi chuckled heartily, leaping down from the nearly 9-meter-high city gate tower. He seized a massive black axe, requiring the strength of 3 men to lift, and mounted a fierce warhorse, entirely crimson and equipped with formidable teeth, which had been drawn from within the city. The horse neighed as he charged forth from the city gates. In addition to Liang Tusi, hundreds of Zhuang cavalrymen, equally mounted, followed suit, with Liang Tusi at the forefront, boldly surging towards the Taiyang forces, who were momentarily caught off guard by their ambush. The Zhuang cavalry, under Liang Tusi's command, cleaved through the throngs of Taiyang soldiers like a sharp blade slicing through flesh, heading straight for the enemy's encampment, intent on decapitating their leader. Against the terrifying onslaught of the Zhuang cavalry, the Taiyang forces found themselves utterly defenseless, allowing the cavalry to penetrate deep into their ranks. However, as Liang Tusi drew nearer to the Taiyang camp, he suddenly sensed an increasing resistance. Concurrently, the clamor of battle that had previously filled the smoky air began to wane. Liang Tusi instinctively recognized something amiss, yet when he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. The once feeble Taiyang soldiers now clung to Liang Tusi and his cavalry with a frenzied ferocity, severely hampering their movements. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Liang Tusi understood that the earlier ambush had indeed troubled the Taiyang forces. But it was not as significant as he had assumed. His unimpeded advance had been a deliberate ploy to draw him into a snare. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. "Concentrate on me. We shall break through," Liang Tusi shouted, rallying the surrounding Zhuang cavalrymen to regroup around him, channeling their collective strength to attempt an escape. Faced with the oncoming Taiyang soldiers, who charged fearlessly towards them, Liang Tusi felt a flicker of fear. Yet, the primal instincts honed from years of survival in the wilderness and combat with beasts surged forth within him. His eyes, now ablaze with a bloodlust, mirrored those of the cavalrymen behind him. In an instant, they transformed from men into ravenous predators. "Kill!" Liang Tusi roared, spurring his steed forward with all his might. The horse emitted a fierce cry as he plunged into the throng, with the other cavalrymen following suit. Ignoring the risk of injury to both horse and rider, Liang Tusi barreled through the ranks of the enemy like a relentless bulldozer, trampling over the spears that once threatened him. The spear formation began to fracture under the onslaught of these reckless cavalrymen. The Taiyang forces quickly adapted, opening a gap in the encirclement that had ensnared Liang Tusi. Emerging before them was a group of soldiers clad in tattered armor. Distinct from the raggedly dressed Taiyang troops, this new contingent bore an air of cold indifference, their eyes lacking the fervor exhibited by their counterparts. To the forefront stood a tall, ranger-like figure, his physique lithe and well-proportioned, with pronounced muscles and prominent temples. Gripping a massive cavalry saber in both hands, he bore two small battle axes at his waist. As he observed Liang Tusi's charge, he remained unmoved, lifting the saber with deliberate poise and stepping forward with a heavy footfall, his entire being akin to a bow drawn taut and ready to unleash. Although Liang Tusi had noted the imposing figure ahead, the wildness consuming him rendered him indifferent to the presence of this new force. He raised his ebony axe, swinging it through the air with a dark arc, tapping into the power of his extraordinary warhorse, which allowed him to unleash a formidable strength nearing that of a fourth-tier warrior. With a thunderous clash, the weapons met, yet the anticipated scene of the man's saber splintering under Liang Tusi's might did not unfold. Instead, the man remained unyielding, effortlessly parrying Liang Tusi's axe with his saber. Liang Tusi's primal instincts screamed at him. Danger loomed, and retreat was imperative. A wave of visceral dread consumed him. Yet his pride as the strongest warrior of his tribe compelled him to suppress the fear surging within. He exerted all his strength into the axe, his face reddening from the effort, a clear indication of his full commitment. Despite the renewed force behind Liang Tusi's strike, the man remained impassive, showing no signs of faltering from the full brunt of the attack. "Is that all you have? Then today, you shall meet your demise at my hands," the cold-eyed man declared, his voice resonating with chilling finality. Before Liang Tusi could utter another word, the massive saber cleaved through the axe, sending it crashing to the ground. In a fluid motion, the saber unleashed a blue arc of light that sliced towards Liang Tusi's neck. Seeing the azure blade approach, Liang Tusi's pupils dilated. The speed was overwhelming, leaving him only enough time to raise his right hand in a desperate block. His hand was severed at the wrist, yet this act of desperation spared him from falling into the fray. "Kill! Charge!" With one hand now lost, Liang Tusi grasped the reins and swiftly turned back towards his Zhuang cavalrymen, seeking to rally his forces to encircle and eliminate the formidable foe. However, before the cavalry could advance, the armored warriors behind the cold-eyed man sprang into action. These soldiers bore similar cavalry sabers, their expressions devoid of emotion as they met the oncoming Zhuang cavalry with unwavering resolve, their movements seamless and relentless. As if the adversaries before them were merely lambs awaiting slaughter, the Zhuang cavalrymen were overtaken by a primal ferocity, occasionally emitting guttural roars that bore no resemblance to human sounds. Their momentum surged as they charged directly into the ranks of the enemy. The massive steeds, alongside their riders, crashed heavily into the armored formations, sending the frontline warriors tumbling from the sheer force of the impact. Numerous armored soldiers were impaled by the long spears wielded by the Zhuang warriors, leaving a grim tableau of severed limbs strewn across the ground. In the chaos, several cavalrymen also fell victim to the cleaving blades of the enemy. As the initial shock of the cavalry's charge subsided, the Zhuang warriors were systematically dragged from their mounts by the encircling armored soldiers, swiftly met with the gruesome embrace of multiple cleaving strikes. Liang Tusi watched in horror as his soldiers continued to fall, his entire being trembling with dread. The position of Tusi was often held by the leaders of various tribes, and these soldiers were not only his subordinates, but also his kin. many of whom were childhood friends. The realization that his reckless actions would cost them dearly pierced his heart with profound anguish. Liang Tusi halted the advance of the Zhuang cavalrymen who had yet to engage, fully aware that those already ensnared in the armored soldiers' ambush were doomed. He could not bear to send more of his brothers to their deaths. Grasping a fallen axe, the cold demeanor of the man nearby remained unchanged as he uttered with indifference, "You shall surely perish here today." At the hands of Luo Dagang. Surveying the battlefield, Liang Tusi noted that the once formidable host of several hundred Zhuang cavalry had dwindled to a mere 50, each one bearing wounds. Surrounding them were nearly 1,000 armored soldiers. Their chances of survival utterly extinguished. My fellow tribesmen, all of this is my fault. Liang Ping's fault. Today, I vow to lead my brothers through, Liang Ping proclaimed, wielding the axe with a tragic resolve. Believe, came a response from the ranks. Revealing his cousin Liang Zhongyun among the few who answered that a sudden laughter erupted from Liang Ping, followed by heartfelt words. Liang Zhongyun, should I fall, you must ensure my body returns to our kin. Luo Dagang interjected once more. I have said it before. You have no chance. You will all die here. Liang Ping spoke no further, casting aside his tattered armor to reveal his chest, adorned with a striking tattoo of a fierce tiger that encircled his body. The tattoo was so lifelike that its outstretched claws sent chills down the spine of any who beheld that moment. The tattoo began to glow ominously. The once black tiger transformed into a deep crimson, its previously closed eyes snapping open, exuding an aura of bloodlust. Liang Ping himself underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled, his already towering height of 2.5 meters surged to nearly 3 meters, and the bleeding from his wrists ceased. His grip on the axe becoming extraordinarily stout, a faint royal insignia materialized on his forehead, and as this scene unfolded, both Zhuang cavalrymen and armored warriors exhibited drastic changes in demeanor. The Zhuang cavalrymen first reacted with shock, followed swiftly by sorrow. This transformation was a terrifying secret technique of their tribe, requiring a male of the lineage to slay a tiger king upon reaching adulthood, subsequently tattooing the blood of the beast upon their skin to invoke the blood-sleeping tiger totem. True to its name, the blood-sleeping tiger lay dormant, but once awakened, it would unleash a bloody reckoning upon the world. This secret was only inscribed once every 3 years, and the pain of the tattooing process was immense. Accompanied by dire consequences, all who underwent this transformation were fated to perish within a day, without exception. Liang Ping now intended to barter his life for their escape. The armored soldiers, initially astonished, quickly adopted a cautious stance. Retreating at distance, even Luo Dagang, who had previously dismissed such esoteric practices, began to tread carefully. The sheer terror emanating from Liang Ping was undeniable. The steed beneath him succumbed to the immense pressure, its spine snapping under the strain, while his axe now resembled a mere hand axe in his formidable grip, radiating overwhelming might. Witnessing this, Luo Dagang felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Uncertain if victory was still within his grasp, in the next heartbeat, Liang Ping surged forward. Luo Dagang, caught off guard, instinctively raised his cleaving blade to defend his vital areas in an instant, Liang Ping appeared before him, the massive axe crashing down upon his chest. Luo Dagang was hurled back several meters, leaving a deep gouge in the earth beneath his feet, a testament to Liang Ping's immense strength. Blood spewed from his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon his foe. With a swift motion, he drove his cleaving blade into the ground, grasping the dual axes hanging at his waist, crossing them as he faced Liang Ping with unwavering resolve. Liang Ping, moving with ferocious speed, unleashed a flurry of axe strikes, forcing Luo Dagang to evade. Another brutal blow struck, sending Luo Dagang reeling. Observing Liang Ping, who resembled a wild beast, a glint of ferocity crossed Luo Dagang's eyes that he coldly intoned. I have said it before, you will die today, and thus you shall. Luo Dagang's axes glimmered with a green light as he swung them forward with formidable force, unleashing 2 green crescent blades that hurtled toward Liang Ping. A cry arose from the Zhuang cavalrymen. Qi energy. It's actually Qi energy. He must possess at least mid-level 4-tier strength. In that moment, Liang Ping had lost most of his rationality, and instead of dodging, he swung his axe to meet the two green blades head-on. The impact sent a tremendous shockwave through the air, swirling dust and debris in all directions as the haze settled. Too deep, intersecting gashes marred Liang Ping's chest. "May the ancestors not curse me," he lamented, briefly regaining clarity before collapsing heavily to the ground on the opposing side. Luo Dagong's complexion had turned pale, clearly drained by the previous exchange, seeing Liang Ping fall in battle. The Zhuang cavalrymen rallied once more, raising their weapons to charge at the armored soldiers, ultimately slaying hundreds of them. Yet, the last of the Zhuang cavalrymen also succumbed to the enemy's blades. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence. At the Taiyang army's main camp, dozens watched the scene intently, one of them remarking, "What a terrifying Zhuang people." The rest nodded in agreement, fully aware of the profound impact Liang Tusi and his warriors had made. Just days prior, Liang Tusi had fallen victim to a treachery orchestrated by the Taiyang army, tipping the scales of battle in their favor. However, Cheng Yingchun, the county magistrate of Pingnan, displayed remarkable courage, leading the local populace in a fierce defense against the Taiyang army atop the city walls, ultimately preventing a direct assault. Miraculously, they managed to hold out until the Taiyang army retreated, and when they sought to send Luo Dagong for a strong offensive, several other tribal leaders from Xiguang came to their aid. After witnessing the ferocity of these tribal leaders, the Taiyang army refrained from a forced assault, instead choosing to encamp outside the city, establishing a standoff with the forces of Pingnan to the north of Yongchang City. Near Dio Mountain, countless refugees from Pingnan began to flee toward Yongchang City. The distance between the two locations was not great, and the inhabitants of Yongchang City had initially feared a substantial attack from the Taiyang army, prompting them to consider retreating to Pingnan. However, they were taken aback when the Taiyang army opted to strike Pingnan first in a village that had been utterly ravaged. Smoke rose gently into the air from the remnants of what was once a home. At the innermost part of the village, where houses had been demolished, a vast open space remained, upon which several iron pots were set over a roaring fire. The bubbling rice porridge within the pots emitted an enticing aroma. Drawn by the fragrant scent, those gathered around could not help but swallow hard. They were clad in the imperial military garb, each wielding a long blade. However, the individual bore numerous wounds on his body, and his garments were stained with blood, rendering him a rather disheveled sight. These individuals were the remnants of the defeated forces that had fled from the battlefield after the fierce confrontation between Liang Tusi and the Taiyang army. They had recruited a number of physically robust ruffians from the ranks of the fleeing refugees. In a remarkably short span of time, this band of brigands had emerged as the most formidable power in the vicinity, relentlessly seizing provisions from the desperate refugees and absorbing other groups of displaced individuals. This band of outlaws grew ever stronger, expanding from a mere 100 to 1,000-strong contingent, composed entirely of vigorous and capable men. "All right, everyone, eat up," a burly man exclaimed as he emerged from a dwelling, embracing a disheveled woman. His face, marked by an abundance of flesh, suggested he was not to be trifled with. The onlookers cast envious glances at the attractive woman. Yet none dared to gaze too long, for their leader was not known for his magnanimity. Previously, someone had lost their eyes and had their limbs severed for merely casting an extra glance at the woman, left to fend for themselves in the wilderness. This leader was originally the chief of a band of robbers near Pingnan County, having fled his stronghold when it was caught in the crossfire between the Taiyang army and the imperial forces of Pingnan County. Unexpectedly, he encountered a multitude of retreating imperial soldiers along the way, and after showcasing his nearly second-tier strength, he effortlessly ascended to the role of leader among the defeated troops. Upon hearing the leader's voice, the crowd eagerly began to gulp down the rare bowl of rice porridge. Such treatment was typically reserved for those on the brink of battle, and it was during these moments that they would receive such generous rations. Moreover, after consuming the porridge, those preparing to fight would each be allotted a piece of jerky. "Brothers, our scouts have discovered a stronghold." According to their reports, the inhabitants are mostly the refugees from Yongchang City, comprising mainly the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. However, they possess food, plenty of it, The leader removed his hand from the attractive woman and addressed the ravenous outlaws with a booming voice. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. During wartime, sustenance was paramount, but if a person could not ensure their own survival through food, the prospect of living any longer was utterly bleak. Upon hearing of the vast stores of food and the feebleness of their opponents, the eyes of all present glistened with fervor. Brothers, the weak do not deserve to possess food. Those who venture in a battle this time will each claim a load of provisions from what we seize. Witnessing the excitement ripple through the crowd, the outlaw leader decided to stoke the flames further. Boom! The atmosphere erupted. Annihilate them, seize all their provisions, bring back the women, and slay the rest. The bloodthirsty and cruel declarations flowed from their lips. And in that moment, they were transformed from mere men into demons. Observing the fervor of the crowd, the leader nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the morale of his troops was palpable, with 3 resounding affirmations of good. It was evident that the outlaw leader was filled with delight. Zhang Tongling, I command you to take 400 blade and shield bearers, accompanied by 50 cavalrymen, and capture that stronghold for me. Your subordinate obeys. A middle-aged man clad in imperial attire, a long knife at his waist, stepped forth from the ranks without a hint of hesitation. After assembling the troops, he set off towards Dayo Mountain. The outlaw leader, watching the departing group, stretched languidly and once more embraced the woman beside him as they retreated into the dwelling. Utterly unconcerned, he was well aware of Zhang Jing, the former imperial captain's capabilities. He possessed mid-tier strength in the body refinement stage, and his men were seasoned, ruthless thugs. Even if many lacked combat experience, they were more than sufficient to deal with a handful of refugees. The other outlaws, witnessing their leader re-enter the dwelling, lamented their missed opportunity to partake in the assault on the stronghold. For them, the prospect of pre-battle jerky was enticing, but the post-battle distribution of provisions was even more mouthwatering. Yet perhaps none of them anticipated that those they regarded as mere sheep would transform into ferocious beasts, with the promise of a glorious task turning into a death sentence. The 4 battalions of Tianqing stronghold stood in perfect formation, devoid of the previous disarray. Instead, there was an air of disciplined order, each individual exuding an unwavering resolve and calm demeanor. Chun-Li scanned the faces of the 4 battalion leaders standing before him. They no longer bore the demeanor of commoners, but radiated the distinct aura of soldiers. Through long and arduous training, they had evolved from a disorganized rabble into a true iron-blooded army. Yet, Chun-Li understood that this transformation was insufficient. An army untested by the crucible of war was unfit for the challenges ahead. Particularly in such tumultuous times, only those forged in the fires of conflict could genuinely mature. Gazing upon his soldiers, Chun-Li raised a book in his right hand, ensuring all could see it. This is the Long Chi Song Martial Art Manual. Shortly, I will assign each battalion leader to disseminate it. He proclaimed. This manual had been presented by a landlord. These wealthy landowners, witnessing their dwindling supplies, had come to realize the threat to their survival as they observed the abundance of grain harvested by the peasantry. Initially, Chun-Li had no intention of engaging with them. He would have provided them some provisions had they participated in labor. Regrettably, these landlords and merchants proved unwilling to toil. Consequently, when rations were distributed, they received not a morsel. They had attempted to purchase food with money, but none would attend to their pleas. Ultimately, in a desperate situation, these individuals had no choice but to offer their family heirlooms in exchange for sustenance. And the Long Chi Song was one such item that a day later, at Tianqing stronghold, Chun-Li regarded the 48 individuals before him, all of whom had made significant progress with the Long Chi Song. They represented the strongest talent pool within the stronghold. Chun-Li had gleaned some understanding of the extraordinary system of this world. It was known as martial Dao, akin to the martial arts masters of ancient times, yet with an exceptionally high upper limit for extraordinary potential. For what he currently understood, there were 4 stages for martial artists. The first stage, body refinement, significantly enhances physical attributes and provides a temporary boost to combat prowess. The second stage, blood chi, allows the practitioner to unleash their blood essence, augmenting their strength. The third stage, internal energy, enables the manifestation of internal power. And the fourth stage, chi manifestation, transforms internal energy into formidable chi, capable of splitting mountains and cutting rivers, with immense power in subsequent realms. However, he had no means of acquiring further knowledge, as this information had been imparted by Huang. As he gazed at the long Qi Song manual in his hands, Chun-Li sighed. While he could cultivate this technique, his progress was exceedingly slow. Unbeknownst to him, while other spirit card masters were unable to practice the various techniques within the card realm, he alone could due to certain reasons. Were others to discover this, they would likely dissect him for research. Realizing he was not the legendary prodigy of martial arts he had imagined, Chun-Li did not feel particularly disheartened. He discovered that this manual could indeed be transformed into a card. When this manual, which facilitated the cultivation of various energies, was converted into a spirit card, it became a unique type of spirit card known as extraordinary, as the name suggests. Utilizing this spirit card could bestow extraordinary powers upon an individual. What made it even more remarkable was its versatility. The extraordinary card could be used by anyone, regardless of whether they were a spirit card master, enabling them to wield extraordinary capabilities. Because of this formidable characteristic, whenever an extraordinary card was unveiled, it garnered the fervent attention of spirit card masters. After all, not everyone could become a spirit card master. Possessing an extraordinary card signified an individual who had grasped extraordinary power, a temptation not easily resisted. Indeed, the capabilities of the extraordinary card could alter one's fate dramatically. However, this extraordinary card is not without its limitations. Firstly, those who utilize the extraordinary card to become extraordinary beings are unable to enhance their abilities through cultivation. Secondly, the use of the extraordinary card is restricted to specific ranks. Thirdly, once one employs the extraordinary card, they can no longer engage in enlightenment to become a spirit card master. These three constraints significantly diminish the value of the extraordinary card. Nonetheless, despite such limitations, it continues to be regarded as a treasure by countless individuals. Those who transform into extraordinary beings through the extraordinary card are collectively referred to as spirit card warriors. In comparison to spirit card masters, spirit card warriors face far greater hardships. They are incapable of cultivation and can only strengthen their prowess by collecting various extraordinary cards. Although extraordinary cards can be used indefinitely, gathering all cards from the lowest to the highest tier proves exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the powers wielded by spirit card warriors through extraordinary cards are not derived from their own cultivation. Consequently, the combat capabilities of spirit card warriors are generally weak. Conversely, for spirit card masters, once they attain that status, they can utilize extraordinary cards to bolster their strength. No spirit card master would disdain acquiring an additional extraordinary power. Furthermore, extraordinary cards significantly enhance a spirit card master's survival abilities in the absence of spirit cards. Typically, when spirit card masters obtain extraordinary cards, they utilize them personally, seldom allowing them to circulate, which undoubtedly exacerbates the difficulties spirit card warriors face in acquiring extraordinary cards, constricting their space for survival. Chun-Li carefully stored away the long Qi Go manual, his anticipation of becoming a spirit card master growing ever stronger. From this day forth, you 48 shall be members of the special organization Sky Walkers within Tianqing Village. Chun-Li declared solemnly. The Sky Walkers represent the most elite and powerful team within our Tianqing Village. Each of you possesses exceptional talent in cultivating the long Qi Go, and you may all be considered geniuses. However, with genius comes greater responsibility. I ask you, do you have confidence? Yes. The 48 individuals knelt on one knee, their right hands placed over their hearts, responding in unison. Excellent. From this day forward, you are the inaugural Sky Walkers of Tianqing Village. All action shall be directed by me, and you shall be accountable solely to me, Chun-Li remarked with a satisfied smile. Understood. The eyes of all 48 individuals sparkled with fervent zeal as they cast eager glances at Chun-Li. Perceiving their gaze, even someone as thick-skinned as Chun-Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. After establishing various rules within Tianqing Village, this group regarded him as a deity, whether it was national labor or other agreements. These measures made them feel that their lives embodied a utopian existence. Every face radiated with smiles of happiness, and the outcomes brought forth by these unprecedented measures led everyone to sincerely believe that by following Chun-Li, they could indeed cultivate a true world of harmony in such an environment, some began to deify Chun-Li, viewing him as a divine being sent from above to save the world. Had Chun-Li not sensed this blind adoration in advance and stifled it? This group might have gone so far as to erect statues in his honor. He did not desire for the populace to elevate him to a divine status. He believed that humanity should conquer destiny through their own strength. Without reliance on divine salvation, he propagated this belief among the villagers. Yet, regrettably, the impact was minimal. On the surface, they would declare that there are no deities in the world, and that leader Chun-Li is not a divine being. We are all the same. Yet behind closed doors, rumors circulated wildly that leader Chun-Li is a celestial being descended from the heavens to aid us. Faced with this situation, Chun-Li could only sigh in resignation. Recognizing that this predicament stemmed from the empire's mismanagement, he had studied the history of this matter. Ever since the foreign rulers breached the borders, they, as the ruling minority, had consistently implemented a policy of ignorance to facilitate their control. They continually suppressed the economic conditions of the populace, leaving the majority in a state of confusion. The educational level of the people was also drastically repressed, in the early days of the empire. A county would boast over 10 private schools, yet by its later stages, only a handful remained. Simultaneously, all venues for imparting knowledge were nearly obliterated by the imperial authorities, who even decreed that anyone operating a private school without authorization would face execution. Those whose teachings did not conform to the prescribed standards would also be executed. Such policies escalated the illiteracy rate to a terrifying degree, with entire villages often unable to find a single individual capable of writing their own name. And the average literacy rate falling below 1 in 1,000. This historical context likely explains why these individuals perceive him as a deity. Chun-Li silently resolved within himself to prioritize education in the future. Without educational advancement, they would find it difficult to escape ignorance. Shaking his head, he cast aside those chaotic thoughts, allowing the Sky Walkers to continue their training, while he made his way to the training grounds to assess the results of the 4 captains' training. Report, there's an urgent situation. An undercover scout from the Sky Army approached Chun-Li, who was observing the training, to relay the news. What has happened? In contrast to the scout's urgency, Chun-Li remained remarkably composed. His calm demeanor gradually steadied the scout's racing heart, and he began to explain. Leader, our spies stationed near Daishan have reported that a group of unidentified bandits has appeared in the vicinity. Bandits? Chun-Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. They are armed, and judging by their movements, it appears they are headed straight for our Tianqing village. It seems this group does not come with good intentions. He murmured. Half an hour later, in the Tianqing village war conference room, Li Dahai burst through the door, panting heavily, just in time for the strategy meeting. The room was silent, with only one person on the podium sharing the gathered intelligence. Upon seeing this scene, Li Dahai felt somewhat awkward, and under the curious gazes of the others, he took a seat next to his captain, Huang Do. Huang Do, sitting upright, cast a sidelong glance at Li Dahai, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Sensing the subtle malice from his superior, Li Dahai could only force a wry smile internally. Ever since he had teased Huang Dahu during the last military posture training, Huang Dahu had consistently made things difficult for him, doubling the training load assigned to his squad compared to others, which nearly caused him to miss this first strategy meeting of the Sky Army. Chun-Li rose from his position at the front and addressed the group gravely. Everyone, Li Dahai, who had been planning to confront Huang Dahu after the meeting, along with the others, immediately straightened up, turning their attention to Chun-Li. Our intelligence personnel have confirmed that the enemy we are about to face consists of bandits wandering over from Pingnan County. Chun-Li pointed to the location of Pingnan County on the wall map. Pingnan County is not far from Daishan. According to this intelligence, this group of bandits is merely a faction of those from Pingnan County. The bandits preparing to attack us number only around 400. Given the current combat capability of our Sky Army, we need not fear them. Rather, we should take the initiative to strike and crush them directly. Huang Do, known for his impulsive nature, declared boldly. The atmosphere in the war conference room remained unchanged by Huang Da's comments. The others offered no response, leaving Huang Do feeling somewhat awkward. To alleviate this tension, he spoke up again. Leader, I volunteer to lead the cavalry brigade to confront these bandits. He stood up, thumping his chest. eager to take the lead. Yet, the conference room remained eerily quiet, with no one uttering a word. Not wishing to witness his superior's social embarrassment, Li Dahai tugged at Huang Da's sleeve, signaling him to sit down. With the reminder from Li Dahai and the prevailing circumstances, even Huang Dehu, no matter how dim-witted, realized he might have misspoken, quickly taking his seat and quietly asking Li Dahai, "Did I say something wrong?" While Li Dahai often enjoyed putting him in difficult situations, he was undeniably intelligent. Not only was he academically capable, but his progress in cultivating the Long Qi Gu was also rapid, rivaling that of the Skywalkers. Had it not been for his position as the squad leader, he would have undoubtedly been selected to join the Skywalker group. Hence, Huang Dahua held him in considerable esteem. Upon hearing Huang Dahua's inquiry, Li Dahai sighed, reluctantly turning to face Huang Dahua, who could be regarded as the most formidable of the four leaders. After acquiring the long breath song, Huang Dahua's progress and cultivation had been swift, bolstered by the foundational skills he had developed from his previous martial training. With a confluence of accumulated experience and rapid advancement, he had, in a remarkably short span, shattered barriers to ascend to the rank of the strongest within the Skywalker stronghold. After all, even Chun-Li did not possess such first-tier prowess. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, Li Dahai promptly began to explain to Huang Dahua in hushed tones. "Captain Huang, now that we are aware of the enemy's numbers and strength, considering the combat capabilities of our Skywalker army, this band of brigands stands no chance whatsoever. Yet, why have we gone to such lengths to summon all the captains for this meeting?" Li Dahai inquired with a face full of exasperation. "Indeed, if the enemy is weak and we are strong, why the grand display?" Huang Dahua scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the reasoning despite his intellect. "That is precisely to annihilate the adversary," Li Dahai exclaimed, unable to suppress his inner excitement, even as he noted Huang Dahua's continued look of perplexity. Upon uttering these words, Chun-Li, standing at the forefront, experienced a flicker of surprise in his eyes, taken aback that someone had discerned his intentions. Casting his gaze towards the source of the voice, he recognized a young commander, one of Huang Dahua's subordinate squad leaders. He had not anticipated that this individual would possess such keen instinct for warfare and so quickly grasp his objective. Without further preamble, Chun-Li declared, "Correct. Our goal this time is indeed to annihilate them." The crowd below exhibited expressions of astonishment. They were well aware that after enduring extensive training, their capabilities rendered them more than a match for a mere band of brigands. Nevertheless, they understood that today's meeting was anything but ordinary. Thus, each remained silent, hoping Huang Dahua would probe into their leader's intentions. Each of the four leaders possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to crush the brigands. A confidence not born of blind arrogance, but rather a reflection of their transformation into a bona fide military force through rigorous training. Confronting a disorganized band of brigands, none harbored fears of failure. With Chun-Li's affirmation, the group began to take the situation seriously. Defeating the brigands would undoubtedly be simple, as typically, slaying 2 to 3/10 of the enemy would send them fleeing in disarray. However, achieving total annihilation would prove to be a far more arduous endeavor, requiring both a direct confrontation to shatter the enemy and measures to prevent their escape. Wei Yiping, a somewhat distracted Wei Yiping, jolted to attention, standing promptly and stating, "Your subordinate is present. You will lead the melee brigade to defend the stronghold's walls, but do not engage the enemy directly at a certain moment. Allow them to breach the walls." "I shall obey," Wei Yiping responded. Chun-Li then turned to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui. "Present." Zhang Hui rose, his demeanor solemn, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "You will conceal your unit along the mountain path leading to the Skywalker stronghold, preparing a substantial number of falling rocks and logs. Once the enemy has fully entered the mountain path, block their retreat, while also deploying a portion of archers to ambush around the stronghold walls. Once the enemy has entered the stronghold, seize the walls and utilize the advantageous position to eliminate the enemy. I shall obey." Liu Sandow. Hearing his name, Liu Sandow stood with an expression of exhilaration. "Present." "You will lead the spear brigade in coordination with Wei Yiping, sealing off the enemy cavalry's charge upon their entry into the stronghold, confining them in place to prevent them from leveraging their cavalry advantage." thus averting damage to the stronghold's facilities. Understood. Finally, Huang Dahua was commanded by Chun-Li to turn to him. Present. Huang Dahua's demeanor, previously one of confusion, now bore a serious expression. Your unit is critical to this battle. As the enemy enters the stronghold, you must charge with your cavalry brigade to disrupt their formation, utterly shattering their will to resist. Yes, we shall certainly dismantle the enemy's formation and fulfill our mission. Huang Dahua's serious expression transformed into a smile upon realizing he had been entrusted with the most significant duty. With that, all tasks were allocated. This battle is destined for victory. In unison, everyone sprang to their feet. This battle is destined for victory. They all echoed in response, eye in their eyes. While Chun-Li's countenance remained calm, his voice resonated with an unwavering conviction of triumph, imbued with a sharp, resolute tone akin to a blade's edge. Together, they silently lamented the fate of the unfortunate brigands. Why, oh why, did they choose to provoke us? Is living not preferable? 3 miles outside of Dayo Mountain, Zhang Jing led the brigands toward their destination. However, before entering the mountain, he halted the advance of his troops. Gazing at the imposing Dayo Mountain, Zhang Jing, a former imperial general, was reminded by his professional instincts that this place was fraught with danger and required cautious maneuvering. Thus, he deliberately paused before entering, refraining from leading his band of brigands directly into Dayo Mountain. That a fellow brigand, clad in imperial garb, approached Zhang Jing with a puzzled expression. Captain Zhang, why not simply charge into Dayo Mountain and eliminate that wretched Skywalker stronghold? Casting a glance at the newcomer, who was named Fong Tian, Zhang Jing recognized him as a former comrade from the Imperial Army, now conscripted under his command after becoming a brigand. Zhang Jing had always held Fong Tian in high regard. The terrain of Dayo Mountain is intricate, and we are unfamiliar with it. Should they lay an ambush nearby, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Fong Tian scoffed at this. With those old, weak, sickly, and disabled individuals, according to our intelligence, there are barely 100 able-bodied men among them. Had the leaders of the Skywalker army heard Fong Tian's words, they might have chuckled aloud in truth, after Chun-Li consolidated the Skywalker stronghold. He did not let down his guard against the outside world. When admitting outsiders, the Skywalker stronghold would often disseminate false information to obscure its true nature. Concurrently, he would send individuals disguised as refugees to infiltrate external populations, creating confusion around the Skywalker stronghold's reputation. This band of brigands mistakenly believed that a few individuals could thoroughly comprehend the entirety of the Skywalker stronghold's operations based on scan information they gathered. This was a grave miscalculation at this moment. The brigands envisioned the Skywalker stronghold as merely a collection of old and weak individuals, easy prey to exploit, a notion even Zhang Jing shared, of course. This was not entirely their fault, nor could they be deemed foolish. Who would imagine that Chun-Li would resort to such extreme measures in an information war to protect the secrets of the Skywalker stronghold? Zhang Jing nodded in agreement with Fong Tian's assessment. Previously, their encounters with enemies had yielded largely accurate intelligence. Surely, the Skywalker stronghold could not be exceedingly outlandish. All units, enter the mountain, Zhang Jing commanded. The brigands raised their weapons in acknowledgement of Zhang Jing's orders and began to advance into the mountain under the guidance of the vanguard. Damn that Skywalker stronghold for being situated atop Dayo Mountain. One brigand cursed, swatting away a mosquito that had been sucking his blood and complaining to a nearby companion. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Dayo Mountain being so vast, the myriad of snakes, insects, and vermin was truly vexing. As they lamented the environment of Dayo Mountain, a commotion arose ahead that we have arrived. The Skywalker stronghold is here, came the excited shout from the front. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui, concealed on a nearby cliff, gazed at the exuberant brigands below, unable to help but lament their fate. Their demise was imminent, yet they remained blissfully unaware. Zhang Jing, fixated on the distant Skywalker stronghold, felt a surge of excitement. Having lingered in such a place for too long, he was growing impatient. However, he refrained from issuing a direct order to advance. The path leading to the Skywalker stronghold was winding. While it could accommodate cavalry, it remained relatively narrow. Moreover, should the enemy lie in ambush there, his forces would suffer significant losses. Out of caution, Zhang Jing dispatched a small contingent to scout the path ahead, while the bulk of his forces followed closely behind. Upon the successful passage of the scouting team through the path without incident, Zhang Jing felt no hesitation and promptly ordered the entire army to advance. The entire army has successfully traversed the mountain path. Standing atop the stronghold's walls, Wei Yiping received the report from the scouts and surveyed the 8 squad leaders surrounding him. Wei Yiping's melee brigade was the largest among the 4 units, yet also the most heterogeneous, comprising not only some elderly individuals and youths, but also a portion of women. Thus, his battalion was mockingly referred to as a ragtag army by others. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial opportunity for us to rid ourselves of the stigma of being a ragtag faction. Should anyone pose a problem for me, they must not blame Wei Yiping for the consequences. Understood, responded several squad leaders in unison. These squad leaders were quite sensitive about their ragtag designation, each determined to shed this title. With such a favorable opportunity at hand, they were resolute in their commitment to perform admirably in this battle. As Zhang Jing gazed at the towering walls of the stockade, a frown creased his brow. The intelligence report contained no mention of this fortification, just as he began to question the reliability of the information. Members of the close combat battalion appeared atop the walls. However, only 2 of their squads were visible. The rest were concealed with Liu Sandao's spear unit nearby. These 2 squads were specifically placed here, primarily composed of elderly men and women, intended to deceive the enemy. Zhang Jing observed the soldiers on the walls closely, noting that most were indeed elderly or female, though each brandished a weapon. He dismissed them as negligible threats, thinking to himself that he had been overly cautious. How could such frail individuals pose any challenge to his forces? He turned to Fang Tian and suggested sending someone to negotiate their surrender to save time and effort. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's words, Fang Tian immediately dispatched a robust man to urge their capitulation. Lay down your weapons and open the gates, and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, when we breach the gates, it will be your doom. There was no response. The man tasked with negotiations seemed to feel insulted and began to hurl insults and threats. If you don't open the door, not a single soul will remain. He shouted, "You bastards! Open the gate!" At last, the people atop the walls reacted, but what the robust man heard was not pleas for mercy, but rather the ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the wall, striking the robust man's neck. Blood gushed from the wound as he clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground with disbelief in his eyes. How dare they? Did they not fear that we would slaughter the entire stockade? With a mixture of confusion and rage, the robust man fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jing was filled with fury. Sparing their lives was a great act of mercy, yet they dared to retaliate. It was sheer folly. Men, advance, storm the gates. Once breached, let nothing remain. The battle had begun from the ranks of over 400 bandits. More than 200 emerged, dividing into 2 teams. One team, armed with shields, advanced steadily toward the gates, while the other rained arrows down upon the walls. As the siege team approached the gates, the defenders atop the walls reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of arrows that inflicted heavy losses upon the attackers. Seeing his forces suffer immediate casualties, Zhang Jing was taken aback. Despite the apparent advantage of numbers, the elderly and frail defenders had employed a coordinated volley of arrows that belied their weak appearance. The peculiarities of the situation began to unsettle him. The towering walls, the intricate defenses, and a tactical structure reminiscent of a military formation all contributed to his growing unease. Prepare the cavalry for a charge. The rest of you, advance, Zhang Jing commanded. Though he appeared somewhat heated, his mind remained clear. Regardless of their strange assembly, with over 200 elderly and women, he believed his numerical superiority would overwhelm them. Once the gates fell, his superior individual combat skills and numbers would ensure victory. As Zhang Jing calculated his odds, the conflict at the gates reached a decisive moment. After the bandits sacrificed nearly 50 of their number, the gate, long regarded as the threshold to victory, was finally breached through their relentless efforts, sending waves of euphoria through the ranks of bandits. They believed they had forced the defenders into retreat, and a frenzy of exhilaration swept through them as they surged into the stockade, convinced that untold treasures awaited them within. Zhang Jing, relieved by the breach, turned to the 50-odd cavalrymen behind him and proclaimed, "For every enemy slain, a sack of grain as reward. Charge forth, brothers!" With that, he tightened his legs around his horse's belly and propelled himself into the fray. Inspired by their leader's boldness, the cavalrymen followed suit. "Brothers, kill them all, leave none behind." Zhang Jing led the charge into the stockade. Yet upon entering, he was met not with the anticipated sight of fleeing enemies, but rather with the formidable formation of over 200 defenders who stood resolutely against the onslaught. Observing the defenders' well-structured formation, Zhang Jing realized that this was no ordinary foe. The simplicity of their square formation belied its effectiveness, preventing easy division and ensuring that as comrades fell, others would take their place without faltering in cohesion. The pressure began to mount on Zhang Jing as he recognized the gravity of the situation. These adversaries were anything but simple. The bandits launched wave after wave of assaults, yet the elderly and women composing the formation held firm, like an unyielding dam, repelling the relentless tide of attackers. Despite their efforts to encircle the formation and inflict casualties, the defenders remained steadfast, causing numerous bandits to fall before them. How could this be? Zhang Jing pondered, aware that his men had just engaged in a grueling siege and were fatigued, yet he had believed that their numerical superiority would render the enemy's simple formation ineffective. Unbeknownst to him, the toll of the siege and the formidable resilience of the defenders had begun to instill a sense of trepidation among his men, sapping their earlier confidence. Zhang Jing recognized the need for a new strategy. He was suddenly struck by the urgency of the situation when a fresh wave of combatants appeared on the battlefield. Flanking from both sides were large contingents of enemies clad in similar attire, throwing the battlefield into disarray. The newly arrived defenders swiftly penetrated the ranks of bandits, cleaving their formation in two. Wei Yipping, brandishing a long blade, charged ahead, followed by his close combat unit wielding an array of weapons. Though they appeared chaotic, they were executing a well-coordinated three-tiered assault. The 600-strong close combat unit leveraged their numerical advantage to decimate the bandits. Wei Yipping's unit surged forward. Lu Sandao and his spear unit swiftly encircled Zhang Jing and the cavalry, restricting their movement in a matter of moments. Zhang Jing stood dumbfounded, realizing the peril he faced. This force of over 1,000 bore the same elite aura as those they had previously besieged, composed entirely of capable adult men, in stark contrast to the elderly and women they had encountered before. Although the weapons appeared somewhat rudimentary, the aura they emanated was undeniably terrifying, that he had only witnessed such a commanding presence among certain tribal chieftains. Moreover, those tribal warriors lacked the fearsome discipline exhibited by this troop. This group charged forth. Not a single sound escaped their lips. The entire formation operated like a finely tuned machine, executing their assault with remarkable speed and precision. Swiftly dismantling the enemy lines, boom, boom, the ground trembled and the sand and gravel began to quiver. The cavalry commander, Zhang Jing, understood all too well what this signified. A cavalry charge was imminent. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were vacant, his complexion ashen, and he repeatedly murmured, "Is this necessary? Is this necessary? You set an ambush for us mere bandits? With such a formidable army, why should I even fight? Wouldn't it be better to surrender outright? Damn you, Qian Kuei, you call this an army of the weak and the sick? You are the weak and the sick. Your entire family is a bunch of weaklings." Huang Dahu remained silent, gripping his long blade tightly as his steed surged forward. The 64 cavalrymen behind him mirrored his every movement, their right hands clutching long swords, their horses advancing in perfect synchrony. Under Huang Dahu's leadership, their formation shaped into a cone, steadily accelerating as time passed. In this relentless surge, the cavalry maintained an impressive cohesion, a feat of no small difficulty, achieved only through Chan Li's insistence on rigorous training. Otherwise, Huang Dahu would never have forged such a unit. The 65 men moved as one, akin to a legendary blade gleaming in the cold light, cutting through all obstacles ahead. Kill! The formation of 65 roared in unison. Kill! The ferocity of their battle cry reverberated across the battlefield. The previously organized phalanx of bandits seemed to part like water. The charging cavalry crashing through the gap and into the ranks of the bandits, stripped of morale by the earlier ambush. The bandits were now overcome with terror in the face of such a ferocious cavalry. Many, in their panic to evade the horsemen, fell victim to their own comrades in the ensuing chaos. As Huang De's cavalry descended upon the scene, the defeat of the bandits was already sealed. The true strength of cavalry lies in the sheer impact they deliver during a charge. Even the mightiest infantry finds themselves suppressed before them. This was precisely why Chanli insisted on establishing a cavalry. For their advantage in close combat was unparalleled. The already disordered ranks of bandits fell one by one beneath the onslaught of the cavalry's charge. The long blades, propelled by the momentum of their steeds, sent heads flying amidst the carnage. A bloody massacre ensued. With each successive charge led by Huang De, the bandit forces were shattered into disarray, witnessing the deaths of their comrades and the terrorizing cavalry. Many bandits could no longer withstand the psychological pressure, collapsing into despair and fleeing toward the stronghold. Realizing the tide had turned, Zhang Jing understood victory was no longer within reach. Yet he refused to surrender. Instead, he gripped his long blade tightly, his veins bulging and muscles swelling with determination. "Brothers, today we must fight to the death if we wish to survive. Abandon your horses, dismount, and charge with me." Faced with the encroaching phalanx of spearmen, his cavalry had no opportunity to accelerate further. Instead, they would only enhance the spearmen's advantage. Thus, Zhang Jing decisively discarded his mount, relying on his mid-level strength to carve a path forward. As Zhang Jing rallied the remaining bandits, those previously cut off and besieged by the melee units had been nearly annihilated under Huang De's relentless cavalry charge, leaving only a scant hundred to respond to Zhang Jing's call. He surveyed the few remaining bandits around him without hesitation, rushing toward the looming phalanx of spearmen. With his long blade raised high, he struck with incredible speed at the soldiers of the spear unit. Two spearmen, caught off guard, were struck in the chest and sent tumbling backward in the distance. Lu Sandow witnessed his two subordinates fall in an instant, his rage boiling over. Ignoring the bandits before him, he charged straight at Zhang Jing, wielding dual blades. Lu Sandow leapt into the air, aiming both blades at Zhang Jing in a vicious strike. Yet Zhang Jing seemed to anticipate the attack, swiftly pivoting to block the lethal onslaught. A flash of steel met Lu Sandow's blades, and Zhang Jing retaliated with a powerful kick to Lu Sandow's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sandow scrambled to his feet, brandishing his blades once more to charge at Zhang Jing. "You know not what you do," Zhang Jing scoffed. From that initial clash, he had discerned Lu Sandow's strength was no more than that of a novice, barely approaching the first tier of skill, far inferior to his own. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing charged toward Lu Sandow that if he did not eliminate this foe, he would be overwhelmed by the approaching forces. One blade to rule them all. A powerful strike emerged, a culmination of years of diligent practice in the military, capable of unleashing double his usual strength. As his long blade sliced through the air, an unstoppable momentum surged within Zhang Jing. "This strike I cannot withstand." Lu Sandow instantly recognized the disparity in their capabilities, yet he did not falter. A desperate throw, Lu Sandow unleashed his own ultimate technique, sending his left-hand blade hurtling at Zhang Jing from an unexpected angle. Clang! To his surprise, Lu Sandow's attack was a thrown blade. Faced with the incoming projectile, Zhang Jing had no choice but to abandon his aim of claiming Lu Sandow's life and instead raised his weapon defensively to parry the flying blade. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Zhang Jing taunted. Another blade whistled through the air toward him. "The only good technique is one that can kill you," Lu Sandow retorted. Clang! Once again, Zhang Jing deflected the flying knife. "Now you have no weapon left. Let us see how you fare now. Prepare to meet your end." One blade to rule them all. Zhang Jing's earlier strike reemerged, but this time it was thwarted by Wei Yiping, who had arrived just in time. However, Wei Yiping paid a heavy price, the force of Zhang Jing's strike sending him spitting blood. Upon seeing the gravely injured Wei Yiping, Lu Sandow chose not to confront Zhang Jing any longer. Instead, he seized Wei Yiping and, shielded by the nearby Tianqing soldiers, quickly retreated from the battlefield. Observing the retreating pair, Zhang Jing opted not to pursue, but instead led the remaining bandits toward the mountainside. Struggling to speak, Wei Yiping gasped, "What are you doing? Keep blocking him. If we let him escape, Huang Dahu will outshine our contributions. At a time like this, you're still thinking about glory," Lu Sandow replied with discontent. "Have you forgotten? The leader's plan was to allow them to escape the stronghold first." Lu Sandow quickened his pace. "Focus on healing. This bandit leader is no weakling that we cannot handle him alone." "What should we do then?" Wei Yiping questioned. Lu Sandow chuckled. "Have you been infected by Huang Dahu's foolishness? Use your brain. If we can't handle him, we still have Huang Dahu and the leader," realizing the truth in Lu Sandow's words. Wei Yiping felt a flush of embarrassment. He had forgotten about their leader and Huang Dao, but soon added, "But if this man is so powerful, what if the leader is not his match and gets injured? Wouldn't that be disastrous?" With Zhang Jing's sudden surge, having defeated 2 captains in swift succession and under Chun-Li's deliberate strategy, the Tianqing army ceased their high-intensity resistance. This allowed Zhang Jing and his remaining bandits to break free from the encirclement. As the glimmer of survival drew near, not only Zhang Jing, but all the remaining bandits erupted with tremendous fighting spirit, catching the Tianqing soldiers off guard. However, in response to the swift actions of the squad leaders, the Celestial Army quickly altered its original strategy of strangulation, transitioning to a formation aimed at encircling the enemy. "Save me!" A bandit, pierced at vital points by 3 wooden spears from the Celestial Army, let out a desperate cry. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, the surrounding bandits were consumed by fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "I surrender." It was unclear who uttered those words first, but soon several bandits echoed the sentiment. Pleading, "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender. I too will surrender." The surrendering bandits discarded their weapons, clasped their heads with both hands, and crouched to the ground upon hearing the Celestial Army's demand. Complying obediently, the bandits followed suit. Those who continued to resist, upon realizing the hopelessness of their situation and witnessing the Celestial Army's mercy towards the surrendering, quickly capitulated as well. Thus, the battle at the entrance of the Celestial camp came to a definitive end. The bandits either perished at the hands of the Celestial Army or laid down their arms, surrendering and being bound for transport to a temporary prisoner camp. As the sounds of battle gradually faded from the entrance of the Celestial camp, Zhang Jing, who led the remaining 60-odd bandits, was acutely aware of the dire circumstances they faced. With the bandits at the entrance no longer resisting, this formidable force would soon turn their full attention towards them. If they did not hasten into the mountain path, they would undoubtedly be overtaken by the enemy cavalry, now freed from their previous engagements. Their only chance of survival lay in swiftly entering the mountain path, relying on its narrow confines to impede the cavalry's advance. "Brothers, keep close to my pace. As long as we reach the mountain path, we will have a chance," Zhang Jing shouted, endeavoring to bolster their morale. Just as he began to sprint towards the mountain path, the pursuing Celestial Army lagged behind, fully aware that the path Zhang Jing clung to for hope also harbored their own ambush. Ultimately, under the combined factors of Zhang Jing's desperate flight and the Celestial Army's deliberate deceleration, they successfully entered the mountain path. Zhang Jing, believing he had evaded capture, erupted into triumphant laughter. "Truly, there is no dead end in heaven." Meanwhile, above the mountain path, Zhang Hui revealed a knowing smile. As anticipated by the leader, this group of bandits, once defeated, would inevitably flee to this very spot. Zhang Hui exhaled slowly and addressed the squad leaders beside him. "Prepare to launch the attack." The squad leaders exchanged excited glances, responding in unison, "Yes, boom, boom." Just as Zhang Jing and the others felt a surge of relief at having escaped, a tremendous noise suddenly echoed from above the mountain path. Startled, the bandits looked up, only to be met with a torrent of massive logs and rocks cascading downwards in that instant, despair washed over the remaining bandits as the logs and rocks tumbled down. Many were struck and perished, blood flowing from their orifices. Those who survived the initial onslaught had scarcely relished their fortune when a relentless rain of arrows descended upon them, accompanied by the occasional spear shot. Thud! The sound of arrows embedding into flesh mingled with the cries of anguish, as the once 60-odd bandits dwindled to a mere 7 or 8, all of whom were injured. Among the surviving bandits was Zhang Jing, who, relying on his formidable strength, had managed to evade a majority of the falling debris. Thus, he was fortunate to remain alive, although he was not entirely unscathed. Several arrows had found their mark in the ensuing barrage. Had it not been for his exceptional prowess, he would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. Damn it. Damn it all. If you have the ability, come out and face me in a fair duel instead of resorting to these underhanded tactics. The agony coursing through Zhang Jing's body drove him to the brink of madness. Wretched scoundrels! At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from a distance. The art of war is one of deception. Your attire suggests you are a commander of some sort. Surely you can comprehend this. Zhang Jing swiftly turned toward the source of the voice that a strikingly handsome youth stood at the mouth of the mountain path, brandishing a wooden spear and sheathed in a long knife, his tall stature exuding a dangerous aura that belied his appearance. The mountain breeze billowed the youth's robes, causing them to flutter like a battle standard, the sound echoing in the air. Under the youth's icy, piercing gaze, Zhang Jing found himself unable to meet his eyes. This was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a profound sense of authority that emanated from the youth. You are the one in charge, Zhang Jing stated with an almost certain tone, identifying Chun-Li. This was not a matter of clairvoyance. Rather, he perceived an undeniable air of dominance about the youth, an unshakable composure that suggested an intricate mastery over all things. Chun-Li did not shy away from his identity, openly acknowledging, "Indeed, I'm the commander of the Celestial Army, the leader of the Celestial Camp." Zhang Jing displayed no surprise. The conversation had reached a point where reconciliation was impossible. Of course, surrender might spare his life, yet it could also lead to death. Zhang Jing was unwilling to place his fate in the hands of another. 100 battles, a single stroke. He approached without hesitation, unleashing the lethal technique that had previously vanquished Wei Yiping and Liu Sandao. Chun-Li, aware of the danger posed by this formidable technique, wielded his spear like a dragon emerging from a sea, launching an attack on Zhang Jing. Observing Chun-Li's advance rather than retreat, Zhang Jing felt a surge of elation. From the speed and force of Chun-Li's strike, it appeared that this self-proclaimed commander of the Celestial Army had not yet broken through to the next tier of strength. If he could swiftly defeat this opponent and take him hostage, perhaps he could secure his own escape. 3 forms of the breaking army. Chun-Li's spear shot forward, aimed directly at Zhang Jing's face. Zhang Jing's pupils contracted as he bent his legs, executing an iron plank bridge maneuver to evade the spear's thrust. Without pause, the spear swung downward in a horizontal strike. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as the spear struck. Zhang Jing, rolling away from the impending blow, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the marks left in the earth. Had he been struck, he would have likely been gravely injured, if not dead. A sweeping strike, just as Zhang Jing felt a semblance of relief. Chun-Li's spear launched another assault, swinging horizontally from Zhang Jing's side. This time, Zhang Jing was not so fortunate. Thud! A dull thud resonated as the spear made contact with his abdomen, his complexion turning crimson as he staggered backward, ultimately losing his footing and collapsing to the ground in a heap. A stunned silence enveloped the scene. The surrounding bandits gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how quickly Zhang Jing had been defeated. Chun-Li showed no mercy. His spear swept toward Zhang Jing once more. Thud! Another resounding strike sent Zhang Jing crashing against the rocky wall of the mountain path, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped. "Spare my life." Yet Chun-Li remained indifferent, and before Zhang Jing could regain his composure, the spear lunged at him again. Thud! The spear plunged directly into Zhang Jing's heart, and shortly thereafter, he fell silent. The surviving bandits, witnessing Zhang Jing's demise, were gripped by terror, obediently dropping their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. Thus, among the attacked bandits, aside from those who surrendered, none escaped. All perished at the Celestial Camp's conference hall. 4 squad leaders occupied the sides, while various team leaders gathered below, their gazes fixed on Chun-Li, who sat at the head of the table, awaiting his address. However, Chun-Li was preoccupied, having annihilated the bandits. He felt a surge of power within himself that could no longer be contained, signaling that it was time for a breakthrough. With palpable excitement, Chun-Li proclaimed from his seat, "I am about to break through. You may leave now." Upon hearing these words, the assembled crowd beamed with joy. The stronger the leader, the better it would be for the Qianxing stronghold. One by one, they withdrew, leaving only Huang Dao stationed at the entrance to ensure that no one would disturb the leader during his breakthrough. Chun-Li closed his eyes, immersing his mind in the energy within his body. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that every individual in the Qianxing stronghold emanated a trace of purple energy that seeped from their bodies, continuously merging with the sphere of energy within Chun-Li. During this process, each person felt as though something had been added to their souls. However, rather than resistance, some experienced an inexplicable sense of security. The energy streams varied in thickness, with the most prominent one emanating from Huang Dao. Unlike those who only had a vague sensation, Huang Dao's perception was the clearest. Within his consciousness, the figure of Chun-Li emerged. Initially, Huang Dao was startled. Just as he was checking whether he had fallen into a state of misguided practice, an inexplicable sense of reassurance arose from deep within him, accompanied by a subtle feeling that Chun-Li's presence had a significant influence on him. Ultimately, Huang Dao chose to trust that his leader would not harm him and opened his heart and mind. Countless streams of purple energy surged into Chun-Li's body like rivers converging into the sea, causing the sphere of energy to become tinged with purple and to continually shift in form. As the energy mass underwent transformation, a hint of fatigue appeared on Chun-Li's face. I could see that moment. The energy mass gradually stabilized, taking on the shape of a card. Although the card's form had solidified, the patterns on the purple surface continued to spread and evolve, forming intricate designs. Finally, the transformation of the purple card concluded. Floating within Chun-Li's consciousness in that instant, it felt as though his mind had ascended to an infinitely high realm, gazing down upon a sky filled with stars. Among these stars, 9 of the most radiant ones formed a wondrous pattern. Before Chun-Li could scrutinize it further, his consciousness abruptly plummeted, and a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. Ultimately, he freed his mind from this disorienting sensation, returning to his physical form that moment. Beads of cold sweat began to bead on Chun-Li's brow. The feeling of weightlessness, though it felt prolonged, was actually fleeting, swift to arrive and swift to depart. However, the terror it invoked was not something Chun-Li wished to experience again. He reopened his eyes and focused intently on the card before him. An influx of information naturally emerged in his mind. Talent card name, domination power enhancement quality, exceptional type, controller description, a mysterious youth. A group of desperate refugees unexpectedly gathered together and unleashed such brilliant power. The future is indeed full of promise, abilities, sharing, replication enhancement, creature enhancement sharing. Allows sharing 5 of the power of the controlled creatures with allies. Replication enhancement. Can replicate 50 of the abilities of controlled creatures, but may only be applied to 1 creature card at a time. Creature enhancement. Can universally enhance the base attributes of controlled creatures by 10. Reflecting on the information of this talent card, Chun-Li felt a sense of surprise that he knew that the talent spirit card he had condensed would be powerful, but he had not anticipated its strength to be so formidable. Setting aside its exceptional quality, which corresponded to the 4th tier, domination power, while a relatively common type of controller talent, was something many spirit card masters on the path of the controller possessed. They aim to enhance the strength and number of their controlled creatures to amplify their own power. Yet, such talents typically only improve the shared power of controlled creatures by 2 to 3%, with the most accomplished spirit card masters achieving around 5% at best. Furthermore, possessing the ability to enhance the attributes of controlled creatures was precisely what spirit card masters on the controller path coveted. Most of their strength resided in their controlled creatures, making such enhancement abilities immensely powerful. The key point lay in the replication ability, which could perfectly replicate 50 of the abilities of controlled creatures, effectively allowing the spirit card master to integrate the capabilities of their creatures into themselves, a monumental, life-saving skill for spirit card masters. Moreover, if one were to acquire creatures with unique abilities, they could also masquerade as spirit card masters from other paths. Within this brief span, Chun-Li had conceived numerous strategies to exploit this capability. After calming his emotions, he recognized that he must not become complacent due to the potency of his talent. Countless geniuses had been stifled before they could flourish in this world. Thus, concealing his talent was of paramount importance. Upon becoming a spirit card master, Chun-Li sensed that a mysterious space had emerged at the center of his spiritual palace, manifesting as a spherical realm suffused with a faint blue spiritual energy. This was the spiritual energy utilized by spirit card masters for their cultivation. First-tier spirit card masters primarily focused on absorbing spiritual energy. And once the concentration reached a certain threshold, it would vaporize, forming the mist of spiritual energy used by second-tier masters. The quality of spiritual energy significantly impacted the performance of spirit cards, with higher quality energies enhancing their efficacy. Within this spherical space, a purple spirit card was continuously absorbing external spiritual energy, and it appeared to have initiated a small-scale spiritual tide. Observing this phenomenon, Chun-Li smiled. This was the hallmark of exceptional talent. Regaining his focus, he turned his attention to the two items on the long table, a wooden spear and a long wind song. In the conference hall, Chun-Li sat cross-legged in the main seat, while the wooden spear hovered quietly before him. That moment, the wooden spear emitted a faint gray light as Chun-Li's internal spiritual power flowed into it, causing the surrounding space to undergo dramatic alterations. Under the influence of the card realm's rules, 8 points of black light suddenly appeared around the spear. Following their emergence, the points did not pause, but continued transforming. Each point gave rise to 2 beams of light that intertwined, forming a rectangular prism of gray light encapsulating the spear. Soon, something extraordinary occurred. The gray light prism began to shrink, and the wooden spear diminished in size. Gradually fading, it was only when the gray light prism had shrunk to the size of a card that this miraculous transformation finally ceased. As all anomalies dissipated, only a gray card remained. Continuing to float in the air, Chun-Li beckoned with his hand, and the gray card flew into his grasp. He began to closely examine his first spirit card. The card was predominantly gray, adorned with green patterns winding along its edges, imparting an air of mystery. The back of the card featured the card realm's signature 9-star surround design, a characteristic shared by nearly all spirit cards obtained from the card realm. A detail Chun-Li had previously encountered in literature. Returning to the front of the card, the illustration depicted a bloodied spear. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the very spear he had previously wielded. Finally, he focused on the card's inscription: weapon card name, bloodied wooden spear quality, ordinary type, weapon master description. Once an ordinary wooden spear of subpar quality and craftsmanship, this spear has fallen into the hands of a powerful youth. After accompanying him through numerous life and death battles, the spear has become stained with enemies' blood and begun to show signs of advancement. Abilities: charge, blood-stained charge. When using the wooden spear to charge, it can enhance piercing damage by 30. Bloodstain. When the spear is tainted with blood, there is a chance to affect the opponent's mental state during an attack. Upon reading the abilities of the spear, Chun-Li stroked his stubbled chin, pondering for a moment. The basic capabilities of this bloodied wooden spear bore little distinction from those of a typical first-tier weapon card. However, this spirit card possesses the ability stained with blood, a power not typically found in ordinary first-tier weapons. Such a spirit card with special abilities is at least a second-tier card. Without further contemplation, Chun-Li gleefully began to refine the blood-stained wooden spear. The method of refinement was straightforward. By infusing his own spiritual energy into the spirit card and leaving his imprint, the process would be deemed complete. 15 minutes later, Chun-Li successfully refined the blood-stained wooden spear, and the spirit card gradually faded, materializing in the space between his brows, floating around his talent cards. After successfully refining the blood-stained wooden spear, Chun-Li turned his attention to another item, the Changchi Song. Similar to before, the Changchi Song manual swiftly transformed into a card, which Chun-Li held in his hand. Extraordinary card name, Changchi Song quality, ordinary type, special description, a veteran who guarded the borders for decades. Upon retirement and return to his homeland, was gifted this family heirloom by the border commander, who wished to provide him with a peaceful old age. However, unexpectedly, the veteran passed away just a few years after returning home. leaving behind this manual for future generations to achieve greatness. Alas, his descendants, lacking in filial piety, had no one with talent, and ultimately it fell into the hands of a band of robbers. Ability unlocks martial path, superiority, gazing at this spirit card. Chun-Li did not hesitate and prepared to use the Chanchi Song directly. An extraordinary card grants a spirit card master immediate first-tier strength without any adverse effects, AKT present. Chun-Li remained within the realm of card mastery. Despite having advanced to a first-tier spirit card master, he possessed only a bloodstained spear. That a spirit card master without a spirit card is akin to a tiger deprived of its teeth and claws, utterly incapable of showcasing any real power. Thus, the only way to enhance his strength was to utilize the Chanchi Song. Resolutely, he grasped the Chanchi Song in his hand. Spiritual energy surged forth from the space between his brows, flooding into the Chanchi Song, which began to emanate a rich gray glow, with waves of gray spiritual light rushing towards Chun-Li. He neither flinched nor resisted, instead welcoming the gray light. As soon as the gray light made contact with Chun-Li's body, it swiftly integrated into his limbs and bones, enveloping him entirely. In his perception, it felt as though he had plunged into a warm spring, with comforting currents radiating from various parts of his body, all seemingly converging towards his lower abdomen, encircling the dantian. As the warm currents continued to gather in his lower abdomen, the external gray light began to dissipate. Once the warm currents had fully settled, a unique energy coalesced in his abdomen, while the Chanchi Song transformed from its previously radiant state to a dull hue, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Chun-Li exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the world before him appeared transformed. His vision grew clearer, and his surroundings became more distinct. He could even hear the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves stirred by the mountain breeze outside the Tianqing stronghold. Clenching his right fist, Chun-Li felt a powerful force coursing through him. Realizing that he could easily defeat several of his former selves, is this the strength of a first-tier spirit card warrior? Chun-Li murmured to himself. Compared to the power of a spirit card master, the force of martial superiority was far more substantial and seemed capable of unleashing immense strength with ease. As he carefully sensed the disparity between the spiritual energy in the space between his brows and the unique energy in his abdomen, he understood that this martial superiority energy stemmed from the Chanchi Song. This unique energy differed significantly from the spirit card master's spiritual energy. The latter possessed a powerful inclusiveness, akin to an ocean that embraces myriad rivers, while the unique energy exhibited a resilient characteristic. Different energies adhere to various systems, and some spirit card warriors even derive distinct combat techniques from differing energy types. Among high-tier spirit card warriors, certain powerful combat techniques can rival the might of spirit cards. And such formidable techniques are referred to as spirit martial arts. Spirit martial arts serve as a crucial force for spirit card warriors to maintain their standing. Although some spirit martial arts possess tremendous power, they still fall short in comparison to spirit card masters. That high-tier spirit card masters typically have their own card sets, enabling them to grow stronger in every aspect. They not only possess destructive attacks that rival spirit martial arts, but also have comprehensive methods for healing, recovery, and reconnaissance. While the raw power of spirit martial arts poses some threat to high-tier spirit card masters, it is limited. After all, no spirit card master would foolishly stand still to be attacked by spirit martial arts. Consequently, under equal circumstances, it is challenging for spirit card warriors to gain an advantage. That, of course, there are exceptions. Some exceptionally powerful spirit martial arts can overlook disparities entirely, such as the renowned technique Overlord subduing the sea. It is said that a powerful spirit card warrior once battled 3 spirit card masters of the same tier, using this technique to eliminate 2 opponents outright, while the remaining foe barely escaped. The feat was nothing short of astonishing. More alarmingly, the ocean where they fought was pressed down by 3 feet in depth from that single strike. Following that battle, no one dared to underestimate the lineage of spirit card warriors again. Pushing open the grand doors of the conference hall, Chun-Li stepped into the night. The Tianqing stronghold was brilliantly illuminated, radiating vibrant light. From a higher vantage point, one would see the glowing lights of the stronghold resembling fireflies on a summer night. creating a picturesque scene against the surrounding tranquil darkness. Anyone who beheld this sight would be entranced by its artistry. A cool evening breeze swept across Chun-Li's face, whisking away the remnants of fatigue from his recent breakthrough. Breathing in the fresh fragrance of trees and wildflowers carried by the wind, he felt a profound sense of tranquility and peace within. Just as Chun-Li reveled in the beauty of nature and the calm of his heart, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Hey, boss, you've successfully broken through. Huh. In an instant, Chun-Li's moment of reflection was shattered by the sound of boisterous laughter. Reluctantly, he turned to face the grinning Huang Da. I have broken through. What do you want? Observing Huang Da's hesitance, Chun-Li inquired. Nothing. Huang Da waved his hands repeatedly, attempting to mask his nervousness. Speak your mind, or let out, Chun-Li retorted, not in the mood for Huang Da's awkward demeanor. Seeing Chun-Li's directness, Huang Da abandoned his shyness and promptly stated, Boss, can we allocate all the warhorses we seized to our cavalry squad? After contemplating Huang Da's request, Chun-Li replied, Certainly, upon hearing Chun-Li's agreement. Huang Da joyfully dashed away, seemingly fearful that if he lingered, Chun-Li might retract his promise. What a fool! Chun-Li chuckled, scolding him lightly. In truth, even without Huang Da's request, he would have planned to allocate the war horses to the cavalry squad. The cavalry's original supply of horses was insufficient to equip everyone, so naturally, the newly acquired horses would be prioritized for the cavalry. The following day at the Tianqing stronghold, the captains reconvened in the conference hall. Taking their seats once more, each face radiated joy, as the news of the leader's successful breakthrough had spread throughout, thanks to Huang Da. The leader's advancement marked him as the second powerful figure in the Tianqing stronghold, further augmenting its strength, which delighted those whose fates were intertwined with the stronghold. The recent victory over the bandits yielded substantial rewards, promising significant benefits to the entire Tianqing army. Previously, the army had been lacking in weaponry. Now, with such an abundance of spoils, it would greatly enhance their combat capabilities. Today's meeting was dedicated to the distribution of the spoils. Ahem, Chun-Li coughed to signal for silence in the conference hall. Instantly, the previously noisy room fell silent, with all eyes turning toward Chun-Li. Let us first report our post-battle gains, Chun-Li instructed his aide, Sun Haichang. Understood, Sun Haichang replied. We have eliminated 378 enemy combatants, captured 76, all of whom are robust adult males, that we have acquired over 400 iron long knives and 50 warhorses. The martial arts techniques of the 100 Battles Body Forging and the 100 Battles Blade Technique have proven immensely rewarding. Beyond the weapons and warhorses, the most precious treasures acquired were the 2 tomes of martial arts secrets obtained from Zhongjing. Initially, Chun-Li was filled with joy, anticipating the acquisition of 2 extraordinary spiritual cards. However, upon receiving the 2 manuals, he felt no stirring of excitement. His attempts to infuse them with spiritual energy yielded no response, leaving him deeply disheartened. While he could still cultivate these techniques, they paled in comparison to the simplicity of advancing through a transcendent card. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that he was not always so fortunate. 300 pounds of jerky. Sun Haichang's voice continued to report. After the announcement of the spoils had ceased, the eyes of the captains glowed with fervor. Fixated on Sun Haichang, feeling the intensity of their gaze, which seemed almost predatory, he shivered slightly and hastily moved to Chun-Li's side, relieved when their attention shifted away from him. In the face of this charged atmosphere, Chun-Li remained remarkably composed, gathering his thoughts before speaking. In this battle, Huang Da led the cavalry to disperse the bandit forces, contributing significantly to our victory and earning the foremost credit. Any of you have objections? No objections. The captains responded in unison. They were well aware that Huang Da's cavalry had been decisive in determining the outcome of the battle. While victory might have been possible without him, it surely would have come at a greater cost. Aside from a few unfortunate souls slain by Zhongjing's sudden assault, most casualties have been merely severe injuries, with few fatalities. Very well, let us distribute all 50 warhorses among the cavalry brigade, and reward Huang Da with an opportunity to study the 100 Battles Body Forging and the 100 Battles Blade Technique. Upon hearing his reward, Huang Dahu's smile stretched wide. Had Chunli not been present, he might have been even more ostentatious, perhaps even flaunting his fortune before the other captains. The second most notable contribution came from Wei Yiping, whose melee squad, comprising merely over 200 men, had managed to hold off multiple times their number of enemies, significantly demoralizing the adversary. Moreover, at a critical moment, they had rescued Lu Sandow, preserving a key member of their forces. Any of you have objections? No objections, came the chorus of responses from the captains once again. Wei Yiping's ragtag army had not only demonstrated the ability to defeat a larger force, but had also achieved such commendable results that many of the junior captains were left in awe. They had engaged the bandits firsthand. Despite their lack of combat prowess and resolve, the pressure on a mere 200 strong, most of whom were elderly or women, was immense. Thus, following this battle, no one dared to call them ragtag anymore. They had gained genuine recognition, even earning the respect of the proud cavalry soldiers, who would often salute the severely injured veterans and women they encountered on the road. Wei Yiping's squad was awarded 300 long swords and granted the priority to recruit captives, while he himself received the right to learn the 100 battles blade technique. "Thank you, Chief," Wei Yiping said, laboriously rising, his body wrapped in various bandages, to express his gratitude. Observing Wei Yiping's humble demeanor, so different from Huang Dahu's earlier brashness, Chunli nodded in satisfaction, but shot Huang Dahu an annoyed glance as he reveled in his accolades. That moment, Huang Dahu remained oblivious, only to be nudged by Li Dahai, who noticed Chun Li's displeasure. Feeling the subtle prompt from Li Dahai, Huang Dahu returned to awareness, glancing at him in confusion. However, at Li Dahai's urging, he turned toward Chun Li, only to find him gazing back with evident discontent. A cold sweat broke out on Huang Da's brow as he realized he had let his pride get the better of him. He quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor, sitting rigidly as if he had transformed into a wax figure. Witnessing Huang Dahu's sudden shift, Chun Li's earlier irritation dissipated. He had no intention of holding a grudge, as he did not consider himself a petty individual. Naturally, the subsequent matches were inevitable. However, this was by no means an act of retaliation. As the esteemed leader of the Tianqing army, he possessed far greater magnanimity than that. It was entirely reasonable for him to seek to hone his mastery of first-tier martial arts with Huang Do, one of the two strongest figures in the entire stronghold. Regaining his smile, Chun Li began to bestow rewards upon the other brigade leaders. Observing Chun Li's return to normalcy, Huang Dahu instinctively patted his chest, believing he had escaped Chun Li's scrutiny. Little did he know that for the next few days, he would find himself largely confined to his bed. Lu Sandow had successfully thwarted the enemy cavalry's charge and prevented their leader from slaughtering their troops, while Zhang Hui had effectively blocked the enemy's retreat, inflicting significant casualties and contributing greatly to the defeat of the enemy commander. Thus both men shared equal credit. Long live the chief! The crowd erupted in cheers. Among the most jubilant were the squad leaders of the archers and spearmen, both believing themselves to have contributed the least, only to discover their efforts were deemed equal. "Thank you, Chief," Zhang Hui and Lu Sandow, having sensed Chun Li's prior annoyance with Huang Do, refrained from emulating Huang Dahu's arrogance. They respectfully expressed their gratitude before returning to their seats, maintaining a composed demeanor, their expressions devoid of any outward emotion. Seeing their comportment, Chun Li's discontent with Huang Dahu grew even stronger, and he resolved to ensure that Huang Dahu would remain bettered for 3 days. Poor Huang Dahu could never have anticipated that he had been so clearly marked for a lesson. Suppressing his desire to glare at Huang Dahu, Chun Li redirected his focus to Zhang and Lu. Both Zhang Hui and Lu Sandow would gain the right to learn the 100 battles blade technique, and their respective brigades would evenly divide the remaining iron-long swords. Upon learning, they too would have the opportunity to study the 100 battles blade technique. Both Zhang Hui and Lu Sandow expressed their satisfaction. They had already been practicing the Long Qi song and did not lack for martial arts, but rather sought to enhance their skills in combat. Previously, Lu Sandow's struggles against Zhang Jing had stemmed not only from their differences in rank, but also from a disparity in battlefield tactics. The blade techniques exhibited by Zhang Jing had been particularly enticing, so the chance to acquire such techniques was nothing short of a boon. Lu Sandao's signature move, the desperate throw, was a double-edged sword. While it could yield surprising results if executed unexpectedly, failure to land it would leave him vulnerable and weaponless. The 100 Battles blade technique would perfectly supplement Lu Sandao's offensive repertoire. The same held true for Zhang Hui, who lacked extensive combat experience. Thus, the 100 Battles blade technique would significantly enhance his individual capabilities. Ultimately, all rewards were meticulously arranged, and each captain departed with elation. At this moment, the entire Tianqing stronghold had gathered at the rear mountain. Despite the vast number of people present, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, and a somber atmosphere lingered in the hearts of the attendees. Today marked the day of cremation for the fallen soldiers of the Tianqing army. Concerned that direct burial might lead to disease and soil contamination, and with Chun Li's advocacy and the growing acceptance of scientific education, most people had ceased to resist cremation. Standing at the forefront was Chun Li. Clad in black, exuding solemnity and gravity, as he stood before the bodies of the soldiers prepared for cremation, he remained silent, simply mourning alongside the others, creating a gradually deepening atmosphere of sorrow that enveloped the gathering. Behind Chun Li stood 4 brigade leaders who, like the rest, bowed their heads in silent reverence, mourning the warriors who had sacrificed their lives for the Tianqing stronghold. Uncertain how long this mourning persisted, Chun Li eventually raised his head and spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, these soldiers of the Tianqing army have safeguarded our safety and protected our homeland with their very lives. They're the most honorable among us. The heroes of our Tianqing stronghold." In this silent world, the sound resonated with extraordinary clarity. "Heroes," Huang Dao bellowed, raising his right hand high. This exclamation ignited the crowd, as all the military and civilians of Tianqing village raised their right hands and shouted in unison. As the cheers subsided, Chun Li turned resolutely to face everyone, pointing his right hand skyward, proclaiming loudly to all present, "I, Chun Li, as the leader of Tianqing village, hereby declare the establishment of a monument to our heroic martyrs. Every individual who perished in battle for Tianqing village shall find their final resting place here. And no matter how arduous the journey, I shall ensure their return, that I pledge to everyone that Tianqing village is our home. Even in death, we shall return to our homeland." Upon his conclusion, every soldier in the Tianqing army displayed faces alight with fervor. For a warrior, being honored and remembered as a hero by future generations is the utmost respect bestowed upon them. Almost all members of the Tianqing army had loved ones within the village. They might be fathers to children, husbands to wives, or sons to parents. Upon hearing Chun Li's words, their hearts found great solace. For they knew their fathers, husbands, and children were true heroes, sacrificing their lives to protect them. Witnessing the soldiers and civilians, overwhelmed by grief and tears streaming down their faces, Chun Li solemnly declared, "Every family of those who have died for Tianqing village shall be exempted from a certain amount of labor and will receive financial support from the village to help them live better." He then produced an iron medal, round in shape, engraved with the words "Meritorious Contributors of Tianqing." Simultaneously, the families would receive this medal, symbolizing the glory of Tianqing village, and those who bore the medal would have priority should they wish to join the Tianqing army in the future. These policies had long been considered by Chun Li. Every soldier who perished for Tianqing village was a hero deserving of such honors, and he would not allow heroes to bleed and weep simultaneously. Furthermore, as these policies were implemented, they would significantly enhance the enthusiasm among the youth to enlist in the Tianqing army, fostering an atmosphere where one soldier's service would bring honor to the entire family. It would also reassure the soldiers that their sacrifices held value. Every individual in Tianqing village would remember them, motivating the soldiers to fight with even greater valor. For the most dreadful fate is not death, but oblivion. No soldier wishes to be forgotten, leaving only a solitary grave amidst a tangle of weeds. Indeed, the people were profoundly moved, placing their right hands over their hearts and shouting in unison. The soldiers of the Tianqing army, too, were misty-eyed, their gazes aflame with fervor, a surge of passionate energy swelling within them. They need not worry for their families. Their sole purpose now was to fight until their last breath on the battlefield. If fortune allowed them to survive, they would continue to protect Tianqing village, safeguarding their home. "Light the fire," commanded Chun-Li. Instantly, two Tianqing warriors appeared, brandishing torches. Once the group of warriors was assembled, Chun-Li welcomed them as his personal guards. Moreover, they would assist in refining certain policies. Each of these warriors regarded Chun-Li as a divine figure, fervently devoted to him. Thus, when the torchbearers emerged, others responded with admiration, envying these chosen few for their privilege of serving as Chun-Li's protectors. Boom! The torches ignited upon contact with the kindling, flames erupting like serpents of fire, licking the bodies of the fallen soldiers of the Tianqing army. The glow illuminated the faces of the crowd, each visage reflecting the same solemnity and dignity. This scene appeared profoundly sacred. Chun-Li stood closest to the flames, feeling the searing heat, yet refusing to retreat, silently gazing at the bodies of the Tianqing soldiers quietly burning within the fire, seemingly witnessing their serene smiles. The beings of the card realm may be mere illusions to many spirit card masters, as they manifest repeatedly, leading many to believe they are mere products of the realm's rules rather than true beings. However, Chun-Li held a different perspective. This world shared a history akin to that of the world he once knew, perhaps altered by extraordinary forces, yet he regarded the card realm, rich in cultural and historical parallels, as his homeland. Every individual within this realm was a genuine being, deserving of respect. His earlier declaration that Tianqing village belonged to all was not a ploy to garner favor for personal gain. From its inception, every action taken by Chun-Li had been for the benefit of Tianqing village that Akati had long ceased to be a mere stepping stone for aligning with the chaotic forces of Taiyang. It had become a consolidation of Chun-Li's memories of his past homeland, a desire to reconstruct Tianqing village into a semblance of his former home, not only to provide these people with a sanctuary, but also to fulfill his own aspiration. Even should Chun-Li eventually depart from his card realm, he would strive to preserve Tianqing village, ensuring its continued existence. Many might deem his efforts futile, believing that once the card realm resets, all creations of spirit card masters would vanish. Yet, Chun-Li remained undeterred, convinced that as long as he remembered them, they would endure within his mind, and Tianqing village would persist within a dilapidated, thatched hut. Over 70 bandits were bound and imprisoned. Creak! The door swung open as a woman carrying food entered. The bandits perked up at the sight of her, lining up eagerly to receive their rations. "It's mealtime," she called out to those still slumbering. The sleeping bandits were swiftly roused by their peers, urging them to join the queue for their meals. Today's fare was vegetable dumplings, 2 per person. Upon hearing the menu, the bandits brightened, for in these tumultuous times, the presence of vegetable dumplings was indeed a rarity. Within the ranks of the bandits, their daily staple had often been thin gruel. Now, captured, they found themselves feasting more lavishly. Joy radiated from their faces, many of whom were simple, honest farmers. Had it not been for the coercion of the bandits, they might still be with their families. "I won't eat this. It must be poisoned." Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged from the bandits. Hearing this, the others, filled with trepidation, hastily returned their food to the basket. "I don't want to die. Please, let me go. I have elders above and children below." Instantly, the hut was filled with wails of despair. The woman, having never witnessed such a scene, hurried outside to summon help. Shortly thereafter, upon learning of the captive's distress, Chun-Li personally arrived. "Silence," commanded 2 Tianqing warriors beside him in unison. These 2 warriors were the most formidable among the Tianqing warriors, their strength nearing the first tier, thus becoming Chun-Li's dedicated protectors. Stepping forward together, an imposing aura emanated from them, suppressing the entire crowd. The bandits, sensing this overwhelming presence, ceased their lamentations, too fearful to utter another sound. "I hear you intend to cause trouble." Chun-Li's voice cut through the air, a sharp energy rising from him. The bandits recoiled, startled by the aura that enveloped Chun-Li. They had gleaned his identity from eavesdropping on the villagers' daily conversations. Chun-Li, the commander of the Tianqing army and leader of Tianqing village, who had once single-handedly slain 3 mountain bandits, one of whom was a formidable foe. Armed with a wooden spear, he had engaged Zhang Jing in direct combat and emerged victorious, sustaining no injuries. Just days prior, he had successfully broken through to the first tier, establishing himself as a first-tier powerhouse. These various remarks have sufficiently constructed the image of Chun-Li. The term terrifying scarcely suffices to describe this individual. Not only does he possess formidable combat prowess, but in a remarkably short span, he has managed to consolidate a multitude of refugees into a powerful army, establishing educational institutions to ensure that everyone engages in the pursuit of knowledge. Furthermore, the myriad policies he has enacted have resulted in a significant increase in food production throughout the Tianqing village, alleviating the populace's concerns about hunger. Under the continuous embellishment by the villagers, Chun-Li has come to be regarded by this band of outlaws as a living deity. Upon encountering him in person, many are overwhelmed by the aura he exudes, with some driven by fear to kneel and plead for his forgiveness. Rise and speak. Chun-Li, witnessing the outlaws prostrating themselves, felt a wave of frustration wash over him that the youth emerged from their ranks to explain, "We do not wish to cause trouble. We simply wish to survive." This boy, notably frail compared to the others, nonetheless found the courage to stand before Chun-Li, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Without any pretense, Chun-Li stated, "During the prior examination, I found none among you to be irredeemably wicked. Thus, I had no intention of executing you. I had initially planned to deal with you later. But since you are here today, let us address this matter directly." The outlaws, realizing this misunderstanding, felt a wave of shame wash over them for allowing fear to so easily overtake their resolve. It is important to understand their plight. Having been thoroughly defeated in previous engagements with the Tianqing army, they had long since lost all will to fight. Now, upon hearing of their possible demise, they were consumed by terror. "What do you wish to do with us?" the same youth inquired. Chun-Li smiled and replied, "You now have three choices. First, you may remain here quietly. We shall not trouble you. And once we have defeated your former band, you will be allowed to leave. Second, you may choose to become laborers for Tianqing village. Upon fulfilling certain tasks, you could become a member of our community, where we shall treat you equally, ensuring you are not left to starve or exhaust yourselves, though there will be some disparities compared to the regular villagers. Third, you can join the Tianqing army as auxiliary forces. Should you choose this path, you will receive benefits distinct from those of the general populace, that if you distinguish yourselves on the battlefield, there exists the opportunity for you to be formally inducted into the regular army." Upon hearing this, the youth immediately declared, "I choose the third option. I wish to become an auxiliary of the Tianqing army." Chun-Li regarded the boy with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such decisiveness. Indeed, the third option was the most advantageous. While the first appeared to offer freedom, in such tumultuous times, where could one find safety outside the protection of the Tianqing army, the second option bore little promise for a prosperous future, condemning one to merely exist as a villager in Tianqing. The third option, however, was the most promising. Despite the inherent risks of being an auxiliary, one could attain formal status in the army through valorous deeds, an opportunity not even afforded to many within Tianqing. Intrigued, Chun-Li inquired, "What is your name?" The frail youth, with an expression of determination, replied, "My name is Li Xiuqing." "You claim your name is Li Xiuqing." Chun-Li's tone elevated slightly, his demeanor becoming more serious. Under the unintentional pressure he exuded from surprise, Li Xiuqing exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, he stepped forward confidently. Realizing he may have overstepped, Chun-Li recalibrated his demeanor, reassessing the youth before him. Despite his frail physique, the resilience and determination evident in his eyes were unmistakable, indicating that this boy was no ordinary individual. Contemplating the context of their location and the circumstances they found themselves in, Chun-Li felt a strong conviction regarding the identity of this youth. He believed he recognized him. The surrounding outlaws, anxious that this boy might inadvertently provoke Chun-Li, hastily began to vouch for him. This lad was conscripted from a nearby village. It was only due to his father's desperate pleas that he was spared. Otherwise, who would have taken notice of such a frail boy? Another chimed in. "He was originally tasked with tending to the horses, but when we prepared to attack, he volunteered to join you as the outlaws divulged every detail about Li Xiuqing. He found himself devoid of any secrets before Chun-Li. Remaining silent, Chun-Li gazed at the youth, whose frail appearance belied the brilliance in his eyes. After a lengthy pause, Chun-Li crouched down, gently ruffling the boy's disheveled hair, shedding the stern demeanor of a village leader. With a voice akin to that of a caring elder brother, he inquired, "Would you be willing to serve as my personal guard?" Li Xiucheng, momentarily taken aback, soon recognized the implications. Being a captive yet afforded the privilege of serving this individual was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Without hesitation, he responded, "I am willing." Upon hearing his affirmation, Chun-Li's face broke into a hearty smile. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my personal guard. You two, take him below to freshen up and provide him with a hearty meal," he instructed the two Tianqing soldiers who had just entered the room. The soldiers exchanged glances, jealousy flickering in their eyes. They had never witnessed their leader display such warmth towards anyone. Not even the highest-ranking captains had received such treatment. Although Chun-Li was merely 18, he exuded a maturity that often led others to overlook his youth. Today, however, they witnessed something remarkable. The usually solemn leader smiling at a seemingly insignificant boy. If the captains were to learn of this, they would surely be left in disbelief. They even dared to wager that Chun-Li had smiled more in this interaction than in all his previous encounters combined. Who was this boy to receive such favor from a chief? Unfazed by their curiosity, Chun-Li was aware he may have stumbled upon a treasure. Though Li Xiuqing currently appeared an inconspicuous lad, his future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. He was destined to become a renowned general in the latter days of the Taiyang regime, earning the trust of Hong Daoquan and ultimately serving as the pillar of the nation. Chun-Li held great admiration for him, having taken the time to study Li Xiuqing's exploits, discovering him to be not only loyal, but also possessing profound insights in both military and political realms. Reflecting on Li Xiuqing's accomplishments, and then glancing at the slender youth before him, Chun-Li mused that had the boy not revealed his identity, he would never have dared to associate him with the illustrious general he would one day become. With this realization, Chun-Li's smile grew warmer, causing Li Xiuqing to feel a slight unease. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the two Tianqing soldiers had already escorted him away in the Tianqing village square. Chun-Li stood atop a platform, alongside the diminutive figure of Li Xiuqing, now clad in a slightly smaller version of the personal guard uniform. Though he appeared small, his expression was filled with seriousness and resolve, earning the respect of the soldiers of the Tianqing army below. Who would dare to underestimate him now? The chief himself had personally selected this boy as his guard, and since that moment, Chun-Li had placed great importance on him. Lacking any prior accomplishments, Chun-Li could not directly bestow the techniques of the Tianqing village upon him. Instead, he chose to impart his own unique combat style. The Breaking Army 6 techniques. It is worth noting that this technique was highly coveted by the four captains, as the village already possessed a formidable 100 battle sword technique, while the Breaking Army 6 techniques were a treasured family secret of the chief. None dared to inquire about it unless Chun-Li himself initiated the conversation. Upon learning that the chief intended to teach this technique to Li Xiuqing, Huang Dao had even rushed forward to cling to Chun-Li's leg, expressing his own desire to learn. However, the ultimate outcome was that he was unceremoniously kicked back. Not only that, due to Li Xiuqing's illiteracy, the leader kept him by his side, simultaneously teaching him to read and instructing him in martial arts. From time to time, he also imparted some military knowledge. During the training of the Tianqing army, the soldiers often observed their leader standing beside him, exclaiming, "This lad is diligently taking notes." First, the people of Tianqing village believed that this boy was the leader's illegitimate child. If it weren't for the leader's obvious age, along with the testimonies of the bandits, these rumors might have gained traction. Chun-Li was certainly aware of the gossip circulating among the villagers of Tianqing. However, he paid it no mind. Upon learning of the boy's identity, he resolved to cultivate Li Xiuqing into the second-generation military leader of the Tianqing army, as history had already attested to his exceptional military talents. Should Chun-Li eventually detach from the card realm, with his leadership, the Tianqing village would not face annihilation, would it? Ladies and gentlemen, previously, bandits invaded our Tianqing village, resulting in casualties. Can we afford to leave this grievance unavenged? Chun-Li addressed the crowd. The people responded in unison. Very well. Those who harm our Tianqing village shall surely pay in blood. Tianqing army, he my command, present. The fully armed Tianqing army emerged in the square, prompting the crowd to part. Observing this formidable and disciplined army, the citizens felt an overwhelming sense of pride and security. These were the soldiers who protected them, the guardians of their homeland, relishing the adoration of the surrounding populace. The Tianqing army marched into the center of the square, standing beside Chun-Li. Li Xiuqing gazed at the imposing and orderly ranks of the Tianqing army, his heart swelling with pride and honor at the prospect of becoming one of them, thus planting the seeds of ambition within the heart of a mere 13-year-old boy. As the Tianqing army consumed its previous gains, the size of its ranks expanded once again. Wei Yiping's close combat division surged from an initial 600 to over 1,200, effectively doubling its numbers. This was a deliberate strategy on Chun-Li's part. Wei Yiping's and Zhang Hui's divisions predominantly comprised clansmen. While the bonds of kinship fostered unity among the soldiers, such relationships also bore limitations in military development. Armies built on familial ties tend to heavily depend on their founders. When the founder is no longer present, the lack of a sufficiently esteemed leader can lead to the army's decline. Chun-Li was well aware of the historical lessons regarding the rapid downfall of warlords after their deaths. Thus, he began gradually reducing the proportion of Wei Yiping's clan within the close combat division. Transitioning it into a traditional military force, he then turned his attention to the archery and spear divisions, which had similarly increased their ranks nearly twofold. With the Great Battle in Pingnan County, an increasing number of individuals began fleeing towards Yongchang City. Naturally, Tianqing Village, situated in close proximity to Yongchang City, encountered a greater influx of refugees upon learning about the various systems in place within Tianqing Village. These refugees eagerly sought to join. Aware of the exposure of Tianqing Village, Chun-Li decided to ease the recruitment regulations, allowing a vast number of refugees to enter. The population swelled from a mere 2,000 to 3,000 to a staggering 8,000. After the Tianqing army discreetly eliminated a few ill-intentioned individuals, the newcomers quickly integrated into the village. With a significant influx of people, the Tianqing army commenced a large-scale recruitment drive. Finally, Huang Dahe's cavalry unit also entered the square. In contrast to the other divisions that had experienced explosive growth, the cavalry unit's numbers did not see a significant increase. However, thanks to the contributions of merchants fleeing the turmoil, Huang Dahe's cavalry unit achieved its goal of equipping all 200 personnel with war horses. Presently, the Tianqing army, including auxiliary forces, boasted nearly 3,000 troops, specifically comprising 280 cavalry, 236 in close combat, 564 archers, 587 spearmen, and 500 auxiliaries. "Please give the order, my leader," the Tianqing army called in unison. Observing the army he had assembled, Chun-Li felt a swell of pride. However, this was countered by the heavy burden of responsibility for their fate. "Now, I give the order. Huangdo, you will lead the cavalry unit ahead to clear the path for the main forces and ascertain the precise deployment of the bandits." "Yes, as you command." Huang Dahe stepped forward from the cavalry unit, coming to a halt before Chun-Li, and saluted. Chun-Li did not look at him. After he completed his salute, he returned to the ranks. Subsequently, under Huang Dahe's command, the cavalry unit departed the square in an orderly fashion, followed by the sounds of neighing horses and a billowing cloud of dust rising at the entrance of Tianqing Village. "The rest of you, follow me out of the village." "Yes," the assembled officers replied in unison. Amidst the farewells of the villagers, the army gradually departed from Tianqing Village, setting forth into the distance. Meanwhile, within the bandit encampment, due to Chun-Li's intelligence operations, many of the bandit scouts had either been bribed or eliminated. Qian Kuei remained oblivious to the fact that the bandit team he had dispatched had been entirely wiped out. At present, he was surrounded by two beautiful women, dreaming of future dominion, unaware that his end was near. As the sun dipped low in the west, night was approaching 0.5 miles from the bandit camp. Behind a tall earthen mound, a group of shadows emerged. The shadows moved swiftly, gathering in no time. The leader of the shadows whispered, "Have we gathered all the intelligence?" "Yes, we have," another shadow replied. The leader nodded and began issuing commands. Number 1, return now to inform General Huang and relay the information to the main army. Understood. The others followed closely, preparing to infiltrate the camp and swiftly eliminate the sentries when the main army arrived. Understood. The group of shadows nodded in agreement. All right. Number 1. Return. The rest of you, conceal yourselves in place. After communicating the intelligence, the shadows dispersed at remarkable speed, blending seamlessly into their surroundings, as if they were truly mere shadows. These individuals were, of course, Chun-Li's subordinates, specifically selected from the Tianqing army to form the Shadow Guard. As the name suggests, they were a group of guardians hidden in the shadows, responsible solely to Chun-Li for intelligence gathering and assassination missions. The selection process for the Shadow Guard was exceedingly rigorous, limited to members of the Tianqing army, with each member possessing exceptional personal strength and talent. Moreover, all martial arts techniques within Tianqing village were made available to them. It could be said that these Shadow Guard were destined to become formidable warriors in the future. Furthermore, competition within the Shadow Guard was intense, with regular evaluations conducted. Those who did not meet the standards would be removed from the Shadow Guard, given the choice to either become peripheral members awaiting another chance to compete or to join the Tianqing army. Even those who did not succeed were still highly sought after by various divisions. Outside the bandit camp, in an unnamed village, the Tianqing army was engaged in preparations for battle. The entire village was eerily quiet, with only the sound of blades being sharpened breaking the stillness. At the center of the village, in a large tent, Chun-Li was intently studying a map, flanked by various captains who stood silently by his side. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. A knight was galloping toward the village, and it was evident that he would arrive shortly. Upon nearing the village, the knight nimbly dismounted and hurriedly ran toward the village. Just as he approached, 4 soldiers from the Tianqing army suddenly appeared, blocking his path at the same time. From the surrounding darkness, over 10 arrows were poised and ready, their iron tips glinting ominously in the night. The 4 soldiers, each brandishing a spear, remained vigilant, aiming their weapon tips at the knight, as if any sudden movement on his part would result in their spears piercing his body without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the knight exhibited no signs of panic. I am Chu Jiang, the deputy of the first squad of the cavalry unit led by Li Dahai. I have been dispatched to report military intelligence. Upon hearing this, the Tianqing soldiers did not lower their guard. Password: the sun rises eternally. Long live Tianqing. Chu Jiang promptly responded to the secret signal. Upon confirming the password, the group of Tianqing soldiers sheathed their weapons, and the concealed arrows slowly retreated, as if nothing had transpired. Observing that the Tianqing soldiers had cleared the path, Chu Jiang stepped into the village without hesitation. Within the village, patrols of guards occasionally passed by. Meanwhile, countless sentinels lurked in the shadows, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, adhering to a strict protocol of every 5 paces a post and every 10 paces a guard. Under the guidance of one of the Tianqing soldiers, Chu Jiang swiftly arrived at the central command tent. What is the current situation? Chun-Li withdrew his gaze from the map, lifting his head to regard Chu Jiang. The various captains present also turned their attention toward him. Chu Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety. Each individual present held a higher rank than he did, the lowest among them being Li Xiuqing, who stood beside Chun-Li. Yet, even the leader of his cavalry squad, Huang Do, likely did not hold as esteemed a position in the chief's eyes. Not be nervous. Simply relay the intelligence you wish to report. Chun-Li seemed to sense the young officer's unease and offered reassurance. Yes, Chu Jiang collected his scattered thoughts and began to convey the information. According to the intelligence, the bandit encampment lay approximately 12 miles from our main camp, with the enemy numbering around 1,500, and their defenses were notably lax. The specifics of their layout are detailed here. Upon finishing, he produced a map from his bosom and handed it to one of the captains. The captain, upon receiving the map, quickly stepped forward to spread it across the table. Gazing at the defensive layout, even those present who were not well-versed in such matters could not suppress their laughter. The contents of the map were rather rudimentary. The bandit camp was arranged in a triangular formation with no external fortifications, save for a few sparse traps. However, these traps were clearly marked on the map. Understanding the enemy's capabilities, Chun-Li wasted no time. He raised his head, faced the captains, and emphatically struck the map with his hand, issuing the command: the entire army shall depart immediately, advancing swiftly towards the bandit camp. However, exercise caution. This time, I shall lead a force twice their size to launch a night raid upon this rabble. I demand that we achieve complete success in one decisive strike. Is that understood? Yes. The captains responded in unison before departing in succession. Refocusing his attention on Chu Jiang, he instructed, "You are to return to the cavalry squad and inform Huang Dehu to await the arrival of our forces outside the bandit camp, ensuring he remains concealed. Should his exposure result in any bandits escaping, I shall flay him alive." Yes. Chu Jiang saluted sharply before exiting the grand tent. Following the issuance of the military orders, the concealed Tianqing soldiers began their operations. It was as if a ferocious beast in the night revealed its sharp fangs, poised to pounce upon its unsuspecting prey. As the army mobilized, Chun-Li turned to Li Xiuqing beside him and remarked, "I believe your father is still in the bandit camp, is he not?" At this, tears welled in Li Xiuqing's eyes, and he immediately knelt, beseeching Chun-Li, "Please, chief, save my father." Li Xiuqing had been deeply concerned for his father's safety. Yet, as a soldier, his duty dictated that he could not allow personal matters to compromise the military operation. Thus, he had remained silent until Chun-Li's mention ignited his emotions, observing the tear-filled eyes of Li Xiuqing. Chun-Li smiled. Was this not an opportune moment to win hearts? He lifted Li Xiuqing to his feet, patting him on the shoulder with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched the Shadow Guard. Their primary objective is to rescue your father." Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, Li Xiuqing bowed his head and struck it against the ground, blood seeping from his forehead. "Chief, I dare not betray you in this life. Remember, the Tianqing army is your family. Your kin are our kin. You are not sworn to anyone but are merely protecting your homeland," Chun-Li reassured him. Hearing this, Li Xiuqing bowed his head once more, a choked voice escaping him. "I will share in the fate of the Tianqing army." The night sky began to envelop the horizon. Perhaps the heavens themselves disapproved of the bandits' deeds, for tonight the moon was absent, and the sky was shrouded in heavy clouds. The shadow guards, hidden outside the bandit camp, commenced their actions. Their objective was to eliminate the bandits' sentries, infiltrate the camp, rescue Li Xiuqing's father, and subsequently notify the main forces outside. In the shadows, a figure signaled the commencement of their mission. The concealed figures began to approach the bandit camp, their movements stealthy as they swiftly dispatched the sentries in their vicinity without a sound. These shadows silently infiltrated the camp, trained to move without a whisper, evading detection from the occasional training personnel by exploiting their visual blind spots. These methods of training had been adapted by Chun-Li from the specialized techniques he had previously observed. Although some of these training methods were not entirely rational, the ongoing adjustments within the Shadow Guard had yielded commendable results. Without hesitation, the shadows advanced toward a particular building, guided by the intelligence from their inside informant, which indicated that Li Xiuqing's father resided within. Meow. The leading shadow emitted a sound. Shortly after, a young man dressed as a bandit emerged from the building. In a hushed tone, he informed the leading shadow, "There are 8 individuals inside. Li Xiuqing's father is on the innermost bed. It cannot be mistaken. This is a 3-star mission, personally ordered by the chief. Within the Tianqing stronghold, there exists a task system. Every member bears the responsibility and obligation to fulfill the missions assigned by the Tianqing army. The task system is categorized into 5 levels, determined by star ratings to reflect the significance of the task to the stronghold and the army. With the highest level being 5 stars, that a 3-star rating implies that the mission holds considerable importance for both the stronghold and the army. To note, the current operation to eradicate the bandits is merely a 3.5-star difficulty mission. Do you now understand the significance of a 3-star task? A 3-star mission. How could that person hold such value? Who on earth is he?" the young man exclaimed in astonishment. "This is a task personally issued by the chief. What do you think? And do not inquire beyond what you need to know. Let this suffice for now, but remember it for the future." "Very well. The target has been confirmed. Let the operation commence." Yes, the shadows began their methodical actions. Over a dozen figures split into 2 teams, one stationed outside the building as guards, while the other stealthily entered. In the darkness, it seemed that only the glimmer in their eyes conveyed their intentions to one another. Inside the building, aside from Li Xiuqing's father, the others were swiftly silenced by the members of the Shadow Guard, who covered their mouths, as the bandits beneath them awakened from suffocation. The other hand wielded a blade that swiftly cut across their throats. Before any cries could escape, the bandits had already fallen silent. That moment, Li Xiuqing's father, Li Shigao, was roused by the commotion. As he shook off the fog of sleep, he beheld 8 figures clad in black, their faces obscured by masks. His peripheral vision caught sight of the lifeless bandits, and before he could scream, a hand was clamped over his mouth. The black-clad figure spoke softly. "Do not worry. We are companions of Li Xiuqing. He sent us to bring you to safety, if you understand. Nod your head." Upon hearing this, Li Shigao immediately nodded. Seeing his compliance, the figure released their grip. Regaining his ability to speak, Li Shigao exclaimed with eagerness, "Xiuqing, how is he? Where is he? Who are you?" The black-clad figure offered no explanations, merely responding, "You will come with us, and shortly you will see your son." Thus, under the escort of the Shadow Guard, Li Shigao was safely transported out of the bandit camp. Upon reaching the designated location, the Shadow Guard swiftly vanished, leaving Li Shigao standing in bewilderment. That moment, the earth trembled, and in his line of sight, a cavalry unit of over 200 surged toward the camp. Remarkably, this cavalry maintained a perfect conical formation without a hint of deviation, and as their speed increased, the formation tightened, with the distance between each horseman reduced to mere inches. Even though Li Shigao lacked understanding of what constituted elite forces, this cavalry appeared to him as the finest in the world. A piercing whistle of a signal arrow shattered the false tranquility of the night. Flames erupted within the camp, and the bandits realized their sentinels had been annihilated. With enemies seemingly closing in from outside, in a frenzy, they hurriedly gathered to flee the camp, a sea of disheveled bandits, their faces marked by soot. At the forefront of the bandit horde stood Qian Ke, gripping a broadsword in his right hand, addressing the chaotic throng of bandits. With a swift stroke, Qian Ke beheaded a fleeing bandit, blood gushing forth. Witnessing such a horrific scene, the bandits were gripped by terror, and the tumultuous chaos gradually subsided. It was evident that they were under a night raid. Regardless of the flames, the camp was lost. There was no choice but to find another. Now, everyone needed to arm themselves and face the enemy alongside him. He was determined to discover who dared to challenge him. Having regained their composure, the bandits ceased their focus on the burning camp and directed their attention toward the unknown enemy. Just as Qian Ke reveled in his decisiveness, the enemy made their appearance. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves approached. In the distance, a cavalry unit, forming a conical array, raced toward them, the only sounds being the snorts of the horses, devoid of any battle cries or shouts from the riders. As he beheld this cavalry, a chilling dread coursed through Qian Ke's veins. Such a cavalry had not even appeared in the previous engagements between the Taiyang army and the imperial troops. Now, an elite force of this caliber was assaulting him. Before Qian Ke could fully grasp the situation, the cavalry charged forward. The conical cavalry force violently penetrated the bandit formation, leaving the bewildered bandits no experience to contend with such a scene in this brutal unit. Swiftly, the bandits were scattered, and those who stood in the path of the cavalry were mercilessly slaughtered. After breaking through the bandit ranks, the cavalry halted at a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, a dark cloud of arrows rained down upon the bandits, causing numerous to fall. When the rain of arrows ceased, the bandits faced a force even larger than their own, marching in perfect unison, the momentum of the entire legion coalescing, the most powerful among them. Qian Ke felt as if a dark, ferocious beast loomed above this army. This force was none other than the Tianqing army, advancing steadily toward the bandits. Witnessing the slow movement of the phalanx, akin to a mobile citadel, all present, including Qian Ke, felt an oppressive weight akin to a mountain. "Run!" A bandit, unable to bear the pressure, cried out. Yet before he could take another step, Qian Ke struck him down with his sword. There was still hope for battle. Fleeing would only lead to death. "Charge! I shall see who dares to provoke me." Qian Ke bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted at his subordinates. Under Qian Ke's coercion, the bandits begrudgingly launched an attack against the Tianqing army. Sparse arrows flew from the bandits, but were intercepted by the shields at the front of the Tianqing formation before they could even reach them. The arrows clanged against the shields, producing a cacophony, Yet no one was harmed. In response, another volley of arrows rained down upon the bandits, who attempted to shield themselves. However, having been scattered by the cavalry, the bandit ranks failed to regroup, leaving only a few protected by their shields while the majority remained exposed to the barrage. Thud! The sound of arrows finding their mark echoed as countless bandits collapsed. Qianke, witnessing the dwindling numbers of his comrades and the approaching Tianqing army, brandished his sword and charged forth with several loyal bandits. There remained hope for battle. To not fight was to embrace death. As the Tianqing army approached, they exhibited no signs of panic. This scenario was one they had trained for countless times. They merely needed to execute their usual maneuvers once more. Chun-Li roared. Spear formation, the front line, armed with shields, swiftly exchanged positions with the rear spear soldiers. The transition was executed with remarkable speed, devoid of any hesitation. The bandits, led by Qianke, could no longer control their momentum. Propelled by the push of their comrades behind them, and were forced to confront the spear soldiers head-on, combat on the battlefield was not merely a matter of one-on-one dueling. It required collective action. Once the order to attack was given, the soldiers at the front were compelled to charge into danger, as their comrades would urge them forward. Thus, in the realm of cold weapon warfare, it was often the seasoned veterans who first clashed with the enemy, their extensive battlefield experience enhancing their chances of survival. With no retreat possible, Qianke had no choice but to press onward. Unfortunately, the bandits wielded primarily long knives, while their opponents were uniformly equipped with spears, an advantage that would be thoroughly exploited. Thrust! Chun-Li's voice rang out once more. The spear soldiers of the forefront thrust their weapons forward. In an instant, blood and flesh flew. The bandits' long knives barely grazed the spear soldiers before they were impaled. Before the bandits could close the distance, the spear soldiers swiftly retreated. The incoming sword and shield soldiers filled the gaps, preventing the spear soldiers from being directly attacked by the charging bandits. The entire process seamless and fluid. Clang, clang. The long knives of the bandits clashed against the shields of the sword and shield soldiers, producing a series of resonant sounds before the bandits could react. The long knives swung from behind the shields, delivering heavy blows to the bandits. Many caught unawares fell to critical injuries, collapsing lifelessly, adding to the pile of corpses at the front of the Tianqing army, creating an obstruction that heightened the difficulty of the bandits' assault. Through the cooperative efforts of the various units of the Tianqing army, their formation resembled a scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the bandits. Breakthrough! Qianke, now consumed by fury, radiated an overwhelming presence. Under immense pressure, he experienced a sudden breakthrough, ascending from the first to the second tier. The broadsword in his hand sliced through the air with a deafening whoosh. The sword and shield soldier, standing in his path, was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. Covered in blood, Qianke felt no discomfort. Rather, a look of enjoyment graced his face, observing such a terrifying figure. The soldiers of the Tianqing army did not retreat an inch. Instead, their hearts surged with anger as several spear soldiers lunged at Qianke. The surrounding bandits, witnessing their leader's formidable prowess, found their spirits lifted. They launched a frenzied assault against the sword and shield soldiers before them, resulting in casualties among the Tianqing ranks. Seeing the situation unfold, Chun-Li called out once more, "Change formation." The original square formation began to swiftly morph. The bandits, vigilant against this transformation, refrained from acting rashly and instead observed intently. Soon, the Tianqing army's formation shifted from a unified square to a two-tiered structure, with the front consisting of sword and shield soldiers alongside spear soldiers, while the rear was composed of archers and gunmen. Additionally, a space was carved out around Qianke, with the Tianqing soldiers subtly encircling him. Whoosh, whoosh, the sky was adorned with countless javelins. The archers in the rear refrained from utilizing their bows and arrows, for at such a distance, arrows could easily harm their own comrades. However, the javelins were a different matter altogether. While their range did not match that of arrows, their striking power and precision far surpassed that of bows. Once the javelins reached a certain height, they began to descend upon the horde of bandits below. With immense force, the javelins easily pierced through the unprotected bodies of the marauders. Bloody javelins protruded from the bandits, embedding themselves into the ground. This singular assault dealt a severe blow to the already battered bandits following Qian Kuei. Witnessing such devastation, Qian Kuei was on the brink of madness, charging recklessly toward the enemy before him. Yet, the disciplined formation of the Heavenly Army maintained a controlled distance, making it difficult for Qian Kuei to penetrate their ranks. Whenever he surged in one direction, the other three flanks of the Heavenly Army would commence their assault. Forcing him to halt his pursuit, he felt as though he were striking at a block of sponge, his long simmering fury dissipating into thin air, leaving him deeply frustrated. "Come on," Qian Kuei bellowed. Still, no one paid him heed. The bandits at the forefront had suffered near total annihilation. Only a scant few dozen still struggled, but defeat was evidently imminent. Meanwhile, the main body of bandits on the plain had begun to scatter in disarray. However, Chun-Li had anticipated such a scenario. The cavalry of the Heavenly Army commenced their movements once again, but this time they did not charge as a cohesive unit. Instead, they dispersed into dozens of small squads. Systematically and effectively slaughtering the fleeing bandits, the vast expanse of the plain had transformed into a hunting ground for the cavalry of the Heavenly Army, where every bandit was but prey. With each cavalry charge, dozens met their demise beneath the gleaming blades. The marauders stood no chance against the relentless slaughter of the cavalry. A charging warhorse, along with its mounted rider, bore down upon them with the force of a speeding automobile. As time wore on, the nearly 1,000 bandits would inevitably be obliterated by this terrifying cavalry onslaught. Victory was merely a matter of time. Thus, the tide of battle had been irrevocably set. Returning to Qian Kuei, his eyes now burned with fury, radiating a menacing heat. He was ready to fight to the death. His speed increased once more, akin to a gust of wind sweeping through, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the earth, a testament to his explosive power and velocity. Boom! Qian Kuei's broadsword came crashing down upon the shield of the frontline soldier. The tremendous force sent the shield-bearer and several soldiers behind him sprawling to the ground, shattering the defensive formation. Without the protection of their formation, the soldiers of the Heavenly Army faced the terrifying Qian Kuei directly. Yet, they exhibited no signs of fear, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Dozens of spear-wielders, organized by their squad leader, formed several triangular formations and charged at Qian Kuei, recognizing that the situation was nearing its conclusion, and that only Qian Kuei was still resisting. Chun-Li shifted his focus to this confrontation as over a dozen spears lunged toward Qian Kuei from nearly every direction. He remained vigilant, despite having attained second-tier strength. He knew he was not invincible. To be struck by so many spears simultaneously would surely lead to grievous injury, if not death. Qian Kuei leaped into the air, soaring nearly 5 meters high. Evading the onslaught, as he descended, his broadsword slashed down upon several spear-wielders, severing them instantly in the wake of Qian Kuei's terrifying assault. The soldiers of the Heavenly Army surrounding him suffered significant losses. Seeing this, several captains could no longer remain passive. With their cultivation in martial arts and combat techniques, they had successfully advanced to first-tier warriors, significantly enhancing their strength. Just as they prepared to surround and attack Qian Kuei, Chun-Li preemptively intervened. They were to support Huang De Hu and swiftly conclude the battle. He would handle Qian Kuei. Understood, the others replied, acknowledging their leader's command without question as several captains led their troops into the fray. The last resistance from the bandits swiftly dwindled. At this point, the encirclement around Qian Kuei was on the verge of disintegration under his frenzied attacks. Were it not for the soldiers of the Heavenly Army sacrificing their lives to hold his advance, he would have already broken free. Observing this scene, Chun-Li urged his steed forward, charging toward the battlefield. Today he would showcase the might of the Spirit Card Master. Make way! The beleaguered soldiers of the Heavenly Army beamed with hope upon seeing Chun-Li's arrival. Possessing a near-blind faith in him, they believed he would not fail them. After all, none of Chun-Li's previous adversaries had emerged alive from their encounters with him. This reasoning may have seemed absurd, but for each soldier of the Heavenly Army, it was an undeniable truth. Their leader would not falter. Spirit Card, Bloodied Javelin, Manifest. Chun-Li commanded softly that a gray card materialized in his hand, soon fading away to reveal a wooden spear. While this spectacle was wondrous, none present expressed any astonishment. Chun-Li understood that this was the governing principle of the card realm. Any spirit card master's power would be rationalized, with one hand gripping the reins of his steed and the other tightly clutching the wooden spear. He prepared to thrust it down upon Qian Kuei, observing the incoming javelin propelled by the force of the horse. Qian Kuei's pupils constricted, and he dared not engage directly, opting instead to evade its lethal point. Unfortunately for him, Chun-Li had other plans, revealing a confident smile. Spirit card ability, Surge. The wooden spear, suspended in midair, accelerated once more, aimed directly at Qian Kuei's head. Realizing there was no escape, Qian Kuei raised his broadsword, its wide blade shielding his head to prevent a fatal strike. Boom! The wooden spear collided with the sword, sending Qian Kuei hurtling through the air, even his broadsword flying from his grasp. The surrounding soldiers of the heavenly army were left in shock, astonished at the sheer strength of their leader's strike, as the once mighty Qian Kuei was so easily disarmed. Rising from the ground, Qian Kuei felt a buzzing in his head, as if swarms of flies were buzzing around his ears, threatening to make him retch. Chun-Li, surprised by the results of his own power, had not anticipated that the combination of the spirit card's abilities and his first-tier martial prowess could unleash such formidable force. Without allowing Qian Kuei time to recover, he urged his steed toward him once more. In the chaos of battle, there was no room for notions of chivalry. It was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity to claim a life. As Chun-Li charged again, the dazed Qian Kuei scrambled toward his fallen weapon, desperate to reclaim it. But such a task was far from simple. Chun-Li's gaze sharpened as the wooden spear lunged toward Qian Kuei's back. The sound of the spear slicing through the air reached Qian Kuei's ears, instilling in him a profound sense of impending doom. Advance any further, and death would be inevitable. Faced with the choice between weapon and life, Qian Kuei ultimately chose survival. Rolling to the ground, he narrowly avoided the spear aimed at his back, but in doing so, he distanced himself from his weapon. Damn it, Qian Kuei cursed as he regained his footing, his appearance now marred with dirt and dust, rendering him quite disheveled. I surrender. Will you spare my life? Absolutely not. Today, you shall meet your end. Chun-Li had studied this bandit leader prior to the battle. Not only was he notorious for his malevolence, but he was also exceedingly narrow-minded. Allowing such a man to enter the heavenly camp would only invite trouble. Moreover, incorporating surrendering bandits into their ranks would pose further complications. Thus, Qian Kuei must die. Upon hearing Chun-Li's ruthlessness, Qian Kuei relinquished any remaining hope. The essence of a desperate man surged forth as he produced a long silver needle from his bosom. Locking his gaze on Chun-Li with a murderous expression, laughing maniacally, "If you let me live, then we shall die together." Upon finishing his words, he drove the silver needle directly into the nape of his neck. In an instant, Qian Kuei's muscles bulged, and his skin transformed from its normal hue to a vivid crimson, an overwhelming aura erupting forth from him. The soldiers of the Tianxing army present were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically, astonished that Qian Kuei possessed such a fearsome technique. In response, they gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to launch a desperate charge at the first sign of danger, determined to protect Chun-Li. Power, power, I feel an unending surge of strength. You found that delightful just now, did you? Now prepare to pay the price. He dashed forward, closing the distance to Chun-Li's warhorse, his right arm coiling with energy before delivering a heavy punch to the horse's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Chun-Li's steed buckled, toppling to the side. Bang! The horse collapsed to the ground, and had Chun-Li not leaped away in time, he would have fallen alongside it. Observing the horse, now frothing at the mouth, the surrounding soldiers of the Tianxing army swallowed hard, astonished that this man could wield the silver needle to such terrifying effect. This was a warhorse, and yet he had incapacitated it with a single blow. Now it is your turn. Ha! Qian Kuei's eyes blazed with a fierce red light, fixating on Chun-Li as he let out a sinister laugh. Chun-Li, revealing little emotion, replied coolly, "You cannot sustain this state for long. Can you?" Struck by the truth of Chun-Li's words, Qian Kuei had no intention of concealing his intentions and charged directly at him, proclaiming, "This much time is sufficient to slay you." Chun-Li smiled faintly. "Oh, is that so?" Spiritual energy surged wildly into his spear. The ability of the bloodstained charge. This was a newfound application Chun-Li discovered while exploring his spiritual card abilities. By channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the spear, he could combine two abilities. However, such usage was extremely taxing on his spiritual energy, and with his current strength, he could only employ it 3 times. The wooden spear soared through the air, and unlike his previous attacks, this time the spearhead radiated a crimson glow, its speed markedly swift as it aimed a powerful strike at Qian Kuei's fist. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of the spear shattering did not unfold. Instead, at the moment their fists and the spear were about to collide, Qian Kuei felt as if the world had transformed into a blood-soaked realm. Countless specters emerging from beneath his feet, grasping at his legs in a futile attempt to drag him into the abyss. He gazed at these apparitions, many of whom were familiar faces, soldiers of the Tianqing army he had slain, subordinates who harbored resentment towards him, refugees he had killed in the chaos of plunder. In unison, they cried out, "Return my life," and began to gnaw at his legs with frenzied desperation, just as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. A sudden beam of light pierced through the crimson haze, illuminating his vision and dispelling the illusory torment. Simultaneously, the spear penetrated his heart. The torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as he weakly clawed forward, as if trying to grasp something. However, his strength waned quickly, his head drooping in surrender as he collapsed to the ground. With Qian Kuei's demise, the battle on the field came to an end. Chun-Li converted the wooden spear back into a spiritual card, preparing to depart when he noticed a green glow emanating from Qian Kuei's lifeless body. Instantly, he shifted his focus, directing the surrounding soldiers of the Tianqing army to secure the battlefield while he approached Qian Kuei's corpse. The closer he drew, the more intense the stirring in his heart became. Did he not realize the significance of what was unfolding? Qian Kuei's body was about to explode with his spiritual card. His heart raced with excitement. Aside from the bloodstained spear and the Long Qi song, he had not acquired any other spiritual cards. To his astonishment, he was unexpectedly on the verge of obtaining another. The bloodstained spear and Long Qi song had immensely aided him, the former granting him the ability to combat beyond his level, while the latter directly bestowed upon him extraordinary martial prowess. The combination of the bloodstained spear's abilities proved devastating against these lower-tier martial practitioners. With this new spiritual card, Chun-Li felt confident in defeating even average second-tier foes, just as Qian Kuei had met his end with this very technique. The Long Qi song not only enhanced Chun-Li's physical attributes, but also cultivated martial energy within him. Without such an ability, wielding spiritual cards solely through spiritual energy would not yield such formidable results. Each spiritual card provided invaluable assistance to Chun-Li, and now, on the cusp of acquiring yet another, he could hardly contain his excitement, eagerly anticipating the new card. The green glow slowly coalesced from Qian Kuei's body, forming a green spiritual card that floated above the corpse. Upon seeing the card's hue, Chun-Li was even more astonished. It was indeed a second-tier spiritual card. His inner space was filled with spiritual energy, continuously transforming into spiritual power that enveloped the card, drawing it into his inner sanctum for refinement. This second-tier spiritual card would be challenging for him, a first-turn spiritual card master, to refine. Ascending to refine a spiritual card demanded significant spiritual energy and time, making it ill-suited for the current battlefield. Meanwhile, at a distance from the fray, Li Shigao was utterly stunned. He had a vantage point to observe the entire battlefield, whether it was the terrifying cavalry or the formidable Tianqing army that followed. None could be underestimated. While the bandits he had encountered displayed mediocre military prowess, many among them were deserters from the Qing army, and these defectors proved no weaklings in combat. However, they were easily obliterated by this fearsome force. Not a single one of the over 1,000 bandits inflicted significant damage on this terrifying army, instead being completely annihilated. "What kind of power has Cheng Er aligned himself with?" Li Fu murmured. Just as Li Shigao was lost in thought, a knight approached at full gallop. Before he could scrutinize the figure, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Father, it is I, Li Xiuqing." Indeed, the newcomer was Li Xiuqing, who, upon learning of his father's whereabouts, had rushed over eagerly. The horse came to a halt before Li Shigao, and a youth leaped down. This young man was no longer the frail boy of before. He now possessed a well-proportioned physique, his eyes shining with vitality, radiating an aura of confidence. Gazing upon his son, who had undergone such a remarkable transformation in both stature and demeanor, Li Fu could hardly believe his eyes. Was this impressive youth truly his son? It was no wonder Li Fu struggled to recognize him. After Chun Li had acknowledged Li Xiuqing as the second-generation military leader of the Tianqing army, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the boy's training. Under Chun Li's guidance, Li Xiuqing swiftly showcased his extraordinary potential. Not only had his martial prowess nearly reached the first tier, but he had also achieved significant academic success, earning accolade from several teachers at the Tianqing Academy. Yet, what delighted Chun Li most was Li Xiuqing's remarkable talent for military command. During a military exercise held within Tianqing village, he had commanded a mere 20 men to triumph over a 100-strong force. In that exercise, under his leadership, the small contingent shifted through 5 different formations in a brief span, securing victory against overwhelming odds. That event had prompted many to re-evaluate the young man. Previously, they had respected him solely due to his father's standing. But now, they acknowledge him for his formidable abilities. The Tianqing army placed immense value on capability. Those lacking strength, regardless of their rank, would not command the respect of their subordinates. During the recent expansion of the Tianqing army, competition among squad leaders relied heavily on individual prowess, with only those excelling through fierce contests being appointed a lead. Faced with such a rare talent, even several captains sought to recruit him for their squads. Had it not been for Chun Li's protection, their ambitions might have succeeded. In this environment, Li Xiuqing's rapid growth had established him as a prominent figure within Tianqing village, gradually cultivating a formidable presence. While Li Fu was at a loss, Li Xiuqing approached without a hint of discomfort, hastening to his father's side and grasping his hands tightly. His eyes misted with emotion as he spoke. "I am unfilial, father, for I was unable to rescue you in time, causing you distress." Gazing upon his son, who, despite the stark differences in appearance, remained recognizable through his voice and demeanor, Li's father could not help but shed 2 streams of warm tears. Ever since Li Xiuqing had accompanied Zhang Jing in the assault on Tianqing Zhai, he had been incessantly consumed by worry for his child. Had it not been for Qian Kuei's control over the entire camp, he would have ventured out long ago in search of his son. Now, the serendipitous reunion of father and son in such a tumultuous setting was enough to render this unfortunate pair emotionally overwhelmed. After a brief period of mutual emotional release, both regained their composure. That Li's father was the first to inquire, "Xiuqing, to which faction do you now belong? Your attire suggests you are allied with that army below." In response to his father's query, Li Xiuqing felt no need for concealment, as the leader had previously instructed him to bring his father to Tianqing Zhai, since his father would also be joining Tianqing Zhai. They were indeed family, with nothing to obscure. The army beneath his father was known as Tianqing Jun, originally a group of refugees. However, under the leader's guidance, they had formed Tianqing Zhai. Suddenly, Li's father interjected, "Tianqing Zhai. That sounds like the name of a bandit stronghold. Are these people mere mountain robbers?" "Not at all. Not at all." Li Xiuqing hastily waved his hands in denial. Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "Initially, I too believed them to be bandits. But upon further understanding, I realized that is not the case. Tianqing Zhai is distinct from those mountain thieves. Our aim is to ensure that everyone is well fed. Here in Tianqing Zhai, there are no worries of grain taxes. As long as one is willing to work, one shall reap the rewards." Observing his son's anxious expression, Li's father chuckled softly and remarked, "Your father is but a farmer. The greatest honor of my life has been to raise you. Since you have formed your own judgments, I shall undoubtedly support you." Overjoyed to comprehend his father's sentiments, Li Xiuqing felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders, as his greatest fear had been that his father would reject Tianqing Zhai. Hearing these words, he felt immensely relieved. He then addressed his father, "The battle situation has stabilized. Allow me to escort you to my military tent for some rest. There, provisions and hot water await." upon hearing of the food. Li's father, who was already ravenous, did not hesitate to agree to his son's proposal. With his father's assistance, the two mounted a horse and galloped toward the Tianqing encampment in a quarter of an hour. They arrived at the Tianqing quarters. This encampment had been established atop the remnants of a bandit stronghold, yet numerous guards were stationed to ensure its security. Li Xiuqing made no effort to conceal their presence and rode directly toward the entrance. The guards on the perimeter were quick to notice him, promptly blocking his passage. Upon recognizing his face, the guards relaxed their expressions, and one of them spoke the code. East. Li Xiuqing dismounted and approached the guard. Sunrise, he responded. The leading guard waved his hand, signaling the others to lower their weapons. The guard, familiar with Li Xiuqing, jested, "Li kid, this must be your father." Among the ranks of Tianqing, Li Xiuqing was the youngest. Often found in the company of Chun Li, yet he relished engaging with the soldiers. His youthful visage combined with an amiable disposition endeared him to many, earning him the affectionate moniker of Li Kid. Embracing this nickname with grace, Li Xiuqing felt no embarrassment when the guards called him by it. Even now, the guards recognized him and referred to him as Li Kid, a testament to his strong rapport with the soldiers. Acknowledging the guard as jest, Li Xiuqing graciously confirmed his identity and introduced his father, then stated, "Brother Zhou, could you assist in escorting my father to my tent? I must see the leader." In response, the guard named Zhou laughed heartily. "No problem. My shift is about to change. I will personally take your father there." "Thank you, Brother Zhou," Li Xiuqing replied. "Don't mention it. It's merely a small matter. Since the leader awaits you, you should hurry along." "Very well." Li Xiuqing clasped his fists in appreciation and entrusted his father to the guard before hastily making his way to the large tent. Watching his son depart, Li's father stood awkwardly to the side. The guard, noticing his discomfort, approached him and reassured, "Sir, there is no need for concern. Your son is held in high regard by our leader. As his father, you are a distinguished guest among Tianqing. There is no need for formality. Please, wait a moment, and I will escort you to your son's tent." Reassured by the guard's sincere words, Li's father relaxed and began to wait comfortably. Inside the large tent of Tianqing, the captains were animatedly discussing recent developments. "The spoils we have gathered are nothing short of remarkable," exclaimed Huang Dehu. "Indeed, in addition to weapons, we have uncovered a substantial quantity of grain and livestock, effectively resolving the food crisis within Tianqing." Wei Yiping added, his face aglow with joy. Recently, as more refugees have been absorbed into Tianqing, the existing food supplies have begun to dwindle. Although the unique rules of the trade allowed for a significant harvest, the arable land in Tianqing was limited, despite the citizens' eagerness to work. The lack of farmland left many without direction. In light of this, some grain producers shifted to other forms of labor, leading to the establishment of ironworks under blacksmiths, and numerous physicians began imparting medical knowledge to apprentices. Such endeavors delighted Chun Li, who preferred a diverse array of skilled professions over a community solely comprised of farmers and soldiers. A Tianqing filled with various functional occupations would foster a self-sustaining ecosystem, crafting a more complete society. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Many had ceased production activities, exacerbating the food pressure on Tianqing. The recent acquisition of a substantial grain supply from the bandits would alleviate the food shortage for at least half a year. As the captains engaged in fervent discussion, Li Xiuqing entered the tent. The others hardly took notice of his arrival, continuing their debates until Chun Li, upon spotting Li Xiuqing, slammed his palm on the table. "What a ruckus! What is the meaning of this?" At the sound of their leader's voice, the captains fell silent. Chun Li then turned to Li Xiuqing with a smile. "I trust your father as well. Has he settled in comfortably?" The others exchanged glances, noting the stark contrast in Chun Li's demeanor. Smirking internally at the perceived favoritism, "He treats us with disdain, yet is so warm to Li Kid. The boss is incredibly biased." Nonetheless, they bore no ill will toward Li Xiuqing, as Chun Li's dedication to him was evident to all. Despite the jealousy that may have simmered within, it never escalated to hatred. Chun Li had once publicly declared, "If anyone possesses talent akin to Li Xiuqing's, I would invest heavily in their training." Those present had sighed wistfully, aware that while there may be individuals superior in certain respects, none could parallel Li Xiuqing's well-rounded development. His military acumen was widely recognized as second only to Chun Li himself. Li Xiuqing, taken aback by the concern expressed, quickly replied, "Thank you for your care. Leader, my father is well." "That is good to hear," Chun Li responded with a smile. "You should return now. Spend time with your father. After such a long separation, I am sure there is much to discuss." "Thank you, leader." Li Xiuqing did not hesitate. Having spent considerable time with Chun Li, he understood that the leader preferred straightforwardness in both speech and action. Thus, he turned and exited the large tent, eager to converse with his father. As Li Xiuqing departed, Chun Li shifted his gaze back to the assembled captains, his warm smile swiftly transforming into a serious expression. The captains exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief at the evident double standard. Now, have they ceased even the pretense of concealment? At this moment, a profound sense of betrayal enveloped their hearts, leaving them in a state of inner turmoil. Ignoring the myriad expressions of the crowd, Chun Li continued his discourse. He began tallying the troops within their ranks, hastening the cleanup of the battlefield, and preparing to return to the stronghold at dawn the following day. The assembly was taken aback. Astonished by the urgency of their orders, the usually composed Zhang Hui could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Chief, the soldiers have just endured a fierce battle and have yet to recuperate. Is it wise to march so soon?" Several other commanders echoed his sentiment, voicing similar concerns. Surveying the surroundings, Chun Li refrained from elaborating further, instead tossing a piece of intelligence onto the table and pointing at it. According to this report, a contingent of indeterminate size is approaching us from 30 miles away, a force of unknown numbers. Where did they emerge from? Huang Dahua inquired. "I do not know," Chun Li replied, exasperated. He was not omniscient. However, the traces left by this group suggested they were not refugees, but rather resembled a military unit. The crowd gasped in horror. They understood all too well what this implied. The area surrounding their current position was predominantly flat terrain. Should this force prove to be hostile, they would inevitably face a brutal confrontation. Furthermore, the Tianqing army had just triumphed over the bandits. Although casualties were minimal, the soldiers were exceedingly fatigued. If they were to encounter this mysterious army, it could result in catastrophic losses for the Tianqing army, and the consequences were too grim to contemplate. With this in mind, the previously hesitant commanders felt a chill coursing through them, cold sweat breaking out on their backs as they silently lamented their fortune. Observing that everyone had grasped his intent, Chun Li clapped his hands together. "All right, return to your units, begin reorganizing, and prepare to cook at the T-dawn. We shall commence our march." "Understood," the assembly responded in unison as they dispersed. Once the others had departed, Chun Li gazed intently at the intelligence report, articulating each word slowly. "Ta, Yang, Wan, Peng." Indeed, Chun Li had deceived them. He had already surmised the identity of the opposing force, according to historical patterns. The Taiyang Wandang, after failing to capture Pingnan County, would shift their focus to assaulting Yongchang City. Ultimately, they would succeed in seizing Yongchang City, subsequently establishing their own governance, leading to their meteoric rise as they continued to conquer cities. Eventually reaching Shengjing and dividing the Empire's territory, if not for a coalition with foreign forces leading to their downfall, the Empire might have indeed faced obliteration. Originally, Chun Li's objective was to infiltrate the Taiyang army, aiming to secure a position within their ranks, hoping to acquire powerful spirit cards after breaking free from the constraints of the card realm. However, circumstances had shifted as Tianqing Zhai continued to grow. The population within the stronghold had increased, and Chun Li's responsibilities had multiplied. To lead Tianqing Zhai into the Taiyang Wandang without regard for those who placed their trust in him would be utterly irresponsible. Truth be told, Chun Li was not inherently altruistic, yet he possessed a sense of duty and principles. If it meant abandoning Tianqing Zhai for the sake of a spirit card, he knew he could never forgive himself, as it would conflict with his moral compass. Initially, the Taiyang Wandang was relatively unified, but as time progressed, internal power struggles intensified, resulting in many deaths and escapes, with even the famed 10 Kings suffering significant losses in the infighting. Thus, Chun Li held a bleak outlook for the future of the Taiyang Wandang. the Taiyang Dang's eventual failure was in essence inevitable. Their leadership was a fusion of peasant ideology and religious belief, a regressive mindset that was bound to be discarded as history unfolded. After achieving some successes under Hong Daoquan's leadership, the ruling class swiftly transitioned to feudalism, indulging in decadence and luxury. With Hong Daoquan himself reveling in excess, the noble ideals that had sparked the uprising faded, making their decline and ultimate demise all too easy. Chunli would never allow Tianqingjai to align with such a doomed vessel. He was acutely aware that the fate awaiting the members of the Taiyang Dang post-collapse was grim. While he valued profit, he would not trade the trust of those who believed in him. With clarity of thought and resolve, Chunli felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him, even as the spiritual energy in his brow began to operate more swiftly. This marked a state of harmony between his body and the external spiritual energy, enhancing both the rate and intensity of energy conversion. Such a condition is often coveted by many spirit card masters, as it signifies a profound understanding of one's path, allowing for a closer connection with the universe. Now, faced with the choice between Tianqingjai and powerful spirit cards, Chunli had aligned with his true self and reached this elevated state. As the energy within him coursed vigorously, the previously sluggish process of refining spirit cards accelerated dramatically. Realizing this shift, Chunli felt a surge of joy. He had thought he would need to wait until returning to the stronghold to complete the refinement, but it seemed he could now expedite the process. Seizing the moment, Chunli seated himself, immersing himself in the refinement of the spirit card, enveloping it in his energy as blue spiritual light flowed into its core. Thus, a night quietly passed. Upon opening his eyes, the sunlight streaming into the tent illuminated Chunli, casting him in a divine light. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chunli rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and then focusing on the green spirit card resting in his hand. Skill card name: Boiling Blood Technique Quality. Good type: Sorcerer description: Young one, do you wish to experience the thrill of boiling blood? This technique allows you to vividly sense the flow of blood within your veins. A formidable forbidden technique, unexpectedly acquired by a bandit whose ineptitude prevented its true potential from being realized. Alas, abilities: Boiling Blood Eruption, Boiling Blood Strike, Boiling Blood Eruption. Accelerates blood flow within the body, temporarily breaking through personal limits, significantly enhancing physical strength and speed. However, once the effect wears off, the user will suffer substantial backlash. Boiling Blood Strike. While in the state of Boiling Blood Eruption, the user can concentrate their physical power to its zenith and unleash it in a single, devastating blow. However, this will also shorten the duration of the Boiling Blood Eruption. Gazing at the information of this spirit card, Chunli was astounded. Its power was astonishing. He had previously witnessed Qiankui post-eruption, and the terrifying might he exhibited seemed to rival that of a late-stage, second-tier warrior. To think he had inadvertently unlocked such a skill was sheer fortune. Although the side effects of this spirit card were considerable, the spirit card master possessed ample means to mitigate post-usage repercussions that a card capable of enabling one to combat beyond their tier could serve as a core asset for any sorcerer. Stepping out of the large tent, Chunli found several commanders already assembled outside. Scanning the group, he inquired, "Are we all prepared?" Huang Dahua spoke first. "Chief, as per your instructions, all units of the Tianqing army have been integrated and are ready to depart at any moment." "Excellent," Chunli replied. "Huang Dahua, you will lead the cavalry to patrol the perimeter and monitor the movements of the army." "Understood." Huang Dahua saluted before making his way towards the cavalry. "Lu Sandow, here." Lu Sandow stepped forward from the group. "Your unit will serve as the vanguard, clearing the path for the main force." "Acknowledged." Lu Sandow responded before hastily preparing to depart. "Wei Yiping, Zhang Hui, you two are tasked with transporting the spoils of this battle." "Yes," they replied in unison, quickly following Lu Sandow's lead to make arrangements. Thus, the expedition, comprising nearly 4,000 captives, set forth in an orderly fashion, swiftly departing from their current location despite the immense scale of their ranks. The journey back to the village proceeded smoothly, devoid of any issues, and within just a few days, they were nearing the majestic Dayao Mountain. Somewhere on the outskirts of Dayao Mountain, A detachment of militia from Tianqing village spotted the returning army, instantly igniting a fervor among the militia stationed there. These men, although akin to ordinary villagers who toiled from dawn till dusk, bore the responsibility of surveilling the vicinity of Diao Mountain to thwart any potential attacks on Tianqing village. As the Tianqing army drew nearer and recognition dawned upon them, the militia emerged from their encampment, rushing to greet their comrades. Among them, Lu Sandao, who was clearing the path ahead, could not help but smile upon seeing the militia clad in peasant garb. Home at last. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the militia, the Tianqing army successfully entered the domain of Diao Mountain. As Chun Li approached Tianqing village, he noted the remarkable transformations it had undergone. The outskirts of the village now boasted numerous cultivated fields and newly constructed houses, while the original village walls rose even higher and the watchtowers had been significantly expanded. What was once merely a village could now be accurately described as a burgeoning town. Upon entering Tianqing village, the streets were lined with enthusiastic citizens, elderly folk, women, and even students from Tianqing Academy who had skipped classes to witness the return. Their faces radiated joy, their excitement palpable, as they shouted in unison, seemingly expressing their elation through sheer exuberance. Long live the Tianqing army! Long live the leader! In an instant, the air was filled with cheers that resonated throughout Tianqing village. The soldiers of the Tianqing army stood tall and proud, basking in the adulation of the crowd. However, when some women began to nudge their daughters forward, the atmosphere shifted. Even the most resolute warriors, accustomed to the rigors of battle, found their faces flushing with embarrassment, their gazes fixed to the ground, unable to confront the women in the conference hall. The various captains took their seats, and it was time to discuss the distribution of spoils. This time, Huangdo, having learned from previous successes, maintained a calm demeanor as he sat, though his restless eyes betrayed his inner agitation. The other captains, however, were brimming with excitement, unable to contain their elation over the immense gains they had achieved. Once the harvest report was compiled, Sun Haichong refrained from taking the stage. Instead, he entrusted the report to Li Xiuqing, tasking him with an announcement, eager to avoid the sensation of being scrutinized by ravenous wolves as he had experienced before. Li Xiuqing, upon receiving the report, exhibited no signs of trepidation. He strode confidently to the front, bowed to Chun Li, and upon receiving a nod from him, turned to face the assembly and began to read. This time, our forces have eliminated over 700 enemy combatants, including 1 second-tier warrior and 3 first-tier warriors. That a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, as the second-tier warrior had fallen to Chun Li's hand. Of the 3 first-tier warriors, 1 was slain by Huang Da's men, while the other succumbed to the collective assault of the Tianqing soldiers. Undeterred by the exuberance of the crowd, Li Xiuqing continued. We have captured over 800 prisoners, along with nearly 2,000 refugees. These refugees were held under Qian Kuei's control, forced daily to serve as bandits, receiving only a meager bowl of rice porridge. With the bandits now eradicated, they have nowhere to turn but to follow the Tianqing army. However, Chun Li did not impose hardships upon them. He allowed them to accompany the army, should they prove capable of steadfast loyalty. He would not hesitate to welcome them into Tianqing village. These refugees, having endured such suffering, would surely become ardent supporters of Chun Li upon learning of the benevolence of Tianqing village in terms of weaponry. The spoils included over 2,000 various iron weapons, alongside a substantial quantity of ore. The eyes of the captains gleamed with delight. Apart from Huang Da's cavalry unit, the remaining squads had yet to fully transition to iron weaponry. With this newfound arsenal, the Tianqing army's vision of equipping all soldiers with iron weapons would soon be realized. Moreover, the substantial quantity of ore signified that Tianqing village could commence the production of armor. The difference between having armor and not having it on the battlefield was immeasurable. Even rudimentary armor fashioned from iron scraps offered a significant advantage. Before they could fully absorb this news, another announcement followed. In terms of horses, we have acquired nearly 400. That a collective gasp filled the assembly. Previously, the entirety of Tianqing village had scraped together 200 horses, nearly all of which had been claimed by Huang Da. Now, with such a considerable number of horses at their disposal, it was reasonable to expect that each captain might receive at least one regarding secret texts. They had obtained 4 volumes: Iron Mountain Fist, Boiling Blood Technique, Iron Mountain Skill, and 3 Chi 1 Kill. Upon hearing Boiling Blood Technique, Chun-Li paused. This must be the source of his Boiling Blood Spirit card, and Iron Mountain Skill and Iron Mountain Fist were likely part of the same lineage. Presumably bequeathed by Qian Kuei. Grateful thoughts toward Qian Kuei filled Chun-Li's mind, not only for providing a precious spirit card, but also for including 3 invaluable texts. The final volume, 3 Chi 1 Kill, was a unique martial arts technique, not designed for individual practice, but intended as a cooperative skill, a legacy left by the 3 first-tier warriors, had it not been for the sudden assault by the Tianqing army. These 3 might never have joined forces, and thus their defeat would not have been so easily achieved. In the conference hall of Tianqing village, a meeting was underway, markedly different from previous military gatherings. The attendees included both the young and the old, though the number was sparse. Chun-Li took the lead in seating, prompting others to follow suit. This meeting, pivotal for the future development of Tianqing village, called for active contributions from all present. Chun-Li surveyed the assembly, comprised of individuals from various professions within Tianqing village. This village belongs to us all. While I am the leader, each of your opinions holds significant value. Yet, as this was their first time participating in such an assembly, many appeared somewhat apprehensive and tense that, in the past, they had merely submitted to the rule of feudal bureaucrats, lacking the confidence to voice their thoughts. Centuries of feudal oppression had rendered them numb, conditioned to believe they were meant to be governed, while the bureaucrats occupied a natural ruling class. They had never considered that one day they might engage in political discourse. Upon joining Tianqing village, they had assumed it would mirror the feudal systems they were accustomed to, thus continuing to live as before, viewing Chun-Li as an emperor and the officers of the Tianqing army as bureaucrats. Among them were blacksmiths, farmers, soldiers, students, and even merchants, many of whom belonged to the despised classes of society, never envisaging they would directly partake in governance on an ordinary day. The collective labor was in full swing, having transformed into a well-organized tilling of the land. Zhang Laohan, like the others, faced the soil and turned his back to the sky, sweat trickling down his face and falling into the earth. Yet he felt no fatigue. Standing tall, he gazed upon the vibrant green rice seedlings, a sincere smile spreading across his weathered face as he contemplated the harvest yet to come, a sense of pride and satisfaction swelling within him. Although most of the grain would ultimately be surrendered, leaving him with a tinge of discomfort, the thought that this grain would eventually return to his hands lifted his spirits. Moreover, given the favorable conditions provided by Tianqing village, what had he to complain about? Old man. Hearing his name called, Zhang Laohan turned to see his son running toward him, prompting him to walk over as well. He had 2 sons, Zhang Demao and Zhang Ermao, both serving as soldiers in the Tianqing army, a source of immense pride for him. Zhang Demao was part of Huang Da's cavalry unit, while Zhang Ermao served in Liu Sandao's spear squad. Zhang Demao's training hours were extensive, often leaving his father to see him only at night, whereas Zhang Ermao had a somewhat lighter schedule, still managing to find time to visit. Zhang Laohan consistently emphasized the importance of diligence in the Tianqing army, urging them to obey their superiors and to refrain from seeking him out to avoid neglecting their training and duties. Yet he felt both exasperation and delight at their filial piety whenever they had a moment to spare. They would come to see him, and he would feign annoyance, pretending to reprimand them. Yet his heart brimmed with joy. It was only when he learned that the Tianqing army would periodically grant leaves for soldiers to reunite with their families that he felt a sense of relief. In gratitude, Zhang Laohan continuously expressed his thanks to Chun-Li in his heart and labored even more diligently, yielding harvests that exceeded those of his neighbors by 10%. You little rascal. Why are you back again? Did you not just return yesterday? Zhang Laohan exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice, for he did not wish for his son to suffer punishment due to him. Although the Tianqing army was generally benevolent towards the populace, often assisting the frail elderly during their leisure, the internal rules of the army were exceedingly strict. Once, a soldier was whipped over 30 times for accidentally trampling crops, rendering him unable to work for a week or more. Father, I've come to find you for a task, Zhang Ermao hastily explained, not wanting to provoke his father's ire to task. Are you trying to pull my leg? Zhang Laohan furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Father, my dear father, how could I dare deceive you? This is indeed a task. Your name is on the list for the first planning meeting of Tianxing Village, and I am here to escort you to it. Upon hearing his son's explanation, Zhang Laohan grew even more puzzled. As a mere farmer, what business did he have attending such meetings? Were those not matters for the leaders? Should I change my clothes or something? I wouldn't want to be ridiculed by others, Zhang Laohan suggested. However, Zhang Ermao did not permit him to return home. Instead, he grasped his father's hand firmly. There's no time for that. We need to hurry. Without allowing further protest, he began to pull his father along. Despite his confusion, Zhang Laohan chose to trust his son and the leader, and given his long acquaintance with Tianxing Village, he followed closely behind as they ran off into the distance. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded at the Tianxing blacksmith shop. A burly man with a scruffy beard hammered a glowing iron block, while several others stood by, taking notes. Observe closely. The intervals between each strike follow a rhythm, requiring constant attention to the iron's transformation. A gruff voice resonated within the workshop. It appeared that this man was imparting his knowledge of blacksmithing to the others. The craftsmanship of Master Tai is truly remarkable, a young man praised. Spare me the flattery. I, Tai Yun, detest such sycophants. Since it's your first visit, I'll let you off easy, but don't test my patience, the man, known as Master Tai, retorted angrily. The man who had been reprimanded turned crimson, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Witnessing his discomfort, the others chuckled silently. They were well acquainted with Tai Yun's temperament. In his earlier years, Tai Yun had been the premier craftsman at a government foundry, taking immense pride in his skills, believing himself to be the backbone of the establishment. However, when he refused to bribe a newly appointed official, while others fawned over him, he was ultimately cast out. Due to his dismissal from the government, no one was willing to employ him, leading him to flee with the refugees during the Taiyang Army Rebellion. Eventually, he found refuge in Tianxing Village, where Chun-Li recognized his talent and personally invited him to become the first head of the village's machinery department. Because of his past experiences, Tai Yun harbored a strong aversion to those who engaged in sycophancy. Stay focused and pay attention. Tai Yun's voice rang out again. The glowing iron block morphed under his hammering, taking the shape of a long blade. The onlookers were captivated by Tai Yun's skill, their attention fully engaged. Different types of iron possess distinct properties. We must understand these traits to forge the finest tools. Yet, it is only through your own exploration that you will discover these properties. There is much for you to learn. He then placed the newly shaped long blade into the quenching liquid. With a sizzling sound, he withdrew the blade, now transformed into a flawless weapon. Its long, smooth body a testament to exceptional craftsmanship. He tossed the exquisite blade before the spectators. Examine it closely, and then begin your own attempts at forging. Should you have questions, feel free to approach me. With that, he reclined in a nearby rocking chair, retrieving a gourd from his waist. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of alcohol wafted forth, and without hesitation, he took a hearty swig. As Tai Yun lounged comfortably in his chair, savoring the wine while occasionally correcting his apprentice's mistakes, a soldier from the Tianxing army approached him. Upon recognizing the soldier, Tai Yun rose respectfully, addressing the newcomer. What brings you here, esteemed soldier? Master Tai, please do not refer to me in such a manner. If others overheard, I would be in violation of discipline. The soldier replied hastily, his tone polite. Aware of the strict regulations within the Tianxing army, Tai Yun refrained from teasing him further. He knew that the discipline was precisely why he had accepted Chun-Li's invitation to join Tianxing Village. Having grown weary of the oppressive imperial soldiers who exploited the countryside, he appreciated the harmonious relationship between the Tianxing military and the citizens. What is it that you need? Tai Yun inquired. It concerns the upcoming first meeting of Tianxing Village. The soldier replied respectfully that it was well known that weapons forged by Master Tai were highly sought after, even by the captain. Thus, offending him could have dire consequences. The first planning meeting of Tianxing Village. Tai Yun pondered over the unfamiliar term. Curiosity piqued about what this intriguing leader had concocted. After giving his apprentices a few final instructions, he departed with the soldier, leaving the apprentices in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the back hills of Tianxing Village, Former wealthy merchants toiled to cultivate the land, their previous arrogance now a distant memory, barefoot and covered in dust. They labored diligently in the fields. Their families, too, abandoned their former pride, joining in the hard work, faces smeared with dirt. Through prolonged exposure, they gradually grasped the rules of Tianqing village. As long as one labored, one would reap rewards. After fruitlessly awaiting the return of the imperial army, they accepted reality and began to integrate into village life. They sent their children to Tianqing Academy for education while they themselves worked the land to sustain their families. In adapting to this new way of life, they began to appreciate it. Free from exploitation by officials and the ever-increasing tax burdens, these merchants, who had achieved success through their own efforts, felt no discontent. Their wealth remained, albeit seemingly of little use. Nevertheless, these merchants were accustomed to hard work, having once occupied the lowest strata of society. Now, they faced no discrimination due to their status, which brought them great joy. In stark contrast, the landlords remained obstinate, continually yearning for the return of the imperial army. Faced with such stubborn individuals, the initial desire to cultivate the land alongside them waned. What a bunch of short-sighted fools. Tai Yun mused. This was, in fact, to be expected. Merchants had earned their current status through effort and had experienced hardship. The landlords, on the other hand, often inherited their lands, oppressing and exploiting farmers for generations while living lives of luxury, never having endured the toil of farming. Many of them still relied on meager rations sent daily to stave off starvation. Who is Zhu Sihai? A soldier of the heavenly march approached the fields and inquired of the laborers. Before long, a middle-aged man, donned in a straw hat and a short shirt, emerged from the fields. He was none other than the individual who once represented affluent merchants and landowners in negotiations with Chun-Li. However, in stark contrast to his former self, he had undergone a significant transformation. His once fair skin, accustomed to a life of leisure, had darkened under the sun, and his hands were now calloused, betraying the years of hard labor he had endured. Before the soldier, he lowered his rolled-up trousers, adjusted his attire, and spoke naturally. This humble Zhu is at your service. Might I inquire what brings you to seek me? In that moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to the tumultuous days of the mercantile world. Disregarding Zhu Sihai's polite address, the soldier stated directly, Zhu Sihai, the inaugural planning meeting for Heavenly March Stronghold has commenced, and your presence is required. Taken aback, Zhu Sihai paused momentarily, having traversed the land for many years. He was no stranger to such gatherings. Yet, he had always perceived meetings as a foreign concept, a notion propagated by outsiders. Although he had dealt with foreigners, his encounters had been superficial, confined solely to commerce. He was aware that the empire was currently adopting foreign practices, striving to learn from them in a bid to counter their influence. Was it possible that this Heavenly March stronghold also sought to emulate such practices? Chun-Li, it seemed, was no ordinary individual. The populace harbored a deep-seated resistance toward foreigners. While they acknowledged their prowess, few truly comprehended their complexities. Even those ministers who claimed to be well-versed in foreign affairs were merely scratching the surface. Possessing little substantial knowledge, the prospect of this enigmatic youth embracing foreign methodologies intrigued him greatly. Very well, I shall attend forthwith, Zhu Dezai replied, observing the expressions of confusion and anxiety on the faces of those present. Chun-Li took the initiative to speak. All of you gathered here are esteemed figures from various sectors of our Heavenly March stronghold. This meeting represents a collective participation from all corners of our community. Many of you may be unfamiliar with the proceedings of this meeting, so allow me to elucidate. Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, the attendees began to relax. Chun-Li's resonant voice continued. Each one of you is distinguished in your respective fields. Therefore, this meeting serves as a platform for our diverse industries to convene. The reactions varied among the crowd. Some appeared enlightened, while others wore expressions of bewilderment, a natural occurrence given the unfamiliarity of the terminology. If anyone has questions, please feel free to voice them, and I will address them one by one. A palpable silence enveloped the room, as no one dared to be the first to speak up. Reluctant to admit their ignorance, even those who were confused maintained a facade of understanding, for pride held sway in their hearts. As the crowd pondered the leader's intentions in silence, Zhang Laohan hesitantly raised his hand. a flush of red appearing on his darkened face as he stammered, "Why have I been chosen as the representative of public opinion? I am but a humble farmer, lacking the ability to command others." The room erupted in laughter, and soon the previously somber atmosphere transformed into one of merriment. "What is there to laugh at? I am merely speaking the truth," Zhang Laohan retorted, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, Chun-Li intervened, raising a hand to quell the laughter. "Why have you been appointed the representative of public opinion? It is because you are the most skilled farmer in all of Heavenly March Stronghold. Only you can command the respect of others in this role." Upon realizing that his agricultural prowess had earned him this position, Zhang Laohan felt a swell of pride. He would not claim superiority in anything else. But when it came to farming, he was unrivaled. Before Zhang Laohan could further articulate his thoughts, Chun-Li interjected once more. "The representative of public opinion is the most qualified individual to voice the sentiments of their professional cohort within Heavenly March Stronghold. You are all capable of articulating the needs of your respective fields, which is why you have been selected for this role." With this explanation, the attendees began to grasp the significance of their newfound identities. It was their abilities that had secured their appointment as representatives, and they accepted this designation with a sense of pride in their accomplishments. What, then, are the responsibilities of this representative of public opinion? Inquired Tai Yun, cutting to the heart of the matter. A pertinent question indeed. What function does the representative of public opinion serve? Chun-Li replied with a smile, appreciating Tai Yun's engagement. The role of the representative of public opinion is to convey the interests and demands of their respective groups in the context of the development of Heavenly March Stronghold. Naturally, these demands must align with the overarching interests of the stronghold and cannot exceed its boundaries. I could see this. Many representatives displayed expressions of confusion once more. Another voice chimed in. Is the representative of public opinion akin to those officials? Hearing this question, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. The prospect of holding an official position had long been regarded as the pinnacle of aspiration in Chinese society, where the scholar officials held the highest esteem among the social classes. Thus, the notion of becoming an official within Heavenly March Stronghold appeared to be a tremendous opportunity. However, before their excitement could fully take root, Chun-Li's next words doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. The representative of public opinion is not an official. This declaration elicited a collective sigh from the representatives. While some felt a tinge of disappointment, they understood the improbability of attaining such positions. Noticing the crestfallen expressions among the representatives, Chun-Li smiled gently and continued, "In the future, officials will emerge, but representatives of public opinion are not officials. That being said, their contributions are of paramount importance." At that moment, Zhu Sihai, the merchant who had been quietly observing, spoke up. "From what I gather, the concepts you present bear a striking resemblance to certain ideas espoused by some individuals. Might there be a connection?" A glance from Chun-Li revealed that Zhu Sihai, having interacted with foreigners, possessed a depth of understanding regarding their culture. An impressive feat indeed. Zhu Sihai's inquiry prompted further discussion among the representatives. It became evident that their grasp of foreign concepts was minimal. Indeed, the system of representatives of public opinion incorporates certain foreign ideologies, albeit partially. The majority, however, has been designed and created based on the needs of our Heavenly March Stronghold. Upon hearing this, those unfamiliar with the concepts remained largely indifferent, save for Zhu Sihai, whose astonishment deepened. The ability to assimilate and adapt foreign ideas demonstrated Chun-Li's profound understanding of various systems abroad. This realization was remarkable. Ever since figures like Lin Zexu and Wei Yuan advocated for a broader worldview, many talented individuals had sought salvation through foreign means. Yet, few had achieved tangible results, often only skimming the surface of knowledge. Now, as Zhu Sihai reflected on the system of representatives of public opinion, he found it to be a more pragmatic approach than the extreme reform ideologies espoused by others, far more attuned to the realities of China. Could it be that Chun-Li was one of those exceptional individuals who, through his solitary pursuit of knowledge abroad, had unearthed a genuine path to national rejuvenation? Contemplating this, Zhu Sihai felt a surge of admiration for Chun-Li. Once, he too had harbored fervent ambitions to serve his country, but repeated setbacks had ultimately led him to abandon those dreams. as Zhu Sihai envisioned the grand journey of learning that Chun-Li must have undertaken. Imagining the myriad trials he might have faced, he felt a tremor of excitement, akin to that of a devoted fan meeting their idol. For the moment, let us set aside discussions of officials and turn our attention to the responsibilities of the representatives of public opinion. Chun-Li interjected, redirecting the conversation. The most crucial task of the representatives is to participate in the future planning and development of our Heavenly March stronghold, allowing all representatives to voice the opinions of their respective groups. Upon hearing this, the representatives felt the weight of their responsibilities settle heavily upon their shoulders. After all, they are not merely individuals. Rather, they embody the collective interests of those who share their circumstances. For a moment, the public representatives fell into a profound silence. Observing this, Chun-Li decided to stoke the flames of resolve, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, the existence of public representatives does not imply superiority. On the contrary, it entails even greater responsibilities that it is crucial to remember that your efforts are directed towards the entire populace of Tianqing Village, for you are their voices." Yet, silence persisted, prompting Chun-Li to continue. The fundamental purpose of this system is to empower everyone to become the masters of Tianqing Village. It belongs to us all, and each of us is a vital part of it. At last, the atmosphere of silence began to shift. "Very well. I, Zhang Dashan, shall take on the mantle of public representative. I am ready to contribute my strength for Tianqing Village without hesitation." The elder Zhang's resolute declaration inspired others to follow suit. "I, Tai Yun, am willing to serve as a public representative. Count me in." In no time, a throng of supporters gathered, and soon everyone embraced their new identities. "All right, since we all understand our roles, let us commence this inaugural meeting." A smile graced Chun-Li's face as he spoke with satisfaction. As the meeting officially began, a report was distributed to each participant. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This is our agenda for today." Thanks to the long-standing literacy campaign by Tianqing Academy, nearly half of the villagers could now read and write, and those present were mostly capable of comprehending written text. Even the elder Zhang could grasp the essence of the report. As the attendees delved into the document, Chun-Li patiently awaited their focus before addressing them. The first item on the agenda: Tianqing Village has decided to abolish the public treasury system. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in an uproar. The unexpected revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, transforming it into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Before Chun-Li could elaborate, a dissenting voice emerged. Not that of the farmer Zhang Dashan or the merchant Zhu Sihai, but rather Sun Haichang, a steadfast supporter of Chun-Li. "Leader, the public treasury system is the foundation of Tianqing Village. If we hastily alter it, we may unleash chaos upon the entire community." Others who had just grasped the implications nodded in agreement with Sun Haichang's concerns. A woman interjected, "Leader, if we eliminate the public treasury system, what will become of the elderly and women who are unable to work? We cannot ignore their plight." While many expressed opposition, there remained a faction that trusted their leader, primarily represented by Huang Dehu and the Tianqing army, whose 4 captains joined the meeting as well. They had always been unwavering in their support for Chun-Li's ideas, believing that all his actions were for the greater good of the village. Witnessing the rising tide of dissent, they could no longer remain passive. Huang Dahu spoke up. "Why the rush? Let us allow the leader to finish his explanation." Upon hearing this, the dissenters began to regain their composure, realizing their earlier impulsiveness. After all, Tianqing Village was governed by the leader's will. His word was law, and they were merely there to offer suggestions. Seeing the room quiet down, Chun-Li remarked, "I understand your agitation, as this matter impacts the lives of each one of you." Noticing that the leader was not angered, Sun Haichang and the others felt a twinge of shame and lowered their heads. They never intended to defy the leader. Their earlier actions stemmed from a desire to maintain stability in Tianqing Village. Ignoring their reactions, Chun-Li continued, "The public treasury system was initially implemented because we were just starting out. Ensuring that everyone had enough to eat was of utmost importance. Now that we have resolved the basic issue of sustenance, continuing the public treasury system would be unjust to certain individuals. While no problems have arisen yet, such issues are bound to surface in the future. But what shall we do without the public treasury system?" Elder Chen raised the critical question. "This brings me to the crux of my proposal. In the future, We will implement a land tax system. What exactly is the land tax system? The land tax system entails allocating land to every villager in Tianqing village. However, this land cannot be sold, only utilized. And how will we account for the crops produced? Elder Zhang pressed on, particularly concerned about the agricultural aspect that AS for the crops. Chinli explained, those who receive land will be required to submit a portion of their harvest to the public treasury, while the remainder will belong to them. This statement sent shockwaves through the assembly. Was this not tantamount to granting land to the populace? Though it could not be sold, the fact that they could keep the produce was akin to indirectly owning the land. What will be the tax rate for each acre? Another individual inquired, addressing a pivotal issue. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Chinli realized they were beginning to accept the new system and replied, the tax will be determined by the amount of crops you yield. That if your harvest is minimal, not only will there be no tax, but the public treasury will also assist you. Generally, we will only take 30% from each acre. Instantly, cheers erupted throughout the hall. Elder Zhang was so overcome with emotion that tears welled in his eyes. Since ancient times, land has held immense significance in China, and the people possess a deep-seated affection for it. As a farmer, he cherished the land profoundly. To possess a piece of land was once a mere dream, yet now it had become a tangible reality. Others were equally thrilled. A 30% tax was negligible compared to the former government's rates. Furthermore, the idea of not imposing taxes on those with low yields was an unimaginable blessing. Excellent. While we're determined to implement this system, we must proceed gradually, initially limiting it to specific regions. As Tianqing Village currently has limited land and will still rely on the public treasury system for the time being. Realizing that Chinli did not intend to push through the reform hastily, Zhu Sihai and Sun Haichong both exhaled in relief. After deducing Chun Li's identity, Zhu Sihai had begun to follow him closely, and regarding matters that could potentially impact the entire village, he hoped for Chun Li's cautious approach. Sun Haichong shared similar sentiments. Upon recognizing Chun Li's intent to implement gradual reforms, he felt reassured, particularly after hearing about the land tax system, which he wholeheartedly endorsed, observing that the assembly was in agreement. Chunli nodded and declared, since everyone is on board, this proposal is hereby approved and will be gradually trialed in the future. I, Old Zhang, wholeheartedly support the leader's decision. Should anyone dare to oppose, they must first step over my corpse. Elder Zhang stood resolutely, his voice commanding. Laughter erupted throughout the hall once more. Surveying the room, Chunli continued, in light of this, let us move on to the next agenda item. Upon hearing that there was yet another topic to discuss, the attendees adopted serious expressions. If a single item could cause such upheaval, what could the next entail? Tianqing Village will undergo a comprehensive industrial reform. Currently, the majority of our villagers are farmers. However, for Tianqing Village to thrive in the future, we require talents from various fields. Today, we will restructure Tianqing Village, allowing each individual to choose a profession that aligns with their skills, thereby contributing to the village's development. We will temporarily establish departments for machinery, agriculture, commerce, and education. Each department will be elaborated upon in due course, and you are welcome to provide input. The topic of discussion this time did not carry the weight of previous ones. Yet the crowd began to engage in fervent debate. As one issue after another unfolded, the meeting gradually approached its conclusion. The air was filled with the anguished cries from Pingnan County, the clashing of swords, the twang of bowstrings, and the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. The war between the Taiyang Army and the defenders of Pingnan County had been raging for over a month. Thanks to the substantial support from local chieftains and the defenders' strategic advantage of holding the city, the Taiyang Army had found it exceedingly difficult to capture this stronghold. Within the grand tent of the Taiyang Army, the atmosphere was notably bleak. The prolonged stalemate at Pingnan County had instilled a sense of urgency among the ranks. A trace of anxiety was etched on every face within the tent. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, bowing before a robust, middle-aged man with a red face and high cheekbones. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, it may be prudent to abandon Pingnan County and seek alternative options. According to our scouts, the Imperial Army has amassed a formidable force and is advancing towards us. If we do not act swiftly, We risk being besieged from both sides. In response, another individual rose to voice his dissent. Now that we have reached a critical juncture in Pingnan County, should we not continue our assault? Victory is within our grasp. Upon hearing this, the first speaker's face flushed with anger. Wei Chong, are you intent on leading the Taiyang army to its doom here? The rebuttal came swiftly. Lin Fengxiang, do not speak foolishly. I am acting solely in the interest of the Taiyang army, without any selfish motives. Your Majesty, please discern the truth. As the two men engaged in a heated exchange, the debate over whether to fight or retreat intensified. Observing the chaotic scene, the middle-aged man finally spoke up. The Heavenly Father is with us. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to chant in unison. Let us be mindful that the Heavenly Father watches over us. Witnessing your discord, he shall certainly be displeased. These words. The generals fell to their knees, pleading for divine forgiveness. Enough. We indeed face a conundrum, yet I believe the Heavenly Father will understand. Rise. The middle-aged man commanded once more. The generals, now standing, ceased their quarrel, awaiting the words of this commanding figure. This robust man was none other than Hong Daoquan, the leader of the Taiyang army and the future ruler of the Taiyang regime. His gaze shifted between Wei Chong and Lin Fengxiang, but ultimately settled on a young man in the corner. This youth, with an imposing stature and handsome visage, clad in a long black robe and adorned with a white felt cap, bore the countenance of a hero. Kai, what is your perspective? Shall we fight or retreat? Called upon by Hong Daoquan, the handsome youth stepped forward with alacrity. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be wise to relinquish Pingnan County. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Hong Daoquan inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The young man, undeterred, began to articulate his reasoning. There are three primary reasons. First, our previous engagements with the enemy have predominantly been in open fields, leaving our soldiers with little experience in siege warfare. Second, our main adversaries are not the ineffectual imperial troops, but the fierce local chieftains, who are seasoned warriors accustomed to the rugged terrain. They're not only battle-hardened, but also possess formidable combat skills. He then glanced at the silent General Luo Deng, adding, I trust General Luo can attest to this. Faced with the unexpected mention, Luo Dagong remained composed, replying coolly, Indeed, these chieftains are quite formidable. Had they not underestimated us previously, we might not have had the opportunity to defeat them. The assembled leaders began to grasp the true strength of these chieftains, realizing they were not to be underestimated. The third reason is that our current situation is precarious. As we press our attack on Pingnan County, nearby cities have begun to mobilize their forces to encircle us, and they may already be on the move. This revelation left the assembly in shock. What had been a mere gathering of troops was now an imminent threat. A robust man standing beside Hong Daoquan could not contain his curiosity and asked, Kai, are you certain of what you say? The young man assured him, Indeed, it is true. I have just received word that the Imperial Army has concealed their movements exceptionally well, clearly intending to catch us off guard. In light of this, Your Majesty, a swift decision is imperative, he urged, turning to Hong Daoquan. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Hong Daoquan summoned his authority and declared, Very well. We shall abandon Pingnan County, and effective immediately, our forces will begin a systematic withdrawal. Understood. The generals responded in unison. Having resolved to forsake Pingnan County, Hong Daoquan turned his attention back to the young man. Since you are so resolute about abandoning Pingnan County, I presume you have a strategy for our next steps? The youth exuded an air of confidence, as if he had anticipated this very question. Seizing the moment, he began to outline his plan. Our objective should be Yongchang City. The majority of the garrison there is already shifted towards Pingnan County. Leaving the city vulnerable, we can seize this opportunity to capture Yongchang City. Excellent. Hong Daoquan expressed his satisfaction upon hearing the plan. He then fixed his gaze on Lin Fengxiang. Lin Fengxiang, I command you to lead 10,000 troops ahead to Yongchang City, clearing any obstacles to prepare for our main assault. Your Majesty, I have heard that there are many bandits in Yongchang City. How shall we deal with them? Inquired the man beside Hong Daoquan. Upon hearing this, Hong Daoquan hesitated, uncertain of how to handle the bandits. Sensing his indecision, Lin Fengxiang boldly stepped forward. Your Majesty is compassionate, yet we have reached a critical juncture if we do not control the flow of information and allow Yongchang City to prepare for our arrival. It will be greatly detrimental to us. Observing Hong Daochuan's wavering resolve, Lin Fengxiang pressed further. These bandits are a scourge. Their extermination by our forces would be in accordance with divine will. Ultimately, under Lin Fengxiang's persuasion, Hong Daoquan resolved to sacrifice some lives for the sake of his imperial ambitions, deeming the bandits inconsequential that he then instructed Lin Fengxiang. On this mission, should you encounter any forces, eliminate them on the spot. Not a single scrap of information must escape. Understood, Lin Fengxiang replied, his face alight with excitement as he departed the tent, envisioning the great deeds he would accomplish. With plans firmly in place, the tension amongst the gathered leaders dissipated. The atmosphere within the tent turned harmonious, save for the youth who gazed anxiously in the direction Lin Fengxiang had left, sensing an inexplicable foreboding at Titio Mountain. Amidst the clouds and streams, a voice rang out. "Dinner is served," a soldier from the Tianqing army shouted. Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the vicinity sprang into action, racing towards the source of the call, each determined not to miss out on the meal. Among them, Li Dahai, leveraging his first-tier strength, was the first to arrive. "Let me see what delicacies await us today," he declared, lifting the lid of the pot, only to be met with disappointment. "Not again, it's just flatbread," he grumbled, disdainfully pulling the flatbread from the pot. Just then, a sharp blow struck the back of his head, causing him to stagger. "Who dares strike the captain?" Li Dahai fumed, turning to confront the assailant. Yet upon recognizing the individual, his anger melted into a sycophantic grin. "Brother, who it's you?" He then offered the flatbread to Huang Fu, behind him. "Please, after you." "Now that's more like it. You know your place," came the reply. Upon receiving the large flatbread, Huang Dehu displayed a satisfied expression and, brimming with pride, remarked. The soldiers of the Tianqing army, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile subtly. This daily spectacle between the two had long become a familiar routine for everyone else. Retrieving another flatbread, Li Dahai approached Huang Dahu, whispering, "Brother." Huang Dahu responded with a nasal sound, signaling him to continue. "Why does the leader require us to patrol such a distance from the stronghold? There are hardly any people here. That aren't you supposed to be clever? Take a guess," Huang Dahu teased, causing Li Dahai to feel as though he had swallowed a fly. Ever since he had showcased his intellect in front of Huang Dahu, the latter had taken to presenting him with riddles, challenging him to solve them. Inwardly, he could only curse the miserly Huang Dahu. "I guess you're just a big-headed fool. Ever since you were mocked in front of the leader, you've made it your mission to trouble me daily. I have been so submissive, yet you still remember that incident." Encountering such a superior truly felt like a stroke of misfortune for him. He had previously contemplated transferring to another battalion, but each time he did, Huang Dao would beat him soundly and drag him back like a dead dog. In Huang Dao's words, alive, "You are my man. Dead, you are my ghost." For a person so shameless, Li Dahai could only endure in silence, recognizing his own inferiority in strength and position. Sigh. Why is it so difficult to simply be a squad leader in peace? After lamenting his hardships and deriding Huang Dahu's shamelessness in his thoughts, he began to seriously contemplate the leader's intentions. After a moment's reflection, Li Dahai spoke. According to the military intentions outlined in the leader's manuscript, every military operation must possess a purpose. It cannot be aimless. The purpose of our patrol is to guard against enemy attacks. Our location is likely a critical route from Pingnan County to Yongchang City. Are we preparing to defend against enemies from Pingnan County? Listening intently to Li Dahai's well-articulated analysis, Huang Da nodded in satisfaction. Li Dahai was among the most talented in both military strategy and personal combat within Tianqing Stronghold, and Huang Dahu had kept him close to compensate for his own shortcomings. His battle style had always been that of a reckless charge. While it proved effective on a battlefield, as his ranks expanded, such a style was ill-suited for a commander. He preferred to be a warrior on the front lines rather than a tactician. Thus, he aspired to groom Li Dahai as his successor to eventually take his place. Though they often engaged in banter, their bond was profoundly deep, with Huang Dahu regarding the younger Li Dahai almost as a son. Collecting his thoughts, Huang Dahu turned serious, gazing intently at Li Dahai, and stated, "Indeed, Our purpose here is to guard against enemies from Pingnan County. With this affirmation, Li Dahai's demeanor also turned grave as he slowly inquired, "Is it the Imperial Army or the Taiyang Army?" "It is the Taiyang Army." Li Dahai gasped in shock at the answer, hastily continuing, "But isn't the Taiyang Army attacking Pingnan County? Why would they come here? Isn't Yongchang City just beyond this road?" "Could it be?" Noticing that Li Dahai had grasped the situation, Huang Dahu spoke in a low voice. "Precisely. The leader deduced that the Taiyang Army might abandon Pingnan County and shift their focus to attacking Yongchang City. And we, Tianqing Stronghold, lie in their path. If the Taiyang Army has intentions towards us, it would spell disaster." Trusting in the leader's judgment, Li Dahai contemplated the potential consequences of the Taiyang Army discovering their presence. And the chilling realization washed over him. If the Taiyang Army were to become aware of their existence, they would not hesitate to eliminate a potential threat. Faced with the Taiyang Army, they had only two options, either to join them and forsake Tianqing Stronghold or to resist. With the outcome all too clear, with their current strength, battling the Taiyang Army would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Indeed, our mission is to monitor this area, that if only small forces are present, we shall eliminate them. Huang Dao made a slicing motion across his throat that, in the worst-case scenario, if the enemy is marching in large numbers, our role would be merely to observe and relay information back. The reason we were dispatched is that we are primarily cavalry, that if we encounter them in the wilderness, our chances of escape increased. At this point, Li Dahai suddenly interjected, "What if the enemy also possesses a significant number of cavalry?" A silence ensued, and this time Huang Dahu did not respond. However, Li Dahai understood. Eventually, Huang Dahu spoke again, not answering the question directly, but rather stating, "Tianqing Stronghold is our home. Our mission concerns the safety of the entire stronghold. This is our responsibility." With the gravity of their discussion, neither felt inclined to continue conversing, yet their resolve was unmistakably evident. Finishing the remainder of his flatbread, Li Dahai stood and addressed Huang Dahu. "I have eaten my fill. I will resume organizing the personnel to investigate the situation." This time, Huang Dahu did not say much, but watched as Li Dahai departed. Meanwhile, 30 miles away, Lin Fengxiang's Taiyang Army was advancing rapidly. Their direction aligned with Huang Dahu's position. "Gather," a resonant voice called out. Over 400 cavalrymen swiftly formed ranks. "Now we continue our exploration towards Pingnan County." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison, after issuing the command to proceed with the patrol. Huang Dahu turned his gaze to Li Dahai and instructed, "Li Dahai, you lead your squad ahead to scout." "Yes." After glancing at Li Dahai, Huang Dahu could not help but add, "Stay concealed, and if you discover anything, do not act rashly. Rest assured, brother Hu, do you not trust me?" "I am always prudent," Li Dahai replied with a smile. Turning back, seeing his good intentions misinterpreted, Huang Dahu felt a surge of irritation and approached Li Dahai. Delivering a playful slap to his face, I dodged. However, that obvious strike was easily evaded by Li Dahai. Yet Huang Dao followed up with a kick to his backside, laughingly scolding, "Dare to dodge again? Off you go." "Kid!" Though Huang Dahu had playfully attacked him, Li Dahai bore no resentment. He understood that Huang Dahu was under considerable pressure and sought to relieve his brother's stress in this manner. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxiang's Taiyang Army, currently on the march, came to a halt for a moment to regroup as they were nearing Dayou Mountain. Although Lin Fengxiang had a fiery temperament and was prone to anger, it did not imply he lacked military acumen. His objective was to secure a passage for the Taiyang Army to Yongchang City, and confidentiality was paramount. To achieve this, he intended to eradicate all forces along the route to minimize information leakage. He was well aware that many bandits were stationed near Dayou Mountain, yet he expressed no concern, considering them mere nuisances unworthy of the Taiyang Army's attention. However, controlling the bandits to prevent their escape posed a challenge. Therefore, he brought along 60% of his cavalry, determined to eliminate any potential leaks. "Lu Gang," Lin Fengxiang called out to a middle-aged man clad in leather armor. The man immediately stood forth, placing his right hand over his chest in a gesture of respect, and fervently intoned, "May the Heavenly Father be with us?" Lin Fengxiang replied in kind, "May the Heavenly Father be with us." After exchanging the customary greeting, Lin Fengxiang continued. Lu Gang, you are my foremost warrior. Possessing initial second-tier strength. I now wish for you to lead all cavalry to sweep this area. He gestured toward the location on the map, pinpointing where Li Dahai and the others were situated. Yes, I shall not fail the trust bestowed upon me by the general. Shortly, nearly 3,000 cavalrymen will detach from the main force and gallop towards the Yo Mountain. Yes, he gazed at the cavalrymen gradually fading from view. Lin Fengxiang turned back to address the assembled generals. Upon receiving their orders, the generals promptly set about preparing meals, intending to enter the mountains the following day. Understood. On an unremarkable hill in Shaoyan Mountain. Devoid of trees and only dotted with sparse low shrubs, 2 cavalry units locked eyes. One group was significantly larger, numbering around 500, while the other was considerably smaller, comprising merely 100 men. These 2 factions represented the sweeping cavalry of Taiyang army and the reconnaissance cavalry of Li Dahai. As the Taiyang army cavalry dispersed to conduct sweeps, Li Dahai fortuitously encountered one of the units, leading to a tense standoff upon discovering each other. Observing the opposing force of nearly 500 cavalry, Li Dahai found no time to lament his ill fortune. According to their scouting trajectory, such encounters were inevitable, and he felt a measure of relief that it was he who had come across them. Had it been another squad leader, survival would likely have been improbable. Carefully scrutinizing the enemy, Li Dahai's mind raced into action. Although the enemy boasted over 500 men, their formation was loose, and their equipment was inferior to his own. Many of their cavalry wielded wooden spears instead of iron weapons. In contrast, thanks to the diligent efforts of Chun Li, Huang Da's cavalry was fully equipped with iron sabers, and Huang Da's elite squad had even donned iron armor with fervent zeal. Upon comparing the 2 forces, Li Dahai concluded that if their movements were detected by the enemy, it could draw the attention of their main force, putting Tiger Brother and the others in peril. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle and annihilate the enemy here. With newfound determination, Li Dahai gripped his saber tightly and called out to the Tianqing cavalry. Brothers, the fate of our main force rests in our hands. Only by annihilating them can we ensure that Captain Huang's movements remain undetected. This time we must fight. The morale of the Tianqing cavalry surged instantaneously. Witnessing such high spirits, Li Dahai hesitated no longer. He pointed his saber towards the Taiyang army cavalry and bellowed, "Kill!" with a thunderous roar. The Tianqing cavalry charged forth. Observing the audacity of the enemy's initial attack, the Taiyang army cavalry responded in kind, and thus the ground trembled beneath the impending clash. From the heavens above, it appeared as if 2 waves were converging rapidly. The Tianqing cavalry adeptly maintained their military formation, accelerating as they formed a pointed charge with their 100-strong unit, while the Taiyang cavalry remained disorganized, merely congregating and sporadically losing members, resulting in a notably loose formation. At last, the 2 cavalry forces collided, akin to a tofu being pierced by an iron spike. The Tianqing cavalry's formation held steadfast. Upon contact, they simultaneously drew their blades and began to cleave through the ranks of the Taiyang cavalry. Within moments, 20 to 30 Taiyang cavalrymen fell, and propelled by their pointed formation, they surged into the heart of the Taiyang cavalry's ranks before their commander could react. The Taiyang commander, shocked by the unprecedented ferocity of the enemy, quickly recognized the necessity of preventing them from breaking through their formation entirely, lest they find themselves in a precarious predicament. He raised his long-handled sword and charged toward the relentlessly attacking Tianqing cavalry, shouting, "Do not fear. We have the numbers. Surround and annihilate them. The heavens are with us." Upon hearing these words, the retreating Taiyang cavalrymen exhibited a frenzied demeanor, launching a fearless assault against the Tianqing cavalry. The soldiers at the forefront of the Tianqing cavalry, initially hesitant to engage, began to counterattack with fervor. The Tianqing cavalry wielded superior weaponry and demonstrated significantly greater military discipline. Upon collision, several foes fell beneath their blades. However, in stark contrast to their earlier ease, Li Dahai now felt palpable pressure as he regarded the frenzied Taiyang cavalry with a hint of trepidation. Recognizing the encroaching threat of the Taiyang forces, he understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. If they failed to disrupt the enemy's formation decisively, They risked becoming encircled and potentially losing everything. Accelerate. Execute Strategy 3. Li Dahai commanded calmly. Upon hearing the order, the troops swiftly complied, and the Qianqing cavalry at the front of their pointed formation displayed resolute determination. With their legs clutching their steeds tightly, the war horses quickened their pace. The initial layer of Qianqing cavalry began to detach from the rear, gaining speed. A dozen Qianqing cavalrymen leapt high upon their mounts, disregarding the enemy before them, plunging into the fray with their sabers swinging. Blood spraying as multiple Taiyang cavalrymen were struck down. Quickly, these cavalrymen found themselves surrounded by foes outnumbering them several times over, their bodies drenched in blood. Yet their gazes remained resolute, undeterred as they pressed forward. With a sudden crack, one Qianqing cavalryman was thrown from his mount, and the surrounding Taiyang cavalrymen lunged with their spears, inflicting numerous fatal wounds upon him. Yet he bore no expression of agony, as the spears were withdrawn. He collapsed, still clutching his saber firmly. Witnessing their comrade fall, the remaining Qianqing cavalrymen showed no signs of fear. Instead, they fought with even greater ferocity, many of the surrounded cavalrymen leaping from their horses to engage the enemy, perishing beneath the trampling hooves. Ultimately, this contingent of Qianqing cavalry perished, yet their desperate charge claimed several times their number in enemies. As the Taiyang cavalry eliminated this group, they had scarcely begun to reorganize their disarrayed formation when a voice, cold as death, echoed again. Continue Strategy 3. Once more, over a dozen Qianqing cavalry surged forth from their pointed formation, boldly plunging into the enemy ranks, creating a rift in the beleaguered Taiyang formation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Dahai led the Qianqing cavalry into the breach. His saber, glinting with lethal intent, plunged into the bodies of the enemy, withdrawing with a spray of blood and internal viscera. One saber for 100 battles. With an indomitable spirit and formidable technique, Li Dahai's prowess became a harbinger of death. With each stroke, several foes fell before him. His coarse black armor was now stained a dark crimson, and his saber had begun to dull. Yet this did not hinder his relentless assault. Strike, retract, swing. The mechanical motions wrought death. Any enemy that dared to obstruct his path fell swiftly. The Qianqing cavalry pressed forward. Li Dahai had already dispatched over 60 adversaries, a figure nearing an eighth of the enemy's total force. Truly a terrifying feat. The Qianqing cavalry approached the brink of breaching the enemy's formation. The Taiyang commander could no longer remain passive. Abandoning the foes before him, he charged toward Li Dahai, fully aware that the demise of this enemy leader would strip them of their most potent offensive spearhead. Scoundrel, behold my blade. A long-handled sword descended with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Aimed at Li Dahai's head, seemingly intent on cleaving it in two, the surrounding soldiers of the Taiyang army erupted in excitement at the sight. This was the commander's signature move, despite its need for prior momentum. Its power was formidable, often resulting in the immediate decapitation of his foe's .1 saber for 100 battles. Faced with this terrifying strike, Li Dahai chose not to evade, but to counterattack. It was not that he underestimated his opponent. Rather, he had no choice but to fight, as he was the spearhead of the entire unit. Should he falter, it would inevitably compromise the momentum of their advance if this breakthrough were not achieved. Then he and his comrades would be in grave danger. Hence, he chose the most perilous method, abandoning all evasion or defense, and instead, he decided to gamble his life against the adversary. The general, witnessing this turn of events, felt his pupils constrict in response. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he understood that retreat was not an option at this critical juncture. To falter now would spell his own doom. Resolute, he maintained the momentum of his blade, a grim expression twisting his features as he let out a low growl. Very well. Let us see who meets their demise first. In the next heartbeat, the outcome was revealed. The long-handled blade cleaved into Li Dahai's shoulder, marring his once handsome visage with a deep, bone-revealing gash, blood gushing forth as if he were a wretched specter clawing his way from the depths of hell. The sharp blade had embedded itself deeply into his shoulder, flesh peeling back to expose the stark whiteness of bone within. Should he have pressed harder, the entire shoulder might have been severed, but alas, that opportunity had vanished. The enemy general felt a long knife pierce through his heart, his strength ebbing away as he sighed inwardly, realizing he had ultimately lost the gamble. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Li Dahai had tilted at an angle on his steed, using his armored right shoulder to shield his head. Thus, although he suffered grievous wounds, he managed to survive. With a thud, the general of the Taiyang army fell from his horse, silenced forever. With the greatest threat eliminated, Li Dahai led the Tianqing cavalry through the disarrayed enemy ranks. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the formation of the Taiyang army crumbled entirely, their morale plummeting. Tactical Directive 1. Attack. The reformed Tianqing cavalry charged forth in a wedge formation against the now disorganized Taiyang troops. Unable to mount any effective counterattack, the cavalry of the Taiyang army could only scatter before the relentless blades of the Tianqing cavalry. Faced with such dire circumstances, some Taiyang cavalrymen cried out for divine protection, launching themselves in suicidal charges against their foes. Yet, tragically, these desperate assaults bore little fruit. As soon as they reached the Tianqing warriors, they were met with a deadly array of sharp blades. The ultimate result was akin to moths drawn to a flame, leading to their own annihilation. Time and again they charged, the black blades stained crimson, each Tianqing cavalryman drenched in blood, their faces devoid of any emotion. The mechanized slaughter, a textbook example of a charge, shattered the Taiyang army's resolve. Confronted with such terrifying cavalry, many from the Taiyang ranks began to flee, some shouting in terror. They are demons from hell, not human. They are the enemies of the divine. Wicked fiends sent to slaughter you. As the sun set blood red, the evening glow cast a beautiful radiance across the sky. The once unknown hill was now strewn with corpses, countless remains scattered about. The horses, bereft of their riders, wandered aimlessly, occasionally flicking their tails, the scene reminiscent of a hellish tapestry, contrasting starkly with the serene beauty surrounding it in the fading light. Over 30 souls stood at the hill's peak, the last remnants of this encounter. Sitting down heavily, they gazed vacantly at their surroundings, the scent of blood filling their nostrils. But soon, a sharp pain jolted Li Dahai back to reality. "You fool, be gentler," he scolded a soldier nearby who was bandaging his shoulder. "Chunji, go assess the casualties among our brothers," Li Dahai instructed, pointing at a blood-soaked youth. Yes, though Chunji was exhausted, he dutifully set about his task. Observing his wounded comrades, Li Dahai sighed deeply. Although they had vanquished the enemy, their own losses were grievous. Before long, Chunji returned. "Speak." Li Dahai closed his eyes. "We originally had 132 men, but now only 39 remain, with 8 suffering severe injuries, rendered incapable of combat." Although reluctant to confront the truth, Li Dahai steeled himself and inquired, "Did any of the enemy escape?" Chunji's calm voice carried a hint of excitement. "None escaped. Every last one of the enemy has been annihilated here." Despite achieving the remarkable feat of eliminating over 500 foes, Li Dahai felt little joy. Their own losses approached 100, and those remaining were grievously wounded, many missing limbs, destined to return as disabled men. Though Li Dahai held a position of leadership, his bond with these men was profound. They entrusted their lives to him. How could he feel happiness in light of such results? After tending to his wounds, Li Dahai rose anew. "Gather!" The remaining 30 or so quickly formed a line, awaiting their captain's command. Looking at the injured faces before him, he spoke with reluctance. "We must depart this place swiftly. The enemy is surely greater in number, but if their main force discovers us, we will be doomed. Given our current state, if we gallop too quickly, some of you may worsen your injuries and perish." With that, Li Dahai cast an inadvertent glance at the severely wounded Tianqing cavalryman, his expression betraying his reluctance. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the injured exchanged glances before stepping forward from the ranks. One spoke with a casual tone. "Captain, you and the others should leave. We can go no further. We must remain here if the enemy arrives. We can still serve a purpose." The others echoed in agreement. "You all should go." "Indeed, Captain, we cannot move on. Taking us along would only be a burden." Do not hesitate. Witnessing the determination and conviction in their eyes, Li Dahai could say no more. A choked voice broke the silence. Is there anything you wish to convey to your families? I could deliver your messages. This. A flicker of light sparked in their eyes as they began to share their final words. A pale middle-aged man, his right arm severed at the shoulder, spoke. Captain, I likely won return. Please tell my wife to remarry. She is still young and should not be left to mourn my absence. After he finished, a youth bearing several horrific wounds added, Tell my parents I am unfilial, and I am sorry. They should not grieve for me. All I did was for the Tianqing stronghold. Others followed suit. Delivering their last messages go. The Tianqing cavalry, mounted on their steeds, became mere silhouettes against the horizon, while those left behind watched their retreating figures until they vanished into the sunset's glow. Before long, a tremendous sound echoed from afar. The remaining few strained their eyes to see a dark mass of cavalry charging towards them. Upon witnessing this sight, they exchanged glances, and smiles broke forth. They struggled to mount their steeds, summoning their remaining strength to grasp their weapons. Tianqing cavalry, charge! These 8 men launched their final assault against the enemy. Lu Gang, his expression grim, picked up the fallen standard of the Tianqing cavalry, remaining silent. Yet the tension in his tightly clenched fist and the throbbing veins in his hand revealed his inner turmoil. Who are they? What enemy is this? He tore the flag apart, roaring at those around him. In response, none dared to approach, until finally a hawk-nosed man clad in armor stepped forward. He addressed the enraged Lu Gang. Calm yourself. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Gang regained some semblance of composure and replied, From the current situation, it appears Zhao Wu's cavalry encountered this formidable force, resulting in a bloody clash, ultimately leading to Zhao Wu's defeat and total annihilation of his troops. Listening to Lu Gang's reasoning, the man with the hooked nose nodded in agreement. Moreover, this place was predominantly littered with the bodies of our troops, while the enemy's corpses were scarce if they were not taken back by the opposing side. Then, the man with the hooked nose left his sentence unfinished. That would mean the enemy was using a strategy of fewer soldiers to overpower our entire force here. Lu Gang solemnly interjected, completing the man's unspoken thought. After exchanging a knowing glance, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Although the enemies that charged towards them were easily vanquished, their resolute determination to face death left an indelible mark on their hearts. Even those severely wounded did not retreat. Initially, they had hoped to spare a few lives for interrogation, yet ultimately, none succeeded. When faced with the offer of surrender from their side, the few remaining enemies remained silent, only continuing their relentless assault on the soldiers of Taiyang army. In desperation, Lu Gang ordered the execution of several, yet they revealed not a whisper of information even in death. However, I still have a solution. A manic smile emerged on Lu Gang's face. That I have a remarkable subordinate skilled in tracking. Is that truly so? The man with the hooked nose displayed a curious expression. In response to the man's inquiry, Lu Gang straightforwardly revealed the background. This individual is named Fan Tianming. He was originally a hunter in the mountains. However, during one of his hunting expeditions, he unfortunately fell from a cliff. Fortunately, he was unharmed and was saved by an extraordinary person. And then, the man grew even more intrigued. Subsequently, Fan Tianming began to live alongside this extraordinary individual who taught him a unique method of tracking, thus endowing him with formidable abilities in pursuit and reconnaissance. Does this mean that with Fan Tianming's assistance, we may indeed locate that cavalry unit? Precisely, Lu Gang affirmed. Turning to his aide behind him, he commanded, Summon Fan Tianming to see me. Yes, the aide complied and departed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter appeared before Lu Gang. Lu Gang inquired of the man, Can you trace the location of the enemy? Upon hearing the question, Fan Tianming pondered for a moment before replying. The enemy has likely retreated far, and they have evidently taken measures to erase their tracks. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether I can still find their traces. I can only attempt. Go ahead. Lu Gang waved his hand decisively. Without hesitation, Fan Tianming advanced to the center of the battlefield, closed his eyes, and raised his hands in a gesture that enveloped the area with an invisible wave. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, looked at Lu Gang, and nodded. There already leads. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang was overjoyed and immediately gathered his cavalry. Under Fan Tieming's guidance, they galloped towards the direction where Li Dahai had vanished. As night fell, the bright moon illuminated the sky, adorned with a myriad of stars. The pure white moonlight cast a luminous glow, resembling a layer of frost blanketing the earth, evoking a sense of tranquility. Go! Over 20 cavalrymen raced across the land, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Captain, we are nearing Yunji Canyon, a cavalryman from Tianqing called out to Li Dahai, upon recognizing the distinctive terrain ahead. A relieved smile spread across Li Dahai's face, dispelling the weight of accumulated negative emotions. We are almost there. Soon we will reunite with the main force. Everyone, hold on. Li Dahai's cheerful voice rang in their ears. Just as they were on the brink of rejoining the main army, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark mass of cavalry appeared behind them, their banners emblazoned with the words Taiyang, rustling ominously as they surged forward. Damn it! Li Dahai cursed under his breath, realizing that they had been pursued by the cavalry of Taiyang army. Glancing at Yunji Canyon ahead, he tightened the reins and halted his steed, prompting the other Tianqing cavalrymen to do the same. They understood that they could advance no further. If they lured the enemy into Yunji Canyon, the main force would undoubtedly be discovered, and the consequences would be dire. Turning their horses to face the pursuing Taiyang army, the overwhelming number of enemy cavalry filled their vision. As the foes drew closer, Li Dahai felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Was death truly inevitable? Before long, the Taiyang cavalry was less than 500 meters away. Yet, they did not advance any further. Instead, they halted at that position, in silence. They locked eyes with Li Dahai and his men, an unspoken pressure weighing heavily upon them like a mountain. Over 2,000 Taiyang cavalrymen versus over 20 Tianqing cavalrymen. Death seemed all but assured. Brothers, it appears we are destined to perish together this time, Li Dahai remarked with a smile. There was no trace of fear at the prospect of imminent death. Rather, he exhibited an air of nonchalance and spontaneity. Are you afraid of death? He inquired of his comrades behind him. What is there to fear? I've lived enough. Had it not been for our leader, I would have died long ago. A voice rang out from the crowd. Before Li Dahai could respond, Changji also spoke up. What is so difficult about dying? However, before we do, we must consider how many of the enemy we can take down together. His words, imbued with a hint of frenzied bloodlust, left Li Dahai momentarily taken aback. He knew Changji was a fervent enthusiast of slaughter, but he had not anticipated that even in this dire moment, his thoughts would center on how many he could kill before his end. Observing Changji's earnest expression, Li Dahai burst into hearty laughter and replied, Very well. Let us compete to see who can slay the most. Who else wishes to partake? I, a Tianqing cavalryman called out. Count me in, I shall join as well. With everyone eager to participate, how could I resist joining this inevitable contest of carnage? Thus, all the Tianqing cavalrymen entered into this seemingly futile contest of slaughter. If the Taiyang soldiers were to learn of these individuals' intentions, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. At the brink of death, they were still preoccupied with the thought of killing them. While Li Dahai deliberated on the competition, changes also unfolded on the side of the Taiyang army. Lu Gang galloped forward from his ranks, positioning himself at the forefront. He opened his mouth wide, his booming voice resonating in the ears of every Tianqing soldier. Surrender, and you shall keep your lives. He initially thought his confident plea would compel the Tianqing cavalrymen to yield. However, his words were met with outright disregard. Moments later, upon realizing that the opposing side remained unmoved, Lu Gang, no fool, understood that they had resolved to fight to the death. Ungrateful wretches. Turning back to his own ranks, the Taiyang cavalrymen quickly began to form their battle lines. Lu Gang would spare no effort, determined to use sheer force to instill complete despair in the enemy. Simultaneously, Li Dahai and his men commenced their final preparations for a death charge. Some soldiers readied 2 long spears, bracing them against their shoulders to prevent them from falling during the charge. Others wielded long knives, meticulously wiping them down on their garments. As for Li Dahai, he gripped the newly acquired long-handled sword tightly in his right hand, while his left hand began to tear away the bandages that had severely hindered his combat effectiveness. As the bandages were violently ripped off, blood seeped anew from his wounds. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain, caring little for the deterioration of his injuries. After all, death was imminent. Who would concern themselves with the worsening of wounds? Under the radiant moonlight, both sides were poised and ready, awaiting but a single opportunity for a brutal confrontation to commence. Whoosh! A chilling night breeze swept through, rustling a few fallen leaves as they drifted slowly to the ground. At that moment, kill! A single command shattered the stillness as the Taiyang army surged forth first. Over 2,000 cavalrymen charged simultaneously, a torrent of force racing towards Li Dahai and his men. Their momentum overwhelming. Brothers, formation 2. Whoever kills the most, I shall treat to drinks below, Li Dahai shouted exuberantly. Upon hearing the command for formation 2, the soldiers swiftly adjusted their ranks, lining up in a single file facing the enemy. This tactic, originally designed for sweeping the battlefield, expanded their combat area and expedited the conclusion of the skirmish. However, its implementation at this moment destined every Tianqing cavalryman to be caught between the enemy and the onslaught. However, such actions can also maximize individual strength and inflict damage upon the enemy, aligning perfectly with their competitive objectives. Captain, I wish to taste the famed Daughter's Red. I have heard it is exquisite. Yet I have never had the pleasure. You must not make promises you cannot keep, especially when we descend below, if it is not available. I assure you, I shall not let you off the hook. A young Tianqing cavalryman retorted, "Ha! If it is not there, I shall personally venture to the King of Hell to procure a jar for you." Li Dahai chuckled, making a solemn vow. "Fear not. I, Li Dahai, am not like that scoundrel Huang Dehu, whose words bear no weight. Now, brothers, prepare to charge." With Li Dahai leading the charge, it was as if a signal flare had been ignited, and over 20 Tianqing cavalrymen surged forward in unison. Within mere moments, they closed a 500-meter gap, one by one. The Tianqing cavalrymen plunged into the enemy ranks, commencing a brutal melee. The cavalryman wielding 2 long spears utilized the formidable momentum of his steed. At the moment of contact, he pierced through 2 foes, though his own shoulders were shattered in the process. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, he emitted not a single sound, as he furiously thrust his spears in all directions. Unseating several enemy knights, with no comrades at his side and no care for anything else, he focused solely on relentless thrusts. Suddenly, his left spear was seized, lodged in the bones of his opponent. And despite his efforts to free it, it remained stuck to that moment. A long blade came slicing through. He was caught off guard, and it severed his left arm. He gasped in pain as his arm fell to the ground. Lacking his left arm, the cavalryman's combat effectiveness diminished significantly, yet he continued to stab at the surrounding enemies with his remaining right hand, though they were simply too numerous. Ultimately, he succumbed to the coordinated assault of several foes. His head severed and rolling on the ground, eyes still wide with fury, on the opposite side of the battlefield. The Tianqing cavalryman yearning for Daughter's Red, bloodied and armed with a long knife, relentlessly hacked at every enemy within sight. With each foe he felled, he muttered, "Another one." He was, in fact, keeping a tally of his kills. In the end, after sustaining multiple wounds, he fell from his horse, leaving no one to ascertain the true number he had slain, nor whether he would ever savor the Daughter's Red he so desired. As time passed, the Tianqing cavalrymen, outnumbered, dwindled to a mere 8. Once the charge concluded, the battleground was littered with over 80 bodies. Upon surveying the fallen, Liu Gang realized with dismay that the casualty ratio stood at a staggering 1:3 to this moment. He regarded the cavalry with heightened concern. Despite their numerical advantage, they had suffered far greater losses. He thought to himself, Zhao Wu's defeat was not without reason. Brothers, I've slain 8. Does anyone surpass my count? Li Dahai roared with laughter, boasting of his accomplishments. In response to his bravado, Chen Ji's chilling voice emerged. I have killed 10. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai's smile froze, taken aback by the rapid turn of events, and he turned his gaze toward Chen Ji. That moment, Chen Ji radiated an astonishing heat. A sign of his advancement. Think he would break through in the heat of battle and ascend to a first-tier warrior. No wonder he had outperformed Li Dahai, who was hindered by shoulder injuries that significantly affected his combat prowess. While Chen Ji bore no such severe wounds, I have 4. Another Tianqing cavalryman chimed in. I have 3. I have 2. In an instant, the once solemn battlefield transformed into a contest of bragging rights, leaving Li Dahai unsure whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, Lu Gang and the other Taiyang army members wore grim expressions, devoid of any satisfaction from their enemy's demise. After all, such a casualty ratio only confirmed their defeat. I concede that you excel in cavalry combat, but winning the battle at the cost of lives is a hollow victory. Lu Gang's face contorted in rage. This failure struck a severe blow to his pride. He glared at the Tianqing cavalrymen, who continued to jest, seemingly oblivious to their impending doom, further igniting Lu Gang's fury. Their arrogance felt like a direct affront to him. I shall ensure you report to the king of hell soon enough. Lu Gang growled menacingly, raising his long knife toward the remaining 8. Kill them. The regrouped cavalry surged forth once more. Witnessing this, those still exchanging banter immediately fell silent, their bloodlust surging forth like a blade unsheathed. Glistening with lethal intent, the 8 charged toward the oncoming foes, determination etched upon their faces. Kill! They surged forward, accelerating faster and faster. The 8 Tianqing cavalrymen tore across the battlefield like a tempest, their resolute visages betraying no fear. Only a roaring desire for vengeance and madness simmering in their eyes, with death looming. How could they not embrace the chaos? Clouds of dust billowed as the massive Taiyang army surged forth like a ferocious beast unleashed. The pounding hooves of their steeds causing the ground to tremble, sending rocks and debris flying. With their long-handled blades whirling, the enemies before them fell, heads severed from their bodies. In that moment, Li Dahai felt every cell in his body roar with fervor, his temperature rising at an alarming rate. He bellowed, seemingly breaking through a limit, his muscles swelling as his strength surged exponentially. This was a sign of breakthrough. He had ascended to the 2nd tier. Though his innate talent was formidable, achieving such advancement so swiftly was beyond his expectations. Huang Dahu, you worthless fool, I have surpassed you. When we reach the underworld, you shall only be second best. Li Dahai cleaved through an enemy, laughing as he mocked Huang Du. Should Huang Dao witness this scene, he would likely unleash a torrent of humiliation upon him. With his newfound strength, Li Dahai's strikes became swifter and more powerful. In a furious display, no enemy dared approach him. Seeing this, Lu Gang hesitated not a moment longer. He charged toward Li Dahai on horseback. Simultaneously, Li Dahai noticed Lu Gang advancing without fear, brandishing his long knife as he met him head-on. Clang! Their blades collided, the sound reverberating through the air. Without pause, their weapons clashed rapidly, sparks flying. Another heavy strike sent them both recoiling, fierce determination igniting in their eyes. Kill! They shouted in unison, engaging once more. 100 battles. One blade, Li Dahai launched the first attack, a blade cutting through the air aimed directly at Lu Gang's heart. Yet Lu Gang faced the onslaught without trepidation, his long knife dancing in a flurry of strikes. The swirling blade produced a dazzling display, as Lu Gang taunted, "With such trifling skill, dare you act so brazenly before me? Witness my floral tempest." Li Dahai's lethal strike was met with Lu Gang's mesmerizing flurry of movements, akin to a tiger ensnared in a mire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Finally, Lu Gang's blade struck Li Dahai at an awkward angle, piercing his chest. Rend, the long knife carved a deep gash into Li Dahai's chest. Blood oozing forth, he gasped in pain, retracting his long knife to inspect the wound, narrowly missing a fatal blow to his heart. That was close. I nearly lost my life. Li Dahai exhaled with relief. Meanwhile, Lu Gang wiped the blood from his blade with the sleeve of his elbow, choosing not to press the attack, standing still. That we are both second-tier warriors, yet you are already grievously injured, your strength diminished. You stand no chance of victory, Lu Gang proclaimed. What will you do now? Li Dahai replied, hoping to buy time to regain his strength. Lu Gang, having discerned his intentions, refrained from attacking. At this point, Li Dahai posed little threat to him. On the contrary, if he could persuade Li Dahai to join his ranks, it would undoubtedly bolster their forces. Lu Gang sought to recruit Li Dahai into the Taiyang army, proposing they join forces for greater ambitions. I have no interest. Li Dahai's outright refusal to export left Lu Gang unfazed. Even in the face of such blatant disrespect, at that moment, Li Dahai resembled the Monkey King in the hands of the Buddha. Look around you. How many comrades are still fighting? Upon hearing this, Li Dahai surveyed his surroundings. Of the original 8 members of the Heavenly Army, only Qinji, who possessed the strength of the first tier, was still engaged in battle. The rest had perished. What of it? At this juncture, death is merely a part of life for a man of honor, Li Dahai proclaimed passionately. Observing Li Dahai's resolute demeanor, Lu Gang understood his determination. Any further words urging surrender would be an affront to a warrior's pride. Gripping his already polished long knife, he hesitated on how to speak. You are a hero deserving of respect. I must remember your name. Who might you be? Hardly had the words left his mouth when Li Dahai launched an attack, his steed galloping forward, the long knife trailing along the ground, leaving a swath of devastation in its wake. Then came the cry, Heavenly Army, Li Dahai. Li Dahai. Indeed. Very well. I shall remember your name. You're a true warrior. Let me see you off on your journey, and thus they would find out who would escort whom on their final passage. With a flourish, the two clashed once more, this time without hesitation, each fighting with their lives on the line. Just as before, Li Dahai's blade was ensnared in a tumult of attacks. Several times, had he not evaded swiftly, he would have met a fatal blow from his opponent's long knife. Yet even so, he bore multiple wounds as the long knife aimed for his throat. Li Dahai swiftly maneuvered to deflect the lethal strike. Before he could catch his breath, a barrage of strikes rained down upon him. Clang, clang, clang. The long knife relentlessly struck against Li Dahai's weapon, producing a symphony of clashes. Noticing that Li Dahai was struggling to keep pace with his onslaught, Lu Gang wore a smug expression. His martial arts technique, known as the 100 Flowers Blade, was designed to overwhelm once an advantage was gained. Each cut flowed seamlessly into the next, culminating in a relentless barrage that could suppress any adversary. The ferocity of Lu Gang's blade forced Li Dahai into a corner, and if he did not devise a way to counterattack, death would be inevitable. Realizing the dire straits he was in, Li Dahai steeled himself. After parrying one of Lu Gang's strikes, he disregarded the oncoming attack aimed at his arm, swinging his long knife downwards with all his might towards Lu Gang. Seeing Li Dahai's desperate assault, Lu Gang did not dare to underestimate him. He thrust his long knife forward, attempting to compel Li Dahai into defense. However, to Lu Gang's astonishment, Li Dahai displayed no intention of retreating, seemingly resolved to fight to the death. Lu Gang, now holding the advantage, would not allow himself to perish alongside Li Dahai. He redirected his thrust into an upward parry to block the incoming strike. Clang! Lu Gang's mount stumbled beneath him, nearly forcing him to his knees. His long knife vibrated violently in his grip, and blood seeped from the split in his palm, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. The fact that he had been pushed back by the battered Li Dahai left him incredulous. Yet the blood trickling from his hand served as a stark reminder of this reality. How could this wounded enemy unleash such a powerful blow? What gave him the right? Before Lu Gang could collect his thoughts, Li Dahai's long knife swept towards him once more, propelled by a tremendous force that sent his garments billowing backwards. Damn, here it comes again. This time, Lu Gang opted not to meet the attack head-on, choosing instead to sidestep. Yet, in the face of Lu Gang's tactical maneuver, Li Dahai charged forward unflinchingly. Disregarding all incoming assaults, he honed in on a singular point, intent on rendering his opponent lifeless, forced into another defensive stance. Lu Gang felt a heavy blow to his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Unrelenting, Li Dahai swung his knife with renewed vigor. Faced with this onslaught, Lu Gang did not hesitate to flee, his earlier confidence evaporating. As he retreated, he could only shout in frustration, "You madman!" Watching Lu Gang's frantic retreat, Li Dahai chose not to pursue, but instead moved toward Qinji. Upon reaching a safer location, the terrified Lu Gang finally regained his composure. Before him stood a man with a hawkish nose. "Oh, you need me to intervene?" the man inquired. Lu Gang's response was resolute, "And no need. I can bury them with sheer numbers." Upon hearing this, the hawkish man did not press the matter. Recognizing the validity of Lu Gang's claim that in a battle where 2,000 face 2, Even the heavens would bow. They merely needed to observe as their foes exhausted themselves, eventually succumbing to the chaos of blades. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Li Dahai and Qinji had reunited, standing back-to-back against the throngs of encroaching enemies. "Qinji, do you regret following me?" Li Dahai asked after dispatching an enemy, with his long knife cleaving through the air. Claiming 3 lives in quick succession, Qinji took a breath and replied, "Not at all. I willingly joined your ranks. Why then, when you had the chance to join Huang Da's direct unit, did you choose to follow me?" Li Dahai inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. This was a question he had long wished to ask, as Qinji had been personally selected by Huang Da for the cavalry battalion. Logically, he should have joined Huang Da's elite unit, which was composed of the best, with privileges only slightly below that of a squad leader. Yet in the end, Qinji had opted for Li Dahai's smaller team, which, while the best outside of Huang Da's direct unit, was not a justification for foregoing a superior option. Upon hearing the news, Li Dahai had even paraded in front of Huang Da, only to receive a severe beating as a result. Though he found Qinji's decision perplexing, he was now determined to uncover the truth before facing death, unwilling to depart with such questions lingering in his mind. Faced with Li Dahai's inquiry, Qinji fell into a moment of silence. Once more, he struck down an enemy attempting to flank him, prompting Li Dahai to speak up again that we're about to die. "What more do you have to hide?" Upon hearing this, Qinji finally opened his mouth, and his revelation astonished Li Dahai. Actually, it was Captain Huang who suggested I join your team. "What?" After narrowly evading several enemy strikes, Li Dahai exclaimed in disbelief. "Qinji, who would have thought, with your honest demeanor and prominent brows, you'd be a spy sent by Huang Da?" Qinji felt a surge of exasperation. The continuous onslaught of enemies demanded his focus while he struggled to suppress his urge to retort at Li Dahai's remarks. His face flushing with embarrassment, in an act of catharsis, he brought his long knife down heavily upon an adversary, sending the foe sprawling to the ground. Finally regaining his composure, Qinji explained, "Captain Huang believed I was better suited to join your unit. He said your temperament was too unruly, and I was to mitigate your shortcomings." In a moment of carelessness, Li Dahai's right arm was struck, leaving a gash that elicited a pained grunt from him. "Oomph, what benevolence!" As the battle raged on, Li Dahai began to feel his strength waning, realizing he could not hold out much longer. Qinji, too, found himself nearing his limits. "Qinji, let us be brothers in our next life," Li Dahai proclaimed, extending his VOWI in a rare display of emotion. The usually composed Qinji replied, "Agreed, we shall be brothers in the next life." With this affirmation, Li Dahai laughed heartily, then called to the heavens. "Huang Da, in my next life, I shall be your leader." Just as the two were on the verge of collapse, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that a deep voice resonated. "You think you can be my leader? You are not worthy." Listening to that voice, so familiar it haunts his dreams, Li Dahai widened his eyes and gazed into the distance. The formidable army led by Huang Da had arrived, outside the encirclement of the Taiyang army. A cavalry unit was galloping swiftly towards them. Though numbering barely over 200, they exuded an overwhelming aura. In the heat of their charge, the 200 figures formed a conical battle formation. A seamless entity, confronted by the sudden onslaught from behind, the Taiyang army was thrown into disarray. Before they could turn around and organize a defense, the Tianqing cavalry was upon them, advancing without the slightest pause. At the forefront, over 40 elite troops led by Huang Da unleashed their martial prowess .1 blade to rule them all. Over 40 near first-level warriors simultaneously released their lethal moves, the blades slicing through the air and converging to form a wall of cutting force. The immense wave of blade energy, sharp and formidable, descended upon the battlefield like a mountain of swords. As the Taiyang cavalry made contact, they were engulfed in the maelstrom of blades, cleaved apart before they could utter a single cry. Under such an onslaught, none could withstand. Any enemy standing in their path was transformed into mere corpses, trampled into the ground by their steeds, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood, continuously unleashing their deadly strikes. The Tianqing cavalry carved out a vacant space ahead of them, accelerating their charge, the air rushing past them like a dark, conical lightning bolt, hurtling forward with wild abandon. With a thunderous momentum, they shattered all adversaries in their wake. Seeing this scene, Liu Gang's expression shifted. The enemy possessed such powerful cavalry. However, upon closer observation, he felt a measure of relief. The opposing force was merely a little over 200 strong, despite their might. He held a significant numerical advantage, 200 against 2,000. Their confidence remained high. Even if they rescued the two captives and attempted to flee, it would be impossible as long as he sacrificed half his men to mount double rides. The enemy would have no chance of escaping his grasp. Furthermore, with the tracking expert Fan Tianming on his side, he was unperturbed by the enemy's potential for concealment. With this in mind, Liu Gang relaxed. Thinking it mattered little if they charged ahead, it would only lead them to their demise. At Liu Gang's signal, the Taiyang cavalry blocking Huang Du's path began to withdraw, subtly creating a passage. Without any opposition, the Tianqing cavalry swiftly advanced to the vicinity of Li Dahai and Chen Ji. One blade, to rule them all. Attack! The mountain of blades reappeared, and the encirclement threatening Li Dahai and Chen Ji was shattered. Finally, after dispersing the surrounding foes, the two factions converged. Observing the state of his promising junior, Huang Du fell silent. Li Dahai's once handsome visage was marred by an unsightly scar, and his right shoulder, partially exposed, revealed hints of bone, alongside a deep gash on his chest. The sight of such horrifying injuries rendered the cavalry unit speechless. How could they continue to fight with such grievous wounds? Their tenacity and indomitable spirit were truly awe-inspiring. The bodies of fallen enemies surrounding them testified to the length of their struggle. Li Dahai, all right, Huang Du asked, his voice trembling. Yet he received no immediate reply. After a moment, a roar erupted in his ears. Huang Du, why did you come? Is he out of his mind? You fool, have you lost your wits? The usually carefree Li Dahai, unafraid even in the face of death, finally succumbed to emotional turmoil, unleashing a torrent of furious invective upon Huang Du. Though he raged and cursed, tears streamed down his face like an unbridled reservoir, blurring his vision at last, his voice hoarse and nearly spent. He uttered a disheartened plea. You shouldn't have come. Just let me die here. Witnessing Li Dahai's despair, Huang Du seemed to wish to say something, but ultimately held his tongue, only managing to utter, You are my subordinate. I cannot allow you to die before me. Before Li Dahai could respond, Chen Ji, having regained some strength, interjected. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must focus on what to do next. This statement shifted the attention of both men back to their precarious situation. Captain Huang, since you have come to rescue us, you must have a plan in mind, Chen Ji inquired calmly. At this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Li Dahai's vacant gaze. Perhaps Huang Du truly possessed a way to break free. Observing the reformed encirclement, Huang Du revealed a confident smile and replied, Of course I have a plan. What plan? Li Dahai asked impatiently. The plan is for us to lead you out of here. Huang Du regarded Li Dahai as though he were a simpleton. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai nearly erupted in exasperation. You think I don't know how to escape? How do you plan to charge through, you fool? Unfazed by Li Dahai's outburst, Huang Du simply dug at his ear. Of course I have a plan. Why are you in such a hurry? Feeling the exhilaration of impending victory, he experienced a joy he had never known before. Just as Li Dahai was on the verge of losing his temper, Chen Ji spoke again. Breaking through isn't enough. They have tracking capabilities. This revelation instantly calmed Li Dahai, prompting him to analyze the situation that we annihilated a small enemy unit. So logically, they should lack intelligence on us. Their behavior upon encountering us confirms their ignorance of our presence. Thus, there can be only one conclusion. The enemy possesses some unknown, formidable means of tracking that in stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of the two men. Huang Du appeared unconcerned and no need to overthink. Once you break through, they will not pursue you. Li Dahai's brow furrowed, contemplating whether Huang Du had lost touch with reality or if it was the second-tier warriors who could no longer wield their blades. Were it not for his injuries, he would have made Huang Du experience the love of a subordinate's iron fist. Unlike the distracted Li Dahai, Changji quickly seized upon the crux of Huang Dahu's words. You said we. Does that mean Captain Huang will not break through with us? Upon hearing this, Li Dahai snapped back to attention, as if struck by a revelation, and hastily declared, I disagree. In the face of Li Dahai's objection, Huang Dahu's expression shifted from exasperation to solemnity. That I am the captain. My word is final. I don't care. I will not agree to your arrangement. Li Dahai steadfastly refused. Cavalry First Squad, heed my command. Present, Li Dahai replied. His voice choked with tears, delighted by the response. Huang Dahu allowed a satisfied smile to surface before continuing. Listen, we will lead you out. After your escape, the third squad will be under your command to return, while the rest of us will counterattack the enemy to buy you time. Having delivered his orders, Huang Dahu turned his gaze away from Li Dahai, leaving only his retreating silhouette. Li Dahai stood transfixed. Watching Huang Dahu's figure, which now loomed like a majestic mountain, Li Dahai momentarily lost himself in thought. Huang Dahu, still facing away, spoke. Li Dahai, although we share no blood relation, I have always regarded you as my own child. He said nothing. If Huang Dahu viewed him as a son, how could he not regard Huang Dahu as a father? From now on, the cavalry unit will be entrusted to you. I have already spoken to the leader. If I fall, you should be the next captain of the cavalry. With a voice already hoarse, Li Dahai murmured, Why me? Without turning back, Huang Dahu replied, Because I believe in you. Li Dahai found himself at a loss for words. Although there remained a hint of childishness in your temperament, I hold steadfast belief that you will, in time, elevate the cavalry brigade, transforming it into the sharpest blade of Tianqing's stronghold. I am incapable. I cannot do it without you, Li Dahai exclaimed in despair. Yet this time, Huang Dahu refrained from further comment, for the encirclement of the enemy was nearing completion. All troops, heed my command. My direct unit shall breach the encirclement. Follow our path of charge. Break through first. Huang Dahu bellowed after issuing his orders. The cavalry's direct squadron, clad in black armor and wielding long swords, advanced to the forefront. Watch closely, young one. This is the final brilliance of your brother Hu. Huang Dahu proclaimed, as he produced a silver needle from an unknown place on his person. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the needle into a specific point at the back of his head. In an instant, Huang Dahu's muscles surged, and his skin transformed from its normal hue to a vivid crimson, an overwhelming aura erupting from within him. His strength astonishingly transitioned from a high first tier to a mid-second tier, reaching its peak before halting. Simultaneously, the 40 cavalry members of the direct squadron each inserted silver needles into the back of their heads. With a resounding roar, their immense aura surged forth, propelling their strength into the mid-stage of the first tier. A terrifying enhancement indeed. Witnessing the same phenomenon he had once observed with Qian Kuei, Li Dahai could not help but realize they were employing the blood-boiling technique. After the acquisition of this technique, Chun-Li had prohibited ordinary Tianqing soldiers from its exchange, reserving it for only a select few. This was not due to favoritism, but rather because the technique harbored severe side effects. While the blood-boiling technique could significantly elevate combat prowess in a remarkably short span, failure to utilize specific herbs, namely cold bloodgrass, in conjunction would ultimately result in the user's demise. Although Li Dahai had once contemplated learning it, he had ceased to pursue it after being denied. Little did he expect to witness the shocking spectacle of over 40 individuals simultaneously invoking the blood-boiling technique today. Including Huang Dahu, a total of 49 individuals erupted forth, their immense blood energy surging towards the heavens. And soon their essences began to merge. Moments later, the ethereal visage of a blood-colored ferocious tiger manifested above the heads of these 49 warriors. Observing this scene, Li Dahai trembled uncontrollably as a wave of indescribable emotion welled up within him. Conversely, Changji, witnessing the same event, remained fixated on the blood-colored tiger and the amalgamation of energy surrounding the 49 warriors, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of warriors forming a battle array? Truly an intoxicating strength. Kill!" The blood-colored tiger let out a thunderous roar, transforming back into blood energy that enveloped Huang Dahu and his comrades. The already formed conical battle formation charged forward with fervor. Bolstered by the blood energy, Their speed was astonishing, and their lethality was terrifying. A mere swing of their blades could cleave enemies in two, and with the protection of the blood energy, their black armor became even more resilient. The attacks from the Taiyang troops barely inflicted any damage upon them. How are we to combat this? Liu Gang and the hawk-nosed man exchanged glances from afar, both recognizing the trepidation and gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Liu Gang spoke first. It seems I must call upon you now. Otherwise, we shall truly be unable to subdue them, and I cannot guarantee their defeat either. I can only do my utmost, the hawk-nosed man replied with a hint of uncertainty. It must be so. Upon receiving Liu Gang's consent, the hawk-nosed man departed from Liu Gang's side. Approaching the battlefield, he raised his hands to the heavens, muttering incantations, his body twisting in an eerie manner. As if performing some ritual, suddenly, he halted, eyes tightly shut, hands drooping feebly, his entire figure sagging. Moments later, he proclaimed, Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands, I summon the unparalleled, loyal, and righteous Guan Sheng Emperor. His eyes flew open, and he began to chant, Guan here. His entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from that of an ordinary man into a seasoned general of the battlefield. Subsequently, a Guan Dao was hurled by Liu Gang, which he caught with steady hands. He yanked a Taiyang soldier from his mount, seizing the reins to commandeer the horse, charging towards Huang Do, with Huang Dahu and his comrades paving the way. They swiftly approached the enemy's encirclement. That moment, the hawk-nosed man surged forth, raising his blade to strike, targeting the foremost Huang Do. The force of the blow was formidable, with traces of inner energy radiating from the blade, a hallmark of peak second-tier strength. Yet Huang Do remained unperturbed, wielding his long sword without any embellishments, ready to clash with the hawk-nosed man in the state of blood boiling. His strength had surged tremendously. In a pure contest of might, even a third-tier adversary would likely prove no match for him. Clang! Both combatants momentarily halted, as the hawk-nosed man felt an overwhelming force collide with him at the moment of impact. Akin to being struck head-on by a massive elephant, his blood surged chaotically within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Huang Da, too, felt the pressure as the inner energy from the Guan Dao surged into his body, leaving him with an unbearable sensation akin to being engulfed in flames. Yet before he could dwell on the discomfort, the rapid circulation of his blood soon alleviated this feeling, even granting him a slight increase in power. Upon realizing this phenomenon, Huang Dahu flashed a bloody grin at the hawk-nosed man and taunted, Come on, put in a bit more effort. Little brat, I ask that all the strength you can muster. Observing Huang Dahu's progressively deranged expression, the hawk-nosed man, in his special state, hesitated to continue his assault. He brandished the Guan Dao, stroking his non-existent mustache with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, You, mere lackeys, dare to obstruct a blow from Guan. Huang Da, unimpressed by the hawk-nosed man's theatrics, scoffed derisively, A charlatan like you dares to invoke the name of the esteemed Guan. In response to Huang Da's mockery, the hawk-nosed man, brimming with pride, declared, I am indeed Guan Sheng Emperor. The illustrious Guan, how dare you, mere mortal, recognize my presence and not dismount to surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Witnessing the hawk-nosed man fully embrace his role, Huang Da ceased the argument. Merely scoffing, utterly absurd. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to descend today, he too would perish at my hands. Upon hearing this, the hawk-nosed man appeared deeply insulted, charging directly at Huang Da while shouting, War Saint, lend me your strength. In that instant, a spectral image of a martial general materialized behind the hawk-nosed man. This apparition stood 9 feet tall, with a beard 2 feet long. Its face resembled a dark jujube. Lips as if coated in rouge. Its phoenix-like eyes and arched brows matched the archetype often depicted in tales. Upon the emergence of this phantom, the hawk-nosed man's body tensed, and he swung the Guan Dao in a cleaving motion. Although the maneuver appeared simplistic, Huang Dahu felt an unavoidable sense of dread, as though any attempt to evade this strike would lead to a barrage of subsequent attacks, leaving him ultimately vulnerable. Since evasion was futile, I shall charge forward and vanquish you. After all, my time is limited. That moment, Huang Dahu experienced a thought reminiscent of Li Dahai's previous mindset. Resolute, he ceased his attempts to dodge. Swinging his long sword directly towards the hawk-nosed man's neck, in a similar state of determination, the hawk-nosed man did not yield, bringing his Guan Dao crashing down, targeting Huang Da's head. Boom! Just as both were about to strike each other's vital points. A flicker of hesitation crossed the hawk-nosed man's eyes, but he managed to deflect Huang Da's lethal blow with the Guan Dao. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over the divine state, allowing him to avert disaster. Similar to before, the hawk-nosed man was once again pushed back, a wave of discomfort washing over his chest. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling considerably. Not only that, but his hands, gripping the Guan Dao, began to tremble slightly. From the very first collision, he had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Had it not been for his state of divine prowess, he might have escaped. Initially, he had intended to engage in a war of attrition, utilizing the exquisite blade techniques acquired in the martial sage's embodiment state. However, he was taken aback by his opponent's reckless fighting style, which ultimately compelled him to shatter his divine state and forcefully break his own limits. Astonishingly, he had scarcely exchanged a few blows before being reduced to such a state. This was not the script he had anticipated. In past encounters, adversaries facing his divine prowess would typically engage in exchanges lasting anywhere from dozens to over 100 rounds. Where was the opponent who would gamble their life from the outset? This must be a lunatic. At this moment, the hook-nosed man was utterly dismayed. How could he have encountered such a foe? If Liu Gang were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly express profound agreement. As his previous battle with Li Dahai echoed this sentiment. You strive to match technical prowess, yet your opponent counters with reckless abandon. You attempt to leverage experience, yet they still pursue you with ferocity. Ultimately, when you resort to fighting for your life, you still cannot prevail. How infuriating! Confronted by the ferocious Huang Do, the hook-nosed man found himself in a dilemma. Should he choose to flee, the terrifying speed of his opponent would surely allow for a swift catch-up. Exposing his back to the enemy, a cardinal sin in combat. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he resolved to act with ferocity. Extending his hands, he grasped the heads of 2 Taiyang army cavalrymen. His eyes bloodshot and let out a roar. Blood sacrifices to the divine. With my shattered form, I shall forge a divine body. In an instant, the 2 cavalrymen began to wither, as if their very flesh and blood were being siphoned away. Before long, the 2 unfortunate soldiers were reduced to mere skeletal frames encased in skin. Witnessing this scene, those around them instinctively recoiled. Such bloody and brutal sorcery sent a chill down the spines of even the Tianqing cavalry. Yet at that moment, the hook-nosed man burst into laughter. Contribute one's life to such divine sorcery was a lifelong honor. Meanwhile, Huang Du seethed with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Chun-Li advocated for a people-centered approach, valuing each individual's life, a principle that profoundly influenced him. Although he was a soldier unhesitant in taking lives, he could not deny his respect for life if they did not honor and revere life. What distinguished them from beasts? It was not shameful to fall beneath the weapon of an enemy. However, he could not condone the desecration of life through such dark sorcery. Sensing Huang Dahu's emotions, the hook-nosed man wore a mocking smile. What is this? Are you angry for these 2 lives? Such repugnant morality. A voice infused with indignation reverberated across the battlefield. You beast, take this! 100 battles, 1 blade. Surrounded by bloodlust, the long blade cleaved through the air like a crimson ribbon, striking fiercely at the hook-nosed man. Yet, unperturbed by Huang Dahu's most powerful strike thus far, he bellowed, Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands, summoned forth the giant spirit who levels mountains and plains. Instantly, his body began to swell and transform, becoming a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Particularly, his arms bulged with muscle, resembling the thighs of an elephant more than human limbs. He casually discarded the Guan Dao in his hand, opting instead to strike Huang Dahu's incoming long blade with his pillar-like arms. Clang! It was as if the long blade had collided with an actual stone column. The sharp blade did not penetrate his defenses. Huang Dahu could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly a human arm? However, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether he was human or something else, he had to make a stand. Blood surged through his body, and the blade began to emanate a faint crimson glow. Finally, under his full exertion, the hooked-nosed man seemed to feel a hint of pain. Using the ground to propel himself, he exerted force through his waist, launching his other arm fiercely at Huang Dao. Bellowing die rather than endure this blow, Huang Dao skillfully evaded, having no intention of engaging in a stalemate. After failing to achieve his desired outcome with a carefully prepared strike, the hooked-nosed man howled to the heavens. His massive hand once again aimed at Huang Dao. Bang! The long blade, forged by Master Taiyuan of Tianqing Village, was unexpectedly shattered by the opponent's strike. Staring incredulously at the broken blade, Huang Dao realized he was no match for this monster. Discarding the shattered weapon, he drew another long blade from his waist and retreated to regroup with the other 48 men. Sensing his escape, the monster relentlessly pursued him, barreling through, obliterating everything in its path. Even sending his own subordinates flying under its assault, horse and rider collapsing to the ground. Roar! The monster continued to roar, and the distance between it and Huang Dao's group of 49 dwindled rapidly. At this moment, Huang Dao's expression turned grim. Raising his long blade high, he commanded, "Prepare." The others readied themselves. Suddenly, all 49 men struck simultaneously, as if performing a meticulously choreographed maneuver, drawing their long blades. 100 battles, one blade. The blood-red blade mountain re-emerged on the battlefield, meeting the monster head dash on in an instant. The two forces collided. Countless blood-red blade lights bombarded the monster, inflicting numerous wounds upon its body, amidst this terrifying mountain of blades. The monster thrashed wildly, and several elite soldiers were swept away by its massive hands. Armored bodies crumpled, chests caving in, leading to instant demise. Blood blade slash. Suddenly, the blood energy of over 40 men coalesced upon their long blades. And at Huang Dao's command, they swung their weapons simultaneously. More than 40 blood-red long blades merged into a colossal crimson blade, surging forth with greater speed and power towards the monster. This was the Boiling Blood Technique's Boiling Blood Strike, now unleashed through their battle formation, proving to be extraordinarily formidable. Realizing it could no longer evade, the monster roared and charged at its enemies. Its colossal arms came together in a desperate attempt to block the blood-red long blade, every vein in its body straining as it exerted itself to the utmost. However, under the relentless pressure of the crimson blade, the monster ultimately could not withstand it, being cleaved in two after vanquishing the monster. Huang Dao and his men did not pause. Instead, they pressed forward, breaking through the enemy's encirclement. Upon reaching the periphery, Huang Dao breathed a sigh of relief. That monster had been utterly terrifying. Turning to Li Dahai and the others, he declared, "Proceed according to plan." "No, I must stay," Li Dahai countered. "Delegate the cavalry to Qinji. I will accompany you." Hearing this, Huang Dao erupted in anger, shouting, "You dog, get lost! One more word, and I will strike you down." "No, I won't leave. I must fight by your side," Li Dahai insisted, his voice choking with emotion. "This is all my fault. If I had been more cautious from the start, if I hadn't let the enemy discover us." His voice trailed off, thick with regret. That moment, a large hand ruffled his hair, and he looked up to see Huang Dao. "Listen to me," he said. "You have done well. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. In the future, when I am no longer here, the cavalry will be entrusted to you." Before Li Dahai could argue further, he received a sharp blow to the neck, causing him to faint instantly. Handing the unconscious Li Dahai to Qinji, Huang Dao instructed, "Ensure he returns safely." Qinji solemnly nodded and replied, "I will bring him back unharmed. Anyone who wishes to harm him will have to step over my dead body. Then let us depart." With that, he turned away, no longer casting a glance back at them. "The third squad will protect their exit. The rest will follow me back into the fray." "Understood," the others replied in unison. The group quickly split into two factions. A small contingent, led by Qinji, sped away towards Yunjiangwen without looking back, while the other half realigned towards the battlefield. Haya, with Qinji bearing the weight of Li Dahai. He fervently urged his steed onward, seeking to hasten its gallop, his gaze alight with enmity and a thirst for vengeance. Concurrently, The air behind him was once again filled with the battle cries of his comrades. "Brothers, charge!" It was the voice of Huang Dahu. The remaining cavalry of the Tianqing surged once more towards the ranks of the Taiyang army. Lu Gang beheld Huang Dahu's relentless return. A wave of terror washed over him. The vivid memory of their previous encounter with the grotesque beast-born of the hawk-nosed man haunting his thoughts. Faced with the onslaught, Lu Gang found himself in a state of helplessness. Opting to conceal himself within the Taiyang troops while commanding his subordinates to engage in battle. Although Lu Gang harbored a profound fear of death, some unwavering followers of the Taiyang faith among his ranks were undeterred, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they advanced towards Huang Dahu. Yet, bolstered by a formation of over 40 formidable warriors, no number of adversaries could impede their advance, merely slowing their pace slightly. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the Taiyang army was once again breached by Huang Dahu. Without a moment's pause, another charge was launched against the now fragmented enemy formation. Once more, for the fourth time, for the fifth, up to the 13th. Finally, after this onslaught, Huang Dahu and his compatriots refrained from an immediate charge. The Taiyang forces, having been battered and broken, now numbered only a little over 2,000, nearly shattered by the mere 180 of Huang Dahu's troops. Had it not been for their steadfast faith in the Heavenly Father and their numerical superiority, they might have scattered in panic long ago. Nevertheless, enduring 13 successive assaults had instilled within them a profound sense of dread and trepidation. They had never encountered a force as frenzied as this. Yet now they stood witness that in stark contrast to their fervor. The Tianqing cavalry possessed a resolute determination, born of genuine conviction. Gasping for breath, Huang Dahu surveyed his dwindling contingent of fewer than 30 men and sighed heavily. His direct subordinates had long succumbed to the side effects of the blood-boiling technique, falling prey to the enemy. Now, only he and a scant 20 survivors remained. With great effort, he raised his long blade and cried out, "Tianqing army, charge!" The 20-odd Tianqing cavalrymen surged once more towards the enemy. Yet this time they could not break through as he swung his blade. Huang Dahu, since the onset of the technique's adverse effects, his vision blurred, drenched in crimson, as the veins throughout his body swelled. Blood seeping through his skin. The power granted by the blood-boiling technique came at a dire cost. Without the cold blood herb, he would surely perish. He recognized this as a harbinger of his impending demise. Yet he felt not a shred of fear, only an acceptance of his fate. Finally, after dispatching several foes, Huang Dahu could bear it no longer. A smile flickered across his lips, perhaps inspired by some fleeting thought. A resounding explosion echoed, boom. Thus, Huang Dahu's life came to a tragic end. Following a night of fierce combat, the first light of dawn broke, casting a pale hue across the eastern sky as the rising sun radiated a crimson glow. Yet beneath the sun's warm embrace, the land lay shrouded in smoke and cries of lament. The earth had been stained a deep red, littered with corpses numbering in the thousands, a gruesome tableau of death. Above, numerous carrion birds circled, occasionally swooping down to feast upon the fallen. In the face of such carnage, no one attempted to intervene. Some, grievously wounded, stared vacantly at the sky, awaiting the embrace of death. Others, bereft of limbs, wept bitterly while clutching their severed remnants. The remaining soldiers of the Taiyang army appeared lost and despondent, as if hope had abandoned them. The remnants of the Taiyang forces found themselves engulfed in a state of low morale. Observing the decimated ranks before him, Lu Gang sighed deeply. Huang Dahu's 13 charges had utterly shattered the spirit of the army. As a leader, Lu Gang understood that a military force must possess its own spirit to become true elite troops. Yet now they were less formidable than even the most ordinary of foot soldiers. Moreover, the majority of the fervent Taiyang believers had fallen in the effort to repel Huang Dahu's onslaught, leaving behind a mix of non-believers and latent followers. The very backbone of their force, once comprised predominantly of zealots, had been stripped of much of its combat efficacy, a grievous blow to their already dire situation. As Lu Gang lamented, a soldier approached with urgency. "The body of Protector Lin has been recovered. What shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gang, already weighed down by despair, felt his frustration intensify. This Lin Protector was none other than the hawk-nosed man, one of the 18 protectors of the Taiyang faith. Although he held a modest rank within the military, his stature within the sect was significant, highly regarded by the sect leader. Now that he had perished in battle, Liu Gang pondered how he would report this to General Lin, that he could envision his own standing within the Taiyang army plummeting, relegating him to the fringes. Preserve Lin Protector's body and return it. Liu Gang commanded wearily to the soldier. Yes, the soldier promptly set about his task. 2 hours later, atop his steed, Liu Gang cast a final glance at the battlefield, shook his head, and issued the order. The entire army shall depart. Outside of Dao Mountain, at the encampment of Lin Fengxiang's forces, Lin Fengxiang emerged slowly from his tent, gazing up at the azure sky, his anxious heart easing somewhat. Liu Gang's contingent had been absent for half a month. By all accounts, they should have returned by now. Though the bandit threat around Dao Mountain was severe, a cavalry force of over 2,000 could surely resolve any issues at that moment. His aide rushed breathlessly to his side. Observing his usually composed aide in such a state, Lin Fengxiang was taken aback and inquired, "What is it? Why the haste? We have news regarding Liu Gang." "What?" The sheer volume of Lin Fengxiang's voice startled his aide, causing his eardrums to ache. Before the aide could elaborate, Lin Fengxiang grasped his arms tightly, shaking him while demanding, "What is the situation? Why is there news only now?" Once freed from Lin Fengxiang's grip, the aide spoke slowly. "General Lin, something has gone awry." Lin Fengxiang fell silent, a foreboding sense of dread settling within him. He had sensed that something was amiss, originally expecting their return within 7 days. The delay now signaled trouble. A nagging feeling that something significant had transpired gripped him. Could it be that the Imperial Army had discovered their plans? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. This was the worst possible scenario. If the Imperial Army had unearthed his scheme, although he held no fear of their lackluster fighting spirit, the failure of his plan would severely impact the future of the Taiyang Army, rendering Lin Fengxiang a scapegoat for their downfall. Upon hearing the actual situation from his aide, he exhaled in relief. It was not the worst case. However, upon learning that over 2,000 cavalry had suffered significant losses, his rage erupted. What was Liu Gang doing? He is utterly incompetent. How could 2,000 men fare so poorly against a mere few hundred? As Lin Fengxiang vented his frustrations, his aide prudently stood aside. Once he had finished expressing his anger towards Liu Gang, he turned to his aide and inquired, "Where are they now?" "Just outside the camp." "Good. Let us see how Liu Gang explains his failures." Yes, stepping briskly outside the encampment, Lin Fengxiang beheld Liu Gang, bare-chested and kneeling on the ground, presenting a bundle of thorny branches as a gesture of contrition. Upon sighting Lin Fengxiang's arrival, Liu Gang immediately bowed his head to the ground, hands cradling the branches, and proclaimed, "This subordinate has failed in his duties, resulting in grievous losses for our forces. I cannot escape the blame. I beseech General Lin to punish me." Not only have you failed to fulfill your mission, but you have also incurred substantial losses. You comprehend the magnitude of your failure's impact on the entire Taiyang army. Enraged, Lin Fengxiang delivered a powerful kick to Liu Gang. Bang! With the strength of a mid-tier third-stage warrior. Lin Fengxiang's furious strike sent Liu Gang flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, Liu Gang's lips were stained with crimson blood, a testament to the ferocity of the blow that had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Without attempting to defend himself, he immediately knelt again, pressing his forehead deeply against the ground, too terrified to utter a word. Yet, Lin Fengxiang remained seething with rage, bellowing at him, "This mission has failed. Not even 1,000 lives would suffice as compensation for your failure." With that, he feigned another kick, only to be restrained by his adjutant, who interjected, "Let us first ascertain the specifics. We lack crucial information about the enemy." At these words, Lin Fengxiang halted his advance and, with an expressionless demeanor, addressed Liu Gang, "Speak, what circumstances did you encounter?" Without hesitation, Liu Gang promptly relayed every detail. "The situation is as follows. I discovered a small squad under attack, and we had no choice but to retreat." As Liu Gang recounted the intelligence, Lin Fengxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that a cavalry squad had been annihilated without a sound, his countenance turned as dark as coal. The news of Lin Hufa's death plunged him deeper into despair. And when he learned that the enemy had breached their formation 13 times in succession, he trembled with indignation. Finally, when Lu Gang mentioned his retreat out of fear of further enemies, Lin Fengxiang could no longer contain his fury. Exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Are you worried? It is your cowardice that is at play." At that moment, Lin Fengxiang's right hand had already gathered a layer of green inner energy, poised to deliver a direct blow to this incompetent fool. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Gang began to tremble uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear, sweat cascading down his forehead. As Lin Fengxiang's hand began to rise, the intent to kill palpable in the air, the adjutant suddenly spoke. "I implore you, General Lin, to show mercy. We are in dire need of personnel." Despite Lu Gang's mistakes, he should be afforded an opportunity to redeem himself. Observing Lin Fengxiang's lack of response, Lu Gang repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground with a resounding thud, demonstrating the depth of his desperation. "That I pledge to lead from the front and atone for my sins. Please spare my life, General Lin." Witnessing this scene, Lin Fengxiang closed his eyes and ultimately refrained from striking. Instead, he declared, "I hereby strip you of all military ranks, relegating you to the status of a soldier. You may only return to your former position upon demonstrating merit. Now go and receive 50 lashes." Relieved at the prospect of survival, Lu Gang rejoiced, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, General Lin." "Thank you. Begone," Lin Fengxiang retorted, barely wanting to cast another glance in his direction. Comprehending the sentiment, Lu Gang departed hastily. Once he was gone, Lin Fengxiang, still seething, spoke solemnly, "Investigate. I want all information regarding the Tianqing army." The adjutant responded promptly, "Understood." Outside Tianqing stockade, the remaining 30-some soldiers of the Tianqing army, under Changji's leadership, finally reached the vicinity of the stockade after an arduous journey. Each soldier bore wounds and fatigue from their relentless march, with many barely able to remain upright, slumped over their mounts. Upon seeing the cavalry attire of their comrades, the soldiers atop the stockade immediately opened the gates. Rushing out to greet them, as they beheld their approaching brethren, the tension in Changji's heart finally eased, the toll of his injuries and exhaustion overwhelming him. Boom! Together with Li Dahai, he collapsed from his horse. Losing consciousness, several soldiers rushed to his side, hastily lifting both men into the stockade. Inside the conference hall, the assembled captains were ablaze with fury, their anger palpable. The news of the cavalry's near-total annihilation and Captain Huang Da's death struck like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through Tianqing stockade. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Lu Sandao, one of the captains, was the first to speak up. "Chief, let us strike. We must make these scoundrels pay dearly for their treachery," avenging the cavalry and Captain Huang. With that, Lu Sandao bent his knees, kneeling before Chun. "I implore you, Chief, allow us to avenge the cavalry and Captain Huang." Following Lu Sandao's lead, the other captains also knelt in unison, their voices rising in a fervent chant for vengeance. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Li trembled, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh, drawing blood. Standing beside him, Li Xiuqing remained silent. He shared a close bond with Huang Da, and his sacrifice weighed heavily on his heart. Though he too longed for revenge, he could not kneel like the others. He understood that the chief was also in mourning, but as the leader of the Tianqing army and the entire stockade, he bore the responsibility for all its inhabitants. Finally, Chun-Li could no longer restrain himself. Roaring, "Everyone, stand up this instant!" The captains, sensing their leader's wrath, quickly complied and rose to their feet. Do you think I'm not pained by Huang Da's death? Do you believe my feelings for him are any less than yours? Why do you think we should not strike immediately?" Lu Sandao asked in a subdued voice. "Strike. All you know is to fight. If we engage, what will become of the people of Tianqing stockade? They will bear the consequences of your impulsiveness. Our goal is to ensure the survival of Tianqing stockade, not to seek fleeting satisfaction. If we engage in battle and are victorious, what if we lose everything? Who will protect the people then? Huang Da will sacrifice himself for the sake of all the inhabitants that you wish to trample upon his sacrifice." At these words, the captains fell silent, their heads bowed. "Then shall we not seek revenge?" A junior captain inquired. "That we will seek revenge, but not in haste. I have promised that should any soldiers of the Tianqing army fall, I will bring their bodies back. I, Chun-Li, will avenge Huang Dehu and the cavalry, ensuring they pay a terrible price for their actions. Upon hearing Chun-Li's resolve, the other captains settled back down. Very well, let us discuss our next course of action. Yellow Dahu, you scoundrel! Li Dahai, awakening from his unconscious state, shouted furiously. His body was swathed in bandages, and his wounds treated with herbal remedies, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. He seized the nearest doctor by the collar, demanding, "Where am I now? What has happened to Huang Dahu?" The doctor, wearing a jubilant expression, approached him and spoke gently. "Captain Li, you are currently in the medical ward of Tianqing Stockade. Your injuries were severe, and we exerted great effort to save you. Now that you have awakened, it seems you have escaped the clutches of death, truly a cause for celebration." Upon learning he had returned to Tianqing Stockade, Li Dahai felt a brief sense of relief, but quickly grew anxious, pressing on. "What about Huang Do? Did he return?" "Those who return with you are all well, though fatigued. Most of their injuries are manageable, and with a few days of rest, they will recover," the doctor replied. "However, as for Captain Huang," the doctor hesitated, and Li Dahai felt a sense of foreboding, yanking the doctor closer, demanding, "What happened to Huang Do?" Just then, a familiar voice interjected. It was Chun Ji, who had also recently awakened. "That I will tell you." Hearing this, Li Dahai released the doctor and focused his gaze on Chun Ji. The doctor, regaining his composure, did not chastise Li Dahai, merely sighed and exited, leaving the two men alone. Captain Huang, in order to divert the enemy's pursuit, led his team to confront them and has since sacrificed himself. With a voice laced with tremors, Chun Ji spoke. Upon hearing his words, Li Dahai crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of strength, his eyes vacant. Soon after, he began to strike his own face in a frenzy, slapping himself repeatedly while choking out the words, "It's all my fault." Observing Li Dahai's face becoming increasingly swollen and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, Chun Ji felt rage welling up within him. He exclaimed, "Li Dahai, Captain Huang sacrificed himself for you, so you could inflict harm upon yourself here. What you must do now is to recover your health and avenge Captain Huang." Those words struck Li Dahai like a thunderbolt, awakening him from his stupor as he gazed at Chun Ji with a frenzied look. Muttering, he then dashed out of the room, heading towards the council hall. Seeing his distressed state, Chun Ji dared not let him go, immediately pursuing him. However, Li Dahai's speed was too great, and Chun Ji found himself unable to keep up. With a loud bang, Li Dahai flung open the doors to the council hall, drawing the attention of everyone present at that moment. Li Dahai appeared pale, his body wrapped in bandages, and the grotesque wound on his face rendered him particularly feeble. Upon entering, he sank to his knees before Chun-Li, his voice hoarse and deep as he implored, "I beseech the leader for several thousand troops. I wish to avenge Huang De, I beg of you." He cried, repeatedly banging his forehead against the ground. The onlookers regarded Li Dahai's pitiful state with sighs of sorrow and sympathy. Noticing the bloodied mess that was Li Dahai's forehead, Chun-Li felt helpless and waved his hand, summoning several warriors to lift Li Dahai to prevent him from continuing his self-inflicted harm. "This matter requires further discussion. First, you must tend to your wounds," Chun-Li said, choosing not to speak harshly, as Li Dahai's condition was far too dire. Yet despite Chun-Li's words, Li Dahai remained oblivious, persistently pleading for troops. Seeing Li Dahai's obstinacy, Chun-Li reluctantly instructed two warriors, "Take him back to recuperate. He is not to be released without my command." "Understood." The two warriors promptly hoisted Li Dahai away. As they carried him through the streets, curious citizens gathered around, murmuring among themselves. Soon enough, someone recognized Li Dahai and exclaimed, "Good heavens, that man is the cavalry squad leader." "Li Dahai, what happened to him?" This revelation sparked even greater discussions. "What happened to him? How did he end up like this?" A middle-aged woman remarked with pity that I heard that Captain Huang has fallen. He couldn't bear the blow, and with the injuries he sustained in escaping death, he has become this way, sighed a knowledgeable bystander. As the crowd grew larger, the story began to unfold. The Taiyang troops had invaded, and the cavalry unit had suffered near total annihilation in their valiant defense, with only a handful, including Li Dahai, returning to the Tianqing stronghold. Upon hearing this, some citizens felt a sense of dread, while others were filled with righteous indignation and sorrow. The members of the Tianqing army were not only their kin, but also their crucial protectors. With over 400 cavalrymen lost, their sacrifices were made for the sake of the community's peace. In this moment of reflection, the people lining the streets lowered their heads in a moment of silence for the fallen. The once bustling street atmosphere turned solemn and mournful as a woman observed the silence. A little girl standing beside her glanced around with wide, sparkling eyes. Confused by the seriousness of the adults, she began to feel a bit bored. Her gaze flitted between her mother and the crowd. When suddenly, she seemed to spot something delightful, and a broad smile broke across her face as she hopped towards Li Dahai, unnoticed by her mother. The little girl stopped in front of him, tugging on the hem of his garment to capture his attention. Li Dahai, lost in his thoughts, instinctively looked down at the child. Faced with Li Dahai's grotesque scars, the girl felt a twinge of fear, but quickly overcame it. In her sweet, innocent voice, she asked, "Uncle, do you know when Uncle Tiger will be back?" "He said he would bring me candy." The Uncle Tiger she referred to was Huang Deho, known for his stern demeanor within the Tianqing army, yet he was affectionate towards the townsfolk, especially the children, often bringing them treats upon his return from missions. Li Dahai, stirred by the mention of Huang Deho, found his vacant gaze momentarily focused on the adorable little girl and her inquisitive stance. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart, causing him profound pain, yet he felt utterly powerless to express it. Li Dahai let out a heart-wrenching roar, a wave of sorrow erupting from within him. The surrounding crowd quickly opened their eyes, witnessing the scene of him kneeling and howling at the heavens. The girl's mother hastily scooped her up, trying to shield her from the distressing sight, while the little girl squirmed in her mother's embrace, yearning to say something, but her mouth was covered, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. The two warriors standing by Li Dahai refrained from intervening, their hearts heavy with sympathy for his plight, allowing him to vent his anguish. Another cry echoed, and tears of blood streamed from the corners of Li Dahai's eyes before he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, fearing for Li Dahai's life. "Stand back." A figure emerged from the crowd. It was Chun Ji, who had followed Li Dahai here. After assessing the situation and confirming that Li Dahai was not in immediate danger, he breathed a sigh of relief and instructed the two warriors, "I will take him back. Allow me." "No way," they replied firmly. "The leader instructed us to keep watch over him. We cannot let him out of our sight." "Very well, then let us all escort him home," Chun Ji proposed as a compromise. Agreed. Thus the three of them carried the unconscious Li Dahai towards his home. Meanwhile, the meeting in the council hall continued. "We may seek vengeance for the cavalry unit and Huang Dehu, but we must also consider the safety of all the citizens of Tianqing Stronghold. That is of utmost importance," Chun Li addressed the captains present. "Feel free to voice your opinions." The hall erupted into a flurry of discussions, yet the proposals offered were either fraught with flaws or utterly fanciful, lacking any practical value. Just as Chun Li was feeling overwhelmed, Li Xiuqing approached him, whispering in his ear, "Leader, several representatives from the populace are outside, requesting to see you." Upon hearing this, Chun Li sprang to his feet, causing the captains to rise in confusion. Ignoring the questions of the captains, Chun Li swiftly made his way to the entrance, prompting the others to follow suit. As he swung open the door, the sight before them was breathtaking. Thousands of citizens from Tianqing Stronghold donned white mourning garments, kneeling outside the gates, creating a sea of white. Upon noticing Chun Li's presence, several representatives at the front spoke in unison. "We beseech the leader to send troops to avenge the cavalry unit." Previously, Captain Zhong volunteered for battle, and he endured. Then, when Li Dahai knelt and begged to fight, he also bore it in silence. Yet now, it is the actions of the entire populace that have truly stirred the tender emotions within Chun Li's heart. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Do you not understand? If I were to deploy our forces, it would mean the loss of our protective might for you all." Chun Li spoke in a somber tone. "We comprehend, but the Tianqing army is our kin. Now that our kin is in peril, how could we possibly turn our backs?" Chun Li and the captains fell into a prolonged silence. Perhaps this is the essence of the intertwined sentiment of home and nation. At this moment, The people of Tianqing village stood united, and this collective strength was poised to unleash an unparalleled force. Chun-Li remained mute, genuinely at a loss for words. He yearned to offer words of comfort. Yet they eluded him, trapped at the threshold of his lips. "Chief, we do not wish to burden you further. We know you have the best interests of the entire Tianqing village at heart." The sorrowful Zhang Laohan spoke, garbed in coarse linen. My eldest son, Zhang Demao, was among the fallen cavalry. As he uttered these words, tears welled in the corners of his eyes, only to be swiftly brushed away. "Please accept my condolences." Chun-Li found it difficult to meet Zhang Laohan's gaze, as the captains behind him lowered their heads in unison. "Chief, I do not blame you, nor do I hold the Tianqing army at fault. I understand he sacrificed himself to protect us all, and I am proud of him." Upon hearing this, the other townsfolk also shed tears, raising their voices in unison. "We do not blame you. We take pride in him." Supporting Zhang Laohan, Chun-Li's voice trembled with emotion. "I understand now. I have grasped the sentiments of everyone here." Turning to the assembled citizens of Tianqing village, he declared with conviction, "I, Chun-Li, solemnly swear before the heavens that if I do not avenge today's grievances, let me be struck down by lightning and suffer a terrible fate." At the sound of Chun-Li's vow, the captains followed suit, each one echoing his solemn pledge that "I, Lu Sandao, swear before the heavens to avenge this grievance. Should I falter, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a wretched end. I, Zhang Hui. I, Wei Yiping." Soon the entire assembly had taken the oath of vengeance, and the pent-up fury and sorrow within them erupted at that moment, their eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to consume all in its path, awaiting the arrival of their enemies. With newfound resolve, Chun-Li turned back to the captains, regaining his usual decisive demeanor, and commanded, "From this day forth, Tianqing village shall exert all efforts to produce various weapons and equip the Tianqing army. Additionally, I am issuing the highest level 5-star mission to expedite the weapon production." Thus, Li Xiuqing and several representatives departed. Due to numerous vacancies in positions, Li Xiuqing also assumed some administrative responsibilities within Tianqing village, typically managing post-battle arrangements. From this day on, the Tianqing army shall enter a state of readiness. "Yes," the captains responded in unison, departing with their respective lieutenants. "Chief, what about Li Dahai? Should we not prepare him as well?" Suddenly recalling Li Dahai, Lu Sandao halted and inquired of Chun-Li. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Li replied, "I will handle his matter personally. You focus on your responsibilities." Yes, realizing that the chief had his own plans, Lu Sandao seized a worry point 3 days later outside Li Dahai's residence. "Has he really not come out in 3 days?" Chun-Li asked the guard stationed at the door. Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, the guard replied, a hint of urgency in his tone, "Chief, he has remained inside for 3 days, saying nothing and not opening the door. The food sent in remains untouched." "Very well. Let me handle this. You step back," Chun-Li said calmly. "Yes." Although puzzled, the guard obediently moved aside. Instead of knocking, Chun-Li took a few steps back. Blood-dyed spear. Manifest. An ethereal spear formed from a first-rank spirit card materialized instantly in Chun-Li's hand. Without hesitation, Chun-Li planted his right foot firmly on the ground, exerting force from his waist, and thrust the spear forward with astounding speed. The wooden door shattered under the force of the spear, splintering into countless fragments. The guard in the distance wiped the wood dust from his face, his expression one of disbelief. "Wishing he had stood further away, I did not provoke any of you. You truly are." As the door was obliterated, sunlight flooded into the dimly lit room, illuminating the scene before Chun-Li. His gaze fell upon Li Dahai, who sat cross-legged on the floor. Gone was the wild expression that once characterized him. Instead, he bore an air of tranquility and detachment. Most striking was the fact that his once jet-black hair had turned entirely white. To have aged so dramatically overnight is a phenomenon that only occurs under extreme sorrow. It was shocking to witness Li Dahai in such a state. The once sunny youth, who had argued playfully with Huang De, now stood before Chun-Li as a cold, distant man with a head of white hair. An almost unrecognizable transformation that left Chun-Li momentarily dazed and astonished. Before Chun-Li could speak, Li Dahai's voice broke the silence, its icy tone unsettling Chun-Li. "Chief, you have come to find me today. I presume, To announce your decision to deploy our forces? Chun-Li instinctively nodded. Upon seeing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Li Dahai's otherwise impassive face, though it quickly vanished. Today, I have come to discuss the reformation of the cavalry. Before Chun-Li could finish, Li Dahai interrupted him, declaring, Chief, from now on, I shall be known as Li Zivat. I am the one who will atone for the cavalry, for Tianqing village, for Huangdu. Hearing this, Chun-Li had initially intended to dissuade Li Dahai, but upon observing the resolute glint in his eyes, he refrained from saying more. Very well. Li Zi, listen closely. I command you to assemble the cavalry with utmost haste, with you as the commander and Chun Ji as your deputy. After a brief pause, Chun-Li continued, From today onward, the name of your unit shall be Tianzue Cavalry. Yes, Li Zue clasped his fists in salute before swiftly departing the location. Watching Li Zue leave, Chun-Li let out a helpless sigh. Once Li Zue had exited his dwelling, he promptly arrived at Chun Ji's quarters. Without hesitation, he swung his long knife at the door, shattering yet another wooden barrier into splinters. Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out from within, as Chun Ji emerged, brandishing a long knife, his demeanor wary, surprised that someone dared to cause a ruckus in Tianqing village. However, upon seeing the figure of Li Zhe, he, much like Chun-Li, stood frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. Come with me. Li Zhe wasted no words, commanding Chun Ji to follow. Chun Ji stammered, but the chilling gaze of Li Zhe swiftly quelled his words. How many more weapons do we still need? Chun-Li asked Li Xiuqing in a low voice. That we still require quite a bit. Li Xiuqing replied hesitantly. Ain't this? Chun-Li's brow furrowed. During this period, our Tianqing army has been actively recruiting, and the villagers are exceedingly eager. Our forces have now expanded to a scale of 5,000. Consequently, our previous stock of weapons is insufficient. We cannot guarantee that each soldier is equipped with even a wooden spear. Noticing Chun-Li's increasingly furrowed brow and distressed expression, Li Xiuqing hastily added, Is there any good news? There is, indeed. Li Xiuqing replied eagerly. Li Ge has already begun assembling his Tianzue cavalry. It seems they will be fully formed very soon. Li Xiuqing and Li Dahai had shared a close friendship, having grown up together as talented youths of similar age, fostering a deep bond. Thus, they addressed each other informally, Li Xiuqing referring to Li Dahai as Li Ge. Since he was younger, Chun-Li nodded, astonished by the swift and resolute actions of Li Zue following his drastic transformation. Is there anything else? Chun-Li refrained from commenting on the topic of Li Zhe, for it was evident that the most pressing matter at hand was the weaponry. Furthermore, the atmosphere of vigorous production enveloping everyone suggested the possibility of miracles. Upon hearing the term miracle, Chun-Li felt a twinge of surprise. It was rather unexpected for this typically composed and resolute future commander to utter such words. Noticing the curious glance directed at him, Li Xiuqing understood Chun-Li's thoughts in the realm of military strategy. One must never mistake potential for certainty, otherwise it could lead to grave errors on the battlefield. As the second-in-command of the Tianqing army, Li Xiuqing was well aware of this principle, yet he still voiced his invitation. Leader, perhaps we should venture out together to observe the production process? He suggested with a hint of embarrassment at that moment. The plaza of Tianqing village had transformed into a bustling scene, with countless furnaces standing tall, their flames dancing beneath them. Surrounding each furnace were groups of 7 or 8 individuals, some adding fuel, others fanning the flames, and yet others transporting ore, their faces aglow with the fiery light that a glance around revealed that over 100 furnaces were simultaneously smelting iron, with many more under construction, and nearly 1,000 individuals laboring diligently in the square. Among this throng, apprentices from the machinery department navigated through the crowd, guiding the workers and resolving issues that arose during the iron production, creating a lively atmosphere. Foreman, over here, the temperature has dropped. What should we do? One called out that you've added too much fuel. Be mindful of ventilation. Quick, stoke the fire, hurry, another urged. This time, we must show those Taiyang troops what we're capable of. Someone exclaimed, Indeed, the thought of the weapons I forge being used against our enemies fills me with excitement, making sleep elusive. Another chimed as they toiled fervently. Discussions about the leader's strategies against the Taiyang army filled the air. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Li was profoundly moved. Such was the unity of the people of Tianqing village. With comrades like these, how could one fear the might of the Taiyang army at that moment? Chun-Li's confidence in defeating the enemy surged. If the populace is so resolute, how could we not achieve greatness? He declared, turning to Li Xiaocheng. Mobilize all Tianqing soldiers without training tasks to join in the production. Including all captains. Understood, Li Xiaocheng replied with a smile. And let us both join as well. Not a problem. The leader's participation ignited an even greater fervor among the crowd. Over here, leader, this furnace is performing exceptionally well. Upon realizing that the leader was joining them, some bolder individuals began calling out to Chun-Li. Without hesitation, he made his way over. Eager to engage, as he approached another's furnace, many felt a pang of regret at not being able to interact closely with their leader. Under the guidance of the machinery department's artisans, Chun-Li seamlessly integrated into the iron-making team. In this close proximity to the populace, Chun-Li felt a unique atmosphere. The faces of the laborers radiated with enthusiasm and determination, their spirited resolve emanating a collective brilliance that illuminated the entirety of Tianqing village. Beyond the plaza, numerous other areas were engaged in similar industrious endeavors. The rear mountain. Students, please exercise caution. Many substances here are toxic, implored Sun Haichang, the current head of Tianqing Academy, as he addressed the students before him. Director, how many times must you repeat it? My ears are almost callous from hearing it, a boy of 12 or 13 replied impatiently. Zhou Ji, what did you say? Do you dare to challenge me? The liquid you're using to coat the arrows is highly poisonous. Even a slight contact can leave you feeling dizzy and unwell. Sun Haichang admonished. Yes, I understand that I know you're looking out for us, but we have crafted so many arrows that the process is second nature to us now. We won't make a mistake. He retorted, slightly shifting to reveal the neatly bundled arrows behind him. With a swift motion, a sharp slap landed on Zhou Ji's forehead. Dare you speak back? Sun Haichang exclaimed, his displeasure evident, retracting his hand. A noticeable bump quickly formed on Zhou Ji's forehead. He cried out, realizing too late and clutching his forehead in a display of helplessness. Witnessing his plight, the other boys and girls immediately focused their attention back on the arrow-making process. Observing their renewed commitment, Sun Haichang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Everything was progressing smoothly, save for Zhou Ji's forlorn expression. Sensing Zhou Ji's gaze, Sun Haichang turned back to him. Director, I promise to be extra careful. I assure you there will be no accidents. This. Sun Haichang nodded approvingly. A teachable child indeed. In addition to crafting standard equipment, some individuals began creating various unconventional weapons in the absence of wood. They resorted to stone. Any weapon capable of inflicting harm was deemed acceptable. Through collective brainstorming, an array of weapons emerged, including blow darts, stone projectiles, poisonous smoke devices, and even stone hammers and axes. Could be said that at this moment, Tianqing village had successfully replicated much of the weaponry developed over thousands of years, regardless of its efficacy. 5 days later, in the Tianqing Plaza, everyone appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, 5 days and nights of relentless toil had drained their energy and strength. Yet in their eyes shone a vibrant excitement that a miracle had indeed occurred. Through their collective efforts, all the ores available to Tianqing village had been smelted into various weapons in just 5 days. Over 2,000 iron weapons had been produced, sufficient to equip nearly 4,000 Tianqing warriors with iron weaponry. Additionally, there were 700 or 800 wooden weapons, along with an assortment of unconventional arms, ensuring that every Tianqing warrior would possess their own weapon. Standing atop the plaza's platform, Chun-Li bore the marks of exhaustion, his dark circles betraying the toll of such intense, sustained labor. Esteemed comrades, this is a miracle. Our miracle here at Tianqing village, Chun-Li proclaimed passionately. Below, every face gleamed with pride, for this was indeed a testament to their collective achievement. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you. He said, bowing deeply to this gesture. Voices immediately arose in protest. No, leader, there's no need for that. Indeed, there's no necessity for such humility. However, Chun-Li paid no heed to the objections, bowing 3 times before continuing. Rest assured, as long as we stand together, not only will we avenge this grievance, but you shall also remain unharmed." Upon hearing Chun Li's words, many in attendance felt their eyes well up with emotion, ignited by the fervor within their hearts. Their relentless labor over the past days was for the sake of Tianqing village. Now, with Chun Li's affirmation, they felt their strenuous efforts were validated. It was worth noting that enduring 5 days of continuous, high-intensity work was a feat even for able-bodied men, let alone the physically weaker populace. Throughout these 5 days, they had relied solely on the strength of their convictions to persevere. Many had collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Yet those who fell were swiftly replaced by others, with no complaints uttered, only a spirit of voluntary dedication. Some even succumbed to illness from overexertion, but still, no one retreated. The fallen were succeeded by the living, who not only inherited their unfinished tasks, but also their indomitable will. As long as the furnaces burned, their labor would not cease. There were suggestions to rotate the elderly, but these were met with resolute refusals. "We are all members of Tianqing village. Why should we be treated differently?" they asserted. "But your bodies are frail. Prolonged labor may lead to dangerous situations," a well-meaning voice cautioned, "that the Taiyang bandits invade our Tianqing village. How can we possibly survive?" They countered. "Enough. Do not concern yourselves with us old folks. Forge weapons for the valiant men of the Tianqing army and contribute to the efforts of Tianqing village fills us with immense honor. Even in death, it would be worthwhile." The crowd fell utterly silent, leaving no choice but to allow these elders to remain at their posts. Throughout this process, many elderly individuals could not withstand the strain, succumbing either to fainting or exhaustion. Those sent for treatment were besieged by overwhelming guilt. Some elderly men, in a fit of anger, pounded their thighs, lamenting, "Why are these legs so unyielding? Why can they not stand?" As they spoke, tears streamed down their faces. Others, however, persisted with grim determination, and one elderly man even quietly perished at his post, unnoticed by anyone. When his body was discovered, it bore a serene smile, beneath which lay several finely crafted long knives. This was not an isolated incident. Countless others succumbed at their stations. As the culmination drew near, upon hearing the sound of completed forging, dozens of men collapsed, faces adorned with expressions of relief and satisfaction as they departed. This was a silent war waged against Tianqing village as a whole. Gazing upon these weapons, Chun-Li seemed to perceive the crimson blood staining them, the faces of countless familiar and unfamiliar souls hovering above. Picking up a long knife, a familiar sensation washed over him. Upon examining the black blade in his hand, he instantly realized it was a card capable of transformation. Setting down the long knife, he grasped another of the same kind, experiencing the same sensation once more. It was yet another spirit card. Observing the myriad of weapons piled high before him, he felt an unmistakable sense of impending fortune. Unsurprisingly, all 2,000 weapons before Chun-Li could be transformed into spirit cards. Upon realizing this, he nearly lost his mind with excitement. 2,000 spirit cards. What an astounding concept! With such wealth, he could potentially purchase a weak sect. Though the vast fortune lay within reach, Chun-Li did not forget his responsibilities. He called out with conviction, "Everyone, to honor those who sacrificed their lives for the forging of these weapons, I propose we name them the Tianqing blood weapons." The crowd exchanged glances, then collectively shouted in agreement. As they reluctantly tore their gaze from the pile of weapons, Chun-Li turned to the captains, solemnly stating, "Remember, these weapons were forged with the lives of our Tianqing villagers. You must cherish them as the weapon, so too the wielder." The captain's faces grave, echoed, "As the weapon, so too the wielder." "Very well, distribute the weapons as planned. I shall take my leave," Chun-Li replied with a twinge of sorrow. He understood that employing these spirit card for the Tianqing army was the rightful course of action. He was no miser, unwilling to let these spirit cards gather dust. He casually took one long knife and departed from this sorrowful place. At his residence, Chun-Li was toying with a green card in his hand. Indeed, it was a spirit card transformed from the long knife, a remarkable second-tier card. The moment he realized it was a second-tier card, Chun-Li leaped for joy. However, his elation was short-lived, as he soon discovered that among the 2,000 spirit cards, not every one was of the second tier. Only a little over 70 were. While the majority were of the first tier, that if one were to inquire how he discerned this, It could only be attributed to his stealthy observation of all the Tianqing blood weapons after learning they were spirit cards. Although the specific tier information could only be known post-transformation, the intensity of feeling each tier imparted to Chun-Li was distinct. Only 70 out of the 2,000 Tianqing blood weapons resonated more strongly than the rest. After swiftly refining this spirit card, Chun-Li gleaned its information. Weapon card name, Blood Soul Blade quality. Fine type, weapon description, a product born from a grand arms forging movement, forged in the crucible of countless lives and flames. Upon the weapon's formation, it absorbed the power of innumerable heroic souls, resulting in this masterfully crafted blade, a rare and divine weapon. Abilities, sturdy, blood soul sturdy. Passive possesses exceptional hardness, far surpassing that of ordinary weapons. Blood soul, each time this blade slays an enemy, it absorbs a portion of their life essence, enhancing the power of the heroic souls within the blade, allowing the wielder to unleash a blood soul impact against foes. Current blood essence, 010. Gazing upon the spirit card's information, Chun-Li felt a surge of excitement. This card's capabilities far exceeded those of his bloodstained spear. Most notably, it possessed the ability to accumulate blood soul energy. Once he absorbed 10 units of life essence, he could unleash an extraordinary attack. Although he was uncertain of its power, it was undoubtedly superior to the bloodletting of his spear. If 2,000 individuals could simultaneously release their blood souls, the resulting devastation would be unimaginable. The mere thought sent chills down Chun-Li's spine. However, to utilize this ability, one must at least be a first-tier transcendent, as only those endowed with transcendent energy could invoke such power. While only spirit card masters could fully unleash the card's capabilities, some spirit cards transformed into transcendent weapons could also be wielded by those possessing transcendent abilities. This was one of the reasons Chun-Li chose to distribute the weapons among the Tianqing army. If they all became transcendent individuals, well, Chun-Li was daydreaming that it was one thing to hope that all 2,000 men would become transcendent. At present, there were scarcely more than 20 transcendent individuals in the entire Tianqing village. Outside Daishan, a formation of soldiers from the Taiyang army, clad in yellow and donning white headbands, advanced steadily toward the mountain. Leading the impressive contingent were two riders on horseback, Lin Fengxiang and his aide. At this moment, Lin Fengxiang wielded a red-tasseled spear, a long knife at his waist, adorned in black armor over a yellow tunic. His robust frame and bulging muscles filled the armor, exuding an air of strength. "Can you confirm the information regarding the Tianqing army?" Lin Fengxiang inquired of his aide. The aide, though his countenance soured at the question, replied, "General Lin, the opposing side has concealed their information remarkably well. We currently possess very little." Lin Fengxiang sighed upon hearing this. He understood well the wisdom of knowing both oneself and the enemy to secure victory. However, his mission was to maintain secrecy and launch a surprise attack on Yong'an City. With their movements having been detected by the Tianqing army, they could only eliminate them swiftly before the imperial forces became aware, preventing any information from leaking. They had no choice but to march forward and annihilate the enemy. Gambling on this endeavor. Though we have not obtained all the enemy's information, we have acquired some prior intelligence. The aide continued. "Speak quickly." "According to the intelligence, their base lies atop Daishan," he said, pointing toward the mountain in the distance. "In the specific location, rest assured, General Lin, with Fan Tianming present, we merely need to identify the location with the largest number of troops, and we will be close to pinpointing it." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxiang's previously grim expression lightened somewhat. Finally, there was a piece of good news. "What about their strength?" He pressed on as for their strength. "We have gathered very little information. However, based on our investigations, their troop numbers were approximately 3,000 during their last appearance. If their numbers have not changed, they do not pose a significant threat to us." Realizing they held an absolute advantage in numbers, Lin Fengxiang began to underestimate the Tianqing army. "General, do not be complacent. Consider Liu Gang. Although the Tianqing army comprises only a little over 3,000 men, if each one is as formidable as the unit Liu Gang encountered, we will be facing a formidable adversary." Noticing Lin Fengxiang's dismissive attitude, the usually composed aide quickly interjected, Liu Gang was merely incompetent, and our cavalry is not suited for prolonged combat. Their primary role is to pursue the enemy. Presently, all our forces are seasoned veterans of countless battles. Incomparable to Liu Gang's unit, Lin Fengxiang proclaimed with evident pride, his words revealing an unwavering confidence in his soldiers. Yet the adjutant persisted, undeterred. General Lin, the troop strength of 3,000 was a matter from over a month ago. We remain unaware of the enemy's current situation. Although they may be outnumbered, Liu Gang's description suggests their combat prowess is formidable. Observing the continual rebuttals from his adjutant, Lin Fengxiang felt a flicker of irritation. Nevertheless, he patiently continued, "We now boast nearly 8,000 troops, each a seasoned warrior, and I have even summoned a portion of General Luo's armored death soldiers. You are indeed being overly apprehensive," sensing Lin Fengxiang's mounting impatience. The adjutant fell silent. Yet he acknowledged the validity of his superior's points. Concerning General Luo's armored warriors, he too held great confidence. Luo Dugong, not a mere follower of the Taiyang sect, had previously been the leader of the triads, possessing mastery in multiple disciplines. Not only was he a fourth-tier martial arts master, but his combat strength was exceptional, rendering him the foremost general of the Taiyang army. Had it not been for Hong Daochuan's personal recruitment and their shared adversary, the Empire, he might never have joined the Taiyang forces. Following his enlistment, he personally organized a cadre of armored death soldiers, leading them to victory in every battle. Thus, their reputation within the Taiyang army was exceedingly high. Their presence inspired the soldiers, significantly boosting their morale. Knowing that armored death soldiers were among their ranks eased some of the adjutant's concerns. Over a month's time, even with unrestricted recruitment, troop numbers would hardly swell, and an influx of new soldiers might dilute combat effectiveness. Though their side had lost over 1,000 cavalry, they had simultaneously vanquished nearly all of the enemy's cavalry, with the addition of armored death soldiers. Their advantage was indeed substantial. Even if the enemy's combat strength was formidable and losses were inevitable, there was no need for excessive concern. The key lay in annihilating the opponent. He had discreetly relayed the current information back to the main camp and requested reinforcements, which he presumed had reached the hands of the king by now. With this thought, the adjutant wore a confident smile, knowing that even if he were to expend all his forces, there would be a safety net. Victory was ultimately within his grasp. As for how Lin Fengxiang would react upon learning of this matter, that was beyond his purview. The king would naturally provide an explanation that in Tianqing village, within Chun Li's chamber. He was donning the armor custom crafted for him by Master Taiyun. The armor, adorned in shades of black and crimson, appeared remarkably harmonious, devoid of any ostentation. Each shoulder bore the fearsome visage of a tiger, while a pair of black iron heart guards adorned both the front and back. The chest was enveloped in a seamless iron breastplate, with a gold beast-faced belt cinching his waist, and the lower half was protected by iron leaf plates, culminating in leather boots encircled by iron rings. Clad in this armor, Chun Li exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of a great general from ancient times. Just as he admired his formidable appearance, the door swung open, revealing Li Xiuqing, also clad in black armor, albeit less ornate than Chun Li's. "Chief, everything is prepared. The others are awaiting your emergence," Li Xiuqing announced. "Understood," Chun Li replied, his gaze sharpening as he strode purposefully outwards. Upon opening the door, he encountered several captains, including Li Zue, who had succeeded Huang Do, standing at attention on either side. All four wore the same style of black armor as Li Xiuqing, patiently awaiting Chun Li's command. Ignoring them, Chun Li continued forward, with the four trailing closely behind, as they marched through streets lined with eager onlookers. The rhythmic clang of hammers from the armory resonated, and the recitation of Man Jiang Hong echoed from Tianqing Academy, with each step fortifying Chun Li and his captain's resolve. Eventually, they arrived at Tianqing Square, which was densely populated with soldiers from the Tianqing army. Despite the crowd, there was no semblance of chaos. The assembly was remarkably orderly. The square was enveloped in silence, making it hard to believe that over 5,000 soldiers could remain utterly quiet. Chun Li ascended the platform step by step, turning to face the troops below. While the four captains lined up behind him, Chun Li addressed the soldiers, their gaze collectively fixated on him. Filled with reverence and trust, in such an atmosphere, even silence carried a weight of solemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, Chun-Li began, prompting all ears to perk up, ensuring that every word would be heard. With his first-tier martial arts prowess, he amplified his voice, ensuring every soldier could hear him clearly. Today marks a life-and-death battle for our Tianqing army. It is a day of vengeance and a day to protect what is ours. His voice resonated as if echoing in their very ears. In an instant, he stirred the emotions of the crowd. Even Li Zue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his breath heavy with suppressed emotion. We must engage in battle, and we must secure victory. Chun-Li's face flushed, veins pulsing visibly, his once genteel visage now displaying a fierce intensity as he bellowed to the assembly. With those words, the atmosphere in the square erupted. Under the leadership of the captains, all soldiers of the Tianqing army raised their right hands high, responding with their mightiest voices. Recognizing the surge of morale, Chun-Li continued, "According to our scouts, the enemy has appeared outside Dayo Mountain and is swiftly approaching Tianqing village. The time for battle is nigh. I hereby issue the following orders." The square fell silent, awaiting Chun-Li's command. Li Zue, "Heed my orders. Present. And on one knee. I command you to lead the Tianzi cavalry to conceal themselves around Dayo Mountain, awaiting my signal to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's main force, and exploit our mobility to assault their supply lines once the frontal battle commences. Yes, I shall fulfill this task." Li Zue rose and retreated to join the ranks of the four. Li Zue's Tianzi cavalry had only just been formed. Despite Chun-Li's strong support, they lacked the necessary combat strength and numbers for a direct assault. Thus, Chun-Li had prepared them as a tactical reserve to strike unexpectedly. Shifting his attention from Li Zue, Chun-Li focused on the other three, Lu Sandao, Zhang Hui, and Wei Yiping. Present, they chorused, kneeling in unison. Awaiting Chun-Li's directives. "You three will serve under my unified command. The 3 battalions shall be integrated as one within the Tianqing army, with each of you leading 1,000 men. Understood, they replied without hesitation. With the ongoing formalization of the Tianqing army, the traditional captaincy had become obsolete. Now, Chun-Li fully integrated their forces, maximizing the army's collective combat effectiveness. All right, the entire army shall advance. Without hesitation, Chun-Li issued the order. The 5,000-strong force swiftly moved towards the outskirts of Tianqing village. Observing the army's departing direction from the stockade walls, Sun Haichong and several representatives of public sentiment sighed in unison. "If only we could aid the chief on the battlefield." Sun Haichong lamented. Hearing this, Zhu Sihai, having integrated into Tianqing village, consoled him, "Old son, we have already exerted our utmost efforts. War is not something we, powerless as we are, can influence." As Zhu Sihai continued to reassure Sun Haichong, Taiyun interjected, "It is not as though we are utterly incapable of assisting the chief." These words sparked interest among the others, who turned to Taiyun, eager to hear his strategy. Noticing their expectant gazes, Taiyun revealed, "Have you forgotten? The chief has taken only the regular troops. Some auxiliary and militia forces remain within Tianqing village." Sun Haichong hesitated, "But those are defensive units the chief has retained to guard against enemy attacks. Many of them lack proper weaponry." "You fool," Taiyun retorted. "If the chief were to falter, what hope would we have? He left them behind solely to ensure our escape should he fail. Though unlikely, it remains a possibility he has considered." Taiyun directly awakened Sun Haichong and continued, "If the leader fails, we will have virtually no escape. Even if we succeed, what future can we hope for in this chaotic world? So, what do you propose?" Zhu Sihai was the first to inquire. Upon hearing Zhu Sihai's words, a fleeting look of resoluteness crossed Taiyun's face as he replied, "Except for the elderly and children who lack combat ability. Everyone else must take to the battlefield." "What about the weapons?" Another voice emerged, that of Zhang Laoan. Taiyun smiled slightly at Zhang Laohan's question. "Rest assured, following the great production movement, there is an abundance of surplus weapons available. Although they may be of inferior quality, they will suffice for our needs. So, shall we proceed?" He extended his right hand, placing it before the crowd, "That I will fight, and my eldest son is already dead, and if my second son meets the same fate, I have nothing left to live for, that I would rather face battle alongside my second son." Zhang Laoan was the first to place his hand upon Tiyun's. With the first volunteer, others quickly followed suit. I will join as well. If death is to come, count me in soon. Everyone expressed their agreement. After reaching a consensus, the gathering swiftly descended into a cacophony of discussion, each contributing ideas to fortify the plan. The captured bandits could also be of use. We should take them along, someone proposed. What if they betray us in the heat of battle? Another raised a doubt. And no matter. At that moment, Wang Huai, the head of the medical department, spoke in a chilling tone. Hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze to the seemingly kind-hearted elder. We can concoct some poison to control them if they refuse to heed our commands. Then, Wang Huai trailed off. Yet the implication was clear, sending a shiver down the spines of those present. It was shocking to discover that this ordinarily affable elder, who had never quarreled with anyone, could harbor such ruthless intentions. Moreover, Wang Huai revealed a benign smile, though it appeared particularly sinister to the onlookers. What else? The crowd inquired with curiosity, eager to grasp his further plans. Through my research on the blood-boiling technique, I have developed a temporary, strength-enhancing potion, Wang Huai stated with a grin. What? The assembly gasped in astonishment. The thought of such a potion in the hands of the Tianqing army could indeed prove life-saving. Then why not provide it to the Tianqing soldiers instead of using on these bandits? Sun Haichong exclaimed loudly, disregarding his decorum. Others echoed his confusion, seeking an explanation for Wang Huai. Unperturbed by their skepticism, Wang Huai maintained his gentle demeanor and replied, "Since you're familiar with the blood-boiling technique, you should also be aware of its side effects. Indeed, without the cold blood grass, the ultimate fate of the user is to explode from within." Sun Haichong instinctively retorted, only to realize something moments later. His expression shifted dramatically as he lowered his voice. "Old Wang, surely those who use this potion will all perish." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces grew uneasy, realizing they had acted rashly without fully understanding the implications. Wang Huai, ignoring their discomfort, continued, "Old son, you are correct." The collective gasp filled the air as they comprehended the depths of his cruelty. He had no intention of allowing the bandits to survive. At that moment, Wang Huai became one of the most feared figures in Tianqing Zhai. To provoke him could lead to a fate unknown. That I have named this potion blood-boiling pill, and I have enhanced its potency to allow users to unleash their utmost strength in a remarkably brief period. Though it will shorten their lifespan from a day to merely 3 hours, I trust it will be sufficient. Wang Huai remarked cheerfully, while the listeners mentally marked the bandits for certain doom. Very well, these bandits have long been a scourge. We might as well utilize them, Sun Haichong concluded, integrating the bandits into the plan. Outside Daishan at Pingjiaokou, the Taiyang army, having marched here, encountered the Tianqing army, which had been waiting patiently. Point one side donned white headscarves and yellow garments, a multitude with banners obscuring the sky, their weapons forming a forest of steel, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The other side, clad in cloth shoes, with their legs wrapped in bindings, cinched with cloth belts, donned bamboo armor over dark military uniforms, exuding a sense of formidable vigor. Moreover, various protective gear adorned their joints, in contrast to the Taiyang army's intimidating presence. The Tianqing army appeared more restrained, their formations impeccably aligned, movements synchronized, radiating an impenetrable strength akin to a fortified bastion. Without any attempts at probing or negotiations, both sides understood this was the final showdown. Boom! With a resounding call of the war drum, the clash of horns echoed through the heavens, accompanied by the thunderous cries of battle. The Taiyang army initiated the assault, their square formation advancing relentlessly. "Fire!" Chun-Li commanded with composure. The 1,000 archers swiftly drew their bows, their motions synchronized like a well-oiled machine. Swish, swish! A torrential downpour of arrows surged toward the approaching Tianqing formation. In response, the formation raised their shields. Clang, clang, clang! Countless arrows struck the shields, ricocheting off. However, despite the shield protection, several arrows found their way through the gaps, hitting those sheltered behind. Arrows pierced through the bodies of Taiyang soldiers, each falling in response. Amidst this relentless barrage, the formation continued to advance steadily, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Observing the advancing formation, Chunli furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Taiyang army was not to be compared with mere bandits. They had been tempered by the fires of battle, comprised largely of seasoned veterans who had fought alongside Hong Xiuquan. This would not be an easy contest. After the first wave of arrows ceased, the opposing archers retaliated, unleashing a volley of arrows from their ranks. Yet, in terms of might, they paled in comparison to the Tianqing army's assault. Although it was a rain of arrows that obscured the sky, it lacked the same precision, appearing disorganized and sparse. Similarly, the Tianqing army maintained their shield defense. However, the majority of arrows were deflected, resulting in minimal injuries. This disparity was not only a testament to the archer's skills, but also the quality of arrows. Those employed by the Tianqing army were coated with a lethal poison. Thus, many Taiyang soldiers succumbed to the venom even from mere grazes. With each successive exchange, the Tianqing army sustained only a handful of casualties, while the advancing formation had already lost nearly half of its numbers. Yet this formation had traversed halfway, drawing ever closer to the Tianqing troops. "Switch to javelins," Chunli signaled. Upon seeing this, the archers uniformly slung their longbows upon their backs, retrieving 5 javelins from behind, planting them into the ground, awaiting the command to throw. Without hesitation, Chunli forcefully waved his hand downward. The command was executed. Thousands of javelins were simultaneously hurled with tremendous force toward the Taiyang army's formation. Once again, the Taiyang formation raised their shields, attempting to block the javelins. This time, however, they were in for disappointment. The disparity between javelins and arrows was stark. Boom! The javelins effortlessly pierced through the wooden shields, with only a few iron shields managing to withstand the onslaught. Thud! The javelins that shattered the shields continued with undiminished momentum, impaling Taiyang soldiers into the ground, with some even skewering multiple victims in a single thrust, achieving extraordinary feats of destruction. Fire again. Once again, a flurry of javelins was launched with great force. Faced with projectiles the size of an infant's arm, the Taiyang army's phalanx, having lost most of their shields, found themselves utterly defenseless. Countless javelins pierced through their bodies, leaving gaping wounds before they fell lifelessly to the ground. At this juncture, the 1,000-strong formation had already suffered a loss of 500 to 600 men even before nearing the enemy. The commander of the Taiyang forces, seeing the distance reduced to a mere fraction, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Disperse and advance." In an instant, the phalanx, already on the brink of collapse, broke apart and surged toward the ranks of the Tianqing army. Whoosh, whoosh, thousands of javelins flew once more, yet this time they did not achieve the same devastating results as before. The range of javelin fire is inherently limited, and the dispersion of the Taiyang troops significantly reduced the density of the incoming projectiles. Some skilled fighters, utilizing the open terrain, managed to evade the javelins and maintain their forward momentum. Although this assault succeeded in slaying many foes, it paled in comparison to the earlier devastation. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the javelin barrage, Chunli promptly ordered a cessation of their deployment. "Form the shield and spear formation," he commanded. The Tianqing army also dispatched a contingent of 1,000 soldiers to confront the foe. The shield and spear formation consisted of sword and shield bearers at the front and spearmen at the rear. Despite its simplicity, the formation proved exceedingly practical, especially against disorganized skirmishers. "Shield bearers, brace yourselves and watch for gaps in defense. Do not let them breach our line," Lu Sandao, the commander of this formation, continuously directed his troops. The soldiers of the Tianqing army responded with remarkable coordination, their synchronized steps forming a veritable moving bastion of iron and bronze as they pressed forward against their adversaries. Clang, clang. The soldiers of the Taiyang army charged recklessly toward the Tianqing formation, akin to moths drawn to a flame. However, their weapons were thwarted by the impenetrable shields, failing to inflict harm upon those sheltered behind. They could only frantically slash at the formidable wall before them. Yet their efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a giant tree. As their assault began to wane, Lu Sandao bellowed, "Thrust!" Countless spears surged forth from behind the shields, piercing through the bodies of the attackers, twisting and tearing the life from them, then withdrawing to unleash a rain of crimson droplets. In an instant, numerous assailants collapsed, creating a striking tableau of devastation, while the enemy suffered not a single casualty. Witnessing this scene, the Taiyang commander was consumed by fury. Brandishing a long spear, he charged toward the enemy lines. The spear sliced through the air with astonishing speed, showcasing the prowess of a seasoned martial artist. Boom! The spear effortlessly penetrated the shield of the sword and shield bearer before delivering a fatal blow to his heart. Lu Sandao, who had been observing the battlefield, took note of this unfolding drama, but refrained from intervening. An enemy of this caliber was hardly worthy of his attention. Although he too was of the same rank, he understood that even a first-tier warrior was far from being capable of taking on 100 foes, particularly when facing the well-trained Tianqing army, where the odds were even less favorable. Moreover, the battlefield offered little room for maneuvering. It was a clash of strength against strength. Now was the opportune moment to test the effectiveness of their encirclement tactics. After successfully eliminating the sword and shield bearer before him, the commander scoffed at the thought of an ordinary individual daring to challenge him. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, 3 spears lunged at him simultaneously. Triad strike, the 3 spears approached from different angles, and although he attempted to evade, he realized with dismay that escape was impossible. Despite their scattered trajectories, an inexplicable connection bound them together. Even if he dodged one, the other 2 would assuredly find their mark in his vital areas. With no time for deliberation, he chose to confront one of the attackers head-on. Thud! Although he managed to impale his opponent with his spear, the adversary did not falter. Instead, he thrust his spear forward, his eyes clouding with the fading light of life. Slowly lowering his head, the commander felt the sting of 3 spears piercing his own body. Relying on the robust constitution of a first-tier warrior, he initially thought he could withstand the injury, a source of his audacity to engage 3 ordinary foes. However, as the 3 spearheads converged within him, an excruciating pain coursed through his being. The 3 wounds intersected, obliterating his chest, and even his formidable vitality could not endure this onslaught. Gazing at the enemy, he had felled with his spear. A faint smile graced his lips, though disbelief lingered within him. He could hardly fathom that he had met his end at the hands of mere mortals. Alas, no amount of regret could alter his fate. And with a final sigh of defiance, his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Following his demise, the remaining Taiyang soldiers were swiftly eradicated, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses. Dong! The sound of a gong reverberated from the Taiyang forces. Upon hearing this signal, the second Taiyang phalanx, which had been advancing, began to retreat gradually. Observing the enemy's withdrawal, the Taiyang troops refrained from pursuit, instead standing by at the ready. Lin Fengxiang, who had been watching the battle unfold, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the annihilation of a 1,000-strong unit without even engaging the main enemy forces. Stunned by the might of the Tianqing army, he quickly shed his previous underestimation and began to regard them with newfound seriousness. He turned to his aide and instructed, this time, let the gunner brigade join the formation and shatter their shields. Let us see how they respond. Understood, the aide replied, promptly departing to carry out the order. Soon, the Taiyang army reorganized their phalanx and advanced toward Chun Li's position once more. Unlike before, this time many of the arrows and javelins were intercepted. The new formation featured soldiers specifically equipped with shields, who formed multiple lines, sacrificing their lives to shield their comrades from the incoming projectiles. Noticing the peculiar tactics of the enemy, Chun Li immediately focused his attention and quickly discerned the underlying issue. Behind the shields, a multitude of soldiers brandished bird guns and raised rifles, with some even wielding flintlock firearms, a sight that was truly alarming. While Chun Li was aware that the Taiyang army possessed firearms, he had assumed they would be in the hands of a larger contingent. He had not anticipated that these troops would also be armed. Consequently, his plans required re-evaluation. Phalanx, charge, Chun Li commanded Lu Sandao. The latter, having recognized that the enemy possessed firearms, felt a surge of anxiety. Firearms had already gained prominence in the previous dynasty, particularly with the renowned Divine Mechanism Camp, which was considered the most advanced artillery unit in the world at that time. Unfortunately, after the imperial rulers entered the region, they extensively destroyed firearms and suppressed the associated technologies, leading to a decline in their capabilities. It was only after the invasion of foreign powers and the loss of countless imperial lives that the rulers began to acknowledge the potency of firearms and sought to advance their technology. Otherwise, they would have remained ensconced in their narrow-minded arrogance. However, by that time, the traditional firearm technology had already fallen behind that of other nations. Not only were they lagging technologically, but they also lacked the industrial capacity to produce high-quality weaponry. Although Liu Sandao had never encountered firearms, he had received education on the subject at Tianqing Academy, a curriculum personally devised by Chanel. In truth, once one's strength reached the third tier, firearms posed minimal threat, as internal energy could deflect most damage. Nevertheless, they remained effective against those below the third tier. Thus, the Tianqing soldiers, well prepared for encounters with firearms, did not panic excessively. Upon receiving their orders, they began to reorganize their formations according to Liu Sandao's directives. At this moment, many of the firearms were relatively outdated. Their flintlock rifles, if not rifled, had a maximum effective range of around 200 meters. Moreover, even at this moment, despite the fact that the foreign troops have not fully equipped themselves with rifle muskets, how could these individuals possess such weaponry? While firearms wield immense power, they are not invincible. With the right strategies, one can indeed find a means to counter an adversary's musketry. First and foremost, it is imperative to avoid maintaining a dense formation. Such an arrangement is not a charge, but rather a cue leading to death at that time. The range of firearms was limited, and their accuracy was even more questionable. Take the smoothbore musket. For instance, propelled by gunpowder, the projectiles it discharged were exceedingly unstable, resembling a drunken man staggering through the air, making it exceedingly difficult to aim at an enemy. Although it was claimed to have a range of 200 meters. In reality, hitting a target within 100 meters was the mark of a sharpshooter. As for distances beyond 120 meters, fate would decide who would be struck. Thus, it was crucial to avoid clustering the troops. Otherwise, the enemy would not even need to aim. By concentrating their fire, they could decimate a significant portion of the ranks. Soon, the 1,000-man formation spread out in an orderly manner. However, unlike the previous chaotic dispersal of the enemy, the soldiers of the Tianqing army, while spreading out, maintained a structure of 3 individuals per unit, with each unit interconnected, resembling a vast net. Although it appeared riddled with gaps, the connections were indeed quite strong. Under the leadership of Liu Sandao, the 1,000-man Tianqing army began to advance steadily toward the enemy formation, much like a fishing net unfurling toward its prey. The distance continued to diminish. 300 meters. 200 meters, 100 meters. Even the soldiers at the forefront could discern the features of their adversaries when, bang, the first gunshot rang out, accompanied by the billowing smoke of gunpowder. Following this, as if signaling an assault, hundreds of muskets fired simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the smoke nearly enveloped the entire formation, the acrid scent of gunpowder causing discomfort and eliciting coughs. Thud! A Tianqing soldier wielding a shield was struck in the head, leaving a gaping wound, and fell dead on the spot. Although many projectiles went astray, the sheer volume of fire was overwhelming. In the initial volley, dozens of Tianqing soldiers fell, riddled with bullets, witnessing their comrades fall. The surviving soldiers of the Tianqing army did not falter in the face of the terror imparted by the muskets. They swiftly regrouped into triads and charged forward with fervor. Bang! The second volley of shots sounded, this time lacking cohesion. After all, different firearms required varying amounts of time to reload, and coupled with the enemy's rapid advance, some individuals fired prematurely. Although this preemptive fire yielded some success, the lack of concentrated fire made it exceedingly difficult to strike the enemy, simultaneously failing to impede their charge. Look out for the knife! Liu Sandao, the first to reach the enemy lines, bellowed as he cleaved down a shield bearer before him with his long blade. Soon, others rushed to his side. With thrusts of spears and sweeping blows of swords, the Taiyang army sustained heavy casualties in mere moments. The shield-bearers, who were originally tasked with defending against arrows, found themselves utterly defenseless. What was even more infuriating was that it was not a one-on-one duel. Upon engagement, it was always a 3-on-1 assault, with one swordsman suppressing the shield while the other 2 spear-wielders lunged for vital points from either side. Before long, the majority of the shield-bearers were eliminated. Without protection, the musketeers resembled unadorned maidens, awaiting the ravenous, Tianqing soldiers. "Fire! Fire quickly!" The commander of the musketeers shouted anxiously, "We can't. Their men are mixed in with ours," one musketeer stammered, clearly at a loss. Hearing this, the commander's face twisted in rage as he roared, "It is their honor to die for the Heavenly Father. Open fire immediately, regardless of friend or foe." Yet, one musketeer hesitated, "But I fear," huffed. A long knife plunged into the chest of this hesitating musketeer, and he looked to the wielder, who was none other than the commander. Puffed. Withdrawing the blade once more, the musketeer collapsed, lifeless at that moment. The commander's eyes blazed with fury, his countenance resembling that of a wild beast as he cast a menacing gaze at the others. His voice low and commanding. "I shall say this once more. Open fire immediately." The onlookers glanced at the fallen musketeer's body, then at the commander, who teetered on the brink of madness. And they all raised their weapons, aiming at the enemy now intermingled with their comrades. With a silent lament for their fallen comrade, they hesitated not and squeezed their triggers. Another hail of bullets rained down, and the combatants in the melee ahead abruptly ceased their struggle before collapsing. This time, at least 100 souls were claimed in the deluge of gunfire. Many who were locked in combat fell simultaneously, their bodies pierced by projectiles, particularly the soldiers of the Taiyang army, who succumbed in despair, overcome by the bitterness of betrayal. "Charge!" The soldiers of the Tianqing army cried out, although the preceding volley had inflicted heavy casualties on the foremost ranks. It did little to deter the advance of the remaining Tianqing soldiers. Stepping over the bodies of their comrades, they surged forward before the enemy could reload. With swift, decisive strokes, countless heads of musketeers were severed by their sharp blades. In a reckless frenzy, they shattered the formation of the musketeers. Given that their primary weapon was firearm-based, they bore little else. Their only means of defense was perhaps a dagger at their waist. Yet, pitting a dagger against long swords and spears yielded predictable results. Daggers were continually cleaved from their grasp, or bodies were impaled by spears, rendering their once mighty firearms little more than kindling. "Damn it!" The earlier commander gritted his teeth in frustration. Observing the oncoming Tianqing soldiers, he gripped his long knife tightly and met them head-on. The Taiyang blade technique, heaven and earth unjust. With a deadly strike, he unleashed a series of lethal blows. The trajectory was enigmatic, the blade hidden within a shimmering light, embodying a profound sense of injustice against the heavens and the suffering of humanity. This commander was among the first to follow Hong Daoquan. Though he did not hold a high rank, he had still mastered the esteemed Taiyang blade technique within the Taiyang army. This move, heaven and earth unjust, was among the most formidable in his repertoire. The moment the blade was drawn, it heralded the doom of his foes. It was a decisive strike, channeling all his grievances against the world's injustices into his blade, rendering it capable of piercing through anything. With a single sweep, he beheaded 3 Tianqing soldiers in an instant, even splitting a shield in 2, showcasing the terrifying nature of this technique. 1 strike, 3 lives. This revelation sent shockwaves through the surrounding Tianqing soldiers. This man was a formidable adversary. Exchanging glances, the 3 squads quickly reached a consensus, forming a cohesive 9-man unit to encircle him. Boiling blood. The captains of the 3 squads simultaneously activated their boiling blood, enhancing their combat prowess, with shields in their left hands and knives in their right. They charged at the commander, while the remaining 6 wielded their long spears, closely following their leaders. Kill. 3 long knives intersected in a fierce assault against the poised commander. The Taiyang blade technique, heaven and earth of Taiyang. Holding the knife in one hand and striking from above, the force was overwhelming, as if the great tides of the world were crashing down, bringing order to chaos, imbued with a sense of dominance and grand power. Clang, one blow managed to deflect the attacks of all 3 first-tier squad leaders. This was no longer a matter of technique. This man was at least a second-tier powerhouse. It is known that upon reaching the second-tier blood chi realm, one's physical prowess is significantly enhanced beyond the first tier, with every strike infused with blood chi, capable of shattering blue stones. Not something an average body refinement practitioner could contend with. Before the three could react, the commander struck again. The Taiyang blade technique, chaos of heaven and earth. With a sweeping strike of the long knife, the attack was executed with astonishing speed, leaving behind an ethereal afterimage. Had this maneuver successfully struck the three squad leaders, they would have been left mortally wounded. However, at that moment, 6 spearmen surged into action. With blinding velocity, their spears pierced through the air from behind the squad leaders. Confronted with this unforeseen turn of events, he had no choice but to retract his strike and retreat, lest he fall victim to the onslaught of the spears, as they witnessed the enemy's retreat. The squad leaders exhaled a sigh of relief. One of them remarked, "Let us strike together with the Bloodblade next." Upon hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. The humiliation of being compelled to withdraw before those he deemed inferior stung deeply. It was utterly unacceptable. He charged once more towards the 9-man squad, roaring with madness, "Die, you insignificant ants! The Taijiang blade technique shall obliterate all." The long knife was raised high, and his figure seemed to vanish, leaving behind a devastating arc of light aimed at the 3 squad leaders at the forefront. Undaunted, the trio of leaders simultaneously drew their blades, exclaiming, "Blood blade slash!" 3 crimson arcs of light intertwined, coalescing into a colossal sanguine blade that soared skyward, meeting the fearsome white blade in a cataclysmic clash. The tremendous explosion reverberated, sending a cloud of dust billowing outward. At last, the outcome was revealed. The 3 squad leaders lay lifeless on the ground, their breaths extinguished, while the fate of the general was scarcely better. His hand that wielded the knife had vanished, reduced to a mass of blurred flesh and blood. His face ashen, devoid of any color. He threw back his head and laughed maniacally. In the end, I have triumphed, you worthless wretches." Yet his laughter was short-lived, for 6 spears struck him simultaneously in the chest. Indeed, he had won the duel, but lost his life. The 6 spearmen of the heavenly army, tears glistening in their eyes, thrust their spears with such force that they completely tore the general's body apart. Blood and shattered entrails staining the ground, turning the earth a deep crimson. Watching the battlefield from a distance, Lin Fengxiang clenched his right hand tightly, unable to contain his agitation any longer. A voice, filled with fury, commanded, "Let the armored death warriors take the field and eliminate this 1,000-strong battalion to rescue the gunmen." The previously confident adjutant, now wearing a solemn expression, replied, "Yes." The battle had reached a critical point, and whether they could hold out until reinforcements arrived was uncertain. The trump card they had intended to keep in reserve had to be deployed prematurely. Under the adjutant's direction, a battalion of over 800 emerged from the heart of the Taijiang forces. Clad in tattered battle armor, wielding great cleavers, their eyes devoid of emotion. They seemed indifferent to everything around them, focused solely on the identity and location of their enemies. They were the armored death warriors. Upon their arrival, the previously unstoppable momentum of the battle came to an abrupt standstill. The heavy cleavers wielded by the armored death warriors appeared remarkably agile in their hands, effortlessly fending off the assault of 3 heavenly army soldiers. Whether it was the might of the cleavers or the prowess of the armored death warriors, it was impossible to encapsulate their combat style, but if one had to describe it, it would be cold and ruthless, not only towards their enemies but also towards themselves and their comrades. These warriors attacked relentlessly, disregarding their own safety, prioritizing offense above all else. Moreover, if they could achieve greater victories, they would not hesitate to slay both entangled comrades and foes alike. This indifference towards life defined their existence. They fought solely for battle, impervious to any influence, even the lives of their comrades and their own. With the introduction of the armored death warriors, the battle that had been on the brink of collapse regained stability. Faced with these merciless killing machines, Liu Sandow and his companions soon felt an overwhelming pressure. Surveying the battlefield, they noted the significant casualties among the heavenly army soldiers, and without hesitation, Liu Sandow shouted, "Retreat, regroup, and stabilize the front." Hearing the command, the heavenly army soldiers entangled with the armored death warriors quickly abandoned the fight and regrouped 30 meters away. "Stop!" A voice suddenly rang out from the rear of the Taijiang forces, halting the pursuit of the armored death warriors. Dong. The sound of a gong echoed, signaling the end of the battle. Upon hearing this, the 800 armored death warriors began to cover the retreat of the dwindling gunmen. Simultaneously, Lu Sandow also began to fall back towards the main force. That I failed in the battle. Please punish me, my leader. Lu Sandow, bearing multiple wounds, knelt before Chun-Li in contrition. Upon seeing this, Chun-Li immediately helped him to his feet and said, "You have performed admirably, not only breaking the enemy's advancing formation, but also subsequently disrupting their gunmen." Hearing these words, Lu Sandow stood once more, though his expression still bore traces of dissatisfaction and shame. Patting his shoulder, Chun-Li earnestly continued, "Today, the enemy has suffered significant losses that it seems those armored warriors are their trump card. If we can eliminate them, we will gain the upper hand." Upon hearing Chun-Li mention the armored warriors, Lu Sandow's emotions surged, and he replied, "Leader, those armored warriors are formidable opponents. We were driven back by them. I witnessed it. Had it not been for the soldiers' willingness to sacrifice themselves, you likely would have been decimated by them." Chun-Li remarked. As he spoke, Chun-Li glanced at the retreating soldiers, who had endured 3 battles and suffered heavy casualties. Originally a battalion of over 1,000, they were now down to merely 300 to 400, most of whom bore wounds, many inflicted by the armored death warriors that in their retreat to evade the enemy's pursuit. Dozens of squad leaders simultaneously activated their blood fury, covering the withdrawal of the 300 to 400 soldiers. The squad leaders, however, had all perished beneath the onslaught of the cleavers. Although these leaders had inflicted substantial damage on the enemy, it had not elicited any emotional response. Chun-Li's face was etched with concern. The armored death warriors indeed posed a terrifying threat. While not all were first-tier warriors, their collective indifference seemed to create a unique shield against emotion. Within this sphere of combat, the armored death warriors appeared to ignore pain, displaying a significant enhancement in physical strength. This was information Chun-Li had diligently observed. During the recent counteroffensive by dozens of first-tier leaders, the armored warriors not only demonstrated near first-tier strength, but also withstood the blows of a body-forging warrior. Notably, many armored warriors showed no signs of pain even when severely injured. Chun-Li witnessed one continue to fight fiercely with a single arm after losing the other, exhibiting no sign of sluggishness. Chun-Li's gaze remained fixed on the retreating armored death warriors, his mind racing to devise a strategy against them. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Taijiang forces, Lin Fengxiang was unleashing his fury upon his adjutant, who ordered the armored death warriors to halt. "Did you not see that the enemy was on the brink of collapse?" Wiping the spittle from his face, the adjutant calmly replied, "General, did you not notice the casualties among the armored death warriors?" This remark quelled Lin Fengxiang's rage, for he had been so fixated on not pursuing the retreating enemy that he had neglected to assess his own force's losses. Turning his gaze towards the returning armored death warriors, he noted that their ranks had dwindled from 800 to barely over 500, and although the enemy suffered disproportionately greater losses, the armored death warriors were the elite of the Taijiang forces, capable of achieving a casualty ratio of 1 to 10 against Qing soldiers. Now, however, the ratio had shifted to 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, signaling a significant loss. Observing that the enemy still boasted thousands, Lin Fengxiang feared that if the battle continued, the armored death warriors would be annihilated. "What shall we do?" Lin Fengxiang inquired anxiously. In response, the adjutant suddenly knelt, stating, "I've already sent a request for reinforcements to King Hongtian in advance. I beg for your forgiveness for not reporting sooner." However, upon hearing these words, the usually irascible Lin Fengxiang surprisingly did not display any anger. Instead, he slowly helped his aide back to his feet, sighed deeply, and then spoke. In this current situation, it is commendable enough that we can ensure we are not overwhelmed by the enemy. What right do I have to blame you?" "Thank you, General Lin." The aide replied as he regained his footing. What shall we do? You may speak now." At this moment, Lin Fengxiang had abandoned the notion of taking all the credit and asked calmly, "We have already suffered losses of over 2,000 men. Currently, we still have more than 5,000 remaining, which is a slight advantage in numbers compared to the enemy. Moreover, General Lin, you possess third-tier strength. In this critical juncture, we must implore you to personally lead the defense, utilizing both our numerical superiority and your prowess to safeguard the main camp." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxiang nodded and then inquired, "Very well. Shall we focus solely on defense and refrain from offense?" "Indeed, with your strength and the presence of armored death warriors, coupled with our numerical advantage, we need not fear a vigorous assault from the enemy." And then, the aide revealed a cunning smile. "And then what?" Lin Fengxiang pressed further. "Then we shall steadfastly hold our ground, awaiting reinforcements." "Very well." The following day, the chilly autumn mist began to rise, and the air still bore traces of gunpowder. "All troops, form ranks." This time, the entire Heavenly March army was mobilized, 5 massive formations arranged in a 3 in front, 2 behind configuration, advancing toward the camp of the Taiyang army. As the 4,000-strong marched, the synchronized sound of their footsteps reverberated through the earth, exuding an imposing aura that in stark contrast. The gates of the Taiyang army's camp remained firmly shut, while within, countless soldiers stood ready, particularly the 600 armored death warriors at the forefront, alongside Lin Fengxiang brandishing a long spear adorned with red tassels. The vibrant crimson fluttering in the air, adding a splash of color to the monochrome world. "All troops, prepare!" With a swift motion, a rain of arrows shattered the tranquility. "Kill!" At Lin Fengxiang's bellow, countless Taiyang soldiers roared as they launched their attack. Lin Fengxiang, mounted on a chestnut steed, led the charge. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle on the front lines, the Tianzue cavalry, under the command of Li Zue and Chen Ji, were stealthily maneuvering. They found themselves positioned behind the Taiyang army. Concealed within a thicket, each soldier taking great care to avoid making any noise. Even the horses had been muffled. The horses' mouths were stuffed with cotton cloth, and their hooves were wrapped in soft cotton bundles to prevent any sound from being made. It is crucial to note that they were now deep within enemy territory. If discovered and surrounded, the newly formed Tianzue cavalry, numbering just over 300, would face annihilation. Ensure that the soldiers remain hidden and stay vigilant of the surroundings. Li Zue commanded in a cold tone to Chen Ji beside him. "Understood." Without unnecessary words, Chen Ji bent low to make the necessary arrangements. Just as Chen Ji was organizing the troops, a hushed report reached his ears. A Tianzue cavalryman approached him quietly and whispered, "We have a situation. The enemy's supply convoy has appeared." These words. Chen Ji's eyes gleamed with intensity, and his previously calm demeanor shifted. He quickly made his way to Li Zue's side and whispered, "The enemy has shown themselves? What is their scale?" Even with the revelation of the enemy's presence, Li Zue remained composed, merely inquiring in a measured tone. "They number around 600 to 700, and most critically, they seem to be the cavalry that pursued us earlier." Li sprang to his feet, a surge of killing intent radiating from him. Startling those nearby, he soon regained his cold demeanor and hissed through clenched teeth, "Good, we meet again." A sinister smile crept onto his face, revealing a set of white teeth that, despite the grin, sent shivers down the spines of those around him, including Chen Ji, who felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. "Notify the entire army to prepare for an assault. Follow closely behind me. Should anyone fall behind, they will face military justice." Yes, at that moment, Lu Gang, responsible for the supply transport, was idly gazing at the scenery. Once demoted to a mere soldier, he had been recommended by an aide to oversee the supply convoy alongside the remaining cavalry. The cavalry had been thoroughly intimidated by Huang, De Hu, and his comrades. Their morale at an all-time low. Forcing them onto the battlefield would likely yield counterproductive results, so they were repurposed for supply duties instead. As the supply convoy drew closer to the hidden thicket of the Tianzue cavalry, an ominous feeling suddenly washed over Lu Gang. Yet, observing the surrounding silence, it did not appear to be a dangerous situation. The weather was fine, the sun high in the sky, casting bright rays, and even the sounds of birds and insects seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, Lu Gang realized why he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Where there are people, the presence of insects and birds naturally diminishes. He called out, "Something is amiss. There are ambushes nearby. Everyone be cautious." But it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, countless javelins flew from the thicket, hurtling towards them. When Li Zue formed the Tianzue cavalry, he had considered the necessity of equipping them with ranged attack capabilities. Unfortunately, the difficulty of mounted archery was considerable, so he shifted his focus to javelins. After extensive practice, the Tianzue cavalry had mastered the art of throwing javelins effectively. Caught entirely off guard, for the 6 Taiyang soldiers were instantly pierced by the javelins, meeting their demise on the spot. Those who only suffered minor injuries did not have long to relish their survival, as their faces soon turned purple, succumbing to poison. Indeed, the tips of these javelins had been coated with deadly toxins. Use the carts for cover, quickly. Lu Gang finally grasped the situation and began issuing commands, at his command. The remaining Taiyang soldiers swiftly sought shelter, bracing for the next javelin assault. However, they were met not with javelins, but with a cavalry that instilled fear in their hearts. The Tianzue cavalry, emerging from the concealed thicket, swiftly formed a cone-shaped battle formation that haunted the dreams of the Taiyang cavalry. Its them. A terrified Taiyang cavalryman cried out that, "Aren't they all dead? How can we fight? They're the demons from underground." As panic spread among the Taiyang soldiers, Lu Gang bellowed, "What are you afraid of? We killed them once. We can do it again. Charge with me." It was unclear whether Lu Gang's words inspired them, or if his leading from the front influenced their resolve. But under Lu Gang's command, the remaining cavalry began to retaliate. As the two sides drew closer, Lu Gang spotted a familiar figure, an adversary who had once bested him, forcing him into retreat. This man, with a head full of white hair and a grotesque scar across his face, emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent and rising bloodlust. The white hair, billowing in the air, lent him an aura of both coldness and madness. Lu Gang recognized Li Zhe, and Li Zue, in turn, recognized Lu Gang. Upon seeing this erstwhile friend, the enemy responsible for Huang Dahu's death, Li Zue laughed heartily, a laugh filled with delight. Hearing Li Zue's laughter, Lu Gang's heart raced uncontrollably. Itsu. Li Dahai, in our last encounter, you fled in disgrace, leaving that madman to cover your retreat. Do you feel any shame? In the midst of battle, psychological warfare was paramount. Lu Gang sought to destabilize Li Zue through his words. Yet, to his dismay, Li Zhe did not react as expected. Only a flicker of fire danced within his cold gaze, quickly returning to an icy calm. Seeing that Li Zue remained unfazed, Lu Gang sighed inwardly. He had not anticipated that the impulsive youth from earlier would now be so formidable. Observing the enemy's completely white hair only intensified his anxiety, but the thought of fleeing and facing dire consequences compelled him to press on. A bloom of flowers, the very technique that had once vexed Li Zhe, emerged. A flurry of blades descended upon him. Yet Li Zhe merely wore a mocking smile. He had long since anticipated and devised countermeasures for this maneuver. No matter the time or circumstance, he was ever preoccupied with strategizing against Lu Gang. Even in dreams, countless methods to exploit Lu Gang's weaknesses unfurl. The blood tiger slash, with a broadsword in hand, strikes downward, the blood energy coalescing at the blade's edge, conjuring the semblance of a blood-soaked, ferocious tiger's head, embodying the fierce momentum of a tiger descending from the mountains. This technique, which Li Zue had once perceived while witnessing Huang Dahu's battlefield prowess, is the very same he intends to employ today to end Lu Gang's life. A tribute to Huang Dahu and the other celestial riders. Lu Gang's ever-changing blade techniques form a tempestuous flurry of strikes, within which the deadly blade gleams ominously. This time, Lu Gang unleashes his full strength from the outset, granting no opportunity for his opponent to fight back. Although he had previously succumbed to Li Zue, it was merely due to his reluctance to exchange blows. Now, he aims to overwhelm his foe with his formidable swordplay. Yet, while Lu Gang's aspirations are grand, reality remains unforgiving. In an instant, the blood tiger collides with the dazzling blade light, erupting in a cascade of sparks. In a brief span, the two engage in dozens of exchanges. This is a clash of blades, one wielding a narrow-backed, single-handed embroidered spring knife, the other brandishing a dual-handled great broadsword. The ethereal blood tiger emits a silent roar before merging into the broadsword, leaving a crimson tiger stripe along the blade. In that moment, the broadsword's might surges, striking with ferocity, shattering Lu Gang's momentum. and still maintaining its ferocious trajectory towards his head. Not a chance. Lu Gang bellows as he perceives Li Zue's intent. With a swift motion, he retracts his elbow, raising his long knife, which had been deflected. And, in a split second, the blade's tip pivots back, thrusting towards Li Zue's neck at an angle akin to an antelope's horns, as the saying goes. An inch short is an inch perilous, while the broadsword boasts greater power. The embroidered spring knife is no less vicious and lethal. Li Zue, having anticipated this move, deflects the strike just in time. However, Lu Gang's long knife manages to carve a wound into his arm. Observing the blood on his long knife, Lu Gang unveils a frenzied grin, proclaiming, "Previously, you were fortunate to win a match. Today, luck shall abandon you." With that, he spurs his horse forward, declaring, "All blossoms fade, kill." The once resplendent blade light dims. Stripped of its complexity, each strike is silent. Yet each attack now targets Li Zue's vulnerabilities with enhanced lethality and peril. Blood Tiger Descending Slash. In response to Lu Gang's offensive, Li Zue counters with the ultimate form of the Blood Tiger technique. Channeling force from his waist, a surge of power emanates from his spine, transmitting through his body, causing his muscles to bulge, and the scar on his face trembles slightly as he brings down the broadsword. A colossal Blood Tiger materializes from the blade, lunging toward Lu Gang like a tiger descending from the mountains. With a deafening crash, the two pass each other. Li Zue, with his right hand, discards the long knife that had been lodged in his armor. Swiftly turning his horse to face the now bisected Lu Gang, I end this brutal clash. Li Zue emerges victorious, the might of the Blood Tiger Descending Slash approaching third-tier strength, far beyond what Lu Gang, a mere second-tier warrior, could withstand. As Lu Gang's lifeless eyes stare unblinking, Li Zue swings his broadsword, severing his head, then deftly flicks it upward, catching it in his right hand and securing it at his waist. Redirecting his gaze to the battlefield, the soldiers of the Taiyang army, upon witnessing Lu Gang's demise, immediately falter, with many turning their horses to flee. Seeing this, a cruel smile graces Li Zue's lips as he shouts, "Tianze riders, charge!" Under Li Zue's command, the regrouped Tianze riders charge forth, their long knives slicing through the ranks of the Taiyang soldiers, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. "I surrender!" A soldier from the Taiyang army suddenly cries, discarding his weapon and dismounting. Yet Li Zue remains unperturbed. The broadsword descends, and a head soars into the air. "Leave none alive. Kill!" The blood-soaked command escapes Li Zue's lips, igniting the Tianzue riders into a frenzy of slaughter. An hour later, the ground is littered with the corpses of the Taiyang army. The supply convoy of over 600 men is utterly annihilated, with not a single survivor. Meanwhile, the 300 Tianze riders stand unscathed, their once black armor now stained crimson with blood, their long knives slick with the remnants of their foes. After entrusting Lu Gang's head to his subordinates, Li Zue gazes silently at the carnage surrounding him, lost in contemplation. The scent of blood thick in the air, Chunji approaches Li Zue, inquiring, "What shall we do with the food? What do you propose?" Li Zue counters without hesitation. Chunji responds, "Burn it." Nodding in agreement, Li Zue elaborates, "Our objective was to ambush their supply convoy. Given the scale, it could sustain 7,000 to 8,000 men. With this stockpile gone, they will struggle to gather such provisions in the near future. Now that our task of cutting off their supplies is nearly complete, we must focus on that target." Understanding Chunji's insight, Li Zue nods approvingly and continues, "Indeed, we can disguise ourselves as a supply convoy and launch a surprise attack from behind." Turning to face the 300 Tianzue riders, he declares, "Brothers, I plan to strike the enemy's rear and deliver a devastating blow. However, this mission is fraught with peril. I offer you a chance. If you do not dare to proceed, you may lay down your weapons, remove your armor, and retreat to the camp." Upon hearing Li Zue's words, the Tianze riders exchange glances. The audacity of the plan is staggering. 300 against 5,000 to 6,000 enemies, a near-certain death sentence. Yet none refuse. Their eyes glow with the fervor of battle and a willingness to face death. The Tianze riders raise their voices in unison, affirming their resolve. Witnessing this scene, Chunji smiles, for this regiment represents the culmination of his and Li Zue's arduous efforts to procure armor for 300 men. He had implored the chief countless times. The Tianzue riders are like a finely crafted work of art, and now is the moment for them to shine. Qinji's face flushes with excitement. Since witnessing Huang De, whose formidable direct troops, he has been captivated. From that day forth, he vowed to forge an indomitable cavalry, the mightiest in the world, and the Tianzue riders are his first creation to showcase to the world. Before Qinji could continue his ambitious reverie, Li Zue's voice rings out. All units, remove the uniforms of the Taiyang army to conceal your armor, and burn their supplies and corpses together. Yes, the 300 Tianzue riders spring into action, splitting into 10 teams to scour the battlefield. Soon, roaring flames ascend, the grease from the corpses igniting with a crackling sound that moment. The 300 Tianzue riders become but a blurred silhouette in the distance. Meanwhile, on the front lines between the Taiyang army and the Tianxing army, flying phoenix spear, Lin Fengxiang, consumed by rage, wields his red-tasseled spear, repelling more than 10 Tianxing soldiers who seek to encircle him. The spear dances continuously, keeping all adversaries at bay. Even those who unleash their boiling blood to attack him find little success in breaching his defenses. That it's crucial to note that a third-tier martial artist can cultivate inner energy. A true manifestation of extraordinary power. The spear in his hands is enveloped in this inner energy, radiating red flames. Any Tianxing soldier caught in their path faces certain death or grievous injury. Even those in the body refinement realm who are struck suffer severe wounds. Given that the Taiyang army's camp is situated in a narrow terrain, it is difficult to mount an assault from other angles. Only by breaching their defenses head-on can significant damage be inflicted. Once again repelling the Tianxing's advance, Lin Fengxiang bursts into laughter. As long as I am here, you shall not triumph over us. With a spirited demeanor, he watches the Tianxing soldiers gradually retreat, planting his spear into the ground and placing his hands on his hips, truly embodying the image of a lone warrior capable of holding back a multitude. In the ranks of the Celestial Army, several generals had gathered around Chun-Li, their expressions grim, reflecting on the recent offensives, which had all ended in failure. Chun-Li sighed deeply. Indeed, the enemy proved to be formidable. They remained steadfast, showing no inclination for a field battle. Engaging in a siege warfare against their armored soldiers and the commanding generals of the third tier would be futile, as breaching their defenses was an impossibility. Leading only to a needless depletion of his own forces, his gaze grew increasingly profound. This situation could not persist, as continued attrition was untenable. If the enemy's main force arrived, Chun-Li had no confidence in confronting the formidable Taiyang army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, this period marked the peak of unity for the Taiyang regime, with the future 10 kings still in the fray. Next time, I shall personally lead the charge, Chun-Li declared with a calm demeanor. No, Chief, you cannot place yourself in danger. Lu Sandao and the other two protested in unison. Only I possess the near second-tier strength to temporarily hold them off. Did you not see how those first-tier warriors stood no chance against him? Upon hearing Chun-Li's admonition, the three fell silent, recognizing the harsh reality of his words. They had not anticipated that their own inadequacies would necessitate their leader to risk himself. Observing their despondent expressions, Chun-Li offered words of solace. There is no need for excessive concern. As long as you can swiftly eliminate those armored soldiers, you will be able to encircle that formidable third-tier warrior. The faster you act, the lower the probability of my peril. The three men straightened their faces, placing their right hands over their hearts, and vowed earnestly, "We shall not betray the trust of our chief." Hearing this, Chun-Li smiled, then solemnly bowed to all the Celestial Army, proclaiming, "I entrust my life to you all." Initially, the soldiers of the Celestial Army appeared bewildered, but as they witnessed Chun-Li advance to the front lines with a wooden spear, and listened to the captain's explanations, an overwhelming fervor ignited among them. Some soldiers shouted, "How can we allow the chief to enter the fray? Are the captains merely idle?" At that moment, they cared not for the respect due to their superiors. They would never permit their leader to place himself in jeopardy. Others anxiously cried out to Chun-Li, "Chief, please don't. Allow us to charge once more. This time we shall surely succeed." Tears welled in their eyes as they spoke. Moved by the soldier's fervent pleas, Chun-Li responded, "In this critical moment, only my presence on the battlefield can hasten the conclusion of this conflict. I have received your sentiments, but I cannot allow my brothers to suffer unnecessary casualties." Upon his words, silence enveloped the crowd, and no one dared to speak further. "Now, it is imperative that you swiftly defeat those armored soldiers and come to my aid," Chun-Li continued. After he finished, one soldier declared fervently, "Even at the cost of my life, I shall vanquish those armored dead with utmost speed." Another soldier echoed, "Indeed, this is the day we fulfill our oath to our chief." He called out to those around him. This declaration transported them back to the moment they had pledged their lives to their leader in the square of the celestial stronghold. Although Chun-Li had initially rebuffed them, they had never forgotten that VOW. Yes, he gazed upon the faces of those who pledged their lives for him. Chun-Li felt moisture at the corners of his eyes. In such moments, anyone would be moved. Were they truly foolish? For throughout history, the essence of the Chinese spirit remains unchanged. They are often so pure, so endearing. Bowing once more, when Chun-Li stood upright again, an indomitable spirit and fighting intent gleamed in his eyes. "All troops, charge!" Yes, the entire celestial army, eyes resolute, returned to their positions, shedding any fear of death, filled only with courage. The reformed phalanx began to advance once more. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxiang, who had been observing the movements of the enemy, promptly prepared for the impending assault. Noting that the attack strategy remained unchanged, having successfully repelled them numerous times before, he chuckled lightly that he calmly orchestrated the defensive arrangements of the Taiyang army. All the armored dead took position at the forefront, while the others guarded the flanks, ensuring no breakthroughs occurred. Soon, all arrangements were effectively recalibrated. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence, awaiting yet another opportunity to send the enemy away empty-handed. All they needed was to hold out for a few more days until King Hong dispatched reinforcements. At that point, he would have both credit and labor to show for it, and as long as he kept them occupied, he would have redeemed himself. Lin Fengxiang even began to envision how he might continue to secure his position in the favor of Hong Xiuquan in the future. Of course, the adjutant stationed at the rear also took note of the enemy's attack. Initially indifferent, he gradually sensed something amiss. However, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. As the celestial army's phalanx drew closer, his unease intensified. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He finally understood what was wrong. It was their aura. The celestial army emanated a distinct aura unlike before, reminiscent of the armored dead, yet markedly different, closer to a fervent belief. Just as the adjutant was about to alert Lin Fengxiang, the phalanx of the celestial army was already upon them. "Fire!" All archers drew their bowstrings taut, even as their fingertips bled from the strain. They paid it no mind. Their eyes were solely fixed on the enemy. Buzz, with a thunderous twang, countless arrows took flight, blotting out the sky. Witnessing this deluge of arrows, Lin Fengxiang felt no trepidation. He had faced such attacks many times before. All he needed was to use shields to deflect this assault, granting the enemy time to regroup for another volley, thus allowing him to rearrange his shield bearers. Although these arrows would certainly inflict casualties, their supply was ultimately finite. With their numerical advantage, they could afford to endure losses as long as the enemy could not breach his defenses alongside the armored dead. All else was mere idle chatter. Countless soldiers of the celestial army cried out in agony, the death toll clearly higher than before. Lin Fengxiang turned to assess the situation and quickly discerned the cause. The enemy's arrows had been shot from a greater distance this time, leaving many unshielded due to previous arrangements, exposing them to the arrow's deadly reach. Nevertheless, Lin Fengxiang remained unfazed. After the first wave of arrows, he had ample time to reorganize, by simply repositioning the shield bearers slightly further back. Everything remained under his control. However, soon he was confronted with an unexpected development. After the first barrage, scarcely any time elapsed before another wave of arrows descended. "How can this be?" Lin Fengxiang bellowed in disbelief. The strain on the archers' fingers was immense. Sustained high-intensity shooting would surely cripple their hands. 0.5 consecutive shots was already an impressive feat for any archer. As the second wave concluded, Lin Fengxiang assumed it was the final onslaught and prepared to issue new orders, only to be horrified by yet another barrage. Witnessing this, Lin Fengxiang roared, "Impossible! This cannot be! Have those archers no regard for their hands?" Yet before long, the fourth wave of arrows confirmed his fears, and by the fifth, he was rendered numb. The sixth, seventh, 15th wave finally ceased at this juncture. Lin Fengxiang stood in a daze, gazing upon the soldiers who had fallen, unprotected by shields, pierced by arrows. This time, at least 1,000 lay dead. Meanwhile, among the ranks of the celestial army, the hands of the archers have been rendered unrecognizable. Even the fingers of many individuals have been severed, with only a few strips of flesh connecting them. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are linked to the heart. This illustrates the profound agony they endure as they continuously use bowstrings to sever their own fingers. This relentless, excruciating pain further torments them. Many have beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their complexions pale, a physical manifestation of their suffering. Throughout this ordeal, despite bearing immense pain, not a single soul has ceased firing. They disregard the agony. Only when every arrow in their quivers has been expended do they finally pause. Had their javelins not run out earlier, they would undoubtedly have hurled several more. "Kill!" Chun-Li bellowed, charging towards the enemy lines with a single horse. The Tianqing army immediately followed suit, rushing behind Chun-Li to confront the foe. "You wretched scum, dare you engage in battle?" Chun-Li challenged Lin Fengxiang. Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, Lin Fengxiang was filled with fury. How dare anyone provoke him, a third-tier warrior? Though enraged, Lin Fengxiang, having just faced a series of miscalculations, carefully assessed his opponent and realized that Chun-Li's aura was merely that of a body refinement realm warrior, which eased his mind. Turning to the armored undead beside him, he commanded, "You will handle their assault. That man is mine." The armored undead did not respond verbally, but their actions in rushing towards the enemy spoke volumes. The two sides clashed. Faced with the third-tier Lin Fengxiang, Chun-Li did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated the blood-boiling technique card, and a green card materialized above Chun-Li's head, transforming into a red light that surged into his body in an instant. A tremendous power coursed through Chun-Li, making him feel capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self with a single hand. Although Chun-Li's strength surged dramatically, there were no apparent changes in his exterior, remaining indistinguishable from those employing the blood-boiling technique, as the energy within him became even more reined in. This is the unique aspect of spirit card masters. They utilize power derived from spirit cards, which does not significantly alter their physical form, unless aided by exceptional spirit cards. For instance, the Wings of the Bird card grants the user wings upon activation. Take this Fiery Phoenix Spear. The spear, enveloped in crimson flames, lunged towards Chun-Li's heart. With the card ability of Blood-Stained Charge, empowered by the immense energy provided by the blood-boiling technique, Chun-Li no longer feared the consumption of spiritual power and unleashed his ultimate move. The wooden spear soared through the air, accompanied by countless vengeful souls, hurtling towards Lin Fengxiang. Boom! The wooden spear struck Lin Fengxiang's long spear with tremendous force, catching him momentarily off guard. The illusory shadows following the spearhead proved to be particularly troublesome. Although Chun-Li initially gained the upper hand, the fiery aura from the spear began to encroach upon his body, threatening to inflict severe damage upon contact. Yet, bolstered by the blood-boiling technique, Chun-Li managed to temporarily suppress his injuries. "Come again!" Chun-Li roared, raising his spear once more to charge at Lin Fengxiang. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Tianqing army collided with the armored undead. This time, the once invincible armored undead found themselves struggling against the relentless assault. As soon as the two sides met, the soldiers of the Tianqing army fought with reckless abandon, resulting in a violent eruption of combat. The Tianqing soldiers, driven by a disregard for their own lives, roared as they charged .1 soldier. Despite having his legs broken, clung desperately to an armored undead, enduring multiple stab wounds in the process, his fingers twisted into a death grip, refusing to let go even in death, dragging his enemy down with him. This burden ultimately led to the demise of the armored undead at the hands of several Tianqing soldiers, in their fervor to eliminate the armored undead swiftly and return to their leader. The soldiers employed a myriad of tactics, caring little for their own lives, their sole focus being the slaughter of their foes. Suddenly, a blaze erupted on the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was a Tianqing soldier who, after losing an arm and feeling incapable of killing, ignited himself, becoming a human torch as he charged at a nearby armored undead, resulting in both perishing in flames. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of this method, other Tianqing soldiers quickly followed suit. In an instant, a legion of fiery Tianqing soldiers, brandishing long knives, surged towards the armored undead. They had never encountered such terrifying adversaries. The soldiers roared, "Come on, aren't you unafraid of death?" For the first time, the armored undead felt a profound sense of fear and dread. Though they had previously disregarded life, they did so with the understanding that during battle, survival was preferable to death. Every human harbors a survival instinct. Even those who have undergone rigorous training to cultivate mental resilience can only suppress this instinct to a limited extent. Once a certain threshold is crossed, their psychological defenses crumble entirely. Moreover, there exists a scenario where, supported by a particular belief, one's superego can suppress the ID, thus masking one's instincts. At this moment, the Tianqing soldiers embodied this notion. One by one, they charged forward, engulfed in flames, resembling a moving sea of fired the armored undead. These advancing Tianqing soldiers appeared as demons clawing their way from the depths of hell, their bodies ablaze with infernal flames, intent on dragging their enemies into the abyss of death and utterly shattering the defenses before them. Despite the ferocity of the Tianqing army, the armored undead's resolve began to waver. Nevertheless, they remained deserving of their reputation as the strongest force of the Taiyang army. Aware that ahead lay a certain death, they nonetheless charged headlong into the fray against the Tianqing army. Both sides comprised elite warriors, and the battle had reached a point where they were willing to forsake their lives. In an instant, the scene turned gruesome. The armored undead, confronted by the onrushing Tianqing soldiers, did not flinch. Wielding their broadswords, they struck mercilessly, nearly cleaving a Tianqing soldier in half. Yet before the soldier could catch his breath, another Tianqing warrior, engulfed in flames, seized him. The fire spread rapidly, and soon he was ensnared in a conflagration. If he were to fall, he might extinguish the flames, but doing so would expose him to enemy attacks, allowing them to breach his defensive line. Thus, despite the terrifying fire consuming him, he refused to retreat, almost devoid of sensation, mechanically swinging his broadsword in a desperate attempt to inflict harm upon his foes. However, it was not long before he collapsed, his body charred. The sight of yet another armored undead falling only fueled the fervor of the flaming Tianqing soldiers, their eyes ablaze with madness as they lunged at the remaining armored foes. Many succumbed midway, unable to withstand the searing flames, yet a significant number successfully reached the armored undead. Facing the terrified expressions of their enemies, the Tianqing soldiers, their features grotesquely distorted by fire, wore hideous grins. Without hesitation, they disregarded the broadswords aimed at them and lunged at their foes. Thud! The sound of the broadsword striking the enemy resonated as the final armored undead was slain. Lu Sandow immediately turned his gaze towards Chun Li, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Lin Fengxiang. At this moment, Chun Li bore numerous wounds, the most severe being a gaping hole in his right shoulder, where a spear had pierced him. The effectiveness of the blood-boiling technique was nearing its end, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Observing this scene, Lu Sandow shouted, "The vanguard shall attack." The rest returned to support the leader, without waiting for him to urge. All the heavenly soldiers immediately divided into two teams. One team continued to charge towards the soldiers of the Taiyang army, while the other turned to attack Lin Fengxiang. Lu Sandow, Wei Yiping, and Zhang Hui were the forefront, closely followed by hundreds of elite heavenly soldiers. "Chief, we are here." This was a singular thought that occupied their minds. 3 energies, 1 kill. The 3 generals launched their strikes simultaneously, 3 beams of blinding light slicing through the air, converging upon Lin Fengxiang's position. This combined assault was swift and ferocious, executed by 3 peak first-level martial artists, its power incomparable. Boom! The anticipated scene of heavily wounding the enemy did not unfold. Lin Fengxiang, already sensing the threat, turned and countered with a spear thrust, absorbing the attack. Flying Phoenix spreads its wings. Lin Fengxiang leaped high from his warhorse, spear in hand, engulfed in a crimson aura, resembling a phoenix diving down from the heavens. Be careful. Chun-Li called out. Three blades returned to one. Heeding Chun-Li's warning, the three did not dare to let their guard down. Striking together once more, the blade cut through the air again. The three beams of light intertwined, forming a grander and more magnificent blade of light, meeting Lin Fengxiang's terrifying blow head-on. This technique was a combined skill of three energies, one kill, integrated with the 100 battles blade technique. Still in the experimental phase, yet unexpectedly mastered by the three in secret, the descending phoenix clashed with the upward blasting blade light, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, the blade light sliced through the phoenix. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the three were sent flying, leaving Lin Fengxiang standing firm, his hair disheveled. A massive wound adorned his body, yet he remained steadfast on the ground. Unexpectedly, Lin Fengxiang emerged victorious. Although the three blades returned to one technique wielded immense power, he was ultimately a third-level powerhouse, possessing evident extraordinary strength, far beyond what mere first-level martial artists could hope to defeat. Inflicting such injuries upon him was already a remarkable achievement. Before he could deliver a finishing blow, a commanding voice rang out. Blood Soul, manifest! Turning around, Chun-Li brandished an iron long knife, emanating a blood-red glow, feeling a powerful energy coalesce upon it, posing a lethal threat to his already grievously injured self. This was the Blood Soul blade, which Chun-Li had been reserving, gathering the blood energy from fallen enemies, awaiting its most potent moment. Damn it! Lin Fengxiang cursed inwardly. Flying Phoenix Spear. He took the initiative, aiming to seize the advantage and thwart Chun-Li's next move. However, it was too late. Chun-Li had already swung the long knife down with force. Blood Soul slash. 10 blood souls surged forth with the crimson blade light, targeting Lin Fengxiang. Upon witnessing this, his pupils constricted as he retracted his spear defensively, protecting his vital areas. The blood-red blade light struck his long spear, while the 10 blood souls howled towards him, savagely tearing at his body. Boom! Lin Fengxiang's long spear was knocked away. Clang! Exhausted of all spiritual energy and strength, he was utterly drained, unable to even hold his weapon, which clattered to the ground. As the time for the blood-boiling technique's enhancement expired, a wave of weakness washed over Chun-Li. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Fengxiang, now lying on his back, trembled yet managed to rise. Unexpectedly unscathed after such a heavy blow, he truly embodied the resilience of a third-level martial artist. Though he stood with great difficulty, his body was drenched in blood, countless wounds marring his form, a sight of utter desolation. Observing the fallen Chun-Li, Lin Fengxiang laboriously picked up a long knife from the ground and began to stagger towards him, leaving a trail of blood with each step. At this moment, he was on the brink of death. The previous attack had shattered all of his internal organs, his meridians severed inch by inch. That he could stand was solely due to his formidable willpower. His sole driving belief was singular. He must step-by-step approach Chun-Li and sever his head. He must slay this enemy leader. Chun-Li, now devoid of any strength, could only watch helplessly as Lin Fengxiang, knife in hand, approached him. At last, he laboriously reached Chun-Li's side, his eyes devoid of life, pupils unfocused, clearly already deceased. Yet astonishingly, through sheer willpower, his lifeless body continued to move. The long knife was raised high, aimed at the motionless Chun-Li. Though facing imminent death, Chun-Li's eyes remained calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted. 100 battles, one blade. It was Li Xiuqing, who had been tasked with commanding the troops after Chun-Li charged forward, arriving just in time to unleash a lethal strike upon Lin Fengxiang's corpse. Originally, he intended to charge alongside Chun-Li, but was compelled to remain behind a command. Otherwise, he would have already joined the fray. Alas, as a commander, some matters required restraint. Otherwise, he would have also taken part in the siege against Lin Fengxiang. Boom! Already deceased, Lin Fengxiang offered no resistance, being struck by Li Xiuqing and sent tumbling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The future one of the 10 kings had not anticipated meeting his end here, and one paid attention to the lifeless Lin Fengxiang. The heavenly soldiers rushed in. They quickly formed a defensive formation to shield Chun Li and the 3 generals. Observing the 4, Li Xiuqing felt a surge of urgency, shouting frantically for the medics. "Where are the medics? Hurry! Someone is injured." Shortly after, a middle-aged medic in uniform, carrying a medical kit, dashed forward from the rear. Upon seeing the medic arrive, the defensive formation opened a gap for him to enter. Upon assessing Chun Li and the others, he let out a sigh of relief. Although Chun Li was gravely injured, it was not life-threatening, while the 3 generals were faring slightly better, merely fatigued with some internal injuries. Soon after the medic treated Chun Li's wounds, he was assisted to sit up. "How is the offensive on the front lines?" Chun Li inquired, disregarding his own condition. Hearing this, Li Xiuqing approached Chun Li, crouching respectfully beside him. "Chief, the offensive on the front lines is progressing smoothly. After the armored soldiers were annihilated, the enemy's morale has crumbled, posing no further threat to us. That's good. Accelerate the assault and swiftly conclude this battle. But Chief, what about you?" Li Xiuqing expressed his concerns. "I am perfectly fine. What are you afraid of? Now I command you to execute this order immediately." "Understood." Without further protest, he resolved to carry out Chun Li's orders. Grasping his long knife, he mounted a horse brought to him by a soldier, then called out to all the heavenly soldiers, "All troops, advance with me." A chilling aura emanated from him as he unexpectedly broke through to the 2nd level at that moment. Truly remarkable, Chun Li silently marveled. "Hold the line. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." Meanwhile, Lin Fengxiang's adjutant, like a gambler who had lost everything, screamed in a frenzy, relentlessly urging the retreating Taiyang soldiers to advance. Yet it was all in vain. The tide had irrevocably turned. Lin Fengxiang and the armored death warriors were being systematically dismantled, and he possessed no means of recovery. Suddenly, a young warrior clad in black armor, riding a war horse, charged before him, long knife raised high. 100 battles, one blade. A blade cut through the air, a flash of white light appearing. The adjutant felt his body suddenly grow limp, his vision altering as he gazed upon a young warrior's face. A fleeting thought crossing his mind, that my son is the same age as him. I wish I could pat his head one more time. But he had no more chances. His gaze drifted past the fleeing Taiyang soldiers and the relentless assaults of the heavenly soldiers, finally losing consciousness under the noonday sun. Kill, swiftly eliminate all enemies. Amidst the fervent cries of the Tianshang army, urging their comrades to pursue and annihilate the foes, the soldiers spurred their steeds forward, relentlessly cleaving through any enemy that came into sight. The slaughter persisted, with life ebbing away. In the rear camp, Chun Li, who was tending to his wounds, abruptly opened his eyes and murmured to himself in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "Have we truly reached our limit?" At the moment of Lin Fengxiang's death, Chun Li sensed an insidious feeling of rejection from the world around him, a harbinger of impending separation from the boundaries of his existence. It appeared that the third-tier powerhouse was a pivotal figure within the Taiyang rebel faction. He never anticipated that he would be drawn into the turmoil of the Taiyang rebellion in such a manner. A bitter smile crept across Chun Li's face, for his objectives had shifted. The Tianshang stronghold still relied heavily on him, and after the day's battle, the Tianshang army had suffered significant losses. Although vanquishing this contingent of the Taiyang army might temporarily secure the safety of the Tianshang stronghold, it was unlikely that Hong Daoquan would foolishly provoke them again, especially after incurring such heavy losses. Yet, what would happen when the Taiyang rebels truly rose to power? How would they confront the Tianshang stronghold then? How would the stronghold evolve, and how would its inhabitants survive? These questions loomed large. Despite Li Xiuqing's growth, he remained too young and lacked the necessary prestige. Could he genuinely inherit Chun Li's position and lead the Tianshang stronghold to endure in these chaotic times? This, too, remained a significant uncertainty. After much contemplation yielded no answers, Chun Li sighed. He could only take one step at a time. Just as Chun Li was mired in his worries, Li Xiuqing's voice rang from outside the tent. "Chief, enter," Chun-Li replied, straightening his posture before allowing Li Xiuqing to come in. As Li Xiuqing stepped through the tent flap, his bloodied form signaled the intensity of the battle, though his long sword was now sheathed at his side. Striding purposefully to Chun-Li's front, he knelt on one knee and declared in a clear voice, "Chief, the enemy forces have been routed, with the majority of the Taiyang soldiers slain. Only a handful surrendered." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li nodded and responded, "Now, let's swiftly clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded, save as many as we can. Understood. By the way, what of Lu Sandow and the others?" Chun-Li inquired suddenly. "They are in no grave danger. After receiving treatment from the military medics, they are recovering quickly." Relieved by the news of the three's safety, Chun-Li exhaled, recalling how terrifying Lin Fengxiang's earlier attack had been. "Good. You may resume your duties, but remain vigilant for any lurking enemies. Chief, you need not worry. Earlier, the Tianshang scouts reported that everything in the vicinity is normal, with no signs of trouble. Yet, just as Li Xiuqing confidently reassured, another Tianshang scout burst into the tent, appearing flustered. "What news do you bring?" Chun-Li asked, rising to his feet. "Chief, we have discovered a troop of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers behind us. Based on their banners, we can ascertain that they are reinforcements for the enemy." This revelation, both Chun-Li and Li Xiuqing's expressions shifted dramatically. Their fears materialized sooner than anticipated. "What is their current status?" Chun-Li immediately pressed, "We do not know yet. Upon discovering this, we hasten to inform you." "Report." Suddenly, another voice called out, as yet another Tianshang scout entered, visibly agitated. "What intelligence do you have?" Chun-Li queried briskly. Having already risen, "Chief, the enemy forces that have suddenly appeared behind us are advancing via the mountain path of Daishan, making their way toward the Tianshang stronghold." "What?" Li Xiuqing exclaimed involuntarily, before they could fully grasp the situation. A third scout rushed into the tent, speaking at a breakneck pace. "Chief, the Taiyang army has engaged our troops." This. Chun-Li and Li Xiuqing exchanged bewildered glances. All of the Tianshang army was present here. Who else could be fighting? Could it be Li Zue and his men? Yet that seemed implausible. They were positioned behind the enemy. How could they appear in their rear? A flurry of questions left them in a state of confusion. Before they could ponder further, the scout provided the answer that it is the militia and some civilians from the Tianshang stronghold. They have organized a force of over 4,000, and judging by their direction, they seem to be heading to our battlefield, likely intending to assist us. Damn it. Chun-Li slammed his palm down, shattering the wooden war table before him. How could they possibly contend against the Taiyang army? If these individuals were indeed reinforcements, they would likely be aware of their capabilities. With only 2,000 to 3,000 personnel, they surely represented the elite among the enemy ranks, far from something they could confront. "Listen to my orders. We must immediately regroup and seek assistance." "Yes." Meanwhile, at the mountain path of Daishan, two forces faced off against one another. On one side stood over 2,000 heavily armored warriors, led by Luo Dong. It was astonishing that Hong Daoquan had dispatched them all in a bid to rescue Lin Fengxiang, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. On the opposing side, a motley crew gathered by Tai Yun, armed with an assortment of rudimentary weapons, many even wielding stone implements. The disparity between the two forces was stark, with no other option, once the two armies clashed. A brutal melee ensued. Despite the Tianshang army's numerical advantage, sometimes sheer numbers cannot compensate for the gap in strength. Countless heavily armored warriors raised their blades, and under their relentless assault, the ordinary militia from the Tianshang stronghold found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, even in the face of certain death, not a single militia member fled. They clutched their rudimentary weapons and charged fearlessly toward the terrifying armored warriors. The location was perilously close to the Tianshang stronghold. Should these enemies advance further, the inhabitants of the stronghold, many of whom were their kin and friends, would be doomed. They could not retreat. To do so would mean condemning their own families. Tai Yun swung his hammer, deflecting an attack from a heavily armored warrior, and called out to Wang Huai behind him, "It is time." Upon hearing Tai Yun's voice, Wang Huai nodded, raising his right hand. Over 500 of the outlaws consumed the boiling blood pills in their possession. emitting wails of agony as their bodies underwent drastic transformations. The blood-red patterns erupted across their skin, and with their eyes glowing crimson, they charged into the ranks of the armored warriors, sowing chaos. Alas, this moment of disruption was short-lived. The heavily armored warriors quickly regrouped, banding together in small squads to systematically hunt down the outlaws. The fighting continued, as the Tianshang stronghold employed various methods to support the outlaws. Yet regrettably, these efforts proved insufficient. The outlaws continued to suffer staggering losses at an alarming rate. Suddenly, one outlaw let out a roar, and blood patterns erupted across his body. Boom! The outlaw exploded, engulfing nearby armored warriors in the blast. In an instant, even the heavily armored warriors found themselves thrown into disarray. Following one outlaw's detonation, others began to show signs of imminent explosion, prompting Luo Degong to realize the gravity of the situation. Boom! 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 In an instant, the ranks of the armored soldiers were engulfed in a series of relentless explosions, followed by a tremendous blast of wind that even toppled nearby trees. The terrifying nature of these detonations was evident, as the smoke cleared to reveal that out of the original 2,000 armored warriors, half now lay defeated, and those who remained bore injuries. Observing the chaotic scene strewn with debris, several representatives of public opinion swallowed hard, casting anxious glances at Wang Huai. Astonished by the formidable power of this boiling blood pill, it was clear that the bandits had no chance of survival from the outset. You are merely courting your own demise. Rhoda Gang, who had refrained from intervening and maintained his aloof demeanor, could no longer contain his fury. It was imperative to note that the armored soldiers were his own creation, not only the most elite unit of the Taiyang army, but also a testament to his standing within it. To witness them reduced to mere rabble was a profound source of anguish for him. Without employing the standard horse-slaying sabers used by the armored soldiers, he unsheathed the twin axes from his waist, indicating his full commitment to the fight, a testament to his deep-seated hatred for Tai Yun and his cohorts. As he wielded the twin axes, a green aura of energy began to manifest around him, marking him as a fourth-tier martial artist, a power he had not deployed even against the tribal chieftains of the Zhuang people. Yet, against the forces of Tianqing Zhai, he unleashed it in a display of his rage. Axes sweep the Qing dynasty. With astonishing speed, he charged into the fray, the twin axes coiling with energy, unleashing a wave of green axe energy that rippled across the battlefield. With a resounding crash, dozens of Tianqing Zhai militiamen were cleaved in two by the might of his attack, creating a vast expanse of destruction, leaving behind a grim tableau of severed limbs that bore witness to the lies that had just moments ago stood in that very spot. Following Rhoda Gang's intervention, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. A fourth-tier energy mirror martial artist, truly stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, was a sight to behold. Kill them, Rhoda Gang commanded the remaining armored soldiers after exhibiting his prowess. Upon receiving the order, the armored warriors promptly raised their horse-slaying sabers and advanced to engage the enemy. With Rhoda Gang joining the battle, the advantage the bandits had previously held evaporated in an instant, and Tai Yun and his companions found themselves once again facing slaughter as he watched his comrades fall one by one. The sole first-tier warrior among them, Tai Yun felt an overwhelming weight of pressure descend upon him. Bang! After repelling another armored soldier, Tai Yun gasped heavily, his stamina nearing its limit. Just as he paused to catch his breath, Rhoda Gang, who had been acutely aware of his situation, closed in on his position, crossing his axes to unleash two waves of axe energy aimed directly at Tai Yun. Watch out! A sudden voice rang in Tai Yun's ears, and instinctively he looked up, but his vision was obscured by a crimson haze. Before him lay Zhu Sihai, cleaved in two by the axe energy, his blood splattering across Tai Yun's face, blurring his sight. Realizing that his attack had been intercepted by another's life, Rhoda Gang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves to save another, earning him a reluctant respect for this selfless act, even as he identified it with the enemies he despised. With a sigh, he raised his twin axes once more, aiming them at the stunned Tai Yun. Let me send you brothers off together. Boom! The immense axe energy descended, carving two deep furrows into the earth, a testament to the power of the strike. However, As the smoke dissipated, there was no sign of Tai Yun's lifeless body. Instead, several militiamen wielding wooden shields lay around him, for at the moment Rhoda Gang's axe fell. A few had bravely interposed their shields, allowing Tai Yun to be swiftly pulled back to safety. Tisich, a bunch of rats. Noticing Tai Yun's escape, Rhoda Gang bore no anger. After all, they would all meet their end eventually. What did it matter if one perished sooner or later? He turned his attention back to assisting the armored soldiers in swiftly dispatching their foes. Old Tai, are you all right? Zhang Laohan and the others looked at him with concern. I'm fine, Tai Yun replied, coming back to his senses. Yet, despite his words, he wore an expression of profound dismay. Old Wang, come take a look, Zhang Laohan called out to Wang Huai. Upon hearing the call, Wang Huai merely glanced and swiftly stated, he is fine. Reassured by Wang Huai's response, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Axes restore the Ming dynasty. Boom! The tide of battle shifted once more as Rhoda Gang, empowered by his energy armor, surged into the ranks of the militiamen, his twin axes weaving a deadly dance. Countless waves of axe energy radiated outward from him, leaving the surrounding militiamen utterly defenseless against the onslaught, resulting in the demise of over 100 of them in that single move. The entire line of militiamen crumbled, and the armored soldiers pressed forward towards Tai Yun and his companions. Old Wang, do you still have any boiling blood pills? Tai Yun, momentarily dazed, suddenly inquired of Wang Huai. Old Tai, what do you intend to do? Those are life-threatening. Sun Haichong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. My life is of little consequence. If they truly breach our stronghold, I would face far worse fates, Tai Yun declared in a somber tone. Zhu Sihai, a mere merchant, was willing to sacrifice himself for me. What reason do I have to retreat? In truth, Tai Yun had always held a certain disdain for merchants like Zhu Sihai. Although Tianqing Zhai espoused equality, the deeply ingrained social hierarchies led him to look down upon them. Yet now, having been saved at the cost of Zhu Sihai's life, his long-held prejudices against merchants crumbled, replaced by confusion as to why someone typically so self-serving would willingly give their life for a stranger. His earlier days had stemmed from the weight of Zhu Sihai's sacrifice and his own inner turmoil, rendering him momentarily unresponsive to the world around him. Now, at this final juncture, although defeat loomed inevitable, every moment gained was a moment worth fighting for. As long as they could hold out until their leader returned, anything was possible. If Zhu Sihai could sacrifice himself for him, then he too would devote everything to Tianqing Zhai. Seeing Tai Yun's resolute determination, the others ceased their objections. After all, they had arrived at the final hour. It was better to transform their demise into a spectacular explosion than to perish without purpose. Old Wang, do you have any left? We would like a portion too. The representatives of public opinion turned their eyes toward Wang Huai, imploring him. I have 3 boiling blood pills and 1 violent blood pill. Wang Huai revealed, pulling from his pocket 3 round pills, 2 black and 1 red. What is the violent blood pill? One person asked in confusion. The violent blood pill is an upgraded version of the boiling blood pill. Its potency several times greater, though it is still in the experimental phase, Wang Huai explained. Upon hearing of its enhanced effects, Tai Yun seized the red violent blood pill, proclaiming to the others, I am a first-tier warrior. The increase in power from this will benefit me the most. With Tai Yun's assertion, the others refrained from contesting him, allowing him to claim the violent blood pill. The 2 remaining boiling blood pills were taken by Zhang Laohan and another middle-aged representative. Those who missed out silently cursed their own slowness. Old Tai's violent blood pill is somewhat different. Wang Huai interjected just as Tai Yun was about to consume the pill. Oh, how is it different? Tai Yun paused, puzzled. While this violent blood pill enhances the user's strength significantly, it has a correspondingly shorter duration. And how long will it last? Half an hour. After that, you will explode. The cold revelation sent chills through the hearts of the gathered. At times, knowing the exact timing of one's death can instill a deeper terror than death itself. As the moments ticked away, the awareness of impending doom became even more harrowing. Yet in contrast to the silence that enveloped the others, Tai Yun appeared remarkably carefree, chuckling. Half an hour is enough time for me to father 2 children. His jest elicited laughter from the others, dispelling the earlier somber atmosphere. Old Wang, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Tai Yun announced, ready to step into the fray. Wait, since you fear not death, then consume this. Wang Huai retrieved the amber pendant that hung around his neck. What is this? Tai Yun inquired with a curious gaze directed at Wang Huai and the amber in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you have long harbored suspicions regarding my identity. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded silently. Wang Huai's actions, which were inconsistent with his claimed identity as a rural healer, had already cast doubt upon him. However, since he had not committed any acts harmful to the villagers and had provided them with the potent boiling blood pill, they tacitly agreed to overlook his questionable identity. Observing the evasive glances of the crowd, Wang Huai remained composed and calmly stated, I was once a poison master of the Gu poison sect, but due to the ravages of war that scattered the sect, I was forced to wander here, eventually finding myself inadvertently joining the Tianqing village. Then why have you concealed your identity all this time? Someone asked. Initially, I did not trust Tianqing village, but as time passed, I grew reluctant to disrupt the tranquility established by my presence. To this, the crowd had no retort, expressing their understanding. And what is this? Tai Yun posed the crucial question. This is the inherited poison insect of our Gu poison sect, Wang Huai elaborated. What purpose does it serve? This poison insect will release a lethal gas upon your demise. While it remains uncertain whether it can contend with a fourth-tier powerhouse, it is worth a try. With this answer, Tai Yun hesitated no longer and promptly ingested the boiling blood pill. A piercing scream erupted from Tai Yun's lips, echoing throughout the battlefield. After consuming the pill, he clutched his head, crouching on the ground, his veins bulging alarmingly. More horrifyingly, blood oozed from his skin, a sign of capillaries bursting from the pressure. What is happening? Sun Haichong urgently inquired of Wang Huai. Although Wang Huai had maintained his calm demeanor, he too felt a twinge of panic. Yet, given Tai Yun's peculiar state, he dared not approach for a closer inspection and could only respond helplessly. This may be a result of the boiling blood pill's overwhelming potency. He is unable to withstand it, hence this phenomenon. What shall we do now? Sun Haichong continued to press. For now, we can only take it one step at a time and hope for divine intervention. Before they could finish their exchange, Luo Dagong, sensing something amiss, charged toward them, his armored body impervious to the surrounding attacks. Axe quakes the world. With a cross-slash of his dual axes, two enormous axe auras obliterated all the militia barring his path, continuing their relentless advance toward Tai Yun and the others. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Laohan and another militia leader, Zhao Jinbiao, made a swift decision and consumed their own boiling blood pills. Their eyes turned crimson, blood veins spreading, their powers surging as they used their weapons to block Luo Dagong's assault. Boom! Although they withstood the strike, both men sustained severe injuries. As they beheld Luo Dagong rapidly approaching, they roared in unison, raising their weapons to confront him. Get away! The dual axes descended, and even at first-tier strength, the two men managed to delay him for a moment. Had it not been for Luo Dagong's disdain, they would have perished on the spot. Zhang Laohan, lying nearby, watched as Luo Dagong closed in on Tai Yun, discarded his weapon, and lunged, wrapping his arms around the enemy's right leg. The other militia leader followed suit, clinging to his other leg. With two additional burdens, Luo Dagong's speed diminished. Let go! Luo Dagong growled, fiercely shaking his right leg, sending Zhang Laohan crashing to the ground. The tremendous force caused Zhang Laohan to spit blood. Yet he clung on resolutely to in a feeble voice. He uttered, Demao, I've come for you. Mao, you must survive. With that, the blood veins on his body began to glow crimson. Witnessing this, Luo Dagong's expression shifted, and he exerted even greater force to throw him off. But Zhang Laohan's grip was unyielding. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. The onlookers hoped for Luo Dagong to be gravely wounded, if not dead. However, as the smoke cleared, they were met with disappointment. Luo Dagong emerged unscathed, the two clinging to his legs having vanished. His armor bore some damage, yet it had inflicted little harm. I truly underestimated you. You managed to breach my protective aura. But this ends here. You little rats! With a haughty proclamation, Luo Dagong accelerated once more. barreling toward Tai Yun and the others, resembling a tempest that sent several militia flying at last. He closed the distance to Tai Yun. Now within 100 meters. With a mere exertion of his axe aura, he had absolute confidence in obliterating the unguarded Tai Yun. Thus, regardless of how peculiar this individual may be, he posed no threat to him. Closer now, just one final step remained. Good, it's time to prepare to unleash his axe technique. Point two colossal green axe auras surged skyward, more magnificent than any previous attack. In that final moment, Tai Yun rose to his feet. Whoosh! He erupted with astonishing speed. Darting to the side, a fragment of cloth fluttered down from his attire, caught by the axe aura as he evaded. Just as he narrowly escaped, Tai Yun's luck held. Evading the two immense axe auras. Luo Dong voices astonishment, unable to fathom how this individual could unleash such speed, nearing the threshold of third-tier strength. Kill! Now enveloped in a mist of blood. Tai Yun struck first. After painstakingly mastering the effects of the boiling blood pill, he endured excruciating pain at every moment. The blood mist surrounding him was the literal vaporization of his own blood. Following the consumption of the pill, his body temperature soared, causing the blood within his skin to transform into a thick mist. What audacity! Luo Dagong praised, raising his axe to meet Tai Yun in combat. Axe sweeping the Qing. With his dual axes charged, the green axe aura re-emerged, targeting Tai Yun directly. Boom! The tremendous destructive force sent dirt and debris flying, creating chaos. Observing Tai Yun, now outside the range of his attack, Luo Dagong could scarcely believe his eyes. This axe technique was his ultimate skill, and axe sweeping the Qing was centered around wide-area assaults. Never had anyone so easily evaded it, let alone an enemy who barely approached third-tier strength. It was important to note that he himself was the leader of the triad, well-versed in various martial arts, and thus fully aware of the capabilities of his attacks. His axe technique was derived from a fragmented sword manual, which had once been the legacy of the Heaven and Earth Society, rumored to have been wielded by a powerful leader named Chun, known for its tremendous might. Although he had adapted sword techniques into axe techniques, he was unable to unleash their full potential. Nevertheless, the rejuvenating axe technique, born from the incomplete sword manual, remained his most formidable offensive weapon. Look out for the hammer! Unbeknownst to him, Tai Yun had closed the distance with astonishing speed. The hammer crashing down in fury. Clang! The hammer struck Luo Dagong's defensive axe. Resonating with a dull thud, the immense force forced Luo Dagong back a step as he steadied himself. Not bad, sensing the hammer's power comparable to mid-third-tier strength. Luo Dagong smiled. After receiving the blow, he could distinctly perceive that his opponent had not yet reached the third tier. There was no internal energy in the attack, though the strength was at a third-tier level, and the speed approached the threshold of fourth tier. However, relying solely on these attributes to defeat him was mere folly. Reassured, Luo Dagong ceased his aggressive advances, focusing entirely on defense and preparing for a counterattack. At this point, he had discerned the essence of Tai Yun. Previously, this individual's strength had barely reached first tier. Now he has attained a formidable third-tier combat strength, an enhancement that undoubtedly comes with its limitations. Otherwise, the opponent would not have waited until this final moment to elevate their prowess as a master of martial arts. He is well acquainted with certain secret techniques that temporarily augment one's strength. Although the state of the individual before him differs from that of the previous Liang Tusi, both fundamentally rely on external forces to amplify their abilities. Moreover, the person currently before him has experienced an even more significant augmentation, suggesting that the price paid for such power is exceptionally steep. With this realization, Luo Dagong no longer wishes to expend the considerable energy he has already consumed in a futile attempt against Tai Yun. He prefers to bide his time until the opponent's limitations are reached before delivering a decisive blow. Rather than launching a reckless attack that might expose him to counterstrikes, it is wiser to maintain a stalemate, as the one pressed for time is his adversary. Observing Luo Dagong's defensive posture, Tai Yun instantly comprehends his intention. Stalling for time, he muses. However, Tai Yun will not allow him to fulfill that desire. The hammer strikes again. Let us see how long you can stall, he declares as he attacks with renewed vigor, shielding the mountains and rivers. Two arcs of axe energy manifest beside Luo Dagong, fortuitously shielding him behind the twin axes, repelling Tai Yun's onslaught. The hammer continues to crash against Luo Dagong, yet each blow is either deflected by his axes or repelled by the axe energy. Watching Tai Yun assault him with a fervor akin to madness, Luo Dagong is taken aback that he knows that without internal energy safeguarding his organs, the shockwaves generated by his axe energy could inflict immense damage upon the human body, a torment few could endure. Yet, Luo Dagong fails to consider that, compared to the agony Tai Yun currently endures, the internal injuries from the axe energy are trivial. I asked the esteemed general of the Taiyang army afraid to confront me. A mere bandit, Tai Yun taunts, hoping to provoke him into action. Under Tai Yun's scornful gaze, Luo Dagong's expression darkens, yet he remains resolute, refusing to respond, steadfast in his defense. Had it not been for that scoundrel shattering his protective energy armor, which now renders him incapable of regenerating it in the short term, he would have already slain his opponent. After all, the pinnacle of the energy realm lies in one's own formidable energy. Without the energy armor, he cannot charge forth with the same ferocity as before. Otherwise, should he endure several more explosive impacts, he might find himself meeting his end here. As time progresses, Tai Yun feels the blood within him beginning to boil. A harbinger of imminent explosion, he surveys the battlefield, noting that the originally over 4,000 members of the Tianqing camp have dwindled to a mere handful. Under the relentless assault of the fearsome armored soldiers, they possess no capacity for resistance. Though the militia fights valiantly against the enemy, not a single one retreats. They charge into the phalanx of armored soldiers like moths to a flame. Often, it requires dozens to strike in unison to fell a single soldier. And these armored warriors exhibit no fear of death, functioning as relentless killing machines. With swift strokes, strike, cleave, withdraw, the loss of life mounts. Every step the phalanx advances leaves behind dozens, if not hundreds, of lifeless bodies from the Tianqing camp. The bodies of the 1,000-strong armored mercenaries are now drenched in blood, yet their indifferent eyes reveal no hint of emotion, only a flicker of thrill as they slay their foes. Under the unyielding pressure of the armored soldier phalanx, the remaining frontline troops have been forced back, along with Tai Yun and his companions, all reduced to mere prey on the chopping block, awaiting the moment of their demise. Is the Tianqing camp destined for obliteration? This thought looms heavily in the hearts of all present. Just as despair begins to seep into their spirits, a group of figures suddenly emerges in the distance. At first, they appear small, but soon they reveal themselves to be an army of Tianqing soldiers. Weapons in hand, the red flag billows in the wind, the characters Tianqing standing out prominently. Reinforcements from the Tianqing army have finally arrived. They're finally here. Tai Yun breathes a sigh of relief upon spotting the familiar banner of the Tianqing army. Meanwhile, Luo Dagong, who had maintained an air of confidence, feels a shift in his demeanor as a dreadful thought begins to take shape in his mind. Could it be that Lin Fengxiang and the others have been annihilated? Though it is a question, the sight of the approaching army, bearing clear signs of battle, leads to the grim realization that Lin Fengxiang's demise is now all but confirmed. Contemplating his mission, it seems to have met with utter failure. Luo Dagong bellows in a fit of impotent rage. Seizing the moment of Luo Dagong's distraction, Tai Yun, who had been watching him closely, takes the opportunity to launch an assault. As he charges towards his target, Tai Yun hurls his hammer directly at him. Dang! Luo Dagong instinctively raises his axe to deflect the incoming hammer, but in the next instant, he realizes something is amiss. The image of Tai Yun, now covered in blood, rushing towards him triggers memories of the earlier destruction of his energy armor, sending pain shooting through his right leg. However, having just deflected the hammer, he has exposed a weak point in his defenses, seeing Tai Yun, now a walking bomb, clinging to his waist and far more formidable than his previous adversaries. Luo Dagong dares not contemplate the consequences of an explosion. This is sheer madness. With a face twisted in rage and fear, Luo Dagong channels his internal energy, the power of his twin axes intensifying. Die, he shouts as his axes come crashing down, aimed at severing the hands that cling to him. Desperate to escape, the axe blades descend, severing two bloodied arms. blood splatters across Luo Dagong's face, heightening his alarm. Freed from his binds, he attempts to flee, but barely takes a few steps before he feels a sharp pain in his right foot. Looking down, he sees that Tai Yun, now armless, has clamped his teeth around his ankle. "You madman! If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you." The usually composed Luo Dagong finally breaks under the threat of death. Unleashing a furious roar, observing the glowing blood marks, he forcibly channels his energy to form an energy armor. Though this action would cost him some of his strength, when faced with the choice between losing power and preserving his life, he instinctively chooses life. As Luo Dagong's fury ignites, Tai Yun's eyes glint with mockery. Casting one last glance at the approaching Tianqing army, Tai Yun muses, "Leader, I must take my leave." In the end, a tremendous explosion erupts. The earth trembles and debris flies. The Tianqing army, witnessing the commotion, hastens their advance towards the source of the disturbance. "Break through those armored soldiers," Chun-Li bellows. "Yes," respond the three generals in unison, leading the Tianqing troops into battle against the armored mercenaries. "Form ranks, kill!" Li Xiuqing leads the charge against the armored soldiers. In an instant, the Tianqing soldiers engage in fierce combat with their foes. Having faced similar opponents before, the Tianqing soldiers now possess ample experience. These merciless killing machines, devoid of regard for life, must be met with an equal fearlessness if they are to be subdued. Any sign of weakness could easily lead to slaughter. The elite troops activate their blood-boiling technique, paving the way for the others. Li Xiuqing issues a brutal command. Using the boiling blood technique means death, as they sacrifice their lives for their comrades to advance. While harsh, it is the only strategy that can penetrate the ranks of the numerous armored soldiers. Yes, over 300 elite Tianqing soldiers step forward from the crowd, positioning themselves at the forefront. Facing their adversaries, they unleash a collective roar. Boiling blood, activate. Over 300 soldiers enter the boiling blood state simultaneously, manifesting into a formidable force of first-tier warriors. One blade, 100 battles. Without a moment's pause, they unleash the technique in unison. In an instant, over 300 blades of energy surge forward, converging into a mountain of blades that crashes into the armored soldiers. Boom! At the moment of contact, a multitude of armored soldiers is torn asunder by the onslaught of blades. However, this mountain of blades did not easily breach their defenses, despite the continuous fall of comrades ahead. It did not deter the armored warriors in the rear. They pressed on, braving countless glimmers of steel. Blood blade slash. Observing the obstruction posed by the mountain of blades, Li Xiuqing wasted no time and immediately commanded the use of their final technique. Following his order, a phantom blood tiger, forged from concentrated vitality, materialized above the heads of the 300 troops, unleashing a silent roar towards the armored warriors. Over 300 crimson blades erupted from their long swords, converging into a colossal scarlet blade that cleaved heavily into the formation of the armored warriors. Boom! This immense blood-red blade successfully carved a bloody path. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Li tightened the reins of his steed, brandishing the red tassel spear as he charged into the enemy ranks, aiming directly for the site of the explosion, followed closely by the three great generals and Li Xiuqing, the remaining troops of the Tianqing army. Under the leadership of the 300 fervent warriors, engaged in a chaotic melee with the other armored warriors, the battlefield descended into turmoil as both sides grappled fiercely. The fearless armored warriors encountered an even more fearless force in the Tianqing army troops. There was no hesitation, only a direct struggle for survival. These armored warriors, facing enemies who were even less afraid of death than themselves, found themselves embroiled in a desperate battle. Have you ever witnessed a soldier with his abdomen pierced, intestines spilling out, yet still charging forward while clutching his own entrails? Or that madman over there, setting himself ablaze in a bid for mutual destruction? Are they truly normal? The most detestable of all was the one who had been severed in two, yet still clung stubbornly with his teeth to his own thigh. Meanwhile, as the Tianqing army soldiers clashed bloodily with the armored warriors, Chun-Li and his companions reached the site of the explosion, shielding Sun Haichang and the others behind them. After grasping the situation, Chun-Li turned his attention back to the vast pit before him. In his perception, the fourth-tier enemy below had yet to perish. Sure enough, moments later, a man emerged from the depths of the pit. He was ragged and battered, his robust body marred by wounds, and his right eye was tightly shut, likely blinded by the blood that obscured his face. This was Luo Dagong, and he appeared utterly wretched. Not only had he sustained numerous injuries, but he had also lost his right eye, a condition that nearly drove him to madness. Fixing his remaining left eye intently upon Chun-Li, he spoke. "Since you wield Lin Fengxiang's red tassel spear, it seems he has fallen at your hands." Chun-Li did not respond, remaining on high alert. The pressure exerted by this man was overwhelming. Is this what it means to be fourth tier? Noticing Chun-Li's silence, Luo Dagong uttered no more words, instead advancing step by step, wielding his dual axes, an aura of chilling murderous intent radiating from him. "Since it has come to this, let us engage in our final battle." As he uttered those words, his aura and killing intent surged to their zenith, darkening the heavens. The axes swept forth with a tremendous force, a torrent of axe energy surging towards Chun-Li and his companions. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the group paled in alarm. "Dodge!" Chun-Li shouted urgently. The others swiftly scattered in all directions, and no longer concerned about their own losses. Luo Dagong unleashed his full power, revealing an overwhelming fourth-tier might that forced Chun-Li and the others to retreat in disarray. "Come, today let me show you what it means to be a fourth-tier powerhouse." The axes trembled with a thunderous roar. Two massive axe energies howling forth, faster and more potent than before. Realizing they could not evade this attack, the three generals sprang into action. Three blades unite. Slash. The three men struck in unison, executing a combined technique that unleashed a formidable blade of light. A resplendent and grand blade of radiance coalesced before them, colliding with the intersecting green axe energies. Boom! After a brief stalemate, the blade began to fracture, ultimately shattering in a cacophony. The once formidable technique that had dealt a decisive blow to Lin Fengxiang was now obliterated by the axe energies. Observing this, Luo Dagong smirked coldly and remarked, "This combined technique is indeed extraordinary, but alas, the wielder's strength is far too lacking." With that, he charged towards the three generals, intent on eliminating them, believing it better to cripple them than to inflict a fatal blow. With swift precision, he brought his axes down, a flurry of smaller axe energies raining upon the three men like a flock of birds returning to their nest, having just executed the three blades unite. The three generals now found themselves depleted of strength, struggling to defend against the relentless onslaught, a series of thunderous impacts resounding through the air. Their armor shattered, their long swords reduced to mere fragments. Blood spilled from their ears and nostrils, their faces pale, they collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Witnessing their dire plight ignited a blaze of fury within Chun-Li, his eyes widening with rage as he shouted, "How dare you!" Ignoring the fury of Chun-Li and the others, Luo Dagong continued his advance towards the fallen generals, his dual axes shimmering with lethal axe energies. Realizing that the lives of the three generals were in imminent peril, Chun-Li brandished his red tassel spear and lunged at Luo Dagong. The spear shot forth like a dragon, its cold gleam arriving first, the sharp tip aimed directly at Luo Dagong's heart. This spear had been obtained after slaying Lin Fengxiang. When Chun-Li acquired it, a peculiar sensation arose within him, revealing it to be yet another weapon capable of transformation. Although he lacked the time to refine it, wielding it in battle was still advantageous. As he excelled in the use of long weapons, his previous wooden spear had served him well. Now equipped with a superior weapon, it was only natural to seize the opportunity. Thud! The spear pierced Luo Dagong's body. Yet before it could penetrate further, Chun-Li felt an immense resistance. This was the protective energy barrier. Every martial artist at the energy barrier level could construct a defensive layer around their body. However, what many did not realize was that a layer of energy also existed within, merging with the skin and muscles, forming a protective shield. Thus, even aware of an impending ambush from behind, Luo Dagong chose to ignore it, fixated solely on eliminating the three generals before him to substantially diminish their combat effectiveness. With a fierce swing, he raised his double axes, the splintering axe energies converging at their edges, and without hesitation. He brought them crashing down towards the three generals. Just at that critical moment, Li Xiuqing drew his long sword, striking forcefully against a nearby tree. Yes, he chose not to directly assault Luo Dagong, but instead targeted the tree ahead. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a faint scar in its wake. The tree was cleaved in two, the top portion toppling toward Luo Dagong and the three generals, effectively intercepting his attack. Boom! The tree was shattered by the axe energies, splinters flying, and chaos ensued on the battlefield. Seeing his attack thwarted once more, Luo Dagong's mood turned irritable. With a furious roar, he exclaimed, "You damn rats! Why can't you simply let me end your insignificant lives in peace?" He then spun around and swung an axe, the axe energy slicing through the air, hurtling directly towards Chun-Li. Caught off guard, Chun-Li was struck by the axe energy, sent hurtling away to crash against a tree. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, the red tassel spear knocked from his grasp. Struggling to rise from the ground, he wiped the blood from his lips and with a flick of his wrist. The blood-soul blade transformed into a long sword in his palm. The fact that Chun-Li had emerged relatively unscathed only fueled Luo Dagong's fury further. He powered up, leaping into the air, the massive axe energies surging towards the three generals once more. Indeed, although he had faced multiple interruptions, his resolve to eliminate the three generals remained steadfast. As a master of martial arts, he understood a crucial principle: whatever one undertakes, it must be done with focus. To be half-hearted is to achieve nothing. This principle applied to martial arts, and to combat as well. The axe energies descended once more, a green harbinger of death aimed squarely at the immobilized three. In an effort to protect them, Li Xiuqing unleashed a fierce slash, confronting the terrifying axe energies. Without a doubt, he too was sent flying. With no hindrance remaining, the double axes descended mercilessly upon the three generals. No, with a mournful cry, Chun-Li could do nothing to prevent the unfolding events. The three men fell victim to the onslaught of the axe's aura, their lifeless bodies hurled away by the forceful shockwave. Thus, the three great generals met their demise. After successfully slaying the trio, Luo Dagong displayed a fleeting smile before turning his attention to Chun-Li and Li Xiuqing. At that moment, both individuals were in dire straits. Having previously endured fierce battles, now struck by the axe's power, their combat prowess had been severely diminished. "It is your turn." Luo Dagong's expression twisted into a cruel grin, his gaze fixated on the two, one at the first tier and the other at the second. He silently calculated their strengths within his mind. Although Luo Dagong himself was gravely injured, he still held confidence in his ability to subdue them. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a cavalry unit of 300 appeared at the periphery of the battlefield. These were the Tianzue cavalry, having rushed to the scene upon discovering that Lin Fengxiang's forces had been annihilated and learning of the assault on Tianqingzhai. Upon their arrival, they wasted no time and charged forth. The wedge formation swiftly breached the outer encampment. "Shenji, lead the Tianzue cavalry to eliminate the surrounding enemies. I shall rush to the leader's aid." Understood. Shenji promptly diverted his 300 men to engage the armored undead, who were already at a disadvantage, compounding their troubles. Lize, meanwhile, charged into the fray with fervor, quickly reaching the battlefield where Chun-Li and the others were positioned. Upon sighting the scene, Li Zue's eyes blazed with fury. All three great generals lay slain, their bodies shattered and strewn across the battlefield. The leader and Li Xiuqing, both severely injured, leaned against each other for support. Their conditions evidently critical. Though filled with rage at the sight before him, Li Zue had learned to temper his emotions after Huang Da's death. He refrained from recklessly charging forward alone, instead maneuvering carefully to maintain a safe distance from Luo Dagong while coordinating with Chun-Li and the others. Before long, a standoff ensued. The three clutched their weapons tightly, their eyes locked on Luo Dagong, unwilling to show even the slightest hint of weakness. In ancient times, three heroes battled elbow. Today, 2 Lis and 1 Chun faced Luo Dagong. Luo Dagong's gaze lingered momentarily on Lize before he spoke to D. "You truly believe that adding a second-tier warrior will allow you to contend with me?" Observing the trio before him, Luo Dagong made the first move, charging towards them with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The axe's sweeping arc descended with a thunderous roar, enveloping the three in its devastating reach. Faced with such a terrifying assault, they dared not underestimate it and unleash their most potent techniques: Blood War Tiger Slash, Blood War Blade, and Blood Soul Slash. The Crimson Tiger, slicing through the air, accompanied by the howling Blood Souls, clashed against the descending Axe's aura. Boom! The Blood War Tiger was effortlessly crushed, dissipating into a mist of sanguine energy. Elizue, overwhelmed by the backlash, turned pale and spat blood, staining the ground before him. Although the Blood War Tiger had been easily shattered, it had dimmed the brilliance of the axe's aura momentarily. Before the axe could continue its assault, another blade of light collided with it. The two forces momentarily held their ground in the air, but ultimately, the axe's aura emerged victorious. As the blade's light waned, the originally verdant axe-shaped energy became somewhat transparent. The instant the blade shattered, Li Xiuqing lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. With a silent shriek, 10 blood souls surged forth, targeting the now translucent axe's aura. 5 blood souls clashed with the axe's aura, while the remaining spirits merged into the crimson blade, accelerating towards Luo Dagong. Sensing the imminent danger posed by the approaching crimson blade, Luo Dagong did not falter. He swiftly raised his twin axes in a defensive stance, preparing to block the impending strike. However, just as he focused intently on the task at hand, a sudden stagnation of internal energy coursed through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Simultaneously, a blue blotch began to spread across his face. Boom! The crimson blade struck Luo Dagong fiercely, propelling him into the massive stone behind him and stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! Luo Dagong emerged from the dust cloud, his tattered garments reduced to shreds. His right arm severed, his eyes ablaze, hair disheveled, and drenched in blood. In confronting the attack, he had been forced to expend all of his internal energy to suppress the poison, relying solely on his body to withstand the blow, which resulted in his grievous injuries. Witnessing this scene, Wang Huai, who had been observing the battlefield intently, immediately recognized the issue at hand. It was the poison from his cursed totem taking effect. Initially, he had believed that Luo Dagong's overwhelming power indicated that the poison had failed to act. It now appeared that his formidable fourth-tier physique had merely delayed its manifestation. Leader, he has been poisoned. He must suppress the toxin using internal energy. He can no longer utilize his aura. Seize this opportunity to strike. Wang Huai shouted to the only remaining combat-ready individual, Chun-Li. Upon hearing Wang Huai's words, Chun-Li's eyes brightened. After executing his previous attack, he too had exhausted all of his spiritual and internal energy. Yet an opportunity had arisen. Without hesitation, he seized the fallen red tassel spear and charged towards Luo. That moment, both combatants were incapable of employing any extraordinary powers. The outcome now hinged solely on their combat techniques and the unwavering resolve of their spirits. However, compared to the physically intact Chun-Li, the one-armed Luo Dagong was at a natural disadvantage. Nonetheless, as a martial arts master, Luo Dagong's extraordinary skills rendered the result of their bloody clash uncertain. Kill! The two charged at each other like enraged bulls, intent on annihilating their opponent. The spear, thrusting forth from Chun-Li's hand, resembled a gigantic black python lunging at Luo Dagong's forehead. Clang! With one hand gripping his axe, Luo Dagong evaded the spear's lethal thrust and closed the distance, undeterred by his missing arm. His agility and balance remained unaffected. With a swift flick of his left axe, he carved a deep gash into Chun-Li's arm. Bang! Chun-Li, feeling the searing pain in his right arm, retaliated with a kick that sent Luo Dagong sprawling away from him. After forcing Luo Dagong back, Chun-Li glanced at his injured right arm, where a massive wound nearly severed it entirely, exposing bone to the naked eye. This is bad. His martial arts prowess far exceeds my own, observing the blue splotches on Luo Dagong's face beginning to fade. Chun-Li understood that his time was running out. If he allowed Luo Dagong to recover, not only would his own life be in peril, but the entire Tianxingzhai would be obliterated. Imagining the faces of the villagers he had come to know, now transformed into screams and cries. Envisioning the once peaceful village being reduced to a hellscape, Chun-Li felt an immense weight of responsibility. He could not allow this fate to transpire. Though his time spent with them had been less than a year, he recognized that he could not abandon them, nor would I in fact, during his journey here. He had sensed that he could end this ordeal at any moment. Even if he were unwilling, he would automatically return in a few days that in this realm, he had achieved his goal of unlocking his talents, annihilated the elite forces of the Taiyang army, and slain one of their prominent generals, gaining considerable influence. Even if he returned immediately, he would reap significant benefits without any repercussions. He would emerge unscathed. Obtaining resources coveted by other spirit card masters, further bolstered by the several spirit cards he had already acquired. Thus, returning now would be akin to an overwhelming triumph. Yet, having reached this critical juncture, if he did not resolve the imminent crisis, Tianqingjai would face annihilation, and no matter the rewards he gained, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life, with resolve coursing through him. Chun-Li's gaze hardened with determination as he raised his spear once more, charging towards Luo Dagang. This time, Chun-Li disregarded Luo Dagang's attack entirely, aiming for the exposed right side of Luo Dagang's body. Where he had lost an arm, the spear pierced through Luo Dagang's right side, while Chun-Li's left arm was severed by an axe blow. The blood soul blade emerged as Chun-Li relinquished the spear. Thrusting the blade into Luo Dagang's body, with a heart-rending cry, Luo Dagang struck fiercely at Chun-Li's head with the handle of his axe. The blow landed heavily, sending a surge of blood rushing through Chun-Li's brain. In an instant, his eyes became bloodshot, transforming from their usual clarity into a sea of crimson, plunging him into darkness. Yet he remained unfazed, wielding his long knife with relentless determination, fixated on a singular thought. I must kill you. With each thrust, his vision obscured by a veil of red, he could discern nothing but shadows. Nevertheless, he pressed on, aware that despite his blindness, he was targeting his adversary. Only by eliminating him could he safeguard the entire Tianqing village. As his blade pierced deeper, Luo Dagang's vitality ebbed away, for the first time confronting the specter of death. You shall pay. With a desperate effort, he summoned his remaining inner strength, wielding the axe with his one good arm. Preparing to cleave Chun-Li in two, the axe rose, shimmering with a faint green aura. Be careful. Li Zue and Li Xiu immediately shouted a warning upon witnessing this. However, upon hearing their cries, Chun-Li remained resolute. Retreat was not an option to in that moment. He summoned all his strength, letting out a fierce roar, and took a powerful step to the right. Die! At that instant, his seemingly insignificant frame erupted with terrifying power, gripping the long knife tightly, and, with a swift motion, severed Luo Dagang at the waist. Blood sprayed in all directions, splattering across Chun-Li's face, his single-handed grip on the knife and downward posture lending him the appearance of a graceful swordsman. Yet, the blood gushing from the severed stump of his right arm rendered the scene tragically poignant. Feeling the resistance of his blade dissipate, Chun-Li managed to smile despite his blindness. Yet, just as he prepared to collapse, calamity struck. Luo Dagang's body split in two, and he faced imminent death. He hurled his axe at Chun-Li before losing consciousness. This flying axe contained the last vestige of Luo Dagang's inner strength and was launched with a cunning angle and incredible speed. Dodge! Those outside cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even with ample time, the blind Chun-Li could not evade the impending attack. Boom! As anticipated, the axe struck him squarely in the back, piercing through his chest. The searing pain in his torso sent Chun-Li crashing to the ground, his consciousness fading rapidly. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, he mustered the remnants of his awareness to communicate one final time with the chaotic rules of the card realm. Upon affirming his return, a blue portal materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Jingdongsu, Qingshan City, the residence of the Chun family, where Chun-Li resided. Bang! The nearly lifeless Chun-Li fell heavily to the ground. Chun Xiao, who had been meditating, suddenly sensed a fluctuation from the card realm and quickly emerged from his training area. With a flash of a spirit card in hand, he ascended into the air. Hovering above, following him, several clan elders soared into the sky, Positioning themselves behind Chen Xiao, they exchanged silent nods, understanding each other's intentions. Chen Xiao then declared loudly, "I implore any friend who has opened the card realm to step forth. Otherwise, the Chen family will regard you as an intruder." His voice echoed across the area, yet no one emerged. Observing this, Chen Xiao turned to a stooped elder, saying, "Second uncle, I must rely on you." "Very well." The elder replied readily. A green spirit card appeared in his hand, and with a shout, he activated the Qi detection technique. The card vanished, and a stream of red energy formed in the air, spreading toward a certain location within the Chun estate. Glancing at the direction of the energy, Chen Xiao, typically composed, exclaimed, "This is bad. It's heading towards Fei Yu's residence." He then swiftly flew in that direction, leaving the other elders trailing far behind. His speed astonishing. As he approached Chun Li's location, a sense of foreboding deepened within him. Could this be retaliation from that woman's faction? The thought of past events flashed through his mind. However, if that woman was willing to leave behind a precious third-tier spirit card, she likely would not strike again. As he pondered this, he arrived at Chun Li's doorstep. Boom! He kicked open the door, revealing a near-dead Chen L. I could see that moment. Chun Li bore a massive, grotesque wound on his chest. His right arm mysteriously absent, his body marred by numerous injuries. Were it not for the faint trace of his life force, Chen Xiao might have believed he was gazing upon a corpse. Without hesitation, he rushed to Chun Li's side, cradling him in his arms as a spirit card appeared in his hand. Blood healing technique. He made a cut on his own hand, allowing blood to flow out, which, under the card's influence, transformed into beams of crimson light that merged into Chun Li's body. As the blood light streamed in, a miraculous sight unfolded. Chun Li's chest wound began to visibly heal. However, such an astonishing recovery came at a price, as Chen Xiao's complexion grew pale with each drop of blood lost. Just as Chen Xiao exhausted his vitality to save Chun Li, the other elders arrived one after another. Upon witnessing Chun Li's injuries, they were filled with righteous indignation. To have the family head's son so grievously harmed was a slap in the face to the Chen clan. Whoever dared to commit such an act against Fei Yu would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "We must make them pay," bellowed a burly elder. "Indeed, they shall feel the wrath of the Chun family." The others echoed in agreement. Amidst the elders' fervent discussions, Chun Li's wound had nearly healed, and Chen Xiao laid him gently on the bed. In contrast to the elders' impassioned responses, he remained remarkably calm. "Esteemed elders, there is no need for such haste. The situation is not yet clear, and we must refrain from making rash judgments. We shall determine our course of action once we ascertain the facts." Chen Xiao stated solemnly. Hearing the family head's words, the elders fell silent. "Fourth uncle, I have ensured Fei Yu's safety. The rest is in your hands. That I entrust you with this task." Chen Xiao bowed respectfully to an elder with long, white eyebrows. "There is no need for such formalities. Fei Yu is as dear to us as our own grandson. I will do my utmost to heal him," the elder assured Chen Xiao. "I am grateful for your assistance." "Fourth uncle." With that, Chen Xiao strode out of Fei Yu's residence, his aura exuding an imposing presence as he spoke in a voice only he could hear. "Fei Yu, if you have been wronged by others, I shall spare no effort to seek justice on your behalf. Whoever it may be, they will pay dearly for their actions. 3 days later, the sun shone brightly, its rays filtering through the window and illuminating the antique room. The sunlight caressed Chun Li's face, enhancing his already handsome features. As he felt the warmth on his skin, the unconscious Chun Li began to stir. Upon opening his eyes, he found that his once clear irises were now a deep crimson. "Am I blind?" Straining to rise with his remaining left arm, he touched his body and was astonished to discover that the grievous wounds that should have claimed his life had vanished. Could it be that he had not perished? "Ah!" A sudden cry from a young girl interrupted Chun Li's thoughts. Before he could respond, she dashed outside, exclaiming, "The young master has awakened!" Recognizing the familiar voice, Chun Li realized that he had indeed returned. Just as he prepared to rise from the bed,